Chapter 321 The second castle master is a scumbag. Lu Chichi said. You don't know your identity. But when someone says a few nice words to you, you don't know who you are? You are so stupid. How could you lose your life without knowing it? Another troublesome maid. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. Xiangfeng finally knew why the young lady was angry. In her opinion, it was obviously a good thing. But why did it change when it came to the young lady? She wanted to explain. But seeing the young lady's angry look, she didn't dare to say more. Lu Chichi was worried that someone would forget it. So she reminded him again. Remember your identity. And don't forget that you are now living under someone else's roof. Don't think that you can change anything with any marriage contract. Now, no one can change anything except your own hands. Xiangfeng bowed her head. Lu Chichi saw that she had said almost everything. And her tone was a little softer. Okay. Prepare breakfast. And I want to go to the restaurant after breakfast. Yes. Xiangfeng bowed her head and left. She knew that she was disliked by the young lady. And she felt sad. But no one said anything. When she came to the yard and saw the empty yard, she thought about what the young lady had said. She understood some things. She couldn't understand why the castle owner was good to the young lady. This was a good thing. But how could it become a bad thing for the young lady? She couldn't figure it out. So she went to the big kitchen to bring breakfast for the young lady. She was still a little happy when she saw the breakfast that was richer than before. When she returned to Chuanju, she saw that the young lady had washed up and was waiting at the table. Lu Chichi saw the different food. Didn't say anything. Ate a few bites casually. And wanted to go to the restaurant immediately. As soon as she walked out of the door, Xiangfeng caught up with her. Lu Chichi took a look and said nothing. The two walked out together. Just when she was thinking about looking for the housekeeper to see if a carriage could be sent. Unfortunately, the housekeeper was not there. Lu Chichi thought about the journey yesterday, which was not far. It would take at least 2 hours to walk there. She was most worried that if there was danger on the road, it would be bad. When she was thinking of a way, she saw a person coming from a distance. The distance was very far, and it looked like a ball rolling over from a distance. 3 words suddenly appeared in her mind. That is a ball. And the more she thought about it, the more headache she felt. When the man was about to come to her, Lu Chichi's head seemed to explode. And she held her head with both hands in pain. Xiangfeng was frightened by such a lady. Miss, what's wrong with you? Lu Chichi heard Xiangfeng's movement and knew that if she didn't want to, her head wouldn't hurt. But she couldn't control herself. Her head hurt more and more. And Lu Chichi forced herself to face it bravely. When she saw the fat ball-like thing approaching, she wanted to see the other party clearly. But suddenly her eyes went black. She wanted to push it away. But she couldn't. When she looked up, she felt the sun was dazzling. And she felt dizzy. She could no longer bear it, and fell down slowly. Cheer. Hao Ziyu hugged the fainted Lu Chichi. Hao Zimin saw that Hao Ziyu was so worried about Lu Chichi. And then looked at Lu Chichi's appearance. Stepped forward, pretending to be worried and asked, What's wrong with Miss Situ? Hao Ziyu didn't have time to pay attention. Picked up Lu Chichi and walked quickly to Chuanju. While walking, she didn't forget to ask Li Gang to find Lao Zhang. Hao Zimin saw that it was rare that he didn't show a ferocious face. And smiled meaningfully at Hao Ziyu, who was walking away. Not long after Hao Ziyu came to Chuanju with Lu Chichi, Li Gang arrived with Lao Zhang. Xiangfeng stood by anxiously. When Lao Zhang arrived, he saluted the fortress owner first, then felt Lu Chichi's pulse and asked Xiangfeng something. Hao Ziyu had been standing by. What happened? Miss Situ's head was severely injured. What's going on now is. Tell me quickly. Hao Ziyu was anxious. It should be due to some kind of stimulation. Hao Ziyu thought of the scene he saw. Now the woman must have suddenly become like this, which must be related to Hao Zimin. Thinking of this, he felt that Hao Zimin was furious. At this moment, he had the urge to kill Hao Zimin. Li Gang knew the fortress owner's mind best. He asked Lao Zhang to prepare the medicine and asked Xiangfeng to boil the medicine. Everyone left. And Hao Ziyu stared at Lu Chichi's familiar and unfamiliar face, thinking of the scenes in the restaurant yesterday. And looking at now, his hands clenched into fists, waiting for Li Gang to send people back and stand at the door. Xiangfeng boiled the herbs. And Hao Ziyu watched Lu Chichi drink it before leaving. Li Gang saw the fortress owner leave and immediately followed him. He went all the way to the study room. After Hao Ziyu entered the room, he said, Do it. Li Gang was excited when he heard this. He could finally do it. Thinking that someone would not be arrogant for much longer, he could not hide his excitement in his heart. After answering, he immediately turned around to make arrangements. Hao Ziyu was thinking, what did Hao Zimin do to the woman to make her react so strongly? Thinking that Hao Zimin had attacked the woman and made her like this. The good-tempered Hao Ziyu was also angry. There was an idea in his heart that if Hao Zimin died and the woman could not remember the past, it would be best for her to stay here as Sitachi for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, he called the secret guards out and asked them to secretly attack Hao Zimin. He felt that it was too slow to only start from the surface. Some things must be resolved quickly. Lu Qiqi woke up, seeing Xiangfeng crying next to her. She looked around and saw that she was back again. Miss, you finally woke up. As Xiangfeng spoke, she smiled and cried again. What's wrong with me? Miss fainted again. Lu Qiqi thought for a while and said, I saw a person who was very fat. Who was that person? Miss, are you talking about the second castle owner? Second castle owner? Lu Qiqi heard from others. Yes, the second castle owner is very fat. Before the young lady fainted, the second castle owner happened to come from a distance. Xiangfeng was puzzled. Could it be that the young lady got here because she saw the second castle owner? The second castle owner was indeed not a good person. She had not been in Faking Castle for long and heard that the second castle owner had forced many maids to death. Tell me about the second castle master. Lu Qiqi felt that the second castle master was the key to her regaining her memory. Xiangfeng didn't know much about the second castle master. She heard other maids talking about him in private. Seeing that the young lady cared so much, she told them what she knew. Half an hour passed by. Lu Qiqi didn't expect that the second castle master of Faking Castle was a scumbag. Has he bullied me? The young lady is the future wife of the castle master. And the second castle master dare not. Why do I feel familiar with him? Lu Qiqi asked. Xiangfeng felt strange. The young lady lost her memory and couldn't remember many things. Why did she do this to the second castle master? Chapter 322 Getting Married. Lu Qiqi confirmed that her past was related to Hao Zimin. In order to recover her past memories, she wanted to get close to Hao Zimin, thinking of her current identity and the relationship with Hao Ziyu. If she rashly approached Hao Zimin, she would not only offend Hao Ziyu, but also ruin her reputation. After Lu Qiqi woke up, she was about to go to Hao Ziyu. As soon as she went out, she saw a man walking in from outside. She just looked at him, and in a trance, she saw a man walking towards her. When Hao Ziyu came to her, Lu Qiqi found that the man in her vague memory was not the man in front of her. Lu Qiqi was more certain of her bold guess in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. Lord of the castle, are you feeling better? Hao Ziyu looked at her carefully, and his complexion was indeed much better. Thank you for your concern. Lord of the castle, I'm feeling much better now. Lu Qiqi politely distanced themselves from each other. Hao Ziyu clearly felt it. He only took a glance and took out the small medicine bottle in his hand. If you feel uncomfortable in the future, remember to take one pill. Lu Qiqi looked at the familiar small medicine bottle. This person gave her one bottle, and now another bottle. The smell of the medicine made her feel familiar. Looking at this person again, it was easy to use. However, Li Gang's expression showed that this bottle of medicine was very precious. It showed that he was also a person of status. If you have status, you naturally pay attention to your reputation. If you get too close to other men, it will be very disadvantageous to regain your status. For this reason, Lu Qiqi felt that she should keep a distance from Hao Ziyu. She also felt that if she asked Hao Ziyu directly, would he tell the truth? Lu Qiqi didn't dare to take risks. If she could be here, she would also have this person. If she said it like this, her life would be in danger. Cheer. What's wrong with you? Hao Ziyu suddenly spoke, startling Lu Qiqi. And she subconsciously explained, I was wondering why I have a headache when I see the second castle owner. After saying that, she looked at Hao Ziyu. Hao Ziyu heard this and looked at Xiangfeng. Xiangfeng knew that she had done something wrong and quickly lowered her head. Hao Ziyu walked into the house without saying anything, and Lu Qiqi followed him in. Lu Gang stood at the door. After Lu Qiqi saw Hao Ziyu sitting down, she saw Xiangfeng just standing there stupidly, and said, serve the tea. Xiangfeng reacted and quickly took action to serve 2 cups of tea to the castle owner and the young lady respectively. Hao Ziyu picked up the teacup, just smelled it, and looked unhappy. Li Gang, Castle owner. Li Gang came to him. Go get a can of new tea that just arrived this year. Yes. Li Gang responded and left quickly. Lu Qiqi understood that some people thought the tea was not good. So she went to get better tea. She also found it difficult to swallow the tea when she drank it for the first time. I have always wanted better tea. And now the opportunity has come. Thinking of this, I feel that Hao Ziyu is a good person. A new question has come up again. Didn't Hao Ziyu find anything wrong? Just thinking about it, I met Hao Ziyu's eyes. What's wrong? Hao Ziyu asked. Nothing. Lu Qiqi looked at Hao Ziyu, and his sincerity made her subconsciously ask. Didn't the castle lord find that I am different from before? What do you mean? Didn't the castle lord find that I am different from before? Hao Ziyu said. I was too busy some time ago, and we didn't have much contact. I don't know you very well. Don't worry. I will make it up to you in the future. Lu Qiqi thought. Is that so? As he said, Hao Ziyu didn't find that he was different from before, which is also reasonable. However, she always felt that as the lord of Fakin Fort, Hao Ziyu should be in control of any disturbance in Fakin Fort. Her current status should be within the scope of Hao Ziyu's concern. From the attitude of the maids and servants of Fakin Fort, it can be seen that Hao Ziyu should be dissatisfied with this marriage. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi felt that this was a good thing. Her mood improved, and she saw the tea that Li Gang brought. She hadn't drunk it yet, but she knew it was good tea just by smelling the smell in the air. Wait for Xiangfeng to brew the tea and send it to her. Lu Qiqi picked up the teacup and smelled a familiar smell. After taking a sip, the familiar feeling came to her heart again. Hao Ziyu glanced at the woman, picked up the teacup, and saw the woman's expression, and his eyebrows slightly clustered. Do you like this taste? Well, this tea has a faint fragrance. It should be the special production process that will better preserve the taste of the tea. You know? Hao Ziyu asked. Lu Qiqi blurted out the words, and when she looked at Hao Ziyu, the light in his eyes made Lu Qiqi cautious. Say it like that? It will make me seem like I know a lot. Hee hee. Hao Ziyu continued to drink tea. The two drank quietly for a while, and Lu Qiqi always felt that Hao Ziyu had something to say. After waiting for a long time, he didn't speak, thinking that she was too suspicious. When Hao Ziyu got up to leave, Lu Qiqi got up to see him off. As soon as she reached the door, Hao Ziyu said again, Mother has been living in the temple for some time. When Mother comes back, we will get married? Lu Qiqi's mouth twitched. Don't be so anxious. In theory, you should get married on the day you came to Fakin Castle. Mother was not here, and there were too many things around me, so it was delayed until now. I was not thoughtful enough, and you have been wrong during this period. Lu Qiqi didn't feel wronged. She wanted to continue to shirk responsibility, but she had a hunch that she couldn't tell the truth at this time. Everything is arranged by the lord of the castle. Master Tam will come to measure you tomorrow. You can tell Master Tam what kind of wedding dress you like. Okay. You just woke up not long ago. You are very weak. If you need anything, tell me. Okay. Do you have anything to say? Lu Qiqi thought for a while. I haven't thought of it yet. I will tell the lord of the castle when I think of it. Hao Ziyu glanced at her and left quickly. After everyone left, Lu Qiqi was anxiously turning around in place. Xiangfeng thought that the young lady was happy. Miss, that's great. The lord of the castle has finally decided to get married. Are you happy? Lu Qiqi asked. Xiangfeng then realized that the young lady's face was not right. Miss, what's wrong with you? Lu Qiqi looked at Xiangfeng. She wanted to say that she didn't want to get married and wouldn't get married. She couldn't believe Xiangfeng from the bottom of her heart. I don't think I'm worthy of the castle owner? Xiangfeng smiled. Miss, you are engaged. The castle owner said he wants to get married. Miss, just wait to be a beautiful bride. Lu Qiqi knew that it was useless to say more, so she simply stopped talking. She found a reason to send Xiangfeng away, and thought about how to leave this place. At first, she didn't think it was urgent, relying on Fakin Castle to settle down first, and then slowly regain her memory. Now it seems that this trick won't work. Thinking of Hao Zimin, there are so many people here, but she has some feelings for Hao Zimin. If she regains her memory from this person, it will be faster. As long as she proves that she is not the real Sidiqi, she doesn't have to marry Hao Ziyu. This is also a way to solve a problem. I want to rush to Hao Ziyu and confess immediately. But Lu Qiqi doesn't have the courage and confidence. Just when she was struggling, Xiangfeng ran in from outside happily. Miss, what do you think this is? Lu Qiqi didn't want to pay attention. Xiangfeng had already come to Lu Qiqi with a small basket. Miss, look, there are walnuts like this. Chapter 323 Indecent Assault. Lu Qiqi looked over and asked, Paper walnut? Is this called a paper walnut? As soon as Xiangfeng finished asking, Lu Qiqi had already taken a paper walnut and crushed it with a pinch. Miss, it's really as you said. It will crush with a pinch. Xiangfeng was halfway through her words when her eyes changed and she lowered her voice and asked, Who are you? When Lu Qiqi heard this, she paused slightly when eating the walnut. I thought, you finally found it. What are you talking about? Lu Qiqi asked calmly. You are not Mississippi. Why? Miss has never eaten this kind of walnut, let alone know that it is called a paper walnut. Miss rarely drinks, does not know how to taste wine, and does not know what you call top-up. Lu Qiqi calmly finished eating a walnut and looked at Xiangfeng, her eyes fixed on her eyes. You finally found out? You are really not the lady? Xiangfeng cried in grievance, then knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I don't know who you are. Please let my lady go. Lu Qiqi helped Xiangfeng up. I don't know who I am either. I woke up in this place. You told me that my name is Situchi. I have some vague memories in my head these days. I have forgotten my past. But I am sure that I am not the Situchi you mentioned. Xiangfeng looked at Lu Qiqi carefully, trying to confirm whether this was true. Lu Qiqi felt relieved because she had told the secret in her heart, and let Xiangfeng look at her. You really didn't harm my lady? I have forgotten my past memories. I don't know where your lady is, and I don't know why I am here. I just think that this should not be a coincidence. Someone did it on purpose. As for why, I can't answer you now. Xiangfeng was silent for a while. You can't marry the castle owner. The castle owner belongs to the young lady, and no one else can take him away. Lu Qiqi smiled. I won't marry him. Xiangfeng saw that the young lady's words didn't seem to be false, so he believed it temporarily. Both of them were silent for a while. Lu Qiqi asked, Who told you that your young lady fell off a horse and got injured? The housekeeper told me. Tell me what you saw that day. Since the young lady came to Fagan Castle, she has been in a bad mood and was unhappy all day. Later, she was bedridden and didn't get better after taking a lot of medicine. I was worried about it all day. I don't know why. One day when I was boiling medicine for you, I didn't know when you woke up or when you left. When I found out, I was worried that the young lady would not open it first. So I went out to look for you. I searched for a long time, but couldn't find you. When I came back and wanted to ask the housekeeper for help, I heard that you were injured while riding a horse. That's all? That's all I know? Lu Qiqi thought. Is her home near Fagan Castle? Otherwise, she wouldn't have swapped the two people so quickly. There are many strange things in her mind. I can't say it specifically for a while. I always feel that there are too many doubts. After thinking for a while, she asked, When you found me, did you think there was anything wrong with me? Xiangfeng heard this and thought carefully. I heard that the young lady was seriously injured. I didn't think too much. But what? Xiangfeng thought for a while and said, I haven't seen the inner clothes that the young lady was wearing at that time. Where is it? Lu Qiqi was anxious. This might be the key to her memory. Xiangfeng saw that the young lady was so anxious, and hurriedly looked for the inner clothes that the young lady had changed out of at that time. When she found the inner garment, Lu Qiqi looked at it, and many pictures flashed through her mind. These pictures made the pain in her head worse. She squatted on the ground with her hands holding her head in pain, looking very painful. Xiangfeng was scared. Miss, what's wrong with you? Lu Qiqi felt her head hurt even more, and she knew why. She would rather die in pain than miss this opportunity. At this time, there was a noise in the yard. Xiangfeng was worried about Lu Qiqi and didn't hear it. When Hao Zimin brought a gift and asked about it, he saw the scene when he entered the door. What happened? Hao Zimin asked. Don't say it. Lu Qiqi is really beautiful. It's a pity to give her to Hao Ziyu. For Fagan Castle, he can only send the woman away. Xiangfeng heard the noise, saw the second fortress master, and saw his lustful eyes looking at the young lady. She was scared. Second fortress master, what are you going to do? Lu Qiqi had a terrible headache. When she heard the second fortress master, she suddenly looked up and saw Hao Zimin standing at the door. A picture suddenly appeared in her mind. It was the picture of the man falling into the water. This picture was very clear, which made Lucichi's head ache more severe. She could no longer bear it, and fainted from the pain. Young lady. Young lady. Xiangfeng cried heartbreakingly. She knew that the woman in front of her was not her real young lady. Through the contact these days, and the words just now, she knew that this woman was also used by others. Now that Hao Zimin was here, she was worried that she could not protect the young lady. Now this woman was wearing the young lady's face. If her reputation was ruined by Hao Zimin at this time, let alone marrying the fortress master, it would be hard to say whether she could survive. She wanted to cry out loudly to attract the attention of people outside, and hoped that there would be good people in Faking Castle who could save them from danger. What happened to Miss Situ? Hao Zimin also felt at this moment that if Lucichi died here, he would pass the news to the prince, and Hao Ziyu would still not survive. Mississippi. Xiangfeng wanted to call someone over, but she knew that the influence of the second castle owner in Faking Castle was only lower than that of the castle owner, and others did not dare to come in. Thinking of this, she could only make a big noise, hoping to attract more people's attention, and to get the news to the castle owner's ears, so that the young lady could be rescued. Knowing that there was little hope, as a maid, she could only do this. When Xiangfeng screamed until her voice was hoarse, and she saw the second fortress owner reaching out to the young lady, Xiangfeng was desperate. In order to protect the young lady, she also risked her life. Second fortress owner, what are you going to do to the young lady? Hao Zimin was annoyed when he saw the maid getting in the way, so he grabbed Xiangfeng's hair and threw her out. When he attacked Lucichi, a sword suddenly approached. He felt the murderous aura and dodged it wittily. When he recovered, he saw that the person who attacked was actually Hao Ziyu. Hao Ziyu! Damn it! The dissatisfaction that had always been there broke out at this moment. Brother, what are you doing? Hao Ziyu hugged Lucichi into his arms and pointed the sword at Hao Zimin. What do you want to do to the young lady? Hao Zimin was furious and wanted to kill the man in front of him. But he knew that this was Faking Castle, and today's plan was not comprehensive. It was unlikely that he wanted to kill Hao Ziyu. If it didn't work once, it would be difficult to have the next time. Thinking of this, he smiled with his fat face. Brother, you misunderstood. I came here because I heard the shouting. Ahem. Xiangfeng climbed in with the help of the door sill. The second castle master wants to molest the young lady. As soon as he said this, Xiangfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. Hao Ziyu heard this and rushed directly towards Hao Zimin with the sword in his hand, because there was a woman in Hao Ziyu's arms. Hao Zimin noticed Hao Ziyu's murderous intention and quickly dodged. But he was still a step slower, and the sword in Hao Ziyu's hand had already pierced into Hao Zimin's shoulder. Chapter 324. The young lady wakes up. Hao Zimin couldn't believe it. He stared at Hao Ziyu. Brother, you don't believe your own brother just because of a maid's nonsense? The noise was very loud. As the voice fell, many people rushed in from outside. As long as Hao Zimin said a word, they would immediately take action. Hao Ziyu stared at Hao Zimin and drew back the sword. Hao Zimin did something unkind to the young lady. Take him down first. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Hao Zimin stopped acting after hearing this. He drew out the soft sword hidden in his waist, and a fight had begun. The sound of ping-pong was heard by everyone in Fieshenbao, and it was a death warrant. Soon, everyone in the courtyard of Chuingji was taken down by the people led by Li Gang. Hao Ziyu had been holding Lucichi, and it was not difficult for him to deal with the injured Hao Zimin. When Hao Zimin was forced to kneel on the ground by Hao Ziyu, Hao Zimin was angry. Hao Ziyu, you killed your brothers for a woman. He was killed by surprise and regretted being too careless. Take him away. Soon, the dark guards heard the order, came forward, and took Hao Zimin away. Hao Zimin cursed all the way, but he couldn't change his fate of being caught. Soon, the news that the castle lord was angry for his beloved and did not hesitate to attack the second castle lord spread throughout Faking Castle. Some people think that the second castle lord, who has been arrogant for so many years, has finally suffered retribution. Some people think that Sitachi is a disaster star. Her parents died, and her eldest brother didn't want her anymore. She has only been in Faking Castle for a short time, and she has become like this. She is an ominous person. At this time, Chuinju is a different scene. Old Zhang took Lucichi's pulse and confirmed that her current condition is very bad. How is it? Hao Ziyu was anxious. The young lady was stimulated, and the situation is not optimistic. Old Zhang is not sure whether the woman lying on the bed can wake up. Now he has a general idea. The woman became like this because of Hao Ziming's stimulation. I don't know what Hao Ziming did to the woman when she fell to the ground. And she became like this. He heard that Hao Ziming forced many women to death. And the current situation is not optimistic. If it were an ordinary person, she would die. But the future wife of the castle lord, the second castle lord, dared to do it. It was really a death. Looking at the anxious look of the castle lord, it was obviously tempted. Old Zhang was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything casually. Hao Ziyu tried to suppress the anger in his heart and asked Old Zhang to go down to prepare the medicine. After everyone left, Hao Ziyu took out a small medicine bottle from his arms. After hesitating again and again, he still opened it and took out a pill and put it to the woman's mouth. He didn't want to do this. Even Lao Zhang was not sure about something. He couldn't take risks. As the medicine took effect in the woman's mouth, seeing the woman's brows gradually opening, he knew that the woman would be fine soon. Hao Ziyu was very conflicted because he was afraid to face the woman when she woke up. At this time, Li Gang arrived with a serious face. Hao Ziyu only took a look, put the woman's hand into the quilt, carefully covered her with the quilt, and came to the yard. Li Gang saw all the actions of the castle owner, and he had a bad feeling in his heart about the news he wanted to get. When he was hesitant, he saw the back of the castle owner, stepped forward, and took out a letter. Castle Lord, this is news from the capital. Hao Ziyu looked at the envelope in front of him, and knew it was a secret letter from Faking Castle. After hesitating for a while, he opened the envelope. The moment he opened it, there was a portrait. Hao Ziyu saw at a glance that this was the woman lying on the bed. Finally knowing the identity of the woman, Hao Ziyu's heart was complicated. He didn't give himself too much time to think about it and asked, "Who is she?" Judging from the woman's behavior, she should be the daughter of a wealthy family. According to the current strength of Fiishenbao, he didn't want to get too close to the ministers in the court and arouse the suspicion of the royal family. Today, he wanted to take a risk for this woman. Crown Princess. Li Gang finished speaking and lowered his head. What did you say? Hao Ziyu never thought that the woman living in Fiishenbao now was actually the Crown Princess. Thinking of several contacts with women, he felt that her behavior was not suitable for the Crown Princess at all. Women in the palace are good at business and calculation. He saw a woman who would not be artificial. Such a person would not be the Crown Princess. It must be his subordinates who made a mistake. He tried to convince himself, and then saw Li Gang's expression, and then looked at the portrait in his hand. He knew that this was true, but he couldn't accept it. He glanced at the room behind him, thought about the woman lying in it, and told Li Gang to take care of her. And he fled in embarrassment. Li Gang knew that the lord of the castle had made up his mind. He knew it was not the real Sidiqi, but he couldn't accept that it was the Crown Princess. Thinking of the style of the prince in Beijing, he really didn't dare to neglect it. No matter how powerful Faking Castle was, it didn't dare to really collide with the prince in Beijing. As the right-hand man of the lord of the castle, he heard some rumors about the prince. Many people were transferred from Faking Castle to protect the entire Chuanju. If the lord of the castle hadn't given the order, he would have arranged for someone to approach the prince secretly immediately, and minimize the disaster brought to Faking Castle by this incident before the matter got out of hand. Damn Hao Ziming. He had always coveted the position of the castle lord. This time he went out just to find external forces to overthrow the castle lord. What he didn't expect was that Hao Ziming went to the capital and stole the crown princess back to be the castle lord's fiancée. Too bold. Who is the prince? Will he let Faking Castle go easily? What he was most worried about was that the castle lord was attracted to the crown princess. What should he do now? Study. Hao Ziyu locked himself in the study and didn't come out until late at night. Li Gang was worried about the castle lord, so he came to report when Lu Qiqi woke up. Seeing that the study was dark, he knew that the castle lord was inside. He came to the door and said in a low voice, "Castle lord, the lady is awake." Hao Ziyu, who was like a petrified man in the room, heard the noise and turned his head to look at the door. How is she now? She just woke up, and I don't know the situation inside yet. Li Gang just finished saying this and felt a gust of wind flash by. Looking at the open door of the study, he saw that it was empty. The castle lord, who was talking inside just now, disappeared. Knowing where the castle lord went, he walked slowly to Chuanju. They knew that Sidiqi beside them was not the real Sidiqi. According to the ability of the prince, He would soon know this place. I don't know what will happen. But it must be a big deal. He felt the most distressed for the castle lord. It was not easy to meet someone he liked. But it was not Situchi who looked exactly like him, but the princess. What a fate! Hao Ziyu came to Chuinju at the fastest speed. As soon as he entered the yard, he had martial arts, and his hearing was more acute than that of ordinary people. Hearing the movement inside, he knew that the woman had really woken up. Except for being a little weak, there was nothing wrong. He knew that the medicine given by that person was naturally the best. He wanted to go in and see how the woman was now. As soon as he walked to the steps at the door, he heard the movement inside and stopped in his tracks. Xianfeng, bring me the underwear I was wearing at that time. Lu Qiqi woke up, feeling a little weak, but she was eager to know something. Chapter 325. Are you leaving? Yes. Xianfeng heard it, and immediately dragged her inconvenient body to bring the inner clothes. Lu Qiqi saw that Xianfeng was not right at a glance. What's wrong with you? I just sprained my foot? It's nothing serious. Lu Qiqi heard this, and had no doubts. She looked at the inner clothes that Xianfeng brought. It looked very good quality, and comfortable to touch. She looked at it carefully in her hand again and again. And suddenly a yellow thing fell down. Lu Qiqi looked over. The moment she saw it, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Miss, what's wrong with you? Hao Ziyu, who was outside the door, was planning to leave. Hearing the noise, he rushed in. The moment he entered, he saw the woman crying, and he stepped forward and hugged the woman into his arms. Lu Qiqi couldn't accept it for a while, because many pictures appeared in her mind. Suddenly, she was hugged by a strange embrace. She was dazed for a moment, and quickly pushed the other party away. Hao Ziyu was a little surprised, and took a few steps back before he could steady himself. Lu Qiqi looked at the strange man in front of her. She knew that this man was the lord of Faking Castle. She never thought that she would come to Faking Castle, and appear as his fiancé. Now there are many doubts in her mind. No matter how much Hao Ziyu knows, she must tell the truth. Thinking of her last memory in the East Palace, Lu Qiqi is now sure that the real Situchi and Hao Zimin are in the same group. It may be a bit cruel to the man in front of her, but it has nothing to do with her. She shouldn't be involved in their conspiracy. Xianfeng, I'm hungry. Go and prepare some food for me. Xianfeng was startled just now, and she left carefully when she saw that the castle lord was not angry. When only Hao Ziyu and Lu Qiqi were in the room, Lu Qiqi said, I have recovered my memory. Hao Ziyu's heart sank, but he did not show it on his face. That's good. My mother is coming back. Then Lu Qiqi did not give him a chance to finish, and interrupted him anxiously. I am not Situchi. This was Lu Qiqi's last dignity for this man. Hao Ziyu looked at Lu Qiqi. The woman said something he knew clearly, and his heart was very complicated. When he asked Lao Zhan to stop the woman's medication and gave her a pill, he guessed the result. When it really happened and the woman said it again, he had no excuse to deceive himself. If you are not Situchi, who is it? Lu Qiqi. Xier. No wonder the woman did not reject this name when she heard it. It turned out to be because of this. My father is the magistrate of Huangshan County. If the lord of the fort doesn't believe it, he can send someone to investigate. Hao Ziyu glanced at her and said, I will send someone to investigate. Lu Qiqi was silent. The man's reaction was not intense. It seemed that he had some doubts before. Neither of them spoke for a long time, knowing that the words just now were too heavy and both needed to digest. At this moment, Xianfeng came in with a bowl of porridge. Miss, please eat a bowl of porridge first. Lu Qiqi picked up the small bowl and ate directly. For someone who had not eaten for almost a day, she was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. Because she had recovered her memory, she had made it clear with Hao Ziyu that she believed that the lord of Fakin Fort, who could make the family business so big, should be a true gentleman. For this, she was eager to eat. After eating the porridge, she asked Xianfeng, when will those dishes be ready? It should be soon. Xianfeng didn't dare to say it. Because of what happened today, some of the people in the kitchen went to sleep. And some were the second master's people. Because of the second master's arrest, they vented their resentment on the young lady, and it might be difficult to eat. Hao Ziyu saw the problem at a glance, told Lu Qiqi to have a good rest, and left soon. Lu Qiqi was too hungry and wanted to eat. After enduring an instant stick of time, She saw exquisite meals being served, and she ate heartily. Xiangfeng was frightened by the way the young lady ate. I don't know what she used to do. After getting along with her for this period of time, she should be a young lady from a wealthy family. But, do young ladies from wealthy families eat like this? Lu Qiqi was only concerned with eating. And when she was full, she asked Xiangfeng to leave. At this time, she found that Xiangfeng was not right. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. Xiangfeng still wanted to pretend. Lu Qiqi glanced at her, and was about to get up to find Lao Zhang to treat Xiangfeng. When she saw the small bottle next to her, she recognized it as Chu Xiang's medicine bottle. This bottle was given to her by Hao Ziyu. She thought of what Hao Ziyu said. That if she found Chu Xiang first, she would be able to find the way back. She quickly picked up the small medicine bottle, poured out a pill, and gave it to Xiangfeng to eat. Xiangfeng felt very uncomfortable, seeing that the young lady cared about her so much. She took the medicine with pain. Xiangfeng, you are also tired all day. Go to bed early. Young lady. I am tired too. You go to bed first. Xiangfeng's body has reached its limit. She was really injured by the second castle lord's previous throw. After waking up, she had to take care of the young lady, and couldn't take care of herself. Hearing this now, she was really tired. She insisted on seeing the young lady lie down before going to rest. Lu Qiqi heard the footsteps going away, and knew that Xiangfeng had gone to her room. After waiting for a while, and making sure there was no movement, she got up, and went to the yard alone. Looking up at the moon in the sky, it was the same as what she saw in the capital. I wonder how the people in the East Palace are doing. Did the prince find out that the people around him were impersonated by others? Did he look for her everywhere? How should she get back to the capital? Lu Qiqi wrote all her worries on her face, and didn't notice that anyone on the roof in the distance was looking at this side. The two stayed in this posture all night. When the light appeared in the sky, Lu Qiqi got up, and went back to the house. She knew that some of it was clear, and she should leave this place. When she entered the door, she thought that she only had a talisman besides her inner clothes. There was nothing to pack. Thinking about so many things that happened yesterday, she was leaving, and had to tell Hao Ziyu and Xiangfeng. As for Situchi, whom Xiangfeng was worried about, she was now living in the East Palace as the crown princess. Situchi had wanted to escape from everything here, so she joined forces with Hao Zimin. Just as she was thinking, she heard a noise behind her, and thought it was Xiangfeng. Xiangfeng, I'm not your daughter. I'm leaving today. You can stay in Fagan Castle. You want to leave? The sudden male voice behind her made Lu Qiqi look back, and see Hao Ziyu standing at the door. He was facing the sun, and couldn't see his expression. She could only feel that he was in a bad mood from his breath. Lu Qiqi said, I'm not Situchi. It's not appropriate for me to live here. I've sent someone to notify your family. You can stay here with peace of mind. Family? Lu Qiqi was anxious when she thought of herself saying that her home was in Huangshan County. Who did you tell? I've sent someone to send a message to the magistrate of Huangshan County. I believe there will be news soon. No. Lu Qiqi was anxious. Why? Hao Ziyu felt a little relieved when he heard this. But the joy in his heart had not yet blossomed, and was frozen in place by the next sentence. I don't want to worry my parents. If you want to contact them, go find your friend Chu Xiang. Do you know Chu Xiang? Chapter 326, He is not my brother. I know him. He is my lifesaver, and gave me a bottle of medicine. She looked at the small medicine bottle that Hao Ziyu gave her. Hao Ziyu did not expect that his kindness would help the woman recover her memory. Faced with this situation, no matter how reluctant he was, he forced himself to face it. I will arrange it now. Hao Ziyu walked to the door, and turned back to say, if you feel uncomfortable living in this yard, I can arrange another yard. If possible. He hoped that the woman would live in this yard, at least so that he could pretend that something did not happen, and he could also let him lie to himself again. Lu Qiqi thought that she would leave here soon, and if she changed to another yard, it would bring a lot of inconvenience. No need. Hao Ziyu nodded and left quickly. After all this tossing, Lu Qiqi felt a little tired and fell on the bed to rest for a while. Unexpectedly, she slept until noon. She woke up when she smelled the fragrance of the food. The moment she opened her eyes, her mind was not clear, and she walked out while rubbing her eyes. She saw a table full of various delicacies. She walked over, sat down and started eating. After eating for a while, she found Hao Ziyu sitting opposite. The owner of the castle? Xianfeng was speechless. The owner of the castle has always been there. And you came out and started eating. So no one can see it. Okay, miss. The owner of the castle has always been there. But Lu Qiqi, who was a little slow to react, realized what she had done. She smiled awkwardly. Sorry. There was a handsome guy sitting next to me, and I didn't notice it. I'll punish myself with a glass of wine. Seeing that there was no wine on the table, she picked up the teacup and said, Take tea instead of wine, and punish yourself with a cup. Lu Qiqi drank it by herself and turned the teacup upside down. Hao Ziyu said nothing and started eating. Lu Qiqi ate very vigorously during the meal, and Hao Ziyu was later led astray by her. She ate with big mouthfuls and seemed to have not eaten for a few days. After the meal, Lu Qiqi was so full that she could not walk anymore. So she went for a walk in the yard to digest the food. Hao Ziyu's condition was not too good. So she went for a walk with Lu Qiqi. Hao Ziyu said nothing. Lu Qiqi walked for a while, felt a little embarrassed, and took the initiative to open the topic. Don't ask me what happened. I don't know much. I can be here. And the most important thing I need to ask is your good brother. He is not my brother. Hao Ziyu said. Lu Qiqi nodded. After such a thing happened, it was destined that they would not even have brothers in the future. Thinking about it, he said, Your fiancé is in the East Palace. Hao Ziyu stopped. He had never looked for Sitichi, and he didn't care whether she lived or died. When he heard this suddenly, what else did he not understand? Finally figured out why the two of them switched places without being discovered. Even though the distance between Beijing and Fieshenbao was so far. Thinking of this, Hao Ziyu clenched his fists. Damn it! That woman had colluded with Hao Zimin and deliberately put Fieshenbao in trouble. Lu Qiqi knew that this matter should not be said. The development of the matter to this point also indirectly explained her identity. If an ordinary family exchanged people, it might not be a big problem. The royal family and the richest Fieshenbao. Such a collision will not end well. When in Beijing, the prince had the intention of moving Fieshenbao. Now it seems that this struggle will not end easily. Lu Qiqi also knew that if Hao Ziyu killed her at this time, and then covered up all the traces, she might be able to hide for a while. She also thought of Sitichi in the East Palace. Her identity would be discovered sooner or later, and she would still find Faking Castle at that time. Considering that they had known each other for a long time, Lu Qiqi could only say so much. Lu Qiqi paused for a while, saw the stunned Hao Ziyu, said nothing, and walked into the house. When she entered the door and saw the nervous Xianfeng, she knew her little thoughts and did not tell her the cruel truth at this time. Don't worry. I won't have that kind of thought about the castle owner. Xianfeng smiled. Seeing the young lady walking towards the inner hall, she followed behind. Young lady already knows who she is. Will she leave soon? Yes. Xianfeng suddenly felt reluctant. But she was a maid in the Situ mansion and could not be disloyal. Will I see you again in the future? We will meet if we are destined to. Xianfeng was satisfied and served Lu Qiqi more attentively. While Xianfeng was busy, Lu Qiqi took a book as a cover and summoned the system. There was no response after several summons. She took out the lost amulet from her arms. The words of the system were still ringing in her ears. Could it be that the big event was now? If this was true, the amulet was still in good condition, which meant that the real danger was still behind. Would it be what she was most worried about? How could she minimize the risk of this matter? Lu Qiqi thought about it for a day, but got no results. And she was depressed. Xianfeng saw that the young lady was in a bad mood and wanted to make her happy. She tried several methods, but none of them worked. Seeing the paper shell walnuts that the young lady liked, she quickly sent the paper shell walnuts and tea. Lu Qiqi looked over and saw how hard Xianfeng tried to please her. This matter had nothing to do with her. Lu Qiqi didn't want her to know too much. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. This is what Li Gang sent that day. Well, does the young lady like this taste? This tea is much better than the original tea. This tea was sent by the master of the fort, so it is naturally the best. Lu Qiqi smiled. She had never tasted it, but she blindly said it was good. Her personality is really similar to Chunbai. Do you know that I have a maid named Chunbai by my side, who is very similar to you? Really? Xianfeng found it interesting. Just as silly as you. She always thinks of others in everything. I am not as good as you say. Xianfeng blushed. Lu Qiqi, tell me, what kind of person is your young lady in your eyes? My young lady is a very good person and is very tolerant to me. But since the master and the lady passed away one after another, the eldest young master and the young lady could not tolerate the young lady. And they also blamed the master and the lady's death on the young lady. Later, they shamelessly sent the young lady to Faken Castle and took away many treasures before leaving, which made the young lady's life in Faken Castle even more miserable. Did your young lady ever think of leaving? Xiang Feng shook her head. No. Life here is so miserable. Why do you force yourself to stay here? Except for this place. The young lady has nowhere to go. Where is your young lady's grandmother's home? We haven't been in contact for many years. And the young lady is not familiar with that place. So you came to Faken Castle? Thinking about what she saw, she didn't think Sidichi was a person without a strong opinion. She should have great ambitions and revenge. It was her acting skills that were more superb and hid it from so many people. Lu Qiqi understood this in her heart and didn't plan to tell the simple Xiang Feng. My young lady is so pitiful. I don't know where she is now. Is she being bullied? Xiang Feng said with tears in her eyes. Lu Qiqi comforted her softly. People can only grow up after experiencing things. Your young lady has grown up after experiencing so many things. Miss, you are really good at talking. The mouth is used for eating and talking. I just use the mouth better. Xiangfeng was amused by Lu Qiqi. Soon, Xiangfeng was curious about Lu Qiqi's past. Miss, what did you do before? Chapter 327 Meet Prime Minister Chu again. Of course it's Miss. Xiangfeng said confidently. That's right. Lu Qiqi smiled. Someone misunderstood her. But she didn't explain. I'll leave soon. What are your plans next? I'll wait for Miss to come back. It's a blessing for your Miss to have such a loyal maid like you. It's a pity that some people don't know how to cherish. Thinking about what Situchi had experienced. According to the engagement between Hao Ziyu and her, becoming the young lady of Faken Castle is a good thing that many people dream of. But some people just easily ruin the happiness they got. What a pity. She just thought about Situchi in her heart. Without much feeling. She was thinking about where she was going. I don't know when the prince will know the news. When they can meet. And what should she say when they meet? The more she thought about it, the more uncertain she felt. Lu Qiqi tried to summon the system again. But there was still no movement. At this moment, Hao Ziyu arrived. He first asked politely about her physical condition. After confirming that she was fine, he said that there was a problem with the restaurant in the town and wanted to ask Lu Qiqi to go and take a look. Lu Qiqi felt bored and agreed immediately. When she and Hao Ziyu took a carriage to the restaurant, seeing that the restaurant was in good condition, there was no customer. Lu Qiqi was surprised. Logically, all the customers that day had recharged, and the novelty should not have worn off so quickly. Master, Mississippi. When who? The shopkeeper saw the two people coming. He finally saw hope. Hao Ziyu went upstairs. Lu Qiqi also wanted to see what was going on. Butler who knew he was wrong. So he followed behind. And when he came to the third floor, he saw the third floor that had been smashed. Last time I came here, there were still people playing chess here. Now I see that something unpleasant has happened here. Shopkeeper who did not dare to hide it, and told the whole story. He was just a shopkeeper. He had seen chess but never played it. When he encountered this matter, he was also very worried. Lu Qiqi stood by. She felt that she did not need to come forward in this matter. According to Fiishinbeo's status in the world, it would not be impossible to solve this matter. Look at shopkeeper who again. To be a shopkeeper, he should have 2 brushes. If he can't handle this matter well, how can he be a qualified shopkeeper? This is someone else's business. And she doesn't want to get involved too much. Because Hao Ziyu didn't speak, Lu Qiqi pretended to be considerate and left tactfully. When she came downstairs, she saw Xiangfeng, who was bored and curious about everything around her, and said, "Let's go!" "Where to go?" "Take you to play." Lu Qiqi said this, and she left without waiting for Xiangfeng to react. Xiangfeng saw that the young ladies had left, and she hurriedly followed them. The restaurant was originally on a busy street, and there were bustling crowds outside. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning, and there were the most people at this time. Lu Qiqi hadn't been shopping properly since she came here. Walking on the street, she saw a lot of new things and bought all kinds of things. Xiangfeng followed behind, and saw that the young lady was also a person who had experienced great things, so she could accept it. On the contrary, her young lady, after experiencing the misfortune, had nothing but depression. Lu Qiqi just bought 2 big buns, took a bite, and thought it tasted good. She turned around and saw Xianfeng in the distance, and waved. Xianfeng. Xianfeng heard and ran over. Miss, what's wrong? Lu Qiqi was eating something in her mouth and couldn't speak. She stuffed the bun in her hand into Xianfeng's hand. Miss, what is this bun? For you. Lu Qiqi said this vaguely and started to walk around again. Xianfeng looked at the bun for a long time without eating it. When she heard Lu Qiqi's movement again, she took a bite of the bun and chased after her with a smile. How is it? Is it delicious? Delicious? Xianfeng nodded vigorously. I see there are delicious things. Let's go and try them. Lu Qiqi said this, holding the bun in one hand and Xianfeng in the other hand, and walked away. I felt that there were many people in the town today, as if there was some festival. Just when I felt strange, I heard children singing nursery rhymes in the distance. Listening carefully, it was a folk song. Lu Qiqi found it interesting and stopped to listen carefully. At this time, there was a knocking sound in the distance, and Lu Qiqi was curious. Miss, we are so lucky. Someone is getting married today. Getting married? Lu Qiqi stretched her neck and looked into the distance, seeing someone wearing a red dress, riding a big horse, and in the team behind, there was a red sedan chair. Thinking, every woman has fantasies and expectations about the future when getting married. The bride sitting in the sedan chair should be the same. Thinking of herself again. Now she is considered the crown princess, but she has never had a chance. Thinking, I still feel a little disappointed, just thinking about it. In the sound of blowing and pulling, Lu Qiqi heard a burst of hurried horse hooves. Lu Qiqi didn't care. She focused all her attention on the red sedan chair. When the wedding team walked away, Lu Qiqi continued to go shopping with Xianfeng. After eating a lot along the way, Lu Qiqi felt the local customs and culture for the first time. Lu Qiqi was generous and quickly put aside her lost mood and played here freely. After walking for a while, she found that Xianfeng had lost it again. So she turned back to look for it, and found Xianfeng in front of a jewelry stall. She saw at a glance that Xianfeng had taken a fancy to the hairpin, as if she didn't have enough silver in her hand. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi stepped forward, took the hairpin from Xianfeng's hand, and inserted it on Xianfeng's head. It's really beautiful. Miss, your servant. Xianfeng couldn't say it. Lu Qiqi didn't care. If you like it, buy it. We are not short of money, she said generously. And when she went to get her purse, the purse disappeared. Not long ago, she put the silver she found in it. How come it was gone in the blink of an eye? Xianfeng also noticed something was wrong. Miss, where is your purse? It should have been stolen. Hearing this, Xianfeng wanted to pull out the hairpin and return it to the store owner. But the store owner was unreasonable and said that it could not be returned after being worn. Lu Qiqi looked at the other party, the sharp-mouthed monkey, and didn't know how many people this trick had harmed. Thinking that the purse was still there just now, and it disappeared not long after arriving at the shop. And looking at the face of the store owner, he didn't know that he was a good person. Thinking that the store owner might be like others, bullying outsiders, wanted to beat this man up directly, but felt that this was untenable, and it would be bad if he was bitten back. I was about to leave, and didn't want to cause trouble for Haoziyu. So I pulled out the hairpin on my head, and was about to pay the bill when someone threw a silver coin to me. Lu Qiqi was grateful for the help, and said to the dumbfounded shopkeeper, "Give me the change." The shopkeeper was reluctant to see the duck he had caught fly away, but he could only think that he was unlucky because he saw that the man in the distance was not easy to deal with. Lu Qiqi took Xianfeng to thank the person who helped her. Seeing Chu Xiang standing not far behind her in a white robe, Lu Qiqi's eyes were red with excitement. Why are you here? The strength she had been pretending to be broke at this moment. Chapter 328. It's great to have you. Chu Xiang came up and looked at the woman carefully. Except for being a little thinner, she was in good condition. Are you okay? Lu Qiqi nodded and shook her head. Not okay. I see you've gained weight. And you still say you're not okay? How can I be fat? I've obviously lost weight. Okay. Lu Qiqi didn't realize that her words were meant to be coquettish. Xianfeng couldn't react for a long time, seeing the young lady talking to this man. She thought, this is the person the young lady likes. No wonder she doesn't like the castle lord. It turns out there are really men who are more beautiful than the castle lord. Chu Xiang smiled. She was originally good looking, and she was dressed in white. With such a smile, Everything around her instantly became eclipsed. Xiangfeng became a fangirl when she saw it. Lu Qiqi's situation was slightly better than Xiangfeng's. She reacted quickly and pushed Xiangfeng. Don't look into your eyes. You can't get it out? Xiangfeng immediately wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. I thought, how can I show such an expression to the person that my lady likes? What about you? Prime Minister Chu suddenly said, which made Lu Qiqi completely lost. Fortunately, Li Gang came over and resolved the embarrassment. Miss, the castle owner asks you to go back. After Li Gang finished speaking, he saw Prime Minister Chu next to him and was surprised. Prime Minister? How could the elusive Prime Minister be here now? Then he thought that the Crown Princess was in front of him. So what was impossible? Prime Minister Chu glanced back and forth at Lu Qiqi and Lu Gang's faces. You are in Faking Castle? Lu Qiqi curled her lips and sneered. Yes. I was invited here in a strange way. She said it naturally, and the sadness in her eyes showed Lu Qiqi's helplessness. Prime Minister Chu laughed again. I thought you were very capable. But it turns out you are just like this. If you were really capable, you wouldn't let Prime Minister Chu be my savior. Lu Qiqi smiled and suppressed her negative emotions. When the group returned to the restaurant again, Hao Ziyu saw the people coming from afar. Complex emotions flashed in his eyes. And when Prime Minister Chu and others came up to him, he returned to his original attitude of keeping people at a distance. Prime Minister Chu. Hao Ziyu clasped his fists. Excuse me, Prime Minister Chu said. Lu Qiqi followed behind without saying a word. She knew that Prime Minister Chu was here, and she could leave safely. So she was not too worried about some things. Prime Minister Chu is polite, Hao Ziyu said, and invited Prime Minister Chu and others to go in. Lu Qiqi followed slowly behind, thinking that she would tell Prime Minister Chu later that some things could not be told to the public. And it would be better not to have too many casualties in the matter between Fakian Fort and the prince. Something was on his mind. So he walked very slowly. The two people walking in front of him deliberately slowed down. Some words didn't need to be said. With a glance, they knew each other's thoughts. When the few people were quiet, they suddenly felt a murderous aura coming. Hao Ziyu subconsciously wanted to rush to the woman to protect her, but was grabbed by Chu Xiang. Lu Qiqi was in a bad mood and reacted slowly. When she was hugged and wanted to struggle, a familiar call instantly broke her defense. Qiqi. Lu Qiqi looked at the familiar and unshaven face in front of her as if in slow motion, and choked up and said, Why did you come just now? For the prince? All the words could not express his feeling of regaining what he had lost at this moment. Chu Xiang did not look back. Knowing the situation behind him, he pulled Hao Ziyu upstairs. Hao Ziyu was completely passive and was dragged away by Prime Minister Chu. When they reached the second floor, Prime Minister Chu lowered his voice and reminded, You'd better think clearly before you say something. Hao Ziyu looked at Prime Minister Chu. At this moment, he couldn't hide the complexity in his eyes. You are far away from the capital, so you may not know that the emperor attacked the crown princess because the crown prince cared too much about the crown princess. As a result, the crown prince did not even let the emperor go. Thinking of the completely rotten emperor, who was dragged to the court by the crown prince with extraordinary means. He was tired like a dog every day. If Hao Ziyu had thoughts that he shouldn't have, it would be unknown whether Faking Castle existed. Hao Ziyu snorted coldly. Do you think you can escape? Prince Chu sighed. Tell the news that he had just received. Situchi and Lu Qiqi were swapped. Do you know how Situchi is now? Hao Ziyu didn't care. Prime Minister Chu reminded someone. She is very fragile now. Hao Ziyu looked over. Fragile? You will know when you see her in person. Hao Ziyu understood that Situchi was on her way, and she was in a very bad condition now. At the same time, the prince held Lu Qiqi for a long time, and refused to let go. You die. Chun Bai, Qing Dai, and Zhou Yin were a little slower. When they arrived and saw the two people hugging each other, their eyes were red with excitement. They wanted nothing else, as long as the crown princess was intact. After Lu Qiqi was excited, she saw the four maids standing at the door and said, Are they all watching? Who is watching? After the prince said this, no one dared to look here. Yu Dai and others also went to find manager, who after being excited and generously booked the entire restaurant. Shopkeeper who saw the young lady hugging another man, and his jaw dropped in surprise. Hearing that someone had bought the whole thing, and seeing that people were carrying in many valuable things one after another. Shopkeeper who didn't care too much and quickly got busy. The prince held Lu Qiqi and looked at the busy people. I think this place is a good place even though it is remote. Let's start the tour here. What do you think? Lu Qiqi looked at the prince and knew that someone had started to settle accounts. So she didn't say anything. As long as the prince believed in herself, she could leave everything to this man. I just hope you don't kill too much. Smart Lu Qiqi wouldn't say it at the moment they reunited. She had been quietly accompanying him, watching everyone come in and out, and finally saw that they were done, and smiled and said, "Are you planning to move? Give it to you. Of course it's the best." Lu Qiqi smiled. She followed the prince's arrangements and didn't have to do anything. The meals were also made by Yu Dai, Chun Bai and others in the kitchen. While waiting, Lu Qiqi drank tea and ate dried fruits. And there were fruits beside her. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed such treatment. After so many things happened and she left the capital, she enjoyed this kind of treatment again. Lu Qiqi was satisfied and nestled in the man's arms and enjoyed it. When the familiar food was served, Lu Qiqi's eyes suddenly turned red. "Prince, it's great to have you." "Prince?" This was heard by who? The shopkeeper who was deliberately trying to find out the news. "Prince?" The wife of the young master of the fortress had an affair with the prince. Hearing this news, it was like being petrified. After Zhao Kai finished the things the prince had told him to do, he came to report. When he saw Hu, the shopkeeper who was blocking his way, he kicked him without saying a word. In an instant, Hu knelt on the ground with a bang and could never get up again. Zhao Kai walked into the private room and said, "Prince, Princess, how did things go? Situchi has been sent to Fagan Fort. And Hao Zimin took advantage of the chaos to escape." Chapter 329 The Prince's Fierceness. The prince paused. "Go down." Lu Qiqi heard clearly from the side that Situchi returned to Fagan Castle. She was not surprised, but was surprised that Hao Zimin escaped. She was a little worried. Hao Zimin was not as easy to deal with as he looked. Seeing that the prince was not angry, was he doing it on purpose? Just thinking about it, her nose was scratched. "Don't you like these dishes?" She didn't want the woman to be distracted by this matter, even for a short while. "I like it." Lu Qiqi deliberately took a big bite and stuffed the prince's mouth full again. The two of them had a meal for more than an hour. Lu Qiqi yawned in the prince's arms after eating and drinking. The prince knew that women had the habit of taking naps. He had a lot of things to deal with when he arrived, but none of these were as urgent as the woman. He held the woman in his arms until she woke up from her lunch break, and then he took her to stroll around the town. At this time, Lu Qiqi realized that there were so many fun things around, and many people from other places came here to play. Lu Qiqi also saw various natural scenic spots. She saw all the natural wonders such as waterfalls, water curtain caves, and underground palaces. She also saw the Rainbow Valley with her own eyes. Lu Qiqi liked the Rainbow Valley more, and went there 3 times. You can see the rainbow in broad daylight, and play on the slide here. Lu Qiqi played very crazy, like a child, laughing loudly and playing wantonly. In order to coax women, the prince would always generously pay for everything. He brought his own food and drinks, and there was nothing he couldn't get used to. Every day, the prince took Lu Qiqi to play at dawn, and returned to the restaurant at dark. After playing for more than half a month, we have tried all the fun places here. That day, Lu Qiqi stayed in the restaurant and didn't go anywhere. Chun Bai and others finally had the opportunity to have a good talk with the crown princess. After so many days, they confirmed that the crown princess was fine, and they were all happy after reuniting. "Crown princess, have you missed me during this period?" Chun Bai asked with a red face. "I didn't miss you at first, but then you came when I did," Lu Qiqi said. "The crown princess is so mean. I worry about her every day and can't eat or sleep well. I didn't expect the crown princess to be so cruel." Chun Bai pouted in dissatisfaction. "I lost my memory when I first came here. Where can I go to think about it?" Lu Qiqi didn't want to say too much about what happened here. The crown prince was around. According to his petty nature, if he talked too much, his petty nature would flare up, and I don't know how many people would suffer. Chun Bai's eyes were red again when she heard this. The crown princess must have had a hard time during that period. Right? Not really. Xiangfeng treated me as her lady, and was considerate in taking care of me. However, compared with my Chun Bai, I still lacked a little tacit understanding. Lu Qiqi deliberately spoke in a general way. Some things have passed. It is not good for anyone to describe oneself as miserable. Besides, Hao Ziyu is quite good to me. Thinking of this, I wonder what the situation of Fiishinbeo is now. These days, the prince is with me every day, and his actions towards Fiishinbeo are also very frequent. Really? Can this crown princess lie? Lu Qiqi said. Chunbai was happy, and took out a handful of pine nuts from her pocket, and gave them to the crown princess. Lu Qiqi glared at her. You little girl. You've also learned to be naughty. I saw this when I went out just now. I thought the crown princess would like it. So I bought some. Lu Qiqi looked at the big and full pine nuts. There are many mountains here. Feitian Fort is located in the south, and this place does not produce pine nuts. She then picked one up, peeled it open, and ate it. It tasted really good. Where did you buy it? Buy more next time. It was an old man who said he picked it himself. The price was not expensive. I knew the crown princess liked it, so I just bought them all. You're smart. Lu Qiqi thought that the pine nuts might have been sent to Chunbai deliberately by someone. The silly Chunbai couldn't see it, and she didn't point it out. After eating a handful, she made the excuse that it was too greasy and waited to eat it later. Chunbai couldn't hear it. Lu Qiqi said that while the crown prince was away, she would take the four of them to eat delicious food. Yu Dai disagreed, thinking of the dangers that the crown princess had experienced during this period, and didn't stop her. The five of them walked down a street, just like they were in the capital, talking all the time. Later, they saw a market not far away. Lu Qiqi thought of the most comfortable days in the Prince of Jin's mansion, and took the four maids to buy vegetables and meat. After all these were ready, they came to the restaurant and Lu Qiqi took them into the kitchen again. While Lu Qiqi was busy making donkey meat hot cakes, she was still mumbling. Wudalong sesame cakes are still delicious. When the four maids heard this, no one responded, and they remained silent. Lu Qiqi laughed. Look at you all so nervous. As if I want to harm the prince. Chunbai didn't say anything, just looked at them. The look in her eyes seemed to say, that's what you mean. I miss Wudalong's pancakes. But it's a pity that I can't eat them anymore. How about we change the name? No. Chunbai rejected it directly. Lu Qiqi didn't make it difficult. There is another kind of pancake that is delicious. Do you want to try it today? The four maids nodded in agreement. Lu Qiqi seemed to be encouraged and said, there is also a kind with stuffing, called Rigiamo. What is Rigiamo? The prince didn't know when he arrived. Hearing the noise, Lu Qiqi turned her head and saw the prince leaning against the kitchen door. Now he is no longer tired as when they first met that day, and he looks pleasing to the eye no matter how he looks at him. Does the prince want to eat it too? As long as it's made by you. I want to eat it. Okay. Wait a moment. After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she started to make it quickly. With the help of the four maids, Rigiamo was made very quickly. After it was done, Lu Qiqi brought a plate of Rigiamo to the prince. The prince picked one up and took a bite. How does it taste? Lu Qiqi asked. The prince suddenly approached. Not as good as yours. Lu Qiqi blushed. So in order to prevent the four maids from noticing, she could only pick up a meat bun and eat it. The prince saw the woman blushing, and felt more and more cute, and lowered his head and kissed her. Lu Qiqi wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but unfortunately, there was no hole, so she could only pull the prince away. The four maids were forced to eat a bellyful of dog food, and they couldn't eat any delicious food, so they simply accepted their fate and started working. After a meal, it seemed like they had returned to those comfortable days in the East Palace. As for the time when the crown princess disappeared, the four maids wisely didn't ask, and Lu Qiqi didn't say too much, and they all regarded this as a secret that could not be told. It was because the four maids had witnessed the prince's ruthlessness along the way, and had also seen with their own eyes how the fake princess was treated coldly when she was discovered, and how she was later taken care of by the prince, thinking that someone would have to lie in bed for the rest of her life, enduring all kinds of torture like a living dead. They felt that such a punishment was too easy for that bitch. Chapter 330. Beauty is in the bones, not in the skin. A man will never be satisfied after eating and drinking enough. Lu Qiqi was supposed to take a nap, but someone refused. After a fierce struggle, it was dark when Lu Qiqi woke up again. The four maids didn't say a word and served around tacitly. Lu Qiqi didn't care when she heard that the prince had gone out. There was only their table in the whole restaurant, so Lu Qiqi simply let them put a recliner in the backyard and lie on it comfortably, drinking tea, eating dried fruits, and talking about interesting things. Chunbai didn't keep her mouth shut, and gave a general account of Situchi's situation. That Situchi is unlucky. Tell me about it. Lu Chichi crushed a paper walnut with a click. On the way here, the prince was in a bad mood and always attacked Situchi. I saw her vomiting blood several times. Udai didn't expect Chunbai to say this, and wanted to stop her. But because the crown princess was there, she could only kick her twice secretly. Chunbai was too slow to react and didn't notice it. She just moved her body. Oh! Situchi is so annoying. Why is she annoying? She is just a poor lady who puts on airs in the East Palace. I treat her so well because she looks like you, the crown princess. Udai listened nearby and thought of Chunbai being tortured by Situchi. She felt very distressed. She knew that Chunbai was just trying to protect the reputation of the crown princess. What did she do? She disliked the dishes I cooked. So I cooked the dishes the crown princess liked every day. I felt relieved when I saw her jumping up and down in anger every day. Lu Chichi thought that Situchi was a master of acting, and could even hide it from the loyal maids around her. What dishes did you cook? We have fried dried radish and dried sweet potato porridge every day. Are you okay? Lu Chichi felt sorry for Chunbai's stupidity. She knew Situchi was not a good person, but she deliberately angered him. She was really stupid. I'm fine. Chunbai's face was full of pride. Lu Chichi thought Chunbai was too stupid, and she knew what kind of dedication was behind her stupidity. She felt that Situchi's experience was not a light one, as her loyal maid was treated like this. That night, Lu Chichi waited until the prince came back. The prince came back and saw that the woman was not asleep. You didn't sleep? Waiting for you to have something to do. The prince looked at her, pretended not to care, took off his coat and put it aside, and went to the table to drink a cup of cold tea, and then looked at the woman. You say? He knew in his heart that if the woman asked him to let Fieshenbeo go, he would not let it go, but would be more ruthless. It was because men other than him made her worry. Leave Situchi to me, Lu Chichi said directly. When the prince heard this, the tension in his heart disappeared and he asked, why? She dared to bully my maid. She must be tired of living. The prince sighed. I'll do it. No. I want to do it myself. Lu Chichi insisted. The prince thought about it, and felt that there was nothing wrong. So he agreed. The next day, after the two had breakfast, the prince and Lu Chichi took a carriage, and went directly to Faking Castle. This was the first time Lu Chichi came back since the prince came. Seeing Faking Castle, which was no different from the past. Could it be that the prince had not taken action during this period? Thinking about it, it seems unlikely. The prince is not a generous person. Hao Ziyu was talking to Prime Minister Chu in the study, and the housekeeper said in a panic that someone rushed in. Hao Ziyu also wanted to see who it was. When he walked over quickly and saw the prince and Lu Chichi standing in the yard, he tried to focus his eyes on the prince. I, the humble servant, pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Prince. Hao Ziyu saluted. When the housekeeper and others heard that it was the prince, they knelt on the ground one by one. The prince was satisfied that someone was tactful, and he was even happier when he found that the woman next to him did not look at Hao Ziyu. Chichi, Miss Situ is in Chuinju. You go. I have something to say to Lord Hao. Even though their actions satisfied him, the petty prince did not want his woman to have too much contact with men other than him. Yeah. Hao Ziyu heard this, and turned to look at Li Gang. Li Gang, lead the way for the crown princess. Yes. After Li Gang responded, he walked towards Lu Chichi. Crown princess, please come this way. Lu Chichi knew the intention of their actions, ignored the stunned eyes of the people around her, followed Li Gang, and walked towards Chuinji with 4 maids. Walking on the road to Chuinji, several people were silent all the way. When they arrived at Chuinji, Xiangfeng ran out of the house crying, and was stunned when she saw Lu Chichi. How dare you not salute the crown princess? Li Gang scolded. Crown princess? Xiangfeng had some reaction, but didn't care. Li Gang reminded her again, and Xiangfeng knelt on the ground to salute. Your servant greets the crown princess. Lu Chichi ignored Xiangfeng, and looked at Li Gang. Where is Situchi? Miss Situ is in the room, Li Gang said. After doing everything that should be done, Lu Chichi raised her foot, and walked inside. When she came to the bed, and saw the real Situchi, she was a little dazed. Situchi looked exactly like herself, except for being weak and pale. Situchi was resting with her eyes closed. When she heard the noise, and saw Lu Chichi in front of her, She knew that this was the real crown princess. Thinking of what she had experienced after her scheme was exposed, she looked at Lu Qiqi with a ferocious face. Lu Qiqi? You should call me crown princess. Don't be complacent, Situchi said. If you were content to be Situchi, you wouldn't be here today. Do you believe there will be two faces that look exactly like you? Situchi laughed, very wantonly. As she laughed loudly, Lu Qiqi heard the sound of bones breaking. Situchi, who was still laughing, was soon replaced by pain in her eyes. Lu Qiqi saw Situchi in pain, and she didn't want to do it again. It wasn't that she couldn't bear it, nor was she as curious as this person said. Even if she really had something to do with this person, what could she do? Now she was controlling this body, and it had nothing to do with Situchi. Li Gang watched carefully from the side. Until now, Situchi still didn't give up. She deserved what she was going through now. On the contrary, it was no wonder that the crown princess in front of her could make the castle owner look at her differently. As expected, beauty is in the bones, not in the skin. Xiangfeng finally reacted. Seeing the young lady in pain, she hurried forward to feed her medicine. Lu Qiqi saw Situchi's embarrassment and didn't want to do it. She deliberately looked at Chunbai and asked if she was satisfied. Chunbai smiled and nodded. Lu Qiqi was amused by her heartless look. Without saying anything, she took the 4 maids and left. Lu Gang followed them and left. Xiangfeng saw that the young lady she had served had left. She quickly put down the medicine bowl and ran out quickly. I respectfully send the crown princess off. Lu Qiqi turned around and looked at Xiangfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, Take care of yourself. Thank you, crown princess. Xiangfeng cowed out, and when she heard the footsteps of the crown princess leaving, she looked up at the crown princess, who was leaving, thinking of the fact that she had the honor of serving the crown princess, and thinking of her own lady and the crown princess. They had the same face, but her own lady. These days, Xiangfeng knew roughly from Situchi's cursing all day long, and she felt sorry for the crown princess, thinking of the fact that such a good crown princess had gone through so many twists and turns, and now seeing that the crown princess was intact, she made a decision. The lady was wrong and should repent. As a maid, she could only help the lady when she could not turn back from her mistakes. Chapter 331. Good luck to you. After Lu Qiqi left, she was taken to the study by Li Gang. When they were almost at the study, Li Gang deliberately explained, Crown Princess, the Crown Prince is in the study. Can you see? Lu Qiqi understood what someone meant, and was about to speak when the door of the study was opened, and the Crown Prince strode towards Lu Qiqi. Have you finished reading? The Crown Prince walked to Lu Qiqi, and took the woman's hand. Yes. Let's go. After the Crown Prince finished speaking, he took the woman away. He would not let his woman have the opportunity to contact other men. Lu Qiqi was obediently taken away by the Crown Prince without looking back. Chu Xiang and Hao Ziyu did not see her off either. They stood at the door of the study and watched people walk away. Chu Xiang said, You saw that the Crown Prince is a stingy person. I heard that you saved the Crown Princess? Hao Ziyu asked. He. Chu Xiang sneered. Hao Ziyu was even more curious. I saved him accidentally. What a pity. The next day, they rushed to send all kinds of gifts to thank me. The ultimate goal was only one. Hao Ziyu understood and laughed insincerely. I didn't expect that Prime Minister Chu would have this day. Prince Chu looked at Hao Ziyu meaningfully. May you wish me the best. You are leaving? As a friend for many years. He knew what this meant. It's time to go. Prince Chu said this, without giving anyone a chance to send him off. He tapped his feet lightly, and quickly disappeared in Phaeton Castle. Hao Ziyu stood there for a long time. Seeing the castle lord like this, Lu Gang was also sad. I thought that the arrival of the crown princess would allow the castle lord to meet her. But knowing that there would be no future, he selfishly hoped that the castle lord would not be too sad. What a pity! He intentionally led the crown princess to the study, but still failed to let the castle lord and the crown princess meet. Hao Ziyu kept looking into the distance. She should have left at this time. Leaving meant that it was time for him to take action. Just as he was about to take action, the housekeeper ran over in a panic. Lord, it's not good. Hao Ziyu glanced over and said, Miss Situ committed suicide. When Li Gang heard this, he immediately looked at the castle lord. Really? The castle lord smiled coldly. The housekeeper saw that things were not going well, and said, Yes. Hao Ziyu soon appeared in Chuanju. He saw Situchi and Xiangfeng both dead. It was better to die. So he didn't have to do it himself. He told the housekeeper, "You go and deal with the aftermath." "Lord, what are you going to do?" "Bury it." "Yes, I'll prepare it." The housekeeper left. He walked out the door and looked back. He had always thought that Situchi had become better. But now he knew that it was not the case at all. It turned out that someone else had changed. And it was the Crown Princess. Thinking of the Crown Princess and Situchi's identical face, this matter was indescribably strange. As a housekeeper, he didn't know much. But he also knew that this matter was very strange. As a servant of Fagan Castle, there were some things that he, a servant, shouldn't ask about. Hao Ziyu looked at Situchi, who was dead on the bed with a hideous face. Through her face, he thought of Lucici, who had the same face and lived here. For a moment, he couldn't tell which was real and which was illusory. After a while, Hao Ziyu asked, "What did she say?" Situchi wanted to use her face to exchange conditions with Lucici, but was rejected by the Crown Princess. Hao Ziyu sneered. "Fortress Lord, Situchi is like this. Will Hao Zimi be able to?" Li Gang said cryptically. "Someone will take care of him." Li Gang understood and looked at the Fortress Lord in shock. "Fortress Lord, do you mean that Hao Zimin is in the hands of the prince now?" "Yes." "Then, is this matter over?" Li Gang asked tentatively. Hao Ziyu smiled. "You think too simply. The real storm of Fatian Fort has just begun. What will happen in the future depends on whether the prince is kind enough." Hao Ziyu is not too optimistic about the future. He can only try his best to maintain the current glory of Fatian Fort. A carriage is driving on the pipeline. Lucici found a comfortable posture, eating grapes happily and looking at the scenery outside the carriage. At first, there were undulating mountains, and later there were all towering trees. After looking for a while, she felt it was meaningless. She retracted her gaze and saw the prince, who was thinking about something. She didn't speak until the prince took the initiative to speak. "You saw Situchi. What did she say?" She wanted to speak with her face, without considering her own weight. The prince was relieved, thinking that the woman had some sympathy for Situchi, and was more worried about being used by Situchi. Now it seems that the woman he likes is different. Aren't you curious? The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. But the two people look the same. What if? Lucici looked at the prince. "What do you mean? Do you want to say that my father has another illegitimate child outside?" Hee. The prince laughed unkindly. If he didn't know his woman well, he would be deceived. Fortunately, the thing he was most worried about along the way did not happen, which made her feel much more relieved. "I want to tell you something." "You say?" Lucici picked up an apple and took a bite. After leaving Fagan Castle, she felt that the prince was in a different mood. So she planned to slowly listen to the prince's arrival. "I did this to Situchi." "Well, you say." "I put a bone-eroding poison in her body. After being poisoned, her bones were very fragile." Lucici thought of the sound made by Situchi's body when she laughed. And it turned out to be because of this. This poison is too overbearing, isn't it? The prince nodded. "How did you get this poison?" "I got it from someone else." "Who?" "An organization called the Blood Demon Alliance." Lucici heard that this was a killer organization, and the only killer she had ever come into contact with was the hunter that Chow, the owner of Chow's Tavern, liked. This Blood Evil League is too cruel. The Blood Evil League has gathered a group of desperate criminals. Lucici not only felt creepy when she heard this, but also saw that the prince said so much. Could he have other purposes for this trip? In the next few days, they walked slowly on the road, and stopped when they saw delicious food and fun things. If there was no place they liked, they would speed up the journey. Walking. Lucici felt that the whole journey was familiar. The prince saw the woman's discovery and took the initiative to mention, "Let's go to Huangshan County first. Isn't it the last stop?" "It's the same," the prince said, and gently pulled the woman into his arms. How could he not know that the woman was scared after experiencing these things? And what she wanted to see most was her relatives. If he didn't notice this little thing, how could he stand next to the woman, knowing that he was going to see his father and mother? Lucici was very excited. After more than 10 days' journey, when Lucici finally saw her father and mother, she was not as fragile as she had imagined. She did not cry, but jumped for joy while hugging her mother. and even asked if she had prepared her favorite food. Chapter 332 Meet the Mother Again. Father Lu Chungang and the prince walk behind, explaining, "My daughter has been spoiled. Please forgive me." "Prince." The prince's mouth twitched. Worthy of being a family. Even the polite words were so perfunctory. Father-in-law is being too polite. Lu Chungang nodded with satisfaction. Worthy of being the son-in-law he favored. His heart was bigger than that of ordinary people. When the two got home, Lu Chungang saw that the yard was full of things, and turned to look at the prince. "Father-in-law, I came in a hurry, so I prepared some small gifts, and asked father-in-law not to dislike them." Lu Chungang looked at the prince, and sure enough, the prince was narrow-minded. Just like his daughter said. He had just done some superficial work, and the prince returned the gift. He deliberately looked at the gifts carefully, and then looked at the prince. Sure enough, they are small gifts. Xiaokai followed behind, and he was used to the prince and Lu Chunggang's sarcasm. If father-in-law likes anything, please tell them, and try to get it for father-in-law. At this time, a woman's laughter came from the room, and Lu Chungang sighed. No matter how good the things are, they are not as good as my daughter's 1/10,000. Father-in-law is right. The prince was much more sincere this time. When the two of them entered the room, they saw the mother and daughter sitting at the table and laughing. Lu Qiqi saw it and shouted, "Father is so slow. The food is cold." Lu Chungang deliberately put on a stern face. "You are so disrespectful. Don't you see the prince is here?" Father walked slowly himself, and he puts the blame on the prince. If the prince didn't want to save some face for father, he would have come back long ago. Lu Chungang laughed. He's not married yet, and he's already protecting her. It's really a girl who can't be kept when she grows up. Father. Lu Qiqi stretched out her voice to remind someone not to forget someone's identity. Lu Chungang laughed. Look! Look! This is the daughter who was raised with great effort. She has grown up. Her wings are hard, and she has begun to turn to outsiders. Lu Qiqi felt a little sour when she heard this. Father. Mother Fan Wanhua tried to smooth things over. You old man. What's wrong? The children came back to see you. Why are you still unhappy? I don't know who that is. When he heard that his daughter was coming back, he ran away every day with eager eyes. Lu Chungang was exposed. But he was not angry. Instead, he smiled and asked the prince to sit down. The prince found it interesting to see their family talking and making noise. Prince, how long do you plan to stay this time? Lu Chungang saw that the time was ripe and started to set a trap again. The prince said, Half a month. Only half a month? Lu Chungang was unhappy again. Fan Wanhua spoke again. The children are so busy. How long do you want them to stay? I'm just asking. This won't work. Lu Chungang, who always has the final say outside, was blocked by his wife and couldn't even say a word. Fan Wanhua ignored Lu Chungang and invited the prince and his daughter to eat. Lu Chungang was left aside and could only come up with a thick face. Soon, everyone at the table was talking and laughing again. Lu Qiqi clinked glasses with her parents. Father, Mother, your daughter toasts you a glass. Lu Chungang and Fan Wanhua put down their chopsticks at the same time, and the three of them clinked glasses excitedly. The prince felt strange next to him. It's normal for a family to be excited after a long separation, but their excitement made him feel strange. Look at the excited tears in Lu Qiqi's eyes. The prince reached out and gently patted the woman's hand. Qiqi, what's wrong with you? Lu Qiqi found that she had lost her composure. She reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, Mom and Father, I'm so excited to see you. Fan Wanhua took her daughter's other hand and patted it gently. Silly child. You've been talking nonsense today. If your mother is unhappy to see you, who else can she be happy to see? Lu Qiqi heard this and took the opportunity to say, Mom, do you know? I met someone who looks exactly like me. There are all kinds of things in the world. What's so strange about looking the same? Fan Wanhua said. Lu Chungang said, What's wrong with looking the same? Can we be your brothers? It seems that we really can't be brothers. Lu Qiqi said, pulled back her hands, and continued to eat. The prince couldn't accept it. They are really a family. I heard that two people who look exactly the same behaved in the same way. No one was surprised or curious, especially Fan Wanhua, who was not curious whether Lu Chungang had a daughter outside. Lu Qiqi didn't care about the prince. She and her mother always had endless things to say. They talked about a lot of interesting things along the way. Where the scenery was good. Where the people were more simple. Hearing this, Fan Wanhua also wanted to travel, but was comforted by Lu Chenggang. The reason was simple. Wanshan County was too busy. He couldn't leave. And he was worried about letting Fan Wanhua leave alone. Later, the two agreed to go out for a trip to relax after they were done with this period. Lu Qiqi had a lot of secrets to tell Fan Wanhua, and pulled them to the backyard together. The prince wanted to follow, but was persuaded by Lu Chenggang to drink. And after a while, even the prince drank too much. In the evening, the prince was drunk and lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Lu Qiqi and her family of 3 were watching the moon in the yard. Zhao Kai was busy outside all day, and when he came back and saw this scene, he felt very sorry for the prince. After Lu Qiqi finished eating a slice of orange, Fan Wanhua handed another slice of orange to Lu Qiqi. And Lu Qiqi ate it without even looking at it. Chunbai and others watched from the side, always feeling that Fan Wanhua had nothing to do with them. Thinking that the prince had been drunk by Lu Chenggang, they left tactfully, and pulled the stunned Zhao Kai before leaving. Zhao Kai walked away and asked Dai, "Where is the prince?" The prince was drunk. "Is County Magistrate Lu sick?" Zhao Kai said. Dai looked around cautiously. "You should be careful when you speak." Zhao Kai was speechless. The prince's close guards didn't even have the right to speak when they arrived in the small Huangshan County. Thinking of the prince's current situation, he could only shut up. Here, Lu Qiqi saw that there were only 3 of them. So she told them about Sitachi. They didn't care. And they didn't need to worry about people who had nothing to do with them. Because of the same face, it was inevitable that something would happen. They told her in advance, so that the family could be prepared. Fan Wanhua was silent for a while. There is no such thing as plastic surgery in this place. It is very likely that they are twins. Lu Qiqi nodded. I have confirmed it. They really look exactly the same. If there is any difference. Lu Qiqi herself is relatively cowardly. Situchi looks well educated. But she is full of bad water. No wonder her brother and sister-in-law drove her out of the house immediately after the Situ couple left. Lu Chenggang knew what to do after hearing this. Where is Situchi now? I was still in Feiting Castle when I left. But I probably won't live long. What happened? Lu Chenggang is a man. When it comes to big things, he will never be careless when it comes to his daughter. Situchi colluded with the second owner of Feiting Castle to swap Situchi and me. Lu Chenggang laughed when he heard this. No wonder you came faster than expected. It turns out these things happened. Fan Wanhua looked at her daughter with distressed eyes. Are you okay? Those people can't deceive me even if they use 3,000 years of wisdom. That's good. Fan Wanhua only cares about her daughter the most. And all other things are put aside. Chapter 333 The Great General of the Former Dynasty. The next day, Fan Wanhua took her daughter shopping, accompanied by 4 maids. The prince wanted to follow, but was stopped by Lu Chenggang. The reason was very simple. Shopping was a woman's thing. The prince was forced to stay. When the woman walked away, the prince looked at Lu Chenggang with a slightly changed look. I wonder what my father-in-law wants to know. The prince did not forget that someone deliberately got him drunk. How much does the prince know about Sitachi? Lu Chenggang said directly. Hearing from his daughter last night, he felt that the matter was not simple. In order to reassure the mother and daughter, he did not say much. But it was different when facing the prince. The prince looked at him. This man was indeed wise. He found the clues in just one night. The ancestors of the Situ family were once great generals of the previous dynasty. That's all? Lu Chenggang wanted to know more. The Situ family and Feiqian Fort were married because they saw the strength of Feiqian Fort. The prince was unwilling to say more when he said this. Lu Chenggang heard this and asked, What do you need me to do? At this time, he was the county magistrate, not the father-in-law. I will be away for a while, and Qiqi will be handed over to my father-in-law. If it weren't for Situchi, he could deal with it later. Now, Situ Mansion's ambitions are exposed, and he doesn't want to give the other party a chance to breathe. Lu Chenggang had no objection to the prince's arrangement, and because there were no outsiders, Lu Qingdong's information network did not spread. He raised many questions about General Situ. He also spoke frankly about the second master of Feiqian Fort mentioned by Lu Qiqi last night. Where is Hao Zimin of Feiqian Fort now? Dali Temple. The prince did not hide anything from Lu Chenggang for Lu Qiqi's sake. I wonder what the prince is going to do. The prince sneered and glanced at Lu Chenggang. If you touch my woman, it's too easy to die. Lu Chungang thought of Situchi and asked, "Where is Situchi?" "Dead." "You did it?" The prince chuckled. "Does your highness need to do it yourself against such a villain?" "Yes. Why should the prince worry about something that can be solved by poisoning?" Lu Chungang pointed it out. The prince thought, "Women say this?" I thought Lu Chichi didn't want her parents to worry, so she was reserved in her words. I didn't expect that she would also say the things I asked for credit from a woman. Alas! In the end, I lost to a woman. There is really something that needs my father-in-law's help. You say. Lu Chungang became a humble minister again. If someone finds out that I'm gone this time, they will definitely do something. Please don't act careless. Lu Chungang instantly understood what the prince meant. He also had a condition. As long as my wife and daughter are not hurt, everything is fine. The prince and Lu Chungang reached a consensus. When the woman came back from shopping with bags, she saw two men drinking tea and chatting. Seeing this scene, the mother and daughter looked at each other, greeted each other, and ran to the kitchen. Chunbai and others followed into the kitchen to help. The prince said, "Father-in-law is very capable. You are not bad either." My daughter was completely subdued by the prince. The prince twitched his mouth. This man was really funny. He didn't see that the prince, was circling around women, thinking of Lu Qingdong's relationship with women. He could only bow his head at this point. Thinking about it, he took out a bottle of medicine from his arms. "This thing can protect yourself." Lu Chungang accepted it and asked, "That's all? Don't be greedy. Good things are not afraid of being too much, just afraid of not being enough at the critical moment." When the prince heard this, he took out another bottle. Seeing Lu Chungang still staring at him, the prince was annoyed. "Are you done yet?" Lu Chungang smiled. "I just think the prince's clothes are beautiful. Can you make one for me too? When I go out for social events, I can show it off." "Father-in-law wants to follow the footsteps of County Magistrate Lin," Lu Chungang said. "County Magistrate Lin is incompetent. If he also had a prince as a son-in-law, he would not have ended up like this in his life." The prince was praised in this disguised way, and smiled with satisfaction. "I will leave 5 secret guards for you." Lu Qingdong's eyes were shining, and he was so satisfied that he almost lifted the prince up high. The flattery on the seemingly honest face once again pleased the prince, and the prince also refreshed his presence here again. Lu Chichi and Fang Wanhua prepared lunch and brought the maid to deliver the food. Lu Chungang hurried to help, and the prince sat upright. Lu Chichi took a look and knew that he was busy, but didn't say anything. After dinner, Lu Chichi took the prince away and asked mysteriously all the way, "How did you subdue your father? How can you be the prince without this ability?" The prince became arrogant. Lu Chichi asked again, but the prince just didn't speak. After a while, the two laughed and made a scene together. The laughter spread far away. Fang Wanhua and Lu Chungang heard it, and they went back to their room with a smile, drinking tea and chatting. Lu Chungang drank tea all morning, and now his stomach was full of tea. He really couldn't drink it. At Fang Zhuanhua's eye signal, he gave a general idea of what the prince said. Fang Zhuanhua's eyes lit up after hearing this. "Is my treasure useful? When she has nothing to do, she is willing to study some things." Fang Wanhua really found many original tricks. Of course, Fang Wanhua was happy, and she and Lu Chungang began to analyze the mechanism. The departure of the prince made it possible for the three of them to get along with each other. It was a good thing they wished for. 2 days later, the prince took his people away, and Lu Chungang and Fang Wanhua tried hard to hold back and not expose their excitement. When the people walked away, Lu Chungang and Fang Wanhua each took Lu Chichi's arm and walked away. "Father, Mother, why do I feel that you are very happy that the prince left? Happiness cannot be shown on your face. And the prince has arranged people to monitor him." "No, you are wrong," Fang Wanhua said. "Really?" Lu Chichi doubted. Lu Chungang replied, "When has your mother ever lied?" Lu Chichi seemed to be persuaded and did not raise any more objections. When she came to the backyard and saw Fang Wanhua taking out the blueprint, Lu Chichi saw her eyes shining and looked at her mother with excitement. "Mother, you won't be thinking about this since you came here, right? I'm bored. Just have some fun." Lu Chichi felt that her parents were indeed suitable for living in ancient times. Seeing them so happy in Huangshan County, she felt happy as a daughter. As a family of 3, Lu Chungang would not go out unless necessary. The three of them stayed in the backyard to study various mechanisms. Chunbai and others saw it clearly, but they didn't understand what they said. Lu Qiqi knew that Sitachi's ancestor was actually a general of the previous dynasty. The marriage with Fiishenbeo was based on the strength of Fiishenbeo. Through these, she also knew the direction of the prince's departure this time. For this, Lu Qiqi had her own plan in mind. The family of three began to do big things quietly, and they were looking forward to whether the mechanism they studied could succeed. As everyone was looking forward to it, time passed day by day. The day when the prince was going to come back was approaching. The prince wrote several letters saying that things were going well, and he would be back soon. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she knew that the prince was just making it simple. And only he knew the danger. Lu Qiqi pretended to be simple, and felt lost in her heart. Could it be that the mechanism they were researching was useless? Chapter 334. Is she really the crown princess? That day, I received a letter from the crown prince, saying that he would arrive in 2 days. 2 days passed, but there was no sign of the crown prince. I called Sun Chao and asked him to contact the crown prince. 2 more days passed, but there was still no news. After the initial uneasiness, Lu Qiqi forced herself to calm down and told the people left by the crown prince not to act rashly or send people to look for them. Sun Chao understood Lu Qiqi's thoughts, but he couldn't do it. He secretly sent people away, but ended up coming back injured. Lu Qiqi was particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. She went to the kitchen to get food, but she smelled the smell in the air and became alert. "You die. What's going on?" Yu Dai also noticed it and said what she saw. "I saw Sun Chao looking for Qing Dai." Lu Qiqi understood and took out the small medicine bottle given by Prime Minister Chu from her arms. "You send it to them." Yu Dai knew that the medicine was given by Prime Minister Chu. After hesitating for a while, she still sent it to Qing Dai. When Yu Dai came back again, Lu Qiqi had already prepared a bowl of noodles with soybean sauce for herself. She sat by the kitchen stove, eating with green onions. Yu Dai was a little greedy. "Crown Princess, is there any more? Do you want to eat too?" Yu Dai nodded quickly. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything, but lifted the lid of the pot next to her, and a bowl of hot noodles with soybean sauce was placed in front of her. Yu Dai was moved to tears, and she quickly took the bowl and ate like the crown princess. Before the two of them finished eating, the kitchen darkened, and they looked up and saw 3 heads gathered at the kitchen door. "Crown Princess, you are too partial," Chunbai said. Lu Qiqi raised her eyebrows. "I prepared it for you a long time ago." Chunbai and the others ran in excitedly, thinking they had something to eat. But when they saw a bowl of flour and various ingredients for noodles next to them, they realized they had been deceived by the crown princess. They wanted to vent their dissatisfaction, but because of their status, they could only attack Yudai. Yudai realized that things were not going well, and she ate the whole bowl of noodles in a few mouthfuls. Lu Qiqi saw their actions and deliberately ate very slowly, and signaled with her eyes. "You dare to grab one and try." The 3 maids could only work hard to make a bowl of food for themselves. When Chunbai and the others finished making noodles, Lu Qiqi said in the name of trying how they made them, and deliberately pulled most of the noodles into her own bowl in front of these people. Chunbai's little face lit up. "Crown Princess, at least leave us a mouthful," Chunbai said. Lu Qiqi looked at them for a few times. Asked Qing Dai. Qing Dai began to feel puzzled, and after receiving Yudai's eyes, she felt that she was implicated by Sun Chao, and told the whole story. "Crown Princess, I didn't know in advance. It was Sun Chao who found me and found out that he was injured." Lu Qiqi nodded. "So, you are openly disobeying this crown princess?" Qing Dai knelt down. "I dare not. I did it even if I dare not." Qing Dai was silent. Chunbai and Zhou Yan suddenly felt that the freshly made noodles with soybean sauce were not fragrant. Lu Qiqi slurped the noodles in the bowl. "Okay, let's eat first." Chunbai and others had no intention of taking action. Lu Qiqi pretended. "If I can't eat so much, do you think I would be so generous?" Chunbai smiled, and was the first to pick up the chopsticks and eat. Qing Dai and Zhou Yan knew that the crown princess was thundering but not doing anything, and was not afraid of these. It seems that the crown princess had other plans, which were disrupted by the disobedient Sun Chao. Sure enough, that night, after her parents fell asleep, Lu Qiqi asked Yu Dai to gather Sun Chao and others. This was the first time Lu Qiqi met these people formally. Seeing more than 20 people really surprised her. Lu Chichi pretended to be calm and looked at Yudai. Is that all? Yudai said. This is in the yard. Lu Chichi understood that there were more people protecting her secretly. And the people she saw were considered close protection. Thinking of this, she was more worried about the crown prince. Knowing that he was going to do something important. Leaving so many people behind would put the crown prince in greater danger. Thinking of this, he directly called out. Sun Chao. Do you know your crime? This light sentence seemed to be no different from the original one. People who were familiar with Lu Chichi knew that this was the rhythm of anger. I know my crime. When Sun Chao saw the small medicine bottle, he knew something bad was going to happen. The prince left. And your appearance is clearly telling those who want to do bad things that this princess is still here. Sun Chao lowered his head. Your action is to tell some people that if they can't deal with the prince, they can attack this princess. So as to contain the prince? Sun Chao lowered his head again. I know my crime. It's useless to know your crime. And you don't even think about how to make up for it. I swear to protect the princess. Lu Chichi was angry. And stepped forward and kicked Sun Chao to the ground. What you need to do most is how to expose this princess and attract those people to come. Princess? Sun Chao raised his head. The 4 maids also knelt on the ground. Since the princess came to Huangshan County, they have been deliberately hiding the whereabouts of the princess. If they do this, the princess will be in more danger? Okay. Do as I say. Lu Chichi said this and went straight into the house. Sun Chao and others did not look up for a long time. Until the lights in the house went out. They began to move. The next day, after breakfast, Lu Chichi said that she had been back for a long time and had not had a good time yet. So she was going to go out for a walk. Fang Wanhua heard that she was unwilling to do so. She did not want her daughter to take risks. Seeing her daughter's insistent eyes, she could only agree. After Lu Chichi left with 4 maids, Fang Wanhua checked whether the mechanism she designed was really useful. Lu Chumgang had quietly laid out the plan when the prince did not come back on time. Seeing his daughter's actions, he understood what was going on. He also resumed the usual rules of going to work. As if this period of time was just a holiday. Lu Chichi brought 4 maids to the streets of Huangshan County. The streets here cannot be compared with those in the capital. The advantage here is that there is more simplicity. Walking in it is as comfortable as walking on a forest path. Lu Chichi came with a purpose and deliberately chose a tea house that looked large. When she walked in, Chunbai had to help her. Crown Princess. The threshold is too high. Be careful. Lu Chichi hummed. Yudai walked faster, came to the shopkeeper, and asked for a pot of the best tea in the shop. At this time, Lu Chichi came down to the 2nd floor with the help of Chunbai and others. She chose a seat by the window and deliberately opened the window for ventilation, just to let people outside clearly see her face as the crown princess. Lu Chichi looked outside for a while, and asked Chunbai to take out the storybook and sit by the window to read it. When the shopkeeper came to deliver tea, Yudai just said, Crown Princess, how long do you plan to live in Huangshan County? Lu Chichi turned her head and looked at her. My maid's family is here. Do I need you, a palace maid, to remind me to do things? Damn it! Yudai knelt on the ground. Chunbai and others knelt on the ground together. The shopkeeper standing outside the door trembled in his heart when he heard this. He heard that County Magistrate Lu's daughter was the crown princess of the capital. Could this person be her? He then thought of a girl from an ordinary family, with only 1 maid and 4 maids, dressed in unusual clothes. Could this person really be the crown princess? He thought to himself, trying to act calm. After a while, he knocked on the door. Master, your tea is here. Chapter 335. Kneel down and pay respect. Lu Chichi deliberately said with disdain. Why don't you get up quickly? Do you want everyone to know that this crown princess has returned to her parents' home? The 4 maids hurriedly stood up. And Qingdai, who was closest to the door, opened the door and asked the shopkeeper to bring in the tea. The expressions of several people were very appropriate. After the shopkeeper put down the tea and said some polite words, they left quickly. The 4 maids applauded for the perfect cooperation just now. But they were not happy when they thought about what was going to happen next. Lu Chichi put down the book in her hand, stood at the window with a cup of tea, and looked into the distance. This move, in the eyes of outsiders, was full of the posture of the crown princess. Soon, when the women on the street went to the street to buy vegetables, someone said quickly that the daughter of County Magistrate Lin, the crown princess, had returned. Hearing this news, in less than an hour, it was like a pot of boiling water, and people were teleported. It was such a great event that a small Huangshan county could produce a crown princess. Now that the crown princess is back, everyone wants to see her, want to share in the good fortune, and also be able to rise to prominence. Luckily, the crown princess took a fancy to her and brought her back to the capital, which was a great blessing from her ancestors. Many people began to get busy. The streets that used to be quite lively became crowded. The business of each shop was booming. Lu Qiqi saw that she had driven the shops on a street, and smiled with a smile, just throwing out the bait of crown princess. Many people saw the opportunity. Many people saw the business opportunity. Seeing the scene she created, Lu Qiqi's smile became even bigger. Chun Bai Yu Dai and the others could not laugh. It was because the crown princess's move was too risky. Now, things have begun, and the most important thing for them is to protect the crown princess's safety. Lu Qiqi drank tea and read a storybook in the tea house. When it was almost lunchtime, she took 4 maids to find a restaurant with the highest grade. Waxialu. Chun Bai ordered all the dishes that the crown princess liked. The shopkeeper was very happy to see the legendary crown princess come. Seeing that so many dishes were ordered in one breath, it was indeed the crown princess, with enough pomp. What the shopkeeper didn't know was that the crown princess didn't eat the full table of dishes alone, but ate with 4 maids. When Lu Qiqi left the restaurant after eating and drinking, Yu Dai found a tail behind her. Lu Qiqi signaled Sun Chao in the dark that he must stop. Sun Chao didn't need Lu Qiqi to explain this, and he knew what to do. It was wrong to let the crown princess take risks. If something happened, his head would be moved. When Lu Qiqi returned home, she saw the worried eyes of her parents and smiled slightly. What did my daughter do? Can't she handle such a small matter? She knew that this was not a society ruled by law, a place where force was the key. Sometimes the brain was really useful, but sometimes, no matter how useful the brain was, it was not as good as the benefits of high martial arts. It's good to be back. Today, my colleagues went to the government office and were very polite to me. They said that we haven't had a drink together for a long time and wanted to make an appointment. Did father agree? Lu Qiqi asked. It's scheduled at Huaxiao Building at noon tomorrow. Huaxiao Building. My daughter also went to Huaxiao Building today. Lu Qiqi's words reminded someone that it seemed like a coincidence. But in fact it was an intentional reminder. And it was too obvious. Don't think too much. Someone said that I just knew you were in Huaxiao Building, so I booked it at Huaxiao Building. Father, I really didn't expect that your explanation would expose yourself, Lu Qiqi pointed out. Fang Wanhua smiled and listened to the father and daughter's chat, as if she had returned to the modern era. In the modern era, when Lu Qiqi was about to start a business, the father and daughter also chatted like this. I hope everything can go as planned. The next day, Lu Qiqi followed her parents to Huaxiao Building. The carriage stopped, and the lively crowd around all quieted down. Everyone looked over here. The woman standing next to Lord Lu Chungang and Madame Lu looked familiar. I felt that this person should be the crown princess. But she was different from the last time I saw her, and even more different from the Lu Qiqi in my dusty memory. Everyone watched. I wanted to rush over and leave a good impression on the crown princess, but I was worried that I would recognize the wrong person, or offend the crown princess, and my life would be in danger. Lu Qiqi got off the carriage and saw the congestion. She smiled slightly. Mother, this is the celebrity effect. It's all because of you. Fang Wanhua was speechless. Such a big scene was the largest crowd she had seen since she came to this place. She was nervous when she thought of risking her daughter's life. I hope their decision is right. Lu Qiqi walked over with her chin up, not afraid of the danger in front of her. Lu Chungang and Fang Wanhua were still a little nervous, but when they saw the 4 maids around them, their uneasy hearts relaxed a little. Lu Qiqi noticed her parents' nervousness and asked, Father, Mother, I didn't see this restaurant doing so well yesterday. Why are there so many people today? Today, I booked the restaurant for you. Lu Qiqi gave a thumbs up. Father is generous. Okay, you two stop flattering each other. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? What a joke. Who dares? Who dares to laugh at this crown princess? After Lu Qiqi said this, Chun Bai immediately stepped forward and said, Crown princess, please be careful of the steps under your feet. As she said this, she deliberately walked in front. You die. Qing Dai, and Zhou Yin were protecting them. Seeing this, anyone who didn't have eyes would be looking for death if they bumped into him. There were many people with eyes, and they all came up to curry favor. Originally, some people suspected who the noble woman standing next to Lu Chungang was. Hearing their words, one by one, they came over like human spirits. Smelling the smell, someone was a little familiar with Lu Chungang and asked, "Master Lu, who is this?" Lu Chungang laughed. "This is my daughter, Qiqi. Is she the crown princess? I only have one daughter, so she is naturally the crown princess." Lu Chungang was full of arrogance, which was different from his usual low-key personality. When everyone heard this, they confirmed Lu Qiqi's identity and knelt down to salute. "Your humble servant pays respects to the crown princess. Your humble servant pays respects to the crown princess." Once there was one, there was another. Soon a group of people knelt on the ground. Lu Qiqi was satisfied with the scene. When she saw Lu Chungang and Fang Wanhua also kneeling down, she was unwilling to do so. She still underestimated her parents' persistence. Seeing her parents kneeling on the ground like everyone else, Lu Qiqi felt complicated. Knowing the bad habits of this era, what can she do? It can't be changed. Thinking of the purpose of the banquet, Lu Qiqi suppressed her emotions and accepted everyone's kneeling. First, she helped her parents up. "Father, Mother, your daughter is not here to accept your parents kneeling this time. Crown Princess, this is what I should do," Lu Chungang said. Fang Wanhua held her daughter's hand affectionately. "My daughter has grown up and knows how to love her parents." "Thank you, Mother," Lu Qiqi said, looking at the people kneeling on the ground. "I am a native of Huangshan County. I don't need to be polite when I return to my mother's home. From now on, all the elders and villagers present here should treat me as before." Chapter 336 Banquet. The Crown Princess is kind. The Crown Princess is merciful. The Crown Princess. Everyone said auspicious words like a herald bird. And Lu Qiqi felt that the ancient people's literary talent was really beautiful. Over and over again, she was flattered to the point of forgetting who she was, and almost forgetting the purpose of this banquet. Lu Qiqi quickly recovered and walked into Huaxiao building under the careful protection of Chunbai and others. As soon as Lu Qiqi walked in, the outside of Huaxiao building became more crowded. Lu Qiqi ignored the movement behind her and walked into the restaurant, only to find that the layout of the restaurant today was different from yesterday. The small table downstairs turned into a large table that could seat 10 people. When I came to the private room on the second floor, it was different from yesterday. Thinking of what Lu Chungang said about paying for everything, it really had the style of paying for everything. There were no outsiders around. So Lu Qiqi asked directly, "Father, you must have spent a lot of money on the whole thing, right? It's worth it for my daughter." Lu Chungang laughed. Fang Wanhua rolled her eyes at him. "Qiqi, don't listen to him. This is our own store. Does father have a business mind?" Lu Qiqi looked at Lu Qinggong's head carefully. She didn't think her father had a business mind. "You took advantage of your mother." Lu Qiqi looked at her mother. "Mom, did you open this?" "I guess so." Hearing this, Lu Qiqi smiled. "It turns out that my daughter inherited her good genes." Fang Wanhua smiled and said nothing. If her daughter really inherited her good genes, she would cut them off when she started her own business. Just because her daughter succeeded in her business, she lost her life. Seeing his wife's bad face, Lu Chungang deliberately interrupted. "Qiqi, this is a rare opportunity. Let's have a good meal. Then bring up all the best." "I think it's okay," Lu Chungang said. Lu Qiqi thought of another question. "I spent a lot of money yesterday?" Rubbing his hands at Fang Wanhua, he wanted to take the money back. Fang Wanhua pushed the hand in front of her and walked in first. Lu Qiqi felt strange, and Lu Chungang explained in a low voice. "Shopkeeper Ma didn't even know your mother was the boss. How could he give you a free meal?" Lu Qiqi walked quickly to Fang Wanhua. "Mother, you are good. Have you also learned to make a fortune in silence? It's not as exaggerated as you said. I just want to find a place to eat with peace of mind." Fang Wanhua didn't care. Mother is really subtle. "Okay. You too. Don't forget that you are here to eat today." Lu Chungang saw that the mother and daughter were chatting enthusiastically, and was about to step forward. But his colleagues who reacted stood outside the private room and pulled Lu Chungang to talk. Lu Chungang was very easy to talk to, and he really brought officials to introduce him. "Qiqi, this is Mr. Dong Liangkai. The County Magistrate of Huangshan County. This is Mr. Su Minxue. The Chief Clerk of Huangshan County. This is Su Pingfu. The County Lieutenant of Huangshan County. The three of them were grateful for Lu Qingdong's introduction, and hurried forward to kneel down and pay their respects. I, your humble servant Dong, pay my respects to the Crown Princess, Dong County Magistrate said. I, your humble servant Su, pay my respects to the Crown Princess, Su Chief Clerk said. I, your humble servant Su, pay my respects to the Crown Princess, Su County Lieutenant said. Lu Qiqi knew that the County Magistrate was the Deputy County Magistrate, the Chief Clerk was the Secretary General, and the County Lieutenant was the Director. Seeing these three people, she thought that her father's work in Huangshan County was so smooth, and it was inseparable from the cooperation of these three people. Because there were so many people, only the three of them came, which showed that their father Lu Chenggang trusted them. She put on an official smile. No need to be polite. 3 adults. I heard from my father that our Huangshan County can have the current peace because of the 3 adults' efforts. I am very pleased to hear that. When I see the prince, I will tell you about your efforts truthfully. County Magistrate Dong, Chief Su, and County Lieutenant Su were all excited when they heard this. Getting the affirmation of the Crown Princess and reporting this to the Crown Prince was something they never dared to think about. County Magistrate Dong spoke as a representative. Your Highness, the Crown Princess is too polite. These are all the credit of Lord Lu. I am just assisting from the side. County Magistrate Dong said. Lu Qiqi looked at the 3 people, and all 3 nodded. As a woman, I also know that if things want to go smoothly, they can't do without everyone's unity. Father has ideals and ambitions in this regard. If he hadn't met the 3 adults, his work would not have progressed so smoothly. Dong County Magistrate, Su Zhubu, and Su County Lieutenant were all excited when they heard this. Lu Chenggang was so lucky to have a daughter who was a crown princess. At this point, she was still so polite and courteous, which made them feel that following Lu Chenggang was the right choice. Lu Chenggang spoke. Father is also a capable person. Yes, my daughter was wrong. Father has the greatest contribution. Is this okay now? Lu Chenggang was more face-saving and happy in his heart. He said directly, wait a minute. All 3 of you come over and have a few drinks. After this, the 3 looked at Lu Qiqi, and Lu Qiqi took over. Father is still thoughtful. I will definitely have a few more drinks with the 3 adults later. The 3 of them were happy. Lu Chenggang thought it was enough and asked them to leave. When the room finally quieted down, Fang Wanhua felt a little reluctant to see her daughter dealing with these people. Lu Qiqi saw her mother's thoughts and took her arm and said, Mother, I have seen all kinds of people in the business world in those years. Yes, you have seen the world. And I am ignorant and have a narrow view of the world. Okay. Lu Qiqi and Lu Chenggang both smiled. After a while, the 3 of them wanted to have a quiet meal as a family dinner. Someone knew that Lu Chenggang was holding a banquet today and came here specially. Lu Qiqi, as the crown princess, sat in the upper seat. All the visitors were Lu Qingdong's immediate superiors. As a daughter, Lu Qiqi had to cooperate in order to prevent her father from being bullied when he was an official. The visitors were the prefect Kong Jiaoyong, the governor Qi Fengyu, the governor Han Zhengqing, the official Gui Yuanzhong, the prefecture Zhou, and the judge Xie Qin. Just like before, Lu Chenggang introduced Lu Qiqi, and Lu Qiqi still said a lot of polite words. When she started to eat, it was already a stick of incense. Lu Qiqi looked at the food in front of her. It was rare that she didn't show an expression of being hungry for a few days. She ate and drank quietly with elegant manners, and toasted all the adults. And she also accepted all the toasts. The 4 maids were dumbfounded. The crown princess can also eat with status. Seeing the crown princess drink 1 cup after another without being drunk, they felt that they had never really understood the crown princess. Lu Qiqi drank a few cups and supported her head slightly with her hands, as if she was thinking about something important. Lu Chenggang put down his chopsticks in cooperation. Crown princess? Lu Qiqi looked up and pretended to be calm. I'm fine. Father, don't worry. This was obviously something. But because there were so many people present, it was embarrassed to say it out loud. The upright Lu Chenggang didn't break the casserole to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 337. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. The officials who arrived felt guilty when they saw this. They have been officials for many years. So what is there to not understand? They finally got the chance to get close to the crown princess. And none of them wanted to miss it. The extent of the crown prince's doting on the crown princess. These local officials have heard. And no one wants to withdraw first when they encounter such a good opportunity. They all know that the emperor is old and his health is getting worse. And it is impossible to change the crown prince to become the new emperor. If they have the opportunity to climb up, they will not let it go easily. Lu Qiqi controlled her emotions very well, and successfully proved with her actions that she was a well-deserved crown princess. Lu Qiqi didn't talk much, but every sentence was to the point. And she could accurately tell which performance each person had made the best in the chat. The officials who were respected saw that Lu Qiqi was tired after half an hour, and they left one by one considerately. When these people left, they ordered people to send generous gifts to Lu's house. Lu Qiqi was in Huaxia building, and she knew exactly what everyone in Lu's house had sent. When Lu Qiqi heard the list, she said to Lu Chenggang, "They are really experienced people. The things they sent were all the highest they could afford." Lu Chenggang didn't care. This is the way of being an official. If the gifts were too expensive, it would mean that they were corrupt. If they were too light, it would mean that they were neglectful. A reasonable gift that was in line with their status could show their sincerity and leave a good impression on others. Lu Qiqi was uncomfortable eating this meal. She waited until everyone left, and the food was cold. Chunbai and others were well prepared. They took away all the food on the table and served it again. Some people think this move is extravagant and wasteful, but Lu Qiqi doesn't care about it. As the prince's woman, she still has these rights. Just as they were about to start eating, Dong Xiancheng, Su Zhubu, and Su Xianwei came over to toast. Lu Qiqi saw that her father Lu Chenggang was different from the perfunctory just now. This time he was more sincere. Lu Qiqi gave enough face and drank with the three of them. The three people were more tactful. They drank a glass of wine one by one and left quickly. Lu Qiqi could finally start eating. She ate without caring about her image. Chunbai and others saw the familiar crown princess, and they sighed one by one that the crown princess looked more friendly at this moment. In a group, the biggest winner was Lu Qiqi. It was because Lu Qiqi's family of three went to the restaurant, leaving only the housekeeper and a few maids in the mansion. When they came back from the restaurant, they saw the gifts piled up in the yard and the thick stack of paper in the housekeeper's hand. Lu Qiqi smiled and joked, "Father, they are all bribing you like this. You won't be able to stay in office for long. What does it have to do with me?" Lu Qiqi raised her eyebrows. "Are these things for you?" "Not for me, but for the crown princess." Lu Qiqi nodded. "Father, it's true." Lu Chenggang was not afraid. "Don't worry, crown princess. I will pack these gifts and send them all to the East Palace. By then, I will still be a good official who is honest and upright." Lu Qiqi smiled. "Father, let me remind you that if the water is too clear, there will be no fish." Lu Chenggang was silent. Fang Wanhua, who had been the background, said, "My daughter has hit the point." Lu Chenggang stood there, thinking about this carefully, and he understood the truth. Originally, he wanted to be an honest official. After being an official for so long, he also found out, now that his daughter pointed it out, he felt that his power was too weak to change the overall situation, and he should also make changes. Thinking about it, he ordered the housekeeper to send a copy of the list to the crown princess and the wife as a backup. The housekeeper was relieved to hear this. When Lu Qiqi woke up, she saw the extra list in front of her. She knew that it was sent by the housekeeper. She took it in her hand and looked at it carefully. The gifts given by officials are so just right, and the gifts given by businessmen are generous. People in ancient times were not too friendly to businessmen. They said that they were full of copper smell. Lu Qiqi knew that the copper smell could change their fate at a critical moment. Lu Qiqi was also a businessman. She felt that she should take this opportunity to get along well with these businessmen. Yu Dai hurriedly came from outside and handed her a letter. Lu Qiqi took a look. "Who sent it?" "It is said that it is an old friend of yours, Crown Princess." Lu Qiqi thought. How could she know who it was? The only memory of the original owner's old friend is the dead Lin Daodu. Now Lin Daodu is dead, and his father, the former Lin Jixian, is nowhere to be found. Thinking about it, she opened the letter, which said to go to the place where they played when they were young. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi was speechless. How could she know? Putting the letter aside, Yu Dai saw the content of the letter. Crown Princess. Are you going? I don't know who it is. And I don't know where it is. This Crown Princess. I'm not that stupid. This Crown Princess. Yu Dai knew how much the Crown Princess hated this letter. And she thought it was better not to go. It would be safer. Soon, Fan Wanhua arrived. Chi-Chi. How are you? Do you still have a headache? Fan Wanhua arrived with a bowl of hangover soup. Lu Chi-Chi saw that it was still steaming, and hurriedly took it from her mother's hand. Mom, just let them do these things. Why? Mom can still move. But you despise her? Fan Wanhua deliberately misinterpreted. My daughter feels sorry for her mother's tiredness. You have a conscience. Fan Wanhua sat down next to her, and saw the letter that was left out. She picked it up and looked at it for a few times. Who sent it? Who knows what kind of stuff it is? What are you going to do? Lu Chi-Chi smiled. Cold it. Fan Wanhua smiled. Others didn't know her daughter's background. But she knew it. It's okay. You are the Crown Princess now. No matter how good your friends are. It's normal for you not to contact some people because you have climbed up the social ladder. Mother. Everything you say has changed its taste. It was originally. Lu Chi-Chi was defeated and didn't plan to continue this matter. Mother came here just to send sobering soup. After saying that, a bowl of sobering soup was dried up. He turned the bowl upside down and showed it to Fan Wanhua. Fan Wanhua stood up with the small bowl and walked to the door without caring. She said, I forgot to tell you that I asked you to eat. Lu Chi-Chi was angry. Her mother knew that she was a foodie and deliberately delayed for so long before saying it. She quickly got up and chased after her. Fan Wanhua saw that things were not going well. So she ran with the bowl. The two of them came to the hall in a playful manner. Lu Chungang was sitting at the table thinking about something. He looked at the playful mother and daughter, and thought of his daughter who was holding the status of the Crown Princess outside, and laughed. Chi-Chi, you can't be disrespectful to your mother. Lu Chungang raised his dignity as a father. Father, do you mean you want to hit me? Lu Chi-Chi stood at the door and asked with a raised eyebrow. Chunbai and others were dumbfounded when they saw this situation. They were about to stop them, but were rudely pushed aside by Lu Chi-Chi. No! Lu Qingdong's temper also came up. Of course. Lu Chi-Chi had already pulled off the shelf and walked out the door. Yu Dai walked slowly, and was stunned when she saw the scene. What's going on? Looking at Chunbai. Chunbai had not reacted yet. Chapter 338 Busy Making Babies. Lu Chi-Chi and Lu Chungang have already come to the yard, and they rolled up their sleeves, ready to get down to business at any time. Fan Wanhua came to the door in a very good mood, holding a handful of melon seeds in her hand, eating while looking at the father and daughter in the yard. Without the outsider, the prince, they will always be a loving family. No, since coming to this place, the relationship between their family has become more harmonious. At this time, Lu Chi-Chi has already started. She first posed the standard movements of Tai Chi. She hadn't done it for a long time. For her who has been trained since childhood, the memory engraved in her bones will never be forgotten. After a set of movements, the two have stretched their muscles and bones and are about to further exchange. Yu Dai and others were stunned. What's going on? The Crown Princess has martial arts? How is this possible? I saw that the Crown Princess's moves looked familiar, as if I had seen them somewhere. But because I traveled all over the country in the early years, I couldn't remember them for a while. Qing Dai, Zhou Yin, and Chunbai were also not in good condition. They could feel the hidden power of the Crown Princess despite her seemingly weak performance. The movements were very slow, like slow motion, and sometimes they were so fast that people thought it was their own illusion. Lu Chi-Chi and Lu Chungang competed for about an instant stick of time. They were very satisfied with each other's proficiency. They both stopped at the same time, and Fan Wanhua just finished eating a handful of melon seeds. Okay, you two wash your hands and eat. Lu Chi-Chi looked at her father. Father, you are still as skilled as before. I have never stopped. Lu Chi-Chi clasped her hands together. I admire you. Hurry up. I see your mother is angry. Lu Chungang reminded them. And the two quickly washed their hands and came to the table. Fan Wanhua started eating without waiting for them. Lu Chi-Chi and Lu Chungang picked up the dishes and put them in Fan Wanhua's bowl at the same time. Okay. You two. Eat quickly. The family of three had a happy meal. And after the meal, they went to the yard to drink tea together. Chunbai and others served tea and fruit. and quietly stepped back to let them talk in private. Father, there is something I don't understand, Lu Chichi said. You tell me. After so many years, how could the Situ family suddenly make a big move? In Lu Chichi's eyes, there is nothing that cannot be discussed by the family of three. Now they are talking about the crime of treason. And they can also gossip about it. Lu Chungang was silent for a while. Who knows? Maybe someone is just bored. It's too ugly to eat. Lu Chungang sighed. When faced with power, how many people will not be blinded by lard? Lu Chichi nodded in agreement. That's what I said. I don't have such ambition. You have tried it, and know the bitterness. Some people haven't tried it, and want to try it. Then let them try generously. Do you know how many lives will be sacrificed? Lu Chungang is in the small Huangshan County. And his heart is the whole world. He didn't know the secrets of the Situ family. A big family with deep hidden secrets. And he has been paying attention to the situation of the whole Qin state. Lu Chichi was silent. After a while, he said, I always feel that things are not as simple as we see. It's really a bit strange. Just like the prince has not returned this time. Lu Chungang was worried that if the prince died young, his daughter would become a widow. Fang Wanhua, who had been silent, comforted her. Chichi, don't worry. He will be fine. Lu Chichi smiled. Of course he will be fine. Why? Lu Chungang knew his daughter, and felt that her confidence was a little strange. It was not blind confidence, but confidence in the prince. He is the future new emperor. I don't need to say what the new emperor represents. Are you sure? Lu Chungang asked. When the people around heard this, they all stopped breathing, openly discussing this matter, knowing that they had people arranged by the prince around them. They were not afraid that the prince would know and be disappointed in the family of three. Lu Chichi stretched out her hand, like a fortune teller, and counted with her fingers. The prince will ascend the throne 4 years from now. The people around were confused. But only Lu Chungang and Fang Wanhua doubted their daughter's confidence. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. Lu Chungang and Fang Wanhua didn't respond after hearing this. They didn't seem to hear what Lu Chichi said. They just drank tea and ate fruit. When Lu Chichi was about to speak, they said in tacit agreement that the moon was so round today. They talked about the moon, today's banquet, how much money they spent, and discussed waiting for the prince to come back to reimburse. This operation confused everyone. Lu Chichi saw them like this and smiled as she watched them act. In the end, Lu Chungang and Fang Wanhua admitted defeat and ran away together on the grounds that they were tired. Lu Chichi said another sentence. Father, Mother, it's still early. You went to bed early. Are you planning to give me a little brother or a little sister? This successfully tripped Lu Chungang. Sun Chao's concentration was not enough, and he fell to the ground from the roof where he was hiding. Chunbai and others looked at the crown princess in horror. Is this what the crown princess should say? Lu Chichi patted the dust off her body as if nothing had happened. I'm tired all day, and I went to bed early. It's not like someone is still busy making a baby. Sun Chao, who had just calmed down, lay on the ground again and couldn't get up for a long time. Chunbai and others were stunned for a long time, and they didn't react until the crown princess went into the room, closed the door, and turned off the lights. The thrilling day passed just like that. Lu Chichi woke up the next day and heard that several big rats were caught. Fang Wanhua came to her daughter excitedly to take credit. Lu Chichi washed her face casually and followed Fang Wanhua to see the big rats. After falling down, she saw that it was a few strangers, and Lu Chichi handed the matter over to Sun Chao to deal with. Sun Chao has been with the crown prince for many years, and he is also familiar with handling these things. He finally realized that the crown princess's family should not be underestimated, just because he led everyone to see with their own eyes how these people fell into the trap. When Sun Chao took the people away, he quickly packed them up and sent them to the capital on the pretext of delivering gifts. Fang Wanhua and Lu Chichi came to the hall together, and Lu Zhengang had already gone to the government office. The mother and daughter ate breakfast at the dining table and discussed the bloody matter. Mother, I think the agency can be improved. You say, Fang Wanhua said, and took another bite of the steamed bun. My daughter thinks it's not cruel enough. If a large number of people come, the agency is too gentle and can't scare others away. You are right. I am worried that someone will mistakenly enter the agency and hurt our own people. Lu Chichi agreed with this. Mother's worry is reasonable. But now is an extraordinary period. and extraordinary measures should be used. Okay. I'll improve it after dinner. Lu Qiqi quickly ended the topic and said, Did father know about this when he left? Your father went to the government office early today. And it was County Lieutenant Su who came. Which may be related to this matter. Lu Qiqi thought. Collusion inside and outside is the fastest and most effective way. I hope it's just a coincidence. Fan Wanhua sighed. She and Lu Chenggang have been husband and wife for many years, and know each other's temper. If County Lieutenant Su was involved in this incident last night, Lu Chenggang would be the saddest person. Mother, don't worry. With me as the crown princess, someone knows what to do. The identity is public. Just waiting for the fish to take the bait. It's too boring to be exposed so quickly. At the same time, I hope in my heart that my efforts can alleviate the current predicament of the prince. Chapter 339 A Different Jade Temple. 2 more days passed. No news came from the crown prince. But a few big rats were caught in Lu's house every night. Every time. Sun Qiao would take them away. In just a few days, everyone had a new understanding of Fan Wanhua. Although she seemed to be quiet, she opened the best Huaxiao building in Huangshan County. More importantly, no one knew that she was the real boss behind the scenes. Now that Lu's house is so lively every night, those who stayed to protect the crown princess don't have to do anything. Just watch the rats being caught. After Lu Qiqi saw the caught rats, she found Fan Wanhua again. When she went there, Lu Chenggang was whispering to her. Seeing Lu Qiqi coming, he stopped the topic. After Lu Qiqi entered the door, she ran directly to her mother Fan Wanhua. Father! Mother! Why do I feel like you are hiding something from me? Lu Chenggang was drinking tea. Fan Wanhua sighed. It's nothing serious. From what you said, it's related to me. Fan Wanhua nodded. There is news about the prince. Lu Qiqi stared at Lu Chenggang. There is still no news about Sun Qiao. How could his father get the news faster? Lu Chenggang put down his teacup and said, I also learned about it from County Lieutenant Su. Know what? You should know that County Lieutenant Su is in charge of public security. He has been busy patrolling recently. The day before yesterday, County Lieutenant Su found this outside the city. Lu Chenggang said, taking out a torn gold thread. Just based on this, Lu Qiqi looked at the gold thread. She didn't think it had anything to do with the prince. County Lieutenant Su said that this is for the Imperial Palace. If it's not yours, it should be the prince's. Impossible. Lu Qiqi denied it too quickly. And her heart was already uneasy. Is the gold thread really the prince's? It was the day before yesterday again. And the prince was in danger? Lu Qiqi tried hard to block this information and convince herself that everything was her illusion. She took the gold thread and looked at it carefully for a while. Father, when you are doing things secretly outside, will you wear official clothes? What do you mean? The prince's departure is related to the Situ mansion. And he will wear gold thread to prove his identity. Lu Qingdong's eyes changed slightly. Someone did it on purpose. Lu Qiqi nodded. Could it be Su County Lieutenant? He found the things. And he is the most suspicious. Lu Chenggang shook his head quickly. He doesn't have this brain. If it is really related to Su County Lieutenant, it should be Madame Su. Fan Wanhua continued. Madame Su is open-minded, and her words seem to be out of measure. But she always speaks to the key points. Fake straight girl? Lu Qiqi asked. Fan Wanhua nodded in agreement. That time, we were sitting together, and Madame Su accidentally let slip that County Magistrate Dong had a mistress hidden outside. What happened? Madame Dong found out and made a big fuss about it. Later, I heard that Madame Su was beaten and her face was swollen. She even apologized to Madame Dong. Lu Qiqi curled her lips and looked at her father. Father, who do you think hit you? It was definitely not County Magistrate Su. Lu Chenggang said. Fan Wanhua said. I saw that the slap mark was very small, and it was not a backhand. Later, it was investigated that Madame Su asked the maid next to her to do it. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi understood. Mother means that this matter was arranged by Madame Su? Fan Wanhua said again. This happened not long after you got into trouble. Lu Qiqi understood and looked at her father again. I want to meet this Madame Su. Today Madame Su went back to the Jade Temple outside the city to pray for blessings. Jade Temple? People in Huangshan are willing to go to the Jade Temple to pray for children. Lu Qiqi stood up and walked to the door. I also want to see if this Jade Temple is really so effective. Fan Wanhua said. Then you should be more sincere. Maybe you can bring back a child. Lu Qiqi was shocked by this, turned back to her mother, and smiled euphemistically. Mother, let's go together. Chunbai reacted quickly this time, and she really saw how little the crown princess took her parents seriously. No. No. My daughter's filial piety is good for my mother to know. Lu Chungang couldn't help laughing. Lu Qiqi complained to the 4 maids, whose parents are so out of tune. Chunbai came over. Crown princess, I think this jade temple is really spiritual. Why don't we bring some offerings? Lu Qiqi glared. You are just being nosy. Yu Dai said seriously. It's not appropriate to go empty-handed. They all heard what was said in the room just now. Lu Qiqi thought for a while, and looked at Chunbai. Chunbai understood, and hurried to prepare. Lu Qiqi walked out with the 3 maids. As Lu Qiqi and her group left, many people in the Lu mansion left with them. In the room, the expressions and movements of the father and his wife changed slightly. After a while, the wind chimes hanging next to the window rang, and Fang Wanhua said, They left. Do you also think there is something wrong with this county, Lieutenant Su? Lu Chungang said. Even if there is a problem, he is being used. Lu Chungang was relieved after hearing this. Fang Wanhua said again, Don't be too relieved too soon. I don't know how many things will happen in Huangshan County this time. Lu Chungang was silent. If it was an outsider, he would have driven him away directly, as the county magistrate. Now it's his daughter and son-in-law. It's another matter. You say, is the prince really okay? I think my daughter has a secret. Lu Chungang agreed with this. How could they not understand the daughter they raised? Last time they came, they had too many concerns about the prince's son-in-law. This time when they came back, they saw that the two had a harmonious relationship and knew that they were running in well. The two were worried about their daughter and son-in-law. And the housekeeper hurriedly came from outside. Master, Madam, Auntie Fat is back. Fang Zhuanhua's expression changed slightly. When did she come back? Auntie Fat was most familiar with the original owner's family of 3. If this person stayed around, it would sooner or later be bad. And it happened to be when her daughter came back. She couldn't help but worry more. Don't worry. Everything will be over. Lu Chungang patted the woman's hand. Fang Wanhua nodded. Things that couldn't happen happened to their family. God was so open-minded. And this time would be no exception. At this time, Lu Qiqi was sitting in the carriage, listening to Chunbai's chatter. Lu Qiqi saw someone talking endlessly, and let someone play, when she heard a very fat woman coming to the kitchen. Lu Qiqi guessed it was Aunt Fat, remembering that she didn't see this person twice when she came back. It turned out that this person was not there. What happened to her coming back suddenly at this time? She is now in the capital. If Aunt Fat finds something, she has an excuse. What about her father and mother? Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi felt that it was better for Aunt Fat not to be in Lu's house. The carriage finally arrived at the Jade Temple, in Lu Qiqi's thoughts and Chunbai's mutterings. The moment Lu Qiqi got off the carriage, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. Jade Temple. The Jade Temple believed by the people of Huangshan County looks like this. Like a quadrangle. If it weren't for the words Jade Temple on it. If it weren't for the words of her mother. She really thought she had gone to the wrong place. The 4 maids who were traveling with her also had the same thoughts. Crown Princess. Are we not wrong? It should be right. Lu Qiqi walked in with this doubt. Seeing that there was no one in the Jade Temple, Lu Qiqi felt that this was strange, since it is a Jade Temple believed by the people, and it is for praying for children. There should be many people, Lu Qiqi thought, and saw Sun Chao walking quickly from a distance. Lu Qiqi stopped. Crown Princess. Some people have arrived and were stopped. Sun Chao said. Do you know who it is? Lu Qiqi asked. Someone from Su County's mansion. Lu Qiqi thought of what her mother said, and sent someone to inquire. Is this the normal situation for Madame Su to come here? Sun Chao responded and left. Chapter 340, Letter of Surrender. Lu Qiqi walked into the Jade Temple with 4 maids. She also wanted to see what kind of powerful character Madame Su was. When they walked into the Jade Temple, the first thing they saw was a huge incense burner. The smoke from the incense burner went straight up to the sky. Seeing this scene, Lu Qiqi's original intention to meet Madame Su directly disappeared, and the most remaining was piety. She came to the incense burner, put her hands together, and knelt down to pay her respects. Under normal circumstances, there would be a cushion for kneeling, but there was none here. Lu Qiqi knelt directly on the ground. Chunbai and others did not expect the crown princess to be so direct. If they had known, they would have spread something on the ground. Lu Qiqi knelt on the ground, with no intention of getting up. She put her hands together and muttered something. Yu Dai could not hear what she said clearly, but only heard a faint sound. After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she kowtowed again, stood up, and walked towards the statue. With every step, Lu Qiqi felt unprecedented peace in her heart. Mrs. Su, who had planned all this today and had been waiting, knew that the crown princess was coming and knew her every move. When she wanted to recommend herself to the crown princess, let the crown princess recognize her ability and let her official wife's status become higher and higher. She was on the road that the crown princess had to pass by, and was about to speak. But what she didn't expect was that the crown princess just walked over. Mrs. Su stood there, with a smile on her lips, just looking at Lu Qiqi's back. Yu Dai and Chunbai followed the crown princess one step away. When Qin Dai walked by, she glanced at Mrs. Su, said nothing, and continued to walk over. At this moment, Lu Qiqi was too focused on one thing, and she went straight to the statue of the goddess of childbirth. Put your hands together and kneel on the mat. The four maids knelt quietly around, and when Lu Qiqi stood up, they followed suit. No one said a word during the whole process. When they came to the yard, they looked at Madame Su standing in the distance. Madame Su just glanced at her, feeling a little guilty, thinking that she had spent so much money and bribed so many people in order to see the crown princess, just to get the news to Fang Zhuanhua's ears, and then to the crown princess' ears. She succeeded, and at the most critical moment, she would never allow herself to fall behind. She walked to Lu Qiqi with confident small steps, knelt down and saluted. Your servant kowtows to the crown princess. Lu Qiqi looked and said nothing. Chunbai and others stood quietly aside. Madame Su knelt on the ground for a long time, and did not hear the crown princess's movement. Seeing that the crown princess stood still, she thought it was a test from the crown princess. Time passed, and Madame Su's posture did not change. Lu Qiqi was very disappointed with someone's performance, and she raised her foot to leave without saying a word. Madame Su couldn't keep calm. She didn't allow herself to miss this opportunity. She turned around and knelt on the ground again. I have something to say to the crown princess. If it's a state matter, it's not your turn as a woman to speak up. If it's a family matter, I have nothing to say to you. Madame Su was confused. Does the crown princess have any misunderstandings about me? You and I are not familiar with each other. How can there be misunderstandings? Lu Qiqi asked. Madame Su didn't want to give up. She stood up and was pressed to the ground by Qin Dai. Madame Su felt the pain in her arm and tried to hold on. Lu Qiqi saw the man's expression and said, Go back and tell him that God is watching what you do. Don't be lucky. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. After saying that, she walked away. Lu Qiqi left. Chunbai, Yu Dai, and Zhou Yan left. Qin Dai pushed Madame Su to the ground and walked away quickly. She was unwilling to let Lu Qiqi go away, but she couldn't do anything, because she found that her arm had no feeling. When she stood up, her arm naturally fell down. She just glanced at her arm, used her other intact hand, exerted a little force, and only heard a faint sound. Soon, Madame Su's arm could move freely. If you have seen enough, come out. Chao came out from the dark, looked at Madame Su, and said twice, Madame Su, you are not that good. Madame Su did not refute. Thinking about the expression of Lu Qiqi when she spoke just now, she didn't think she knew the cowardly Lu Qiqi. Those who could go to Huaxia Tower that day were men with some status in Huangshan County. She was a government lady, but she still couldn't get in. That day, she just took a look from a distance and confirmed that the crown princess was Lu Qiqi. She didn't think it would be difficult to take Lu Qiqi down. The first move failed. She didn't mind Chao's sarcasm. Don't be happy too soon. Chao didn't mind being mocked. I remember this is your pledge of allegiance. If you can't even do this, do you think you will have a future? She left with these words. Mrs. Su was furious, but she couldn't do anything to the other party. She could only admit that she failed. At this time, Lu Qiqi, who had walked away in the carriage, looked outside the carriage. She had been keeping this action since she got on the carriage. Chunbai and others stood quietly by her side. The carriage went quietly to Lu's house. When it was almost there, Lu Qiqi suddenly said, Turn around. The driver turned around quickly after hearing this. After walking for a while, Lu Chichi said again. Turn left at the next intersection. The driver did as he was told. Go straight at the next intersection. Stop by the old woman in light blue clothes in front. The driver did everything as he was told. Chunbai had no doubts. This was the Crown Princess's hometown. She was familiar with these things, and there was nothing strange about them. After the carriage stopped, Lu Chichi did not allow the maid to follow her, and walked into a small alley by herself. Yudai thought that someone had made an appointment with the Crown Princess. Could it be that the Crown Princess had such a good relationship with someone in Huangshan County? Lu Chichi relied on her intuition, and came to the door of a farmer's house. Seeing the closed door, she opened it and walked in. She saw Chao when she entered the door. Chao was a little surprised when she saw the Crown Princess. She quickly knelt on the ground and said, I pay my respects to the Crown Princess. Did she send you here? Yes. The gold thread is also hers. Right? Yes. Chao didn't find it strange that Lu Chichi knew all this. You are too obvious. It's dangerous for you. Hearing this, Chao looked up at Lu Chichi. What does the Crown Princess mean? Concubine Wu is beginning to suspect you. Chao nodded and reminded her. Be careful of Madame Su. Lu Chichi looked at her, said nothing, and left quickly. When Lu Chichi got on the carriage, the four maids all breathed a sigh of relief. When the carriage swayed back to Lu's house, the housekeeper was reporting to Fang Wanhua about Aunt Peng's injury. Aunt Peng is old. Let her rest in the yard. Yes. The housekeeper responded. Tell them that Auntie Peng is injured and can't work. If you let me know who made Auntie Peng work, you can leave. The housekeeper was shocked and understood what the lady meant. He quickly left to execute the order. Lu Chichi waited for her mother to finish her work and took Fang Juanhua's hand. Mom, this little thing won't bother you. Mother, Fang Wanhua said. And the mother and daughter walked into the house hand in hand. After entering the house, the maid served tea and left. Chapter 341 The Power of the Jade Temple. Fang Wanhua was a little worried and asked, Did you find anything? Mrs. Su is a capable person. Fang Wanhua smiled. My daughter is capable. She can see through this. Lu Chichi didn't elaborate. Mother, have you been to the Jade Temple? What happened? Lu Chichi recalled the abnormality after entering the Jade Temple. After entering the Jade Temple, I felt strange, as if something was guiding me. It's hard to describe the feeling. I always feel very mysterious. Fang Wanhua smiled. Is it really that magical? Mother, it's not what you think. What do you say it is like? Fang Wanhua started to play bad. You know what we have experienced. If some things were the original, I would never believe it. But since I came to this place, I know what fate means. Fang Wanhua heard her daughter say this, and she also wanted to go and see it. Seeing that the time today was okay, she told her daughter and headed for the Jade Temple. Lu Chichi reacted quickly and arranged for Yudai and Zhou Yin to follow her mother. She sat down and carefully recalled the strange feeling in the Jade Temple. One hand on her chin. Are you there? I haven't contacted the system for a long time, and I don't know how the system is now. After waiting for a while, there was no response. So Lu Chichi called again. If you are there, say something. When Lu Chichi didn't hear any movement and was about to give up, the system voice suddenly came. I'm here. The voice Lu Chichi heard was different from what she had heard before. In the past, the system's voice was intelligently synthesized. But this time Lu Chichi heard it and felt like a human. Who are you? System. Is my voice nice now? Lu Chichi. It has more emotion than before, which is a good thing. System. After upgrading, the voice is naturally different. If it is upgraded again, it may appear in front of you and let you see what the real body looks like. Lu Chichi. No. It's better for you to be a little mysterious. System. Oh my god. Your words are too hurtful. Lu Chichi didn't want to continue talking nonsense. So she asked directly, Is Concubine Wu coming to Huangshan County? System. Yeah. Lu Chichi. Is Concubine Wu the one who controls Situ Mansion? System. Smart. Lu Chichi. Is Concubine Wu still unaware of her son's death? System. You want her to know now? Lu Chichi sneered. That's what I mean. She also planned to use Madame Su to force Concubine Wu away. System. What are you going to do? Lu Chichi. Let Chao pass the message. The system laughed. Lu Chichi called out to the door. Sun Chao. Sun Chao came up quickly. Crown Princess. Lu Chichi took a pen and paper from the side, wrote only the word son on the paper, folded the paper, and put it in the envelope. You take this letter to the hut I went to before I came back. Yes. Sun Chao felt that he was wasting his talent. After Sun Chao left, Lu Chichi felt that she should do something else to force Concubine Wu to leave, and not to dirty the precious land of Huangshan County. After thinking for a while, she heard a noise outside. It was Fong Wanhua who came back. She got up and walked out quickly. The first time she saw her mother, she felt that she was a little lost. She looked at Yu Dai who went with her. Yu Dai shook her head. Lu Chichi knew that her mother had confirmed her thoughts not long ago. It might be that her ability to bear was too poor, resulting in the sequelae still left until now. Mother! You're back! Fong Wanhua reached out and grabbed Lu Chichi's arm. Still exerting force, Lu Chichi realized that the situation was worse than she thought, and hurriedly helped Fong Wanhua into the house with hot water and a hot towel. When Fong Juanhua's cold hands recovered a little, Lu Chichi simply sat on the ground and leaned on her mother's legs. They are all people who have experienced great things, and there is nothing they can't bear. Some things just need to be slowed down and digested. She will go to the Jade Temple again if she has the chance. And want to see how powerful the Jade Temple is? Fong Juanhua's poor tolerance made Lu Chichi begin to doubt her life. Evening. Lu Chenggang came back from outside with a bad face. When Lu Chichi heard the news, she asked Yu Dai to take good care of her mother, and she ran to the front yard. She heard from the housekeeper that her father went directly to the study when he came back. She ran to the study again. The moment she pushed open the door and went in, she saw her father with a sad face. Father! What's wrong? Lu Chenggang looked up. Am I too confident? Is there something wrong with County Magistrate Su? Lu Chenggang smiled coldly. Lu Chichi walked over and patted her father's shoulder. Father! In this world, who else can you trust besides your wife and daughter? Lu Chenggang sighed and said nothing. Father! I have something important to tell you. Go ahead. Today I went to the Jade Temple. Guess what happened to me in the Jade Temple? What happened? Lu Chenggang was in a bad mood and listened to everything his daughter said. I always felt that the Jade Temple was a little strange. When I went there, it seemed that there was a mysterious force pulling me. When I came back, I told my mother about it. My mother went there and was in a daze after she came back. Lu Chenggang rushed out quickly after hearing this. Lu Chichi saw her father's speed, said nothing, and signaled the kitchen to serve the food. Lu Chichi thought her mother would recover quickly. And when the food was served, what Lu Chichi waited for was Yu Dai's words. The master said that the crown princess doesn't have to wait for them to eat. Lu Chichi was even more curious about what her mother saw, and thought of her father's ability, which must be more capable than her daughter. Just at this time, Sun Chao sent a message saying that the prince was on his way back, and would arrive in another day. Lu Chichi was happy. And then something else happened to make her happy. Chao sent someone to send a message saying that Concubine Wu had left Huangshan County. She was less worried about the prince. Concubine Wu must have known that her son was dead, and couldn't accept it. She felt that there was no hope anyway, so she just let it go. She was in a good mood and asked for some wine to entertain herself. After eating and drinking, when Lu Chichi left, she told the kitchen to prepare food for her father and mother. Back in her own room, Lu Chichi's heart was about to fly. Just as she was happily spinning in circles, she suddenly felt a familiar breath in the room. Lu Chichi glanced at Yu Dai from the corner of her eyes, and Yu Dai lowered her head and stepped back to leave. Lu Chichi confirmed her thoughts and read the story slowly. The prince who was hiding in the bedroom couldn't wait any longer and came out like a resentful woman. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Lu Chichi didn't say anything and continued to read the story. The prince knew that the woman was angry and hurried over to coax her. Chichi, you still know how to come back. Lu Chichi's eyes were filled with tears, and the moment she looked up, tears fell. The prince was very distressed, and gently embraced the woman in his arms, lowered his voice to explain. Something happened on the way, which delayed the time to come back. What happened can't be said. Only Lu Chichi knew how difficult it was for her during the period when there was no news from the prince. Chapter 342. Lu Chenggang was injured. The next day, Lu Chenggang came to find his daughter, and saw Zhao Kai in the yard. He instantly understood what was going on, and turned away. Zhao Kai and others stood there, waiting quietly, for maids were busy in the kitchen. When they saw Zhao Kai, they knew that the prince had returned, and they had nothing to worry about. They were busy in the kitchen making delicious food. The food was ready, but the man hadn't come out yet. In the end, all these things went into the stomachs of Lu Chungang and Fan Wanhua. They were relieved to know that the prince had returned, and they were relieved about the prince's affairs. As for the matter of the Jade Temple, the two planned to find out today. After the meal, the two rushed to the Jade Temple. Lu Chungang didn't believe it, but the current situation was special, and he had to see it himself. When he arrived at the Jade Temple, he found that there was no one. When Lu Chungang felt strange, Fan Wanhua said, "It was the same when my daughter came yesterday." As the parent official of Wanshan County, Lu Chungang couldn't let this matter develop. Maybe it's nothing. Once some rumors are spread too much, some people will believe them. The power of rumors is sometimes more terrible than thousands of troops. Fan Wanhua said again, "Let's go in first." The daughter's arrival was the same as hers. She wanted to know if there was a human factor. The two walked into the Jade Temple. There was no one there, but there were incense sticks burning in the incense burner. The fragrance of the incense went up to the sky. There was no Dieter. All the way up. The two looked up and saw the dazzling sunlight, so they could only lower their heads. Lu Chungang witnessed it with his own eyes, felt strange, and realized that his heart was surprisingly calm. When the two of them recovered, they ran towards the statue behind them. After walking for a long time, they didn't see the statue. Lu Chungang realized that something was wrong and quickly grabbed the woman's hand to encourage her. The two kept walking, and a thick fog appeared in front of them. With each other, they faced it calmly. They didn't know how long they walked, but they felt exhausted. They wanted to find a place to rest. And then, they found that everything in front of them had changed. They seemed to have returned to their old home in a trance. Seeing the familiar home, the anxiety in their hearts was much less. At this time, the doorbell rang. A woman ran out of the kitchen to open the door. Lu Chungang and Fan Wanhua saw Li standing outside the door. Li was holding a dagger and heading towards the woman's abdomen. At the critical moment, a man rushed over and knocked the woman away. The dagger in Li Yi's hand had already pierced the man's abdomen. Fan Wanhua was stunned by the scene in front of her. Suddenly, a voice seemed to come from the sky. "Go!" Fan Wanhua was unstable and was pushed again. She accidentally fell to the ground. The pain made her sober up. When she looked around, she found that she was still in the Jade Temple. Lu Chungang had a dagger stuck in his abdomen, and a noble lady stood next to him. Fan Wanhua didn't know that the noble lady in front of her was Concubine Wu, who should be in the palace. It was also Concubine Wu who should have left Wanshan County after Lu Qiqi got the news. Fan Wanhua got up and came to Lu Chungang. She knew in her heart that everything she had just seen was the noble lady's trick. The most important thing was not to take action, but to save her life. Concubine Wu smiled and said, "You are here, and you still want to leave? Who are you?" Fan Wanhua said while supporting Lu Chungang. Lu Chungang knew the temperament of women. It was impossible for her to leave. He could only support his injured body and find a way out. It doesn't matter who it is. What matters is that it would be very interesting if you two died here. Concubine Wu said this and stepped back. Countless people in black rushed out around her. Lu Chungang saw this and thought something bad had happened. The two of them might not be able to leave safely. He thought he should leave something for his daughter before he died. Fan Wanhua had the same idea. She drew on the ground with her toes and deliberately loosened the handkerchief in her sleeve, as if it would fall out at any time. After doing this, she smiled at Lu Chungang. "I stumbled all the way here. Fortunately I have you." Lu Chungang faced it calmly. "With you by my side, I'll be lonely wherever I go." The two closed their eyes and calmly waited for death to come. Suddenly, a ping-pong sound came. Lu Chungang and Fan Wanhua opened their eyes at the same time. They saw that the two people in black were fighting with the people around them. Lu Chungang and Fan Wanhua didn't know who the two were. Seeing the two protecting them, Lu Chungang grabbed Fan Wanhua's hand and looked at Concubine Wu at the same time. Concubine Wu looked at the two people who suddenly appeared, squinting her eyes as if thinking about something. Suddenly, an arrow shot over. When Concubine Wu found it, it was too late to dodge. The arrow flew over her head and knocked off her hairpin. Then her long hair fell down, and a strand of short hair floated on the ground. Concubine Wu was shocked. And when she saw that the leader who rushed in was the prince, Concubine Wu fled in fear. The moment Lu Chungang and Fan Wanhua saw the prince, their hearts were relieved. When they went to look for the lady again, she was gone. The prince looked at Lu Chungang with a gloomy murderous look on his face. After just one glance, the few people who were originally ready to attack Lu Chungang all fell in a pool of blood. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. After receiving the news, the prince rushed over with his men. Fortunately, the prince arrived in time. Otherwise I would have lost my life. Lu Chungang said. Fang Wanhua really thought she was going to die. But fortunately the prince showed up in time. Thinking of the two men in black who arrived earlier and left earlier, she felt strange and felt that it was not the right place to talk. So she could only talk about it later. The prince saw that Lu Chungang was injured, and immediately led people back to Lu's house, leaving the matter here to Zhao Kai to deal with. The group returned to Lu's house. When Lu Qiqi heard that the prince had left suddenly, she had a bad premonition in her heart. Not long after, she saw her parents come back and her father was injured. And Lu Qiqi felt as if her heart was on the tip of a knife. Fortunately, Qi Dai had medical skills and could treat her father immediately. Lu Qiqi was anxious and could only give her amulet to her father. This was the only thing she could do. At this moment, Lu Qiqi regretted not studying medicine. If she studied medicine, she wouldn't have to give her loved ones' lives to others. Now she and her mother can only stand by and pray for her father. The waiting time was long. But fortunately, Lu Qiqi finally survived. After hearing Qi Dai say that her father's wound had been treated and his life would not be in danger, Fang Juanhua's body softened, and the prince quickly supported Fang Wanhua. Lu Qiqi stood there like a fool, without moving for a long time, and stupidly watched the prince hugging her mother and lying on the bed. She didn't react until the moment the prince hugged her. Her father and mother fell at the same time, which was a big blow to Lu Qiqi. She had been holding on, and her body softened and collapsed in the prince's arms. Chapter 343 Situ Zongxin is not dead? The prince felt bad when he saw the woman like this, and he put all his anger on concubine Wu. If it weren't for her, Lu Chungang would not be injured. Fang Wanhua would not fall, and the woman would not become like this. Concubine Wu was the culprit of everything. The prince was determined to kill concubine Wu. He gave the order, from Huangshan County all the way to the capital. Many arrangements were made to kill concubine Wu. Even if concubine Wu had 18 skills, she would definitely die this time. For this matter, the prince never doubted the ability of his own people. But when the prince heard that someone secretly helped concubine Wu to return to the capital alive, the prince was furious and almost overturned the entire Huangshan County. Fortunately, Lu Chungang was able to get out of bed. Fang Wanhua also recovered, and Lu Qiqi's condition improved as they improved. Lu Qiqi blamed herself, thinking that if it weren't for her, her parents would not have experienced this incident. And it was she who brought danger to her family. There are some things that she doesn't say in front of her parents, but she knows them in her heart. Because her father was injured, she had different ideas in her heart. When things here are dealt with, she will return to the capital, and she will be a real princess. Let everyone know that if you touch her family, it's not as simple as death. Originally, she thought of just teaching concubine Wu a lesson, but now her mind has changed. Leave her parents' courtyard and return to her own courtyard. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the serious prince and asked, "What's wrong?" Now Lu Qiqi is not afraid of too many things, but afraid that there are fewer things and no chance for her to do it. Let her escape. Lu Qiqi sneered. Kill again! She knew the prince, and it was unlikely that concubine Wu could escape from the prince. She wanted to get the news that concubine Wu left Huangshan County because she knew her son's death, and later appeared in Yu. She also learned from her mother that when the incident happened, they were a little dazed. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi thought of Madame Su. Where is Madame Su? Su Mansion. I want to see her. The incident was related to her, and Lu Qiqi felt that she should meet her. When the prince brought her to Su Mansion, the huge Su Mansion was guarded. Lu Qiqi came all the way to the backyard. Seeing the open door, Lu Qiqi was a little dissatisfied with the prince's arrangement. Madame Su was the indirect murderer who hurt her father. How could she enjoy such good treatment? The moment Lu Qiqi entered the house and saw Madame Su, she smiled. Prince, princess, concubine, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. The words were said intermittently, and Lu Qiqi saw that someone was tired and lost half his life because of a word. Madame Su's current miserable state did not relieve her hatred. Wrong? What is wrong with Madame Su? Lu Qiqi thought that her father's injury was related to this man. She had seen her father's inconvenience with her own eyes these days, and vented all her anger on Madame Su. Your Highness. Madame Su lost her pride due to torture, and she also knew that the present was her only hope of survival. I forgot to tell you. You are now a sinner. Madame Su looked at the crown princess in disbelief. Lu Qiqi was amused by Madame Su's expression. The crown prince said, Su County Lieutenant has admitted it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Madame Su collapsed, muttering to herself. Lu Qiqi heard that Madame Su had done a lot of things, and that letter was also written by Madame Su. Thinking of this, and looking at Madame Su, whose expression began to become painful, she deserved it. Turning her head to look at the prince understood what he meant and nodded. And Lu Qiqi left with peace of mind. When the two left Su's house, Madame Su's life also came to an end, and Su County Lieutenant also died with her. Su County Lieutenant was especially taken care of by the prince, and his death was not as decent as Madame Su's. When Lu Qiqi came to the outside of Su's house, she looked back. The prince didn't want the woman to stay in such a place for too long, so he pulled the woman into the carriage and left. Sitting in the carriage, Lu Qiqi sighed and asked, Who is Su County Lieutenant? Su County Lieutenant is cautious in doing things, and only found that he had secret dealings with some people. Who? Lu Qiqi dug deep. How does he mean? Situyi. Situyi? Situchi's elder brother. You said that the Situ family had contact with concubine Wu. I said that? How could the prince not remember this? If you didn't say it, how would I know it? Speaking of this, she thought of concubine Wu who had escaped. Who helped concubine Wu? Lu Qiqi thought that the prince was looking for the maid next to concubine Rong, and it was the emperor who got rid of her in advance. Could this matter be related to the emperor? If this is the case, the person who hurt her father is the emperor. Can she do something to the emperor? Looking at the prince in front of her, she knew that doing so would embarrass the prince. After thinking about it, Lu Qiqi made up her mind that if this person was really the emperor, she would not let him go. I suspect Situ Zongxin is not dead. Situchi's father? The prince nodded. Seeing that the prince didn't say anything, Lu Qiqi secretly called out the system in her heart. Situ Zongxin is really not dead? System. Dead. Lu Qiqi. Was it the emperor who rescued concubine Wu? System. No. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi relaxed a lot and asked again. Who helped concubine Wu? System. I don't know for the time being. Lu Qiqi. Is there anything else you don't know? Lu Qiqi began to doubt the ability of the system. System. The other party is too cautious, and the people sent are all small fry. Lu Qiqi was more curious about this matter. Who was behind it? Among the people she knew, no one had such great ability except the emperor. If what the system said was true, then, thinking of a possibility, she hurriedly asked, Do you still remember the old maid next to concubine Rome? You said that the emperor took her away before the prince. System. Remember. Lu Qiqi. Why did the emperor do this? System. Who knows? Lu Qiqi thought for a while. Could it be related to this incident? The system was silent for a while, and said, It is possible. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi wanted to find out who rescued concubine Wu. The other party was so mysterious. She could start from concubine Wu. She began to think of various possibilities in her mind, and she planned every step in the future carefully. This is the habit of people who do big things. No matter what you do, as long as you are attentive and lucky, and act according to the plan in every step in the future, the result should be ideal. The carriage swayed back to Lu's house. The moment the carriage stopped, the prince and Lu Qiqi came back to their senses, looked at each other, and smiled slightly. A tacit understanding was formed, just waiting for the next cooperation. In the next few days, Lu Qiqi stayed by her parents' side, saying nothing that shouldn't be said, and showing filial piety thoroughly. Lu Chungang took advantage of this injury to adjust himself. Thinking of Su Xianwei's betrayal, his heart hurt like a knife. With his wife and daughter by his side, he could quickly adjust to the state and face the big things in front of him. The prince was busy outside all day, and no one knew what he was really busy with except himself. But a lot of good things were sent from time to time. Lu Chungang was stabbed in the abdomen, and he used the medicine sent by the prince. In just a few days, the wound had healed. Chapter 344 Confession. Lu Qiqi took the small medicine bottle in her hand and looked at it carefully again and again. It was hard to tell what it was made of. But it was indeed a good thing. Because of this, Lu Qiqi thought of the medicine that Chu Xiang gave her. It was obviously a good medicine. And it was obviously very effective. When she gave the medicine to her father, it did not have the desired effect. She was puzzled about this matter. At this moment, she wanted to rush to Chu Xiang and ask for clarification. Lu Chenggang saw that his daughter was obsessed with this small medicine bottle. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Fang Wanhua heard it, smiled, and did not speak. Lu Qiqi took out a small medicine bottle from her arms. Father, this medicine also has a special effect on me. I don't know why. It has no effect when I give it to you. Lu Chenggang thought his daughter said it casually, just to save face. Fang Wanhua watched from the side and didn't care. During this period, she gradually became fascinated with embroidery and was busy with a purse in her hand. Lu Qiqi was serious. When they were distracted, she pushed the porcelain bottle next to her to the ground. The noise startled the two people. Lu Qiqi moved even faster. She picked up a piece of debris and cut a hole on her wrist. Fang Wanhua saw it and yelled, "Are you crazy?" She was angry that her daughter didn't know how to take care of herself. How could she hurt herself? Lu Cheng was about to say something when he saw Lu Qiqi calmly open the small medicine bottle and apply the medicine to the wound on her wrist. At this time, an amazing scene happened under the gaze of the three people. The wound that was bleeding just now was healing miraculously. Lu Cheng was stunned for a long time and couldn't say a word. Fang Wanhua was not much better. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that there was such a miraculous effect. You all saw it. Fang Wanhua recovered. You used this medicine on your father. Why didn't you see the effect? My daughter doesn't understand either. Perhaps only Prime Minister Chu can explain it to her. Prime Minister Chu is not here now. No matter how much she wants to say, she has no place to say it. Qiqi, where do you think this medicine came from? Prince Chu gave it to me. Lu Qiqi said. Lu Chenggang asked. The most mysterious prime minister in the capital? Yes. Lu Qiqi took this opportunity to give a general account of what happened. Lu Chenggang was silent for a while and said, This prime minister is very mysterious and has a close relationship with the emperor. I heard that Prime Minister Chu has special privileges in the capital. Prince Chu can freely choose whether to go to court. Lu Qiqi said. Lu Chenggang looked at the small medicine bottle in his daughter's hand, and then at the wound that had healed and only left some traces, and said, You have a good relationship with Prime Minister Chu? I didn't have much contact, but he was pretty good to me and gave me 2 bottles of medicine. As he said, he searched for a while. When I was in Feiqian Fort, I didn't have the medicine with me at that time. It was the owner of Feiqian Fort who gave me 2 bottles of Prime Minister Chu's medicine. The effect is the same? Not quite the same. Lu Qiqi thought for a while and said, Keep it well. Don't take it out unless it's absolutely necessary. Also, when you return to the capital, you must have a good relationship with Prime Minister Chu. But you must control the degree. As a father, Lu Chenggang knows how to protect his daughter. And because he is a man, he understands the real thoughts of men. Fang Wanhua thinks this makes sense and looks at her daughter. My daughter knows. After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she put away the small medicine bottle and handed her father's medicine to her mother. Keep the bottle of medicine well. If possible, let the prince send another bottle. Lu Chenggang laughed. You kid. You don't know how much thought the prince put into this bottle of medicine. He is your son-in-law, so he should do something. Yes. Yes. We are lucky to have your daughter. Fang Wanhua said. That's a must. After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, the 3 of them laughed. Lu Qiqi laughed enough and said, Mother, I haven't eaten your cooking for a long time. Don't you plan to show off your cooking skills today? What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you. Fang Wanhua was out of shape for a long time because of Lu Qingdong's injury. When she heard her daughter's words, she remembered that she hadn't cooked for a long time. She thought of Aunt Pang again, wondering how she was doing. Fang Wanhua felt a little reluctant to treat Aunt Pang like that, and was worried that their secret would be discovered. So she had to use this method. Fang Wanhua thought that she should arrange a way out for Aunt Pang. Roast duck. Lu Qiqi blurted out. Want to eat roast duck? When I came to see you just now, I saw that the kitchen bought a few ducks. Fang Wanhua heard this, and was about to go see Aunt Fatty. So she left quickly. When there were only 2 people left in the room, Lu Chenggang got straight to the point. What are you hiding from your mother? Father, The person who attacked you that day was Concubine Wu. So what? Lu Chungang had expected it. And his face was not surprised at all. I'm going to attack Concubine Wu. Just because of this? Lu Qiqi shook her head honestly. This time, father was implicated by his daughter. Lu Chungang didn't mind. Father, it's just right for me to take a good rest this time, and let others see that my temperament has changed drastically because of this incident. Lu Qiqi understood what her father meant and asked, Father, do you disagree? You watch a lot of TV. If you can get to the level of a royal concubine, you must have some skills. If you are not sure, it is best not to do it. I have a secret weapon. Lu Chungang narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, I have the ability to predict the future. Lu Chungang rolled his eyes directly. Lu Qiqi smiled. My daughter came with a system when she traveled through time. I can get some secrets from the system. So you can be so sure that the prince will be fine? Lu Chungang, the old fox, finally showed his tail. Father, are you doing this on purpose? Lu Chungang sighed. I'm just worried about you. My daughter understands. Many things, no matter how big the matter is, are not as important as life. Yeah. Tell me about the current situation in the palace. Lu Chungang knew that his daughter would not stay in Huangshan County for too long, and he thought of taking this opportunity to talk about it. The Queen Mother and the Emperor are fine with me. They are mainly treating me like this because the fate of the prince and I is to live and die together. What? Explain it clearly. Lu Chungang was anxious. I only found out after I traveled here. I traveled here because of the prince. To be frank, if the prince is injured, I will also be injured. That's not the key. You said you traveled here because of the prince? Lu Qiqi felt that the time was ripe, and she could be honest about some things. The system said that the prince will be the emperor in the future. If I were not there, he would still be the emperor. But, Lu Qiqi said everything the system said without reservation. Lu Chungang was also a person who had experienced great things. Hearing this, he couldn't digest it for a long time. The prince may not be a good thing for his daughter. Only when the prince is alive can his daughter be fine. Because of this, the Queen Mother and the Emperor will treat their daughter so well. Lu Chungang asked, How are you with the prince? Not bad. Don't play dumb. You said, if the prince is injured, you will also be injured. What if you are injured? The prince will also be injured. But the situation is slightly less serious. When Lu Chungang heard this, he punched the table next to him in anger. Damn it! You came here because of him. But he held you back. Chapter 345. Do you like him? Lu Qiqi smiled. She couldn't say anything. This is the fact. Knowing it is just anger. Then the two of them were silent for a while. In order not to get angry to death, they simply went out to get some fresh air. When they came to the yard, Lu Chungang wanted to have a discussion with his daughter. But because Lu Chunggang's wound was gone. After all, the injured body was not suitable for strenuous exercise. So later, the father and daughter ran to the kitchen. Fang Zhuanhua's voice was heard from a distance. And when they came to the kitchen, they saw Fang Zhuanhua's forehead sweating from busyness. Lu Qiqi was about to wipe the sweat off her mother's forehead with a handkerchief, and was suddenly pulled by someone. Are you injured? Lu Chunggang's eyes swept over the prince, and his eyes fell accurately on the prince's wrist. Sure enough, he saw a wound that was still dripping with blood in the same position as the prince. This time, Lu Chungang was satisfied. He walked into the kitchen and successfully blocked Fang Zhuanhua's sight. The two exchanged glances, understood each other, and continued to be busy. Outside the kitchen, Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. How did you know? The prince didn't say anything, pulled the woman to the side, and showed his wound. Lu Qiqi looked at the wound carefully. This wound was not the one to prove that he had a special medicine. Then he looked at the wound on his wrist, which was only a trace. How did you get hurt? Ask you? The prince was speechless, seeing the woman's surprised look. And hearing this, he was really speechless. Lu Qiqi also felt that this was not the place to talk, and pulled the prince to a corner where no one was. I was injured just now. But shouldn't you? Should what? If I don't say so, you won't worry about death all day long. Lu Qiqi finally understood that they really lived and died together. This time she felt relieved. If the prince was injured, she would also be injured. And this time she felt balanced. She remembered that the system said that it was not like this, because the prince was in front of her, and she planned to settle accounts with the system later. Tell me, What's going on? The medicine that Prime Minister Chu gave me is only useful for me, not for my father. They don't believe it. So I demonstrated it. You are so stupid. There are women who are even stupider than her. The prince looked at his wound. The origin of his wound was really unfair. Lu Qiqi was embarrassed, took out the medicine bottle, and prepared to apply medicine to him. Just as he was about to move, he was dodged by the prince. Your medicine is useless to me. Lu Qiqi stopped moving. Why? That is the medicine that Prime Minister Chu gave you, and it only works for you, the prince said, took out a medicine bottle from his arms, and applied medicine to himself. Lu Qiqi couldn't react, since it is specially made. Why does the medicine that Hao Ziyu gave me, Chu Xiang, work for me? The prince didn't want to face it, so he could only tell the truth. What if Chu Xiang already knew it was for you? Impossible. Lu Qiqi directly rejected it. The prince didn't want to say more, so he pulled the woman away. He felt it necessary to clarify some things with the woman, especially Chu Xiang. It's best to keep a distance. Just like Chu Xiang knew the woman's location, but didn't rush to tell himself, but secretly did a lot of things. Lu Qiqi was passive, and she knew that she was reckless. When the two returned to the house, the moment the prince closed the door, he immediately trapped the woman in his arms. What are you doing? Lu Qiqi was trapped and wanted to push the man away, but was hugged tighter. The prince bit his daughter's earlobe as punishment. Tell me the truth. Do you like Prime Minister Chu? Lu Qiqi was furious when she heard this, and stomped on the prince's foot. What did you say? Prince Chu is a very good person, and he is good looking. Everyone likes beautiful things, and I am no exception. But what I mean by like is a little different from what you mean by like. Do you like him? What I mean by like is appreciation. But what you mean by like seems to be cheating on you. After saying this, Lu Qiqi pushed the man away and glared at the prince. I think you need to reflect on yourself and think about where you went wrong. Lu Qiqi showed her anger at being misunderstood to the fullest, as if she was venting her anger in this way. When she left and made sure that the prince could not see it, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. The words she blurted out almost killed her. She was annoyed countless times in her heart. Why did she say what was in her heart? Knowing that the prince was a narrow-minded person, she still did this. The prince was in a good mood today. If he was in a bad mood, he would not know what kind of storm would be caused by saying this. Just as she was thinking, she heard the familiar footsteps coming from the original place. Lu Qiqi knew it was Chunbai, adjusted her mentality, and walked towards the kitchen. Sure enough, she met Chunbai not long after she walked. Chunbai saw the crown princess and saluted quickly. Crown princess, Madam said that the roast duck will be ready soon. Please come and taste it later. Lu Qiqi knew her parents' thoughts, but she did not expose them. She walked to the kitchen with Chunbai, in order to make herself return to normal as soon as possible. She deliberately told Chunbai something. When the two came to the kitchen, Fang Wanhua saw them and smiled. Lu Chungang was unhappy. I told you. The food is ready, and she is here, so there is no need to call her. You are the only one who talks too much. Fang Wanhua rolled her eyes at him, and then smiled and pulled her daughter to her. Remember, when you want to eat roast duck in the future, you must master the heat. And when Fang Wanhua said this trick to make roast duck, Lu Qiqi knew it in her heart. Her parents knew that they would leave soon, and they wanted to teach her all the common sense of life. She used to think that she was too nagging, but now she can feel her parents' reluctance from her words. When Fang Wanhua explained all the essentials of roast duck, the roast duck was also roasted. As soon as the roast duck came out of the pot, the prince also came to smell it. Fortunately, the prince did not come empty-handed. He was holding 2 jars of wine in his hands. Lu Qiqi felt that the prince knew that he had said something wrong and came to apologize to her. Lu Chungang and Fang Wanhua thought that the prince must have known the secret between him and his daughter, and came to apologize to them. No one would be happy if their daughter was held in the hands of others. Not to mention that they had experienced too many things. The family was reunited, and they were only happy. But now they were implicated by others. If it were a normal person, it would be fine. But the prince's identity was there, and there were many dangers. The daughter's life was still on this man's belt, who would give him a good face. I used to think that the prince was really good to his daughter, but now it seems that it is not entirely true. They have already accepted the prince, and they are worried again. Lu Chungang showed his dissatisfaction thoroughly, holding a roast duck, tearing off a roast duck leg and giving it to his daughter, and tearing off another one, which everyone thought should be the prince's. Lu Chungang took a bite directly, saying that it was delicious, and sent it to Fan Wanhua. You try it too. I make things, and you still need to taste them. Fan Wanhua said and ate it. The prince just stood by, his face a little ugly. Lu Qiqi understood what her parents meant. At this moment, she felt sorry for the prince. She didn't dare to give him food in front of her parents. In this way, the family of three ate until their mouths were full of oil, and the prince could only watch helplessly from the side. Chapter 346. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Fan Wanhua is also a woman, and can understand her daughter's mood at the moment. She took out another roast duck from the oven, tore off a duck leg, and said, Prince, try this one. This one has been roasted for a longer time, and is more flavorful. The prince did not embarrass Fan Wanhua for the sake of a woman, and took a bite. Lu Qiqi came over and asked, Is mother's roast better? The prince saw the look Lu Qiqi gave him, and said perfunctorily, It's as delicious as yours. Lu Qiqi whispered, Can you speak? The prince looked at the two people who were eavesdropping openly, and gave the woman some face. I'm telling the truth. Lu Qiqi turned her head to her parents. Mom, I inherited most of your cooking skills. Okay. You want to eat my cooking, and you say it so nicely. Fan Wanhua did not embarrass her daughter, turned into the kitchen and started to work again, and took Lu Chungang with her before leaving. Lu Qiqi smiled like a smart person, holding a roast duck in one hand, and pulled the prince away. The prince noticed something was wrong and followed the woman for a while. My father is angry. Oh, knowing the relationship between you and me, he must be worried that you don't treat me sincerely. The prince's mouth twitched, thinking that Lu Chungang was good enough, and he couldn't be careless in front of a woman. Your father is too suspicious. People say that a daughter is the little lover of her father in the previous life, and this is really true. Lu Qiqi deliberately excused her father, and because of the protection of her parents, she felt sweet. So, in order to prove it in front of your father, you are willing to hurt yourself? Things are back to square one. Lu Qiqi is also struggling. Is the system really untrustworthy? With something on her mind, she came to the hall quietly. After a while, the dishes were served one by one. Lu Qiqi gradually recovered. When her parents arrived, she could finally eat. The wine brought by the prince was also put to good use. Lu Qiqi took the first sip and knew that it was a good wine that had been collected for many years. Lu Chungang also tasted that the wine brought by the prince was very precious, and took the initiative to let Fan Wanhua drink a glass. Fan Wanhua only drank a glass, and never drank greedily. Lu Qiqi was different. She drank with the prince, and got drunk quickly. Fan Wanhua saw her daughter leaving, and Lu Chungang continued to sit down and drink with the prince. Without his daughter present, Lu Chungang directly expressed his dissatisfaction with the prince. The prince also knew that he was at fault in this matter. She was just the daughter of a small county magistrate, and he was the prince, facing more dangers. Father-in-law, this cup is for you. No. You should take good care of yourself, and don't let my daughter get in trouble. The prince raised his head, and drank a glass of wine. As a man, I am very optimistic about you. As a son-in-law, I have to consider my daughter more. Lu Chungang said what he thought. I will protect myself and Qiqi. Lu Chungang nodded with satisfaction. With the prince's words, I am relieved. The two people's identities are always interspersed between the prince and the county magistrate. Both of them play different roles, and can easily control these two roles. At this time, Lu Qiqi and Fan Wanhua, who pretended to be drunk, were chatting in the room. The two were lying on the bed, with their legs hanging in the air and swinging left and right. Fan Wanhua peeled an orange and picked up a slice and put it into her daughter's mouth. After eating, Lu Qiqi smiled and said, Mother still understands me. Know how to pretend to be drunk and leave quickly. I think the prince is not an ordinary person. Don't use such tricks again in the future. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. When Fan Wanhua saw her daughter drinking non-stop, she knew what was going on. Okay. Listen to mother. Fan Wanhua saw that her daughter listened and asked, What's going on between you and the prince? The day the prince ascends the throne as emperor, it will not be like this. Really? It should be. Lu Qiqi was not sure. You must protect yourself now, and never let yourself get hurt easily. Lu Chichi nodded. Your father went too far this time. When the prince comes back later, you know what to do. Right? After coming to ancient times for so long, they have already deeply realized the importance of power. Father is doing this for my own good, wanting to support me. Lu Chichi chuckled. The prince was very kind to me. 10 concubines were sent to the Jin Palace. Except for me. One died. One became someone else's maid. And the others all died. Fang Wanhua was particularly concerned about these things because of her daughter. And she also had a general idea of these things. Do you remember what I told you last time? Lu Chichi's eyes were a little dim. I remember. Not only remember, but also do it. I'll try my best. Fang Wanhua stopped asking her daughter and said, Be careful when you go back this time. Your father, and I don't have to worry. Lu Chichi smiled. I'm leaving. You should be safe. Right? As long as the prince doesn't fall. The two of us old bones can live like fairies for thousands of years. Lu Chichi heard this, and got up and approached Fang Wanhua. Mother, do you know how old we are? Fang Wanhua was stumped by this question. There is no record of this dynasty in history books. If it conforms to the current logic, we may be in a parallel space. The mother and daughter were very curious about the parallel space. When the prince came back, Fang Wanhua did not feel embarrassed to be caught and left quickly. Lu Chichi directly pulled the prince over. How is it over there? Your father is drunk. Father can't drink much. He can't drink more than you. The prince didn't care about some people. You have a good father. Father is naturally the best. Lu Chichi said. Your father is also the best. Speaking of this, the prince sat down next to him, picked up the orange that had not been eaten next to him, and ate it one by one. What's wrong? Lu Chichi saw that the prince was not right and asked. We are going back. Lu Chichi's smile faded. When? No hurry. Every day after that, Lu Chichi became closer to her parents. The prince began to get busy. 3 days passed in the busyness. 3 days later, Lu Chungang walked into the government office and started his daily work. Everyone noticed that Lu Chungang had changed again. The first time was when Lu Chungang had a son-in-law, the prince. And he was not so rigid in his words and deeds. Later, he used the relationship with the prince to drive Lin Jixian away. And he naturally sat in the position of the county magistrate. This time, it was heard that he was injured in the Jade Temple. And Su Xianwei died to save Lu Chungang in that incident. It was heard that after Su Xianwei died, her wife also committed suicide at home. These were all arranged by Lu Chungang. Except for the prince and others. Few people in Huangshan County knew the inside story of the matter. The first thing Lu Chungang did when he returned to the government office was to openly investigate the entire Huangshan County under the guise of being the County Lieutenant Su. He wanted to know how many other people were like County Lieutenant Su. You are a wolf in sheep's clothing. You are a wolf in sheep's clothing. Chapter 347 Eyes Meet. Lu Mansion. Lu Chichi is still worried about her father going to work in Yanmen before he is fully recovered. Fang Wanhua doesn't care. The injury is healed. And going back to tell Lu Chungang that he is ready to face it is much better than avoiding it all the time. And County Magistrate Lu has done a lot to return to the government office. Now they have a good excuse to change their nature. They once planned to send Aunt Fat away, but felt sorry for her. Now, after so many things, she has arranged for Aunt Fat to return to the kitchen to work. Lu Chichi stood by and looked embarrassed. Chunbai saw the uncomfortable look of the Crown Princess and asked, Crown Princess, what's wrong with you? Nothing. What does the Crown Princess want to eat? Lu Chi sighed. When did she become a foodie? Thinking of her past self-promotion, she suddenly felt that her image as a foodie was very successful. Get some fruit. Hearing this, Chunbai left quickly, worried that the Crown Princess would regret it. Yu Dai saw clearly from the side. These days, Fang Wanhua has taken good care of the Crown Princess and done all Chunbai's work. Chunbai finally had a chance to show off. So how could she miss it? Chunbai moved quickly and brought fruits and dried fruits. Lu Chichi thought of the pine nuts she bought in Feiting Castle. She took it and looked at it. It was the same as what she ate then. Haven't you finished the ones you bought last time? As she said that, she peeled the pine nuts and ate them. Last time, I was in a hurry and forgot to bring them. When I went out the day before yesterday, I saw that the pine nuts were very good. So I bought some. Lu Chichi's brows tightened. Could it be what she thought? Crown Princess, the taste is wrong? Chunbai asked. Yudai also came over. This pine nut is delicious. Chunbai. Which store did you buy it from? Let's go buy some more tomorrow. Chunbai breathed a sigh of relief. It's Songji. Not far from the government office. Lu Qiqi heard that it was next to the government office. She was worried about her father. So she just used this as an excuse to leave. Just as she walked out of the yard with her maid, she met Fang Wanhua. Mother, where are you going? The pine nuts I just ate are delicious. I'm going to buy some more. Okay. Let's buy some longans together. Okay. Lu Qiqi left quickly with her maid. Fang Wanhua looked at her daughter's anxious look and smiled helplessly. This father and daughter are always like this. Because Auntie Pang was assigned to the kitchen today, and because she could finally work in Lu's house. She smiled. Fang Wanhua was happy to see this. So she let the father and daughter do whatever they wanted today. Fang Wanhua had nothing to do. So she returned to the yard and continued to embroider the purse. She hoped to get out before her daughter left. Not long after she sat down, the prince suddenly arrived. When Fang Wanhua saw the prince, she instinctively thought he was looking for her daughter. Qiqi is out. I know. Fang Wanhua understood what was going on and invited the prince in. The prince came in and said, Mother-in-law, Qiqi and I are leaving. So anxious? Yeah. The prince was reluctant to say more. How many days? 2 days later. Fang Wanhua felt that time was a bit tight. And the prince's words were obviously a foregone conclusion. Don't worry about this. Nothing will happen. I will leave a few people to protect the safety of my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Fang Wanhua wanted to refuse. But when she saw that the prince deliberately chose the time when Lu Chenggang was not around, she understood what the prince meant and did not refuse, but agreed. The final words he said were about his daughter. As long as Qiqi is safe, we as parents are satisfied. I will definitely protect Qiqi's safety. The prince guaranteed it with his life. Fang Wanhua thought that this was the only way, and she should pretend that she didn't know about the matter of life and death. That's good. As long as their daughter was safe. What else could they worry about as parents? Thinking of the hateful concubine Wu, Fang Wanhua reminded. Qiqi has experienced little. Please take more care of her. Prince. It should be. Without Lu Qiqi and Lu Chenggang between them, it was a little awkward to talk. The prince said what he should say and left quickly. Fang Wanhua felt that facing the prince alone was like Alexander. The man finally left. And she was a little worried when she thought about her daughter living with this man in the future. Thinking of the prince's identity, she soon let it go. She was busy embroidering again, hoping to finish it before her daughter left. Here, Lu Qiqi, who had left, soon came to Songji. Seeing the dazzling array of dried fruits inside, Lu Qiqi was amazed. I haven't seen such a shop in the capital, but I can see one in the small Huangshan County. Lu Qiqi picked a lot of them at once, and the shopkeeper warmly sent them off before leaving. Lu Qiqi, who was sitting in the carriage, was still sighing that she was too suspicious. She thought everyone was like Sita-Chi, who had no bottom line. Crown Princess. This store has a wide range of dried fruits. Chunbai sighed. When we return to the capital, we will open one too. Really? When has this Crown Princess ever lied to you? Chunbai smiled happily when she heard this. Yudai looked at Chunbai with sympathy. Didn't she realize that as long as the Crown Princess said this Crown Princess, most of the words were false? The few people who left didn't know that the shopkeeper who had just greeted them with a smile came to the backyard to report. Fortress Lord. The people have left. Did they say anything? No. Go and get busy. Yes. The shopkeeper responded and left. After so many years of opening, it was the first time he saw the mysterious Fortress Lord. The shopkeeper felt that he had shown his face in front of the Fortress Lord and was very excited. Just as he left, he saw Li Gang coming in and greeted him with a smile. Li Gang nodded indifferently, walked into the backyard quickly, saw the Fortress Lord's back, and walked up to him quickly. Fortress Lord. County Lieutenant Su died miserably. How's you turned around and looked at Li Gang? Li Gang explained. County Magistrate Lu claimed to the public that County Lieutenant Su was by his side when he found the danger in the Jade Temple. And it was County Lieutenant Su who saved him regardless of his own danger. His subordinates found out that County Lieutenant Su did not go to the Jade Temple that day, but went outside the city to meet someone else. Who? Situyi. Li Gang bowed his head. Haoziu smiled. Situyi. He has some skills. Li Gang sneered in his heart. Someone saw that Sidiqi's line was not working. So he thought of another way. Unfortunately, it was cut off by the prince again. Thinking of this, Li Gang was more cautious about the prince. After a while, seeing that the castle owner did not speak, he said, "Castle owner, what about faking castle? Leave immediately." "Yes. Tell her before leaving to stay in Lu Mansion, and be sure to protect Mrs. Lu's safety." "Yes." Lu Gang responded and left. Hao Ziyu stood in place, looking to the southwest, thinking that she should be eating at this time. I wonder what she is eating. Knowing that it was dangerous to come to Huangshan County, he still came, calculating the time carefully. He should really leave. When Li Gang came back after finishing his business, Hao Ziyu was already sitting in the carriage. As Li Gang drove the carriage away, Hao Ziyu was still thinking about the bits and pieces that had happened. After walking for a while, he heard a familiar voice coming from outside, and saw Lu Qiqi walking and eating on the street with 4 maids through the curtain. She still loves to eat so much, and still doesn't care about her image. It was because of her casualness that he didn't think much at that time. Who would have thought that his carelessness would bring a big man to Fiishenbeo, and indirectly put Fiishenbeo in a dilemma? Fiishenbeo has been targeted by the prince, and it is impossible to get away unscathed. It also thought that Hao Zimin had done a good thing before he was arrested. Just thinking about it, his eyes met with Lu Qiqi outside the carriage. Just one glance, Hao Ziyu could no longer control his excitement. Chapter 348 Father and Daughter Drinking. Lu Qiqi was about to buy a candied Haws. Just after eating the first one, her intuition made her turn her head. She thought she was being suspicious. When she saw the familiar eyes in the carriage, she seemed to be frozen. He is here indeed. The two looked at each other, and no one spoke. When the carriage passed, Lu Qiqi looked at the carriage that left. She knew someone's thoughts, and knew that someone was very good. They should not have met. Meeting was a bad fate. Crown Princess. What's wrong? Yudai asked. So sour. Lu Qiqi smacked her lips with sourness. Really? Chunbai ate one and felt that it was not very sour. Just like the original one. Really? Lu Qiqi ate another one, and it seemed really not sour. She ate them one by one. Yudai saw them like this, and thought that there was something wrong with the candied Haws. She ate one herself, and her sour brows were all frowned. Seeing the expressions of the Crown Princess and Chunbai, she knew that she had been deceived. She could not attack the Crown Princess, so she could only vent to Chunbai. Lu Qiqi stood by and smiled. It's not easy to trick Yudai. Qing Dai and Zhou Yin smiled, and didn't dare to speak. When Yudai and Chunbai had enough fun, they came back and Chunbai began to take credit. Crown Princess, do you think my performance was like that? Very good acting. Chunbai looked at Yudai proudly, as if she had done something great. After such a commotion, several people forgot what had just happened, and Lu Qiqi felt relieved. Some things, even the maids around them, are better not to know. After several people walked for a while, they saw someone selling white cakes nearby. This is a specialty of Huangshan County. The prince deliberately used this to test her. Fortunately, she was able to escape with the system reminder. Thinking of the past, Lu Qiqi walked over and bought a bag. While eating, she shared it with 4 maids. At this time, Hao Ziyu, who Lu Qiqi thought had left, was watching not far behind her, and saw all her expressions and behaviors. Li Gang was speechless. Knowing the danger and knowing the pain in the heart of the fortress owner, he did not stop them, and even followed them to make trouble. Fortunately, the fortress owner saw the Crown Princess and the maid enter the yamen, and the fortress owner turned around and got on the carriage and left. Fortress owner, where are we going now? To the capital. Li Gang was shocked. Is the fortress owner crazy? In recent years, the fortress owner has ordered that all industries must not be related to the capital, and even powerful people in the court must not be contacted. The fortress owner went to the capital, and the purpose was too obvious. Fort Lord, you said you won't develop in the capital? The prince has already targeted Fatian Fort. Do you think it can go back to the past? After operating for so many years, Hao Zimin's action destroyed Fatian Fort's business over the years. He has no way out now. Only he knows that she is in the capital, and it is good for him to see her from a distance. Lu Qiqi came to the government office, and County Magistrate Dong saw Lu Qiqi and immediately greeted her with a smile. Your humble servant greets the Crown Princess. County Magistrate Dong clasped his fists and saluted. Lord Dong has worked hard, Lu Qiqi said politely. My lady crown princess. Lord Lu is in the backyard, and your humble servant will take you there. Thank you, Lord Dong. You are too polite. I am not being polite. I have heard my father talk about Lord Dong several times, and I know that Lord Dong is a man with ideals and ambitions in his heart. It would be better if we had more officials like Lord Dong in Huangshan County. When County Magistrate Dong heard this, he was so happy that he sent Lu Qiqi to see Lord Lu. Qiqi. The moment Lu Chenggang saw his daughter, he instinctively called Qiqi. The moment he stood up, he realized something was wrong and stepped forward to salute. I pay my respects to the crown princess. Lu Qiqi walked over quickly. Father, are you going to piss off your daughter to death? I dare not. Father. Lu Qiqi stretched out the last syllable. Lu Chenggang put on a helpless look. Qiqi. At home I am your father. And outside, you are the crown princess. As a father, you also have to salute. You have to adapt to these as soon as possible. Create a good image for your daughter. Lu Qiqi doesn't need this. Father, it's getting late. Should we eat? Lu Chenggang understood immediately. Do you want to eat outside? Lu Qiqi nodded. What do you want to eat? Father will treat you. Whatever. It's hard to choose anything? When County Magistrate Dong heard this, he knew that he had a chance to show off. He quickly leaned over to Lu Chenggang and said, I know a very good restaurant. Which one? The Huichenlu where we went last time. When Lu Chenggang heard this, he immediately laughed. Huichenlu doesn't make many dishes. The specialty of the restaurant is spicy flavor. With County Magistrate Dong's reminder, the group finally went to Huichenlu. It happened that Su Zhubu came back from something outside, and several people went to Huichenlu together. When they arrived at Huichenlu, the constable had already booked a table first, and they went directly to the private room on the second floor after they arrived. County Magistrate Dong and Su Zhubu were invited by Lu Chenggang together, and seeing that the crown princess did not refuse, they followed happily one by one. There are not many good things like this, with the opportunity to get close to the crown princess and Lu Chenggang present. According to the current level, let alone eating with the crown princess, you don't even have the qualification to look at her from a distance. Fortunately, both of them are sensible people. They simply ate some and found excuses to leave. When only Lu Chenggang and Lu Qiqi were left in the private room, the two of them talked openly. Qiqi, your father knows that you are leaving soon. Don't worry about this. We can take care of ourselves. Lu Qiqi's intention was seen through by her father, and she smiled awkwardly. Father, your daughter is worried. Your mother and I have both been through many storms. There is nothing to worry about. It's you. Protect yourself. Yeah. Lu Qiqi picked up the wine glass. Father, your daughter toasts you a glass. I don't know when we will meet next time. The father and daughter expressed their concerns about each other. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Qiqi asked under the influence of alcohol. Father, have you ever developed in Beijing? No. Lu Chenggang refused directly. Why? I think Huangshan County is great. They traveled through time and space to this place. And my daughter's roots are also here. I always feel that their family is destined to be with Huangshan County. Listen to my father for everything. If my father changes his mind at any time, just let me know. Lu Chenggang laughed. Look, my daughter is so capable. She can go anywhere with just one word. Father. Lu Chenggang surrendered immediately. Okay. Let's stop talking and drink. After drinking 1 cup after another, when Lu Chenggang and Lu Qiqi were drunk and about to leave, as soon as they walked to the door of Huichen Tower, the prince was already waiting in the carriage. Lu Chenggang sobered up instantly, watching the prince carefully carry Lu Qiqi to the carriage and leave him alone. He laughed foolishly. Chapter 349, August 15th. Lu Chenggang returned to the Lu mansion and boasted to Fang Wanhua that his daughter had found a good son-in-law. Fang Wanhua was speechless about the drunkard. She helped the drunkard into the house and asked the maid to prepare the hangover soup. She was busy taking care of Lu Chenggang, and she didn't forget her daughter who was also drunk. After Lu Chenggang fell asleep after drinking the hangover soup, she came to her daughter's yard again. Just as she was about to go in, she heard the movement of the prince and her daughter in the room. As a person who had experienced it, she turned around and left. Before leaving, she gave the cakes to Chunbai. Chunbai watched Fang Wanhua leave and sighed at the cakes in her hand. No wonder the princess likes to eat this. It turns out that Fa Wanhua can make it. Thinking that she should learn from Fa Wanhua before leaving, and strive to make the same cakes to make the princess happy. Time passed quickly. 2 days passed in a flash. Fa Wanhua finally embroidered the purse before her daughter left. When she hung the purse around her daughter's waist, Fa Wanhua's eyes were red. Mother! Lu Qiqi felt so reluctant. Lu Chungang gently patted Fa Wanhua's shoulder, signaling her to be more restrained, and said to Lu Qiqi, "Right back after you arrive." "I will," the prince said. "Don't rush back this time." The prince's words immediately attracted the attention of Lu Qiqi and others. The prince smiled and said, "You forgot that we came out for fun this time. And now it has just begun." Lu Qiqi really forgot about this. When she heard the prince say this, her depressed heart instantly became much better. Fa Wanhua and Lu Chungang looked at each other. After the prince and Lu Qiqi got on the carriage and left, Fa Wanhua and Lu Chungang stood there for a long time. Lu Chungang comforted her. "You have also seen that the prince really cares about our daughter, and he will protect our daughter." Fa Wanhua was even more worried, because that was the palace, a place where people were eaten. His Royal Highness the Prince dotes on her so much, and my daughter's heart is also on the prince. It is also a very good marriage for them to be in love with each other. Lu Chungang felt sorry. If his son-in-law was an ordinary person, even a farmer or a hunter, it would be better than the prince. Now that things have been decided, and his daughter has traveled through time because of the prince, he can only hide his worries in his heart as a father. Fa Wanhua thought, "My daughter left this time. I don't know when they will meet next time. I don't know if she can take care of herself." As a person who has experienced it, what worries her most is the prince. The prince's identity is there, and there are many people watching him. The prince is also a capable person. If someone can't do anything to the prince's doting on my daughter will become a burden and a greater threat. I just hope that my daughter will have a smooth road in the future, kill all the monsters and ghosts along the way, and protect herself. At this time, Lu Qiqi, who was sitting in the carriage, began to feel very depressed. The prince deliberately told some jokes, and Lu Qiqi laughed. "Prince, you'd better stop talking. What's wrong? The joke you told was very cold, but you laughed." Lu Qiqi simply stopped talking and picked up some melon seeds to eat. The prince didn't like these things very much, and seeing that the woman was eating so interestingly, he also started to eat. The two of them ate and drank, and enjoyed the journey very much. They walked and stopped along the way, and soon the princess returned to her former self. That day, they passed a hillside full of unknown small flowers. It was white as if it was snowing. Lu Qiqi stopped here because she saw the beautiful scenery. The four maids started to get busy. Lu Qiqi looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her and smelled the faint fragrance. She was so enjoying that she fell asleep in a daze. She was sleeping soundly and smelled a familiar fragrance. The moment she opened her eyes, Chunbai and others spread a blanket on the ground and put the food on it. Lu Qiqi got off the carriage and saw the prince standing in the distance. This time, it should be very hurried to return to Beijing. I don't know why the prince slowed down. Maybe something big is happening in the capital, and they are not suitable to participate in it for the time being. Thinking of the blanket, she sat down. The prince heard the noise, turned around, and the moment his eyes met Lu Qiqi, he strode over. "Wake up!" "Yeah." Lu Qiqi picked up a roasted chicken leg and brought it to the prince. The prince took it and took a bite. It tastes much better than duck legs." Lu Qiqi smiled. I knew this man was narrow-minded. He would hold a grudge for so long over a duck leg. Seeing the prince eating the chicken leg as if he was venting his anger, Lu Qiqi also ate it happily. The prince was speechless. Generally, women should explain and beg for mercy in such a situation. But women are so different. Lu Qiqi didn't care. After eating, she laid down next to him, closed her eyes, and began to take a nap. The days of freedom and happiness are the most enjoyable. The prince was speechless again when he saw the woman who was enjoying herself. It would be fine if he didn't care, but he was still in such a bad state. Who did he offend? He was so angry. But the woman didn't take it seriously, so he just laid down next to her. The four maids were all stunned when they saw this scene. Chunbai said in her heart, "Princess, you have led the prince astray." Lu Qiqi just wanted to smell the flowers up close at first, but because of the prince's actions, she completely relaxed and fell asleep. When she woke up, the sun was already setting, and a tent was set up next to her. Lu Qiqi saw this and gave the man a big smile. The prince's eyes were full of pampering. The group stayed here for a long time. In the evening, Lu Qiqi still felt that they should not be in the wild and begged the prince to leave. The prince wanted to have a separate courtyard nearby, and it would be nice to live in it. Pretending to be embarrassed, but unable to resist the woman, he left the hill. The group came to a town not far away. Today's town is very lively. Lu Qiqi remembered that today is August 15th, the day for the family to reunite. Now they are halfway on the road, and they can't take care of both ends, so they just live in a world of two. See flowers, enjoy lanterns, write couplets, and win prizes. Lu Qiqi was so tired of taking the prizes that she simply let Chunbai and others take them. The prince laughed and joked. I didn't expect you to be such a talented woman. I know so many things. Like eating? The prince said this and ran away with a smile. Lu Qiqi was unwilling to chase him. On the busy streets? It was the festive day of August 15th. Not long after the two ran, an accident still happened. The prince only cared about Lu Qiqi and bumped into other women. It was not intentional. If you bumped into them, just say sorry and it would be fine. The prince didn't say this, and seeing the other party's honor, he stepped back in disdain. Zhao Kai moved faster, and the dagger in his hand directly leaned against the woman who wanted to stick to him again. Oh my God! You are killing people to silence them. After these words fell, the lively scene around them stopped abruptly, and everyone looked at the prince and others. They had fierce eyes, and looked like they were ready to pounce at any time. Chapter 350 Missing Girl. Lu Qiqi felt strange when she saw it. It was not a big deal. Why did they seem to be so angry? They did nothing. Okay? Seeing the prince angry, seeing Zhao Kai about to take action, and seeing the other party put on her makeup, it seemed that the child who did not understand aesthetics saw all these makeup things smeared on her face. Lu Qiqi hurried forward. Which teacher taught you? Can this situation be described as murder? Lu Qiqi's words made the people around look carefully at the woman lying on the ground. No. It should be considered a child who has not yet opened her mouth. Lu Qiqi took the opportunity to say, if you accidentally bump into each other, you shouldn't say anything. Look, it's a festive day, and you are shouting like this. How nervous everyone is. That's right. You child. Don't say anything if you don't understand. The old man next to him said, what do you know? It was obviously this man who bumped into me, and he also asked his men to kill me. The little girl who was bumped raised her head reluctantly. Zhao Kai looked at the situation, and could only put away his sword. The girl walked towards Lu Qiqi. Sister, do you think he did something wrong? She looked at the prince. The prince was angry. He was hit by someone and blackmailed. He was upset when he saw the woman giving up her attitude and talking. When he saw the girl deliberately slandering him, he wanted to turn his head away in annoyance. At this moment, he saw a flash of light and realized that something was wrong. He stretched out his big hand, pulled Lu Qiqi into his arms, and kicked her. Everyone was confused by this scene, thinking that the nobleman was bullying a little girl. At the moment, the little girl fell to the ground. A dagger came out of her sleeve, and everyone around was shocked. Zhao Kai reacted in time and controlled the little girl. Lu Qiqi reacted in the prince's arms and shouted to the people around. Report to the police. The little girl panicked when she heard this and struggled to escape, but was held tightly by Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai. Send the person to the government. Yes. Zhao Kai led the person to the government office. As the little girl left, the people around gradually dispersed. The prince and Lu Qiqi no longer had the interest to go shopping, so they took a carriage to the other courtyard. Originally, they only planned to stay here for one night, but in this situation, they needed to stay temporarily. Back to the other courtyard. Lu Qiqi was still frightened because of what happened just now. She knew in her heart that they were coming for her. Thinking of such a young girl killing herself, she felt tired. After returning, Lu Qiqi lay down early under the service of 4 maids, and the prince left when he saw the woman sleeping. If the matter involves a woman, he will personally inquire. To a little girl, the prince will not be soft-hearted. Here, Lu Qiqi didn't sleep well that night. When she woke up, she didn't see the prince. She walked to the door and saw 4 maids guarding the door. She simply sat on the steps at the door, looking at the gloomy sky. Lu Qiqi's heart sank. Chunbai was worried about the crown princess. Seeing this, she didn't say a word and stayed quietly beside her. After a while, Lu Chichi said, "It's going to rain." Chunbai hurried into the house to find a cloak for the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, be careful not to catch a cold. If you get cold, you can put on another piece of clothing. But what if you feel cold? Is the Crown Princess angry with the little girl? Lu Chichi sighed. I think the child is not very old. I didn't expect her to kill me. The collision should be intentional. And the purpose is to fight. Yu Dai and others knelt on the ground one by one after hearing this. In front of the prince, under their noses. The danger happened. And everyone blamed themselves in their hearts. Everyone is careless at times. I am just tired of this kind of unpredictable situation. You don't have to blame yourself. Get up first. After a day of tossing and turning. I haven't rested until now. It's really tiring. Seeing that the 4 maids kneeling on the ground had no intention of getting up. Lu Chichi sighed and got up. Okay. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. If I wake up and see any of you kneeling on the ground, I will chop off her legs. The 4 maids got up quickly after hearing this, watching the Crown Princess enter the door. Soon, the lights went out, and they stood guard at the door one by one. Lu Chichi was not affected much, and went back to the room. The moment she lay on the bed, she fell asleep. The next day, the moment she opened her eyes, it seemed that everything yesterday had become the past. Lu Chichi simply washed up and asked, "Where is the prince? He left early in the morning and hasn't come back yet." Yu Dai said, "Did the prince come back last night?" "Yes." Lu Chichi didn't say anything more after hearing this. Seeing that it was getting late, she ate breakfast first. With something in her stomach, she felt much more comfortable. And she started to look at houses again. In the past, she stayed in inns on the road. So why did she stay in this place last night? Thinking in her heart, she walked around the house and found that it was very large. And the design and layout were very exquisite. Could this house have some connection with the prince? I wanted to ask the maids around me. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it and not embarrass them. Lu Chichi came to the backyard again and picked up the storybook to read. Chunbai brought dried fruits, but Lu Chichi didn't eat them. Time passed quietly for a long time. When Lu Chichi was tired of reading the storybook, the 4 maids went to cook, and she was alone in the yard quietly. Bored. Summon the system. Where is the prince? System. Investigate the case. Lu Chichi. The little girl from yesterday? System. I guess so. Lu Chichi. Is there a story in it? The prince was busy all night and didn't come back. So it was obvious that something was wrong. System. At first, we were tracking down the little girl who did it. After the little girl was taken away, she took poison. Fortunately, she was found in time and rescued. It was then that we found that many girls aged 11 or 12 had recently disappeared in the vicinity. The prince found something strange and was leading people to investigate everywhere. Lu Chichi. No one cares? System. The government intervened. But there is no result yet. Lu Chichi sighed. The prince really cares about the people. System. Why does this sound sour? Lu Chichi didn't respond. After a while, she asked, "Do you know who did it?" System. It's related to the government. Lu Chichi. Be more specific. System. Check it yourself. Lu Chichi rolled her eyes in anger. You don't know? Right? System. I know. But I can't say. Lu Chichi was angry and couldn't do anything to the system. Thinking of Situchi's matter, Lu Chichi decided to use her brain for a while. She felt a little unwilling to let the system go like this, and asked again, "You said that between the prince and me, it was the prince who restrained me, not me who restrained the prince. But that day I only made a wound on my wrist. How come the prince also had it?" System. I don't know either. Lu Chichi. How could you not know? System. Maybe it has something to do with what happened to you recently. Lu Chichi. Then, when did the prince know about it? System. Not sure. Lu Chichi was silent. The biggest thing that happened during the time when the system was away was the identity swap with Situchi and amnesia. Could it be that these things that happened to me changed some magnetic fields, which led to these things? Thinking of what the prince said, it seems that there are other factors involved. Chapter 351. Lure someone into a trap. Lu Chichi always felt that the prince could solve his own doubts. The key to the problem is that the prince is very busy and can't be seen. I want to summon the prince like the system does and ask him, Just thinking about it, the prince really came back. Seeing the prince coming, Lu Chichi saw the fatigue in his eyes at a glance. What's wrong? Has there been no progress in the investigation of the missing girl so far? It's okay. Just a little tired, the prince said and walked into the house. Lu Chichi hurriedly followed him into the house. You sleep for a while, and I'll call you when the food is ready. No need, the prince said and walked into the bedroom. Lay on the bed, and fell asleep quickly. Lu Chichi felt a little distressed when she saw that the prince was so tired. She covered him with a quilt and was about to stay with him, when she heard the movement from the yard. She left quickly and successfully stopped Chunbai before she spoke. Don't talk loudly, Lu Chichi said and walked towards Chunbai. Chunbai lowered her voice and said, Crown Princess, the food is ready. Go to the hall. Crown Prince? Don't disturb. After saying this, Lu Chichi walked towards the hall. When she entered, Yu Dai and the others had already prepared the food. Seeing 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, she knew what they were thinking. Lu Chichi said, The Crown Prince is asleep. The 4 maids knew what was going on and quietly served around. Because of the Crown Prince's matter, Lu Chichi had no appetite. So she ate a little and then stopped eating. After the meal, Lu Chichi, who had the habit of taking a nap, changed her previous routine. Back in the room, she leaned on the couch to read the storybook. She didn't read a word. She kept thinking about the missing girl in her mind. What does it have to do with the government? Lu Chichi struggled for the whole afternoon, but to no avail. She wanted to go out and do something, but she was worried that she would cause trouble to the man. So she could only pretend to read the storybook. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't notice the man on the bed waking up. Nor did she notice the man coming to her. Lu Chichi just felt someone's breathing disrupt her thoughts. She subconsciously pushed him with her hand and was grabbed by the wrist. What are you thinking about? The prince's voice brought Lu Chichi back to reality immediately. Are you awake? The prince was in a very good mood and laid down next to Lu Chichi, holding her in his arms. What were you thinking about just now? I was thinking, what did you do last night that made you so tired? The prince didn't speak. The prince I know can handle anything easily. Is this time different? Things are a bit tricky. Is it because of the missing girls? Yeah. No clue at all? The prince was silent for a while. This is a bit strange. Lu Chichi thought of what the system said and said, the local government should know. Right? Yes. Then ask the local officials and see what they say? The prince smiled. That's a good idea. As a parent official, you should work for the people with a salary from the court. If you can't even do this, what's the use of these people? The prince hugged the woman with interest. At this moment, she didn't seem to be a woman, but a superior who controlled the overall situation. That makes sense. The two talked for a long time until the prince's stomach growled. And then they went to the hall to eat together. When they arrived, the food was ready. Lu Chichi and the prince sat down to eat. This time the prince was a little anxious to eat. After the meal, he told Lu Chichi not to wait for him and left quickly. Lu Chichi saw that the prince had recovered and was not too worried about the girl's disappearance. Chunbai also noticed that the princess was in a good mood and smiled and came over. Princess, there are fresh oranges. Do you want to try one? Oranges? There are oranges in this place? The prince just ordered someone to send them, Chunbai said with a smile. Lu Chichi knew Chunbai's thoughts, and she was immune to it. Bring it here and try it. When Chunbai came with the orange and saw her clumsily peeling the skin, Lu Chichi asked her knife to come over. Under the surprised eyes of several maids, Lu Chichi quickly cut the orange with a knife and gave each person a piece. She picked up a piece and ate it. Chunbai and others saw that they didn't need to peel the skin and could eat it directly. They felt novel. When they saw the princess eating, they thought it was delicious and ate it one by one. Isn't it delicious? Chunbai was eating, speechless, and nodding. Just as they finished eating, the prince came back. Lu Chichi was surprised to see the prince come back so quickly and look so good. I don't know what he can do in such a short time. It should be that there is progress in the missing girl. The prince came over, and the four maids bowed and retreated. Lu Chichi looked at the prince. You are in a good mood. Is it obvious? The prince said and sat next to the woman. Lu Chichi handed the remaining orange to the prince. Try this. Do you like it? Lu Chichi smiled and nodded. I heard that the prince said it. The prince's mouth twitched. No. No. Lu Qiqi was surprised. The Queen Mother sent it. The Queen Mother? Would she be so kind? And then he thought that the Queen Mother seemed to be very good to him. My Highness is lucky to be with you, the prince said and started eating. After the prince finished eating the orange, the two took a walk in the yard together. The prince gave a general account of the missing girl. Lu Qiqi listened carefully, and knew that the prince only told half of it. What are you going to do? Lie in the trap? Seeing that the prince had an idea, Lu Qiqi was relieved. Not long ago, she wanted to make a strong effort. But this time she felt that the current state was better. She stared at the prince for a long time. And when she came back to her senses, she met the prince's dark eyes. What's wrong? Lu Qiqi looked innocent. You were staring at me just now. Do you have any improper thoughts about me? No. Absolutely not. I swear. Then why did you keep staring at me? Lu Qiqi's mind was turning quickly. I think the prince has changed a lot. I'm just curious. The prince heard someone flatter him and thought the woman was getting the upper hand. So he picked her up and ran straight to the bedroom. Lu Qiqi knew what the prince meant, and deliberately said at the moment when she was lying on the bed, Prince, I can't serve you tonight. The prince's eyebrows jumped twice. Lu Qiqi smiled evilly. My period has come. Sure enough, the prince's face changed instantly when he heard this. Lu Qiqi laughed without hesitation. And the prince had no choice but to take a cold shower to cool down. After all the trouble, it was already an instant stick later when the two of them lay on the bed together. Lu Qiqi turned sideways and looked at the prince. Prince, have you ever thought about why a girl is missing? The prince's expression became serious. It has something to do with the rumored elixir of immortality. Immortality? The ancient emperors seemed to believe this. Could it be that these things were done by the emperor? There has always been this rumor in the world. And many people still believe it. Some people believe in nonsense. They are really sick. The prince laughed. The woman's words were very appropriate. Do you have a direction? Lu Qiqi asked again. It should be a certain sect. He already had a direction in his mind. And before he was sure, the prince didn't want to say it. Lu Qiqi was relieved. As long as it wasn't the emperor. Chapter 352. The Crown Princess blushed. Lu Qiqi quickly ended the topic. How is the Situ family's affairs going? Still investigating. This matter is a bit tricky. From the information we have received so far, it is related to the capital. The capital. The crown prince thought of concubine Wu. Is Situ Zongqin still alive? Dead. The crown prince said. This is the only good thing that has happened recently. Is Situ Yi in charge of the Situ mansion now? Yes. The current Situ mansion is controlled by Situ Yi. After so many years, there are still people following the Situ mansion, dreaming of returning to the previous dynasty. The crown prince thinks that some people are wishful thinking. Besides, the person in the Situ mansion was originally just a general. Even if there are so many people following him, what can he do if he really gets things done? Even if it succeeds, can the people of the Situ family still hold the court? A bunch of ignorant people. Thinking about the woman's appearance, there is a bold idea. What do you think about this? Lu Qiqi was alert in her heart instantly, and found that she asked something she shouldn't ask, and tried to pretend to be calm on the surface. What can I think? Then why did you mention the government? What did I say? Lu Qiqi began to be vague. The prince is a careful person, and he is cautious in doing things. If he is not careful, he will be exposed, and because of the one in the palace, Lu Qiqi feels that she should not be involved too much. She left the palace recently, and she was a little floating. I suspect that the matter is related to the government, the prince said tentatively. Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. It happened here, and it is unlikely that the people in the government don't know. But you said it is related. How is it related? Is it possible that the county magistrate was involved? The prince pointed out. It is possible. If you were me, what would you do? Save those innocent children, and find out who is behind it. Some things cannot be stopped, and some people should also know the consequences of ignorance. Lu Qiqi accidentally exposed herself again. The prince had a triumphant smile, but Lu Qiqi hadn't noticed yet. At this moment, Zhao Kai arrived. Prince, there is a result. Say it. The prince's meaning was obvious, and Zhao Kai also noticed it and said it directly. It was done by County Magistrate Ma. The prince narrowed his eyes and released a burst of murderous aura. Go and help those two people to go in together. Yes. Zhao Kai took the order and left. Lu Chichi was curious. Who was helped to go in? Curious little eyes stared at the prince. And the prince noticed it but didn't say anything, waiting for the woman to take the bait herself. Not long after, Lu Chichi couldn't help but ask, "Who are you talking about kidnapping people?" "The two illegitimate daughters of County Magistrate Ma." He. Lu Chichi understood what the prince meant and waited to see if someone would lose their composure. Some people are like this. When things have nothing to do with them, they can always establish a good image outside. This time, let some people taste the taste of it. The poor two illegitimate daughters did nothing wrong. But because they have a cruel father, they should not be implicated. The prince said a lot about County Magistrate Ma, and Lu Chichi gradually understood what kind of person he was. Later, when she heard that County Magistrate Ma's illegitimate daughters were also arrogant and domineering, Lu Chichi's remaining sympathy also disappeared. That night, the two talked a lot, and when Lu Chichi fell asleep, the prince rarely left. As he said, things have already begun, and now there is solid evidence, just waiting for someone to fall into the trap. The prince used to always cut the Gordian knot when dealing with things, but now his mentality has changed, and he prefers the cat and mouse game. For the concubine Wu who just entered the palace far away in the capital, the prince has arranged a surprise for her. I hope concubine Wu can hold on and wait for him to go back and slowly clean up. At this time, the prince thought that his plan was perfect, but the effect was counterproductive. Concubine Wu became negative and angry when she knew that her son was dead. Now her mentality began to twist, and she was still thinking about how to make her son alive. The next day, Lu Chichi woke up. She saw the prince lying in front of her. "Why are you looking at me?" Lu Chichi asked. The prince didn't say anything, stretched out his hand, and wiped the corner of the woman's mouth. "You call me in your dreams." "Really?" Lu Chichi was a little embarrassed. "Why would I lie to you?" "Okay. I'll be more careful next time." The prince laughed. This woman was so easy to fool. He still didn't intend to let her go. "Pay attention." "How should I pay attention?" "It is said that you dream about something at night. It must be the things you said yesterday that made me dream about you." "What did you dream about?" "I forgot." Lu Chichi got up after saying that. If she stayed in bed any longer, she didn't know what would happen. She was not stupid. The prince found that the woman was suspected of escaping. He didn't point it out. He kept watching the woman leave, and he lay down again, putting his hands behind his head, thinking about every bit of being with Lu Chichi. He found that the woman was getting more and more lovely. Lu Chichi, who had escaped, came to the yard and saw the four maids busy. She pretended not to care and sat down on the chair next to her. Now that it was cold, she needed this kind of cold to calm her heart that had been provoked by someone. Chunbai saw that the crown princess had a red face when she came out, and she heard that the crown prince had not left today. She came over and whispered, "Crown princess, why is your face red?" Lu Chichi, are you doing it on purpose?" "Crown princess, your face is really red?" Lu Chichi was angry. "Shut up." Chunbai shut up immediately, thinking that the crown princess also blushed sometimes, and wondered what happened with the crown prince in the room. Curious, she looked at the crown princess from the corner of her eyes from time to time. Lu Chichi was annoyed by being looked at, and her anger was rising. She wanted to cool down, but this time, Chunbai, the bastard, provoked her, and the crown prince in the room must have heard it. She simply glanced at Chunbai. "Are you very idle?" Chunbai saw that things were not going well, and ran away. Yu Dai and others who were working not far away saw this scene and laughed secretly. They were not as bold as Chunbai, who dared to joke with the crown princess. When breakfast was ready, Lu Chichi sat at the table with the crown prince, and her face was still a little unnatural. Seeing Chunbai winking at her again, Lu Chichi was choked with anger. The crown prince saw it and hurriedly helped to calm down. When Lu Chichi finally recovered, she glanced at Chunbai. Chunbai knew that she was wrong and did not dare to speak, so she stayed quietly beside her. After dinner, Lu Chichi wanted to warn Chunbai, but the crown prince did not leave. She did not want to do it in front of the crown prince, so she could only suppress it. "Chichi, let's go out for a walk together." The crown prince made an invitation. Lu Chichi did not want to go, but thinking about what happened, it would be good to go out and take a look. The two of them met when they went out and walked together. The two of them looked outstanding, and they were all noblemen in their outfits. Not long after he left, The prince realized that he was being followed. He sneered. Not many people dared to follow him. Sure enough, after leaving the capital, no one took the prince seriously. When Lu Qiqi saw this quaint street, she thought of the time when she went shopping with her mother in Huangshan County. And she didn't notice the tail behind her. Chapter 353 Entering the Prison Cell. Lu Qiqi and the prince walked for a while, and saw a shop selling white cakes. He stopped in front of the shop and said, "Give me a pack." When the old woman saw that a customer had come, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Okay. Wait a moment. Madam, it will be ready soon." She was old and worked very quickly. When Lu Qiqi took the white cake and was about to eat it, she smelled that it was different from the one in Huangshan County. And Lu Qiqi immediately lost her appetite. "It's not delicious? It's not the same taste as what I ate before. If you don't like it, just throw it away," the prince said. Lu Qiqi felt that it was a waste, and suddenly saw a few little beggars not far away. Lu Qiqi walked over and gave them the white cake in her hand. When the little beggars saw that there was food, they quickly gathered around and started eating. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi walked towards the prince and prepared to leave. Just after taking 2 steps, he heard a wailing behind him. He turned his head and saw that 2 of the beggars who had just eaten white cakes had fallen to the ground, holding their stomachs. The prince and Lu Qiqi were both startled. When they looked at the old woman who had just sold white cakes, her face had changed. Lu Qiqi was not afraid of the danger in front of her and joked to the prince. "It seems that there have been a lot of things happening recently. It's just a fly. It came when it smelled the smell. Since it's here, don't live." The people around were shocked by this sudden change. "What's going on? Can buying a piece of white cake be poisonous? Look at the lady. She is kind and saved herself." Sure enough, people can't do bad things. Everyone had similar thoughts in their hearts, and no one dared to step forward. They fled quickly. Soon, except for the few beggars who fell to the ground, they were as fast as clearing the scene. Chi Dai and the others moved quickly, going forward to check on the little beggars, and Zhao Kai walked towards the old woman with a knife. Lu Qiqi and the prince stood in place, watching the scene in front of them. "You and I have no grudges. Why do you want to attack me?" Lu Qiqi asked. The old woman didn't mind exposing her purpose. "You need a reason to kill someone." Seeing that this person was arrogant, the prince simply pulled the woman back a step. Zhao Kai had already taken action, and the people who secretly protected the prince also rushed over instantly. While saving people and killing people, the prince and Lu Qiqi calmly watched everything in front of them. Lu Qiqi saw clearly that these people were all martial artists, and the blades in their hands also turned a faint cold light, which made people's heartbeats start to accelerate. It was clear in my heart that these blades fell, not just injuries. Seeing their faces red again, like crazy people who didn't care about their lives, Lu Qiqi's heart was pounding. Fortunately, the prince was prepared. Otherwise it would be really dangerous today. The assassins originally thought it was a great opportunity, but when they saw people coming around, their hearts sank to the bottom. They underestimated the enemy and fell into the enemy's ambush. And they regretted it. It had already happened, and it was too late for them to regret. They could only rush forward regardless of everything. Even if they died, they had to kill Lu Qiqi first. The prince's men protected the prince and the princess like an iron barrel, and anyone who wanted to get close was killed by the knife. In a blink of an eye, several assassins died. Some assassins saw that they could not complete the task. The moment they were caught, they wanted to commit suicide. But Zhao Kai and others did not give them this opportunity. They directly removed their jaws and forcibly took out the poison hidden in their mouths. Several captured assassins were tied up and forced to kneel on the ground. Their jaws were removed, so they could not speak and could only stare at the prince with angry eyes. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of the government. Soon, the official rushed over with a group of people. "What's going on? Tell me. What's going on?" Lu Qiqi saw the official and knew that it was Magistrate Ma. As soon as she saw Magistrate Ma's appearance, she knew he was not a good person. There was another system reminder, and she did not hide her disgust for Magistrate Ma. "Who are you?" Magistrate Ma asked the prince blindly. Zhao Kai wanted to kill Magistrate Ma directly, but he did not get the prince's signal, so he could only stand by angrily. "Who are you?" Magistrate Ma asked again, with obvious impatience in his tone. "Who are you?" said the prince. Someone stepped forward and showed his identity to Magistrate Ma, This is our parent official in Qing County. Magistrate Ma. You waited until you saw my master. And you still didn't kneel. The prince thought it was a waste to even look at him. Zhao Kai angrily changed the posture of his sword, which was still dripping with blood, and was ready to kill at any time with just one order. Come on. Take them down. Magistrate Ma continued to blindly commit suicide. Lu Qiqi saw that someone continued to commit suicide and thought that the prince would get angry and kill people. Unexpectedly, the prince did not resist, and was taken away honestly. The several assassins who were controlled were taken away together. Lu Qiqi was dumbfounded by the dramatic scene. The warmth of the prince came from her palm, letting her know that the prince had his own plan for doing this. She also wanted to see what the prince was going to do. The result of curiosity was that Lu Qiqi and the prince and others came to the cell together. Looking at the simple cell, Lu Qiqi was speechless. Finally saw what the cell looked like. And it was in this situation. The unpleasant smell. And rats running around. She had never been so embarrassed. And thinking that the high and mighty prince could also enter such a place. She didn't feel wronged. At this time, County Magistrate Ma was still on the verge of death. Stay still. Make a little noise. And I'll kill you guys first. After saying this, he left in a swagger. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. He owed her an explanation. After waiting for a while, the prince didn't speak. And Lu Qiqi kicked the prince in anger. Forget it. She wanted to find a place to sit down and rest angrily. And she gave up after looking around. Not long after, the prince finally spoke. Behind this wall are those girls. Lu Qiqi opened her eyes wide. The prince personally took the risk for this? Soon, Zhao Kai's whereabouts were enough to explain everything. Just because Zhao Kai took out a lot of tools and started to work on the cell in front of him. Lu Qiqi raised her eyebrows. You can do this too? This is the only shortcut. You also said to send 2 people in. They have been sent in. Lu Qiqi didn't believe it even more. The prince didn't explain too much. Soon, Lu Qiqi saw that Zhao Kai had already made a hole. The moment Zhao Kai climbed in, he heard the girl's exclamation and crying. Hearing this movement, Lu Qiqi's heart melted. About an instant's stick of time passed, and there was no movement from the girl on the other side of the wall. Zhao Kai quickly came back with people. Lu Qiqi saw with her own eyes that the hole that had just been smashed was patched up, and everything was back to normal. Without seeing the situation over there, Zhao Kai and others came quickly. Obviously they had already planned. I wonder what happened to the old woman selling white cakes. Just thinking about it, a disgusting laugh came from a distance. Misunderstanding. All misunderstanding. Now I have found out that the matter has nothing to do with your young master. It was those mobs who saw your young master dress so luxuriously that they had evil intentions. Don't worry. I have always been fair and honest. And I will never wrongly accuse a good person. As the voice appeared, Lu Qiqi quickly saw the leaving Ma Jixian, and then saw Yu Dai on the side. The moment she saw Yu Dai, Lu Qiqi thought that Yu Dai was not around when the incident happened. Maybe this was really planned by the prince in advance. Chapter 354 Money Makes the World Go Round. Master. Madam. I'm glad to see you. Yu Dai came up excitedly, and her eyes were red when she saw the crown princess. The crown prince walked out of the cell. Ma Jixian. What's going on? Mr. Zhou. I'm really sorry. I was deceived by those bad guys and misunderstood you. Now that you've talked it out, it's all right. You can go. Where are you going? Mr. Zhou is being too polite. I have no right to control where you go. Lu Qiqi suppressed her anger and asked Ma Jixian. Ma Jixian, you arrested us for no reason, and now you're letting us go. Can you give us a reasonable explanation? Madam, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. I also received news from above that the crown prince is going to pass by here. So, Ma Jixian was vague and unwilling to say anything more. When Lu Qiqi heard that they were coming for the prince, she thought the matter was interesting. Later, when Magistrate Ma enthusiastically drove them away, they left. After leaving, they got on the carriage parked next to them. After the carriage, Lu Qiqi had a long face. The prince did not explain too much. When they came to the other courtyard and saw the frightened children in the yard, Lu Qiqi also forgave the prince's actions. Chunbai was relieved to see the princess return safely. The cell was not clean, and it was unlucky. Lu Qiqi let several maids toss and turn, bathing and changing clothes. When she came back with a new outfit, the girls, who were originally in the yard, had left. Lu Chichi looked at the prince, waiting for him to give her an explanation. These are all kidnapped girls. We investigated yesterday and found that the only way to enter the cell was through Magistrate Ma. In order not to alert the enemy, we decided to replace the prison with a fake one. So, you included me in the plot. Thinking of the fight not long ago, Lu Chichi was still frightened. Later, she thought, no, those scenes were too real. It didn't seem like acting. The old woman selling white cakes is from the Blood Evil League. You even bribed the people from the Blood Evil League? The prince said coldly. I don't have that ability. I just happened to run into them and took advantage of them. The prince had already thought of a way and was about to execute it after dark. It just so happened that someone brought the opportunity to him. And the prince took it. Where are the old woman and those people? Dead. The prince did not hide this matter. If you dared to attack a woman, you should have expected this result. And because he confirmed the identities of those people today, he did not intend to let the Blood Evil League go. What are you going to do with these children? I'll send them all back tomorrow. Lu Chichi understood what this meant. Tonight would be even more dangerous. Thinking of this, Lu Chichi was not afraid, but more excited. She wanted to see what the prince's plan was. Lu Chichi waited from dawn to dusk, and from dusk to midnight, but there was no movement. The dangers that happened during the day seemed to be her illusion. I also thought of what happened in the prison. Later, I heard Udai say that he was released so quickly because he gave money to County Magistrate Ma. County Magistrate Ma changed so much. As expected, money can make the devil work. Thinking about it, I saw the prince taking off his clothes and getting ready to go to bed. Did she think too much? The moment she lay on the bed, she asked, You said that the old woman was from the Blood Demon League? Yes. Why did she attack us? Money. The people from the Blood Demon League are too weak. Aren't they? Weak, Lu Chichi explained. They failed. You still think they can succeed? The prince glanced at the woman. Lu Chichi felt that this was not right. That's not what I meant. I'm just curious. What is the Blood Demon League? Even if you are well prepared, it can't be so smooth. And County Magistrate Ma came at the wrong time. We just subdued the people. And they showed up? The prince's mind turned quickly. You said they're in the same group? That's what I mean. The prince felt that what the woman said made sense, and thought of the things he did before leaving. He was not worried. The identity was confirmed. The person was already dead. What else was there to worry about? Lu Chichi saw that the prince was confident, and said no more. As soon as she lay down, the prince waved his hand, and the lights went out. When Lu Chichi tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, she heard the noise coming from outside. Lu Chichi paused and opened her eyes to meet the prince's gaze. The prince made a gesture to keep silent, and Lu Chichi nodded quickly. She saw that the prince looked calm, as if he had been prepared. The prince whispered, Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lu Chichi suddenly realized that this was what the prince said about luring someone into a trap. There was a subtle sound outside the door. Lu Chichi looked carefully, and saw a blade extending from the crack of the door, picking up the bolt bit by bit. The prince trapped the woman in his arms. Don't be afraid. Zhao Kai will take care of it. Lu Chichi nodded, indicating that she understood. With a click, the bolt was opened from outside. The door was quietly pushed open. Lu Chichi saw 4 men in black sneaking in. Looking closely, the movements of these people looked familiar. And soon, she thought of the matter of Songgao during the day. It was the Blood Evil League again. Originally, I couldn't figure it out, but now I know a general idea. And I think that Magistrate Ma and the Blood Evil League are in the same group. When those people came to the bed and were about to cut the person on the bed, there was a click. Lu Chichi only felt that the movement was too harsh. When she recovered, she saw that the 4 people who had just come to the bed were trapped by the sudden iron cage. Lu Chichi looked carefully and saw that it was a mechanism. The prince put clothes on Lu Chichi, got off the bed, and admired the 4 trapped people. Soon, Zhao Kai and others rushed in and tied up all the people trapped in the cage. Just after doing all this, there was a ping-pong noise in the yard. The prince pulled Lu Chichi to the door and saw many assassins rushing in from the yard. They were fighting with Sun Chao and others. There were more people this time. A full 10 people. The fight started again. Lu Chichi had experienced too many things in this day, and she was numb when she saw the scene in front of her. She couldn't figure out, were these people coming for the prince? If it was the prince, it was not difficult to guess the purpose. But if it was the girl, things would be serious. While thinking about things, the fight soon had a result. The prince quickly subdued these assassins with an absolute advantage in heads. The prince said, "Zhao Kai, you take these people to interrogate, and make sure to pry out the mastermind behind them from their mouths." "Yes." Zhao Kai moved quickly. Prince Zio ordered Sun Chao, "Check the whole courtyard inside and out to see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net." "Yes." Sun Chao left. The prince finally looked at Qin Dai with a cold look. "Speak." Qin Dai came up to him. "Prince, those little beggars are all killers trained by the Blood Evil League since childhood." Lu Qiqi was shocked when she heard it. The little beggars are also members of the Blood Evil League. The prince waved his hand to signal them to retreat, and he took Lu Qiqi to the next room. Entering the door, the prince began to explain. "In the court, in the palace, in the rivers and lakes. I don't know how many people want to kill this palace. Chapter 355 Women can hold up half the country." Lu Qiqi felt that the prince was too pitiful. He was a moving target everywhere. Those people really took great pains to kill the prince. "Starting tomorrow, I plan to split my troops into 2 groups. One group will continue to go to the capital as the prince, and we will take a detour back to the capital as wealthy businessmen. The girl here? If there is no result, she will be caught sooner or later if she is released." Lu Qiqi was so angry that she let Magistrate Ma go. "Don't worry. Magistrate Ma is not at peace now. Wait until tomorrow, and wipe out his arrogance. And then it won't be too late to deal with him." Lu Qiqi saw that the prince had already planned it. After a day of tossing and turning, she fell asleep quickly when she fell on the bed. Lu Qiqi slept soundly. But some people couldn't sleep. The prince stayed with the woman and stayed up all night, waiting for the result. Looking at the sleeping woman, I felt that she was really careless. After so many things happened, he was still worried that the woman would be scared and couldn't sleep. But he didn't expect her to sleep soundly. Being bored, he stretched out his hand and pinched her little face. It was soft and smooth, and he was addicted to it. Lu Qiqi opened her sleepy eyes and glared at him. "Are you sick?" After saying that, she turned around and continued to sleep. The prince came over. "Aren't you curious about who is the mastermind behind this? It's good that you know." Lu Qiqi yawned and said. The prince was a little disappointed. And just when he wanted to say a few more words, the woman fell asleep again. At this time, there was a noise outside. The prince glanced at the sleeping woman, got up and went to the door, glanced at Yu Dai and the others guarding the door, and walked out. Yu Dai and the others were worried that the crown princess would be frightened and have nightmares. They had been guarding the door and waited all night. But there was no movement. Until dawn, Chunbai and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the crown princess yawning and walking out. They had been worried all night. But the crown princess was just fine. Lu Qiqi leaned against the door and looked at the maids who were in a bad state. "Did you steal last night? Crown princess, you must be hungry?" Chunbai said. "What do you want to eat in the morning?" Lu Qiqi asked. Chunbai's mouth twitched. "What does the crown princess want to eat?" "Whatever. Whatever you cook is good." Lu Qiqi's words made Chunbai, whose IQ was just online, become a fangirl again, and ran to the kitchen to work happily. Yu Dai and the others were speechless about Chunbai's reaction. Shi Dai and Yu Dai stayed to protect the crown princess, and Zhou Yin followed to the kitchen. When breakfast was ready, Lu Qiqi rarely had no appetite. "Where's the prince?" "He's out," Chunbai said. "Let's wait for him to eat together." "Does the princess not like it?" Chunbai asked. "No." After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she held her chin with both hands and looked at the food in front of her, swallowing from time to time. Chunbai saw that she was full of excitement. And the princess finally got it. What happened yesterday was not a bad thing. Waiting and waiting. Lu Qiqi waited for a long time, but the prince did not come. Just when she couldn't hold on any longer, the prince finally came back. When the prince came back and saw the woman waiting for him to eat, the unpleasantness in his heart from last night disappeared. The two ate quietly. After dinner, the prince went to the study to be busy. Lu Qiqi moved a recliner in the yard and lay on it, holding a storybook in her hand, watching the people coming in and out of the study from time to time. They were all in a hurry, looking anxious. Did things not go well yesterday? When I wanted to summon the system to gossip, I suddenly saw a familiar person entering the study. Prince Chen? No, not Prince Chen. Prince Chen died a long time ago, and the one who just entered was a fake. Watching. The gossiping mind came up. Summoning the system. What is the fake Prince Chen doing here? System. The fake Prince Chen was bribed by the prince. And he is going to the capital this time. Lu Qiqi. The fake Prince Chen went to the capital? Targeting concubine Wu? System. Concubine Wu is courting death. Lu Qiqi. Concubine Wu knows that Prince Chen is dead. And now she is getting a fake Prince Chen. There will be no effect. Right? System. You are wrong. It is precisely because she knows that he is dead, and that he is a fake that Concubine Wu wants to win him over. Lu Qiqi blinked. Is Concubine Wu crazy? System. Be careful of Concubine Wu. She is really crazy now. It took Lu Qiqi a long time to digest this matter. Soon she saw the fake King Chen leaving. She wanted to rush over to stop the fake King Chen, and tell the prince that the current Concubine Wu was crazy. In the end, she did nothing. She watched the fake King Chen leave, and saw many people coming in and out of the study. Everyone in a hurry. The prince should have a comprehensive plan. She was most concerned about those girls. Now they are all gone. In the study, the prince squinted at the picture of a tiger descending from the mountain in front of him. Concubine Wu was generous. She raised a large number of dead men. Those who came last night were dead men. Nothing could be asked from their mouths. So the prince simply killed them. Just like his attitude towards things. Concubine Wu. He always focused on the King of Chu and the King of Chen. Ignoring Concubine Wu. He tried to kill Concubine Wu several times. But the emperor always stood up to stop him. He must have known something. So he stopped him. Soon, Xiao Kai arrived. Prince, Magistrate Ma was beaten and is now unconscious. Who did it? Mrs. Ma. The prince smiled. As expected. The only ones who could cause chaos were the women in the backyard. Magistrate Ma cared a lot about his two illegitimate daughters, and planned to raise them and send them to the capital. This matter had been carried out in secret, and the prince simply pushed it forward, first making the two illegitimate daughters disappear and causing a commotion. According to Mrs. Ma's mind, she would soon find out about the illegitimate daughters. The exposure of the illegitimate daughters also exposed Magistrate Ma's thoughts. After being angry, Mrs. Ma would take advantage of this time to do something. Now the time is ripe. And he told Xiao Kai, send those women back secretly? Yes. Xiao Kai left in response. The prince felt that things were going according to plan. And he had an explanation for the women. Walking out of the study, he saw the woman not far away. The prince strode towards Lu Qiqi. Yu Dai and others saluted the prince and left quickly. The prince came to Lu Qiqi. Are you scared? It's okay. It's a bit late to ask now. Judging from the prince's expression, he obviously has something to say. It will be more dangerous next. If you are afraid, you can. What can you do? Lu Qiqi asked. Stay by my side. I can protect you. Yeah. Lu Qiqi wanted to say that she was not scared, but felt upset. But she gave the prince some face and satisfied his little thoughts. Lu Qiqi stretched out her hand, and the prince pulled her, and Lu Qiqi stood up. Those girls have been sent away, the prince said. Lu Qiqi was in a good mood. Is it done? It's Magistrate Ma who is in trouble. Oh! Major Ma has a lot on his mind. He raised two illegitimate daughters and planned to send them to the palace. Madame Ma knew about this and was unwilling to do so. Now Magistrate Ma is in a coma, and everything is decided by Madame Ma. Lu Qiqi frowned. Why do I feel that you always keep an eye on the women in the backyard when you do things? Women can hold up half the country. This made Lu Qiqi look at the prince with a new eye. Chapter 356 Magistrate Ma is beheaded. The system pops up to show its presence. Without Magistrate Ma to support the government is in chaos. Madame Ma is in control of the Ma Mansion. And the Ma Mansion is also in chaos. Lu Qiqi. This is a good thing. System. The people arrested last night are Concubine Wu's assassins. After a night of interrogation, we tried every possible means, but still couldn't get any useful information from them. The prince ordered them to be killed. Lu Qiqi. So that's why the prince let the fake Prince Chen come to Beijing? System sneered. Now you can see the prince's resourcefulness. Right? Lu Qiqi didn't give anyone a chance to be proud. And said, Concubine Wu is not easy to deal with. System. So what? In the end, the prince still sits in that position. As for Concubine Wu, no matter how she jumps around, She is just a stepping stone on the prince's road to success. Lu Qiqi suddenly thought. The emperor kept concubine Wu. Is this also the meaning? System. Yeah. Lu Qiqi. The one who rescued concubine Wu should be the emperor. Right? System. It's the emperor's credit. And it's also the credit of the young master of the Blood Demon Alliance. Lu Qiqi. Blood Demon Alliance? System. The Blood Demon Alliance is now being used by concubine Wu. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. Concubine Wu is so capable. System. Concubine Wu can be what she is today. And it's also the result of the emperor's deliberate connivance. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes when she heard this. The emperor has nothing to do. So he likes to watch others make trouble. At this moment, she felt that the emperor was really hateful. Qiqi. What are you thinking? The prince looked at the woman next to him, and found that he couldn't help but speak a little louder. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince and said inwardly, Oh no! How could he forget about this person? What are you thinking about? The prince asked. Lu Qiqi lied seriously. I'm thinking about those girls. Don't worry about Zhao Kai's work. I always feel that there is something else here. Lu Qiqi said. The prince smiled. You can't hide anything from you. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince, wanting to hear what he said. If he didn't say it, Lu Qiqi wouldn't ask. If he did, she would listen. Don't force anything. Concubine Wu contributed to the things in Qing County. I'm making things bigger and reporting them to the capital. Lu Qiqi finally understood what the prince meant. Have you found out which sect did it? I don't know yet. But it should be soon. Seeing that the prince was so confident, Lu Qiqi didn't say anything more. Because of what happened here. Let them stay for a few more days. The next day, Chunbai, Zhou Yin, Zhao Kai and others left in another team. On the surface, it gave people the impression that the prince had already set off to return to the capital. Something big happened here, and the prince was almost in danger. It was reasonable for him to end his trip and return to the palace early. Chunbai was the favorite maid of the crown princess. Wherever she was, there was naturally the shadow of the crown princess. She was the biggest target when she left. In addition, the crown prince had other thoughts. Chunbai had no martial arts. And when it came to the critical moment, she would be a burden. Lu Qiqi felt too much reluctance to see Chunbai leave. After hearing the crown prince's analysis, she couldn't say anything. After Chunbai left, Lu Qiqi became much quieter. She asked Chunbai to get something several times, but after she said it, she remembered that Chunbai had left. Yu Dai and Qing Dai felt a little bit reluctant, but they dared not disobey the prince's order. Fortunately, Lu Qiqi gradually adapted after a day, and later no longer showed it so obviously. Yu Dai and Qing Dai tried their best to make the princess happy. In the evening, the prince came back and got them new identities, carriages, dry food, and passed documents for the road. The group quietly left the villa under the cover of night. Lu Qiqi thought she would travel overnight, but she only walked a few streets and found a slightly larger courtyard to live in. Just after settling down, Sun Shao brought news. Prince, after waking up, County Magistrate Ma quickly found the place where the two illegitimate daughters were imprisoned. Now the secret of the cell has been discovered. And County Magistrate Ma fainted again. Where is the person now? It has been arranged in the cell, waiting for the prince's order. Interrogate. Interrogate those women together. This time, the prince made up his mind to get useful information from County Magistrate Ma. Magistrate Ma was afraid of death and cared about his two illegitimate daughters very much. It was not too difficult to get anything from him. Yes. Sun Shao left quickly. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. It turned out that he was waiting here. Lu Qiqi pretended to be holding the storybook. Soon Sun Shao brought good news again. Prince, I interrogated them separately and lied to them one by one. There was nothing found about the two concubines. Magistrate Ma refused to admit it until his death when he heard about concubine Wu. Madame Ma showed a little panic when she heard about concubine Wu. The prince did not expect that Magistrate Ma was also a man of integrity. Madame Ma's performance surprised him. In the continued interrogation, it was learned that Madame Ma accidentally heard about concubine Wu when Magistrate Ma was conspiring with others. The prince thought for a moment. Expose the girl's matter, arouse public anger, and create an accident to make Magistrate Ma a dead shield. Yes. Sun Shao left again. The dead shield was obviously not true. But Magistrate Ma was still useful alive. Lu Qiqi heard all these words from the side, and admired the prince's strategy. Defeat them one by one, and deliberately create a false impression. Magistrate Ma's plan to send 2 illegitimate daughters to the palace was also forced to end because of this. The next day, Lu Qiqi appeared on the streets of Qing County in a casual dress. Everyone on the street seemed very angry. She walked for a while and heard a general idea. Sure enough, it was revealed that Magistrate Ma kidnapped the girl to make magic medicine. Now that the matter has become a big deal, the local prefect is personally handling the case. I heard that there will finally be a result today. Lu Qiqi took 2 maids and went to the yamen. It was a little late when she went, and Lu Qiqi could only stand on the edge. I couldn't see the prefect's appearance, but I heard the noise. He was obviously very angry about this matter. Lu Qiqi hoped that the prefect was a good official and would not let these people lose their lives because of nonsense. Standing on the periphery and listening for a while, I found that the prefect was quick to act. Less than half an hour after she arrived, Magistrate Ma had been convicted, and even Magistrate Ma's family members were in trouble. Magistrate Ma was beheaded, and all the men were sent to the border to work as coolies, and all the women were taken away by officers and soldiers. Seeing this scene, Lu Qiqi deeply realized that in ancient times, if one person committed a crime, the whole family would suffer. Looking at the family members who were taken away, Lu Qiqi felt a little bit reluctant. Faced with this situation, she could only sigh and could not stop it. Lu Qiqi left with everyone else. Many people went to watch how Magistrate Ma was beheaded, but Lu Qiqi didn't want to. She walked a few steps and asked, "Why are we leaving? It should take a few more days." "You die," said. Lu Qiqi knew that this meant that there were still things to deal with. Thinking that there were still a few days left, Lu Qiqi took the 2 maids to have some fun. Every place has its own characteristics, and this place is no exception. Lu Qiqi ate different snacks and discovered a fruit wine unique to this county. After taking the first sip, Lu Qiqi knew that it was just like the current wine. But this place was made with peach blossoms and osmanthus, and it had a different taste. Chapter 357, He didn't kill her. Lu Qiqi thought the fruit wine tasted good and wanted to buy some back, because they were acting in secret now. They didn't want to be too obvious, so they had to give up. Later, along the way, Lu Qiqi deliberately kept a low profile. After walking for a while, he saw a restaurant. Not big, with many people coming in and out. The smell was familiar. Lu Qiqi walked to the door and saw that it was earthen pot chicken. Lu Qiqi thought of what the system said about Jiang Haiping's miscarriage. So she focused on business and planned to open many branches. I wonder if this earthen pot chicken is related to Jiang Haiping's earthen pot chicken. Thinking about it, he took 2 maids in and ordered an earthen pot chicken. While waiting, Lu Qiqi looked around. The people eating here are all young people. Sure enough, the same dishes are popular with different people in different places. Just thinking about it, I heard a familiar voice. Lu Qiqi turned her head and saw Jiang Haiping. Why is she here? Jiang Haiping was carrying a large basin and came to this table. "Sir, be careful of the burns," Jiang Haiping said as she poured all the chicken in the basin into the pot on the table. At this time, she saw Lu Qiqi and others. Yu Dai and Qing Dai were on guard and had the urge to take action. Jiang Haiping saw Lu Qiqi, and her eyes were full of surprise. She did not recognize Lu Qiqi and explained politely, "Clay pot chicken is a specialty of our restaurant. You can try it. If you like it, you must come often to support us." "Yes. Today we have served appetizers. If you like it, you can choose it yourself." At Jiang Haiping's suggestion, she saw a variety of pickles on a table next to her, all in small plates. "You can take whichever you like." Seeing the buffet just like now, Lu Qiqi immediately felt that Jiang Haiping was indeed a genius in business. The shopkeeper really knows how to do business. Lu Qiqi praised. "Thank you for the compliment." Jiang Haiping was happy to hear this. With the crown princess visiting the shop today, business must be good. "Boss, give us another plate of cabbage." Jiang Haiping wanted to say something, but someone called her. Jiang Haiping said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will come over to open the lid when it is cooked to avoid scalding you." Lu Qiqi nodded, and Jiang Haiping left quickly and came to the table next to her. "Sir, please wait a moment. The cabbage will be served soon." Lu Qiqi watched Jiang Haiping busy at the side. She had lost her initial immaturity and exuded a confident glow. She was so beautiful. Yu Dai was a little worried. Madam. Will she? Lu Qiqi shook her head. No. Yu Dai was not calm. Jiang Haiping was the crown princess. If she told her identity, it would definitely affect the crown prince's plan. They were all the crown prince's people. The matter concerned the crown prince. They believed that it was better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. She doesn't want others to know. Yu Dai looked at the busy Jiang Haiping. Is that so? This place is far from the capital. And it's not a developed place. She chose this place to escape from certain people. It should be that the relationship between Jiang Haiping and Wang Ergu was very tense. So she fled to this place. While the few people were talking, Jiang Haiping came again after a while and opened the pot for them. The fragrance instantly rushed into the tip of her nose. And Lu Qiqi enjoyed it and took a big sip. It smells so good. As long as you like it, Jiang Haiping said politely. I like it. Please come often in the future. Okay, Lu Qiqi said, and started eating. Lu Qiqi always had a good appetite when she saw something delicious. After the meal, Lu Qiqi left with her maid, and Jiang Haiping chased her out. Madam. Lu Qiqi turned her head, and Jiang Haiping came up to her quickly. Madam. Can you please not tell others that you have seen me? Lu Qiqi nodded, said nothing, and quickly left with the two maids. Jiang Haiping saw Lu Qiqi walking away, turned around and went back to the store to continue working. Yu Dai did not look back, made sure that the sight behind her had left, and asked the crown princess. Crown princess? Why did she say that? She is very smart. With this brain, Jiang Haiping's business will definitely succeed. Yu Dai was planning to take action, and seeing the crown princess's intention, it was obvious that she wanted to let Jiang Haiping go. Thinking about it, they would leave soon and should not meet. Thinking this way, he did not do it. Lu Qiqi ate the clay pot chicken happily and felt better. She walked around with the two maids for a while. Later, she felt like taking a nap again, so she had to go back first. After she came back, she heard that the prince had not returned from going out yet, so she fell asleep on the bed. Beijing. Imperial study. The Queen Mother was furious. She dared to send someone to assassinate the prince. This is a capital crime. How could you be so stupid that you didn't kill her? The emperor did not react much to the Queen Mother's accusation. This was not the first time that the Queen Mother came to him for the prince. It was not the first time that the prince encountered such a thing. And naturally it would not be the last time. Many times, many things become habits. Mother, why do you do this? The emperor said calmly. Why? If the prince gets hurt, you will regret it. There is no one in the huge Qin kingdom who can inherit the emperor's position. If the prince gets hurt, the emperor will regret it too late. So many years have passed. Have you ever seen him really hurt? The emperor asked. The Queen Mother was silent for a while after hearing this. The emperor advised quietly. The Blood Evil Alliance is a killer organization. If it is allowed to continue to develop, it is not a good thing. It is better to take the initiative to send this opportunity to the prince. You mean? Let the prince make his own decision. The emperor just wants the prince to succeed to the throne without the same difficulties as him. The Queen Mother also knows the emperor's good intentions. Seeing the dangers that the prince has experienced outside, how can she rest assured? What are you going to do about the Sidu family? What is the prince going to do? The emperor corrected. The Queen Mother looked at the emperor, who could only explain. The Situ family is not a threat. The most important things are Faking Castle and the Blood Demon Alliance. The Queen Mother was in the palace, and she knew about the two places. She also wanted the prince to sit in that position. The prince's biological mother passed away, and the Queen Mother had been taking this position for all these years. After hearing what the emperor said, she understood. What is the prince's plan? He won't come back until things are resolved. The Queen Mother sighed deeply when she heard it. These children, each one of them is worrying. The emperor took the opportunity to comfort the Queen Mother. Mother, the prince has experienced a lot, which is not a bad thing. The Queen Mother understood, but was a little worried. You also said that Lu Qiqi is not an ordinary person. With her around, there will be no danger. Then you still. The Queen Mother was not happy. I didn't know it before. The emperor could only bow his head and admit his past recklessness. Where is concubine Wu? I don't know a lot of things. I will make plans after the prince comes back. Chapter 358. Concubine Wu is ill. The Queen Mother was speechless about the old fox attitude of the emperor, and got up and left angrily. The emperor watched the queen mother leave. And he smiled again. The queen mother was not his biological mother. But he trusted her more than his biological mother. In these years, if there was no queen mother, he would never have come to this point today. The emperor sent the queen mother away and summoned the secret guards. Concubine Wu is ill. The secret guards heard this, and knew what to do and left quickly. The emperor took out the blueprint of the palace again, and began to study it. Concubine Wu is ill. In order to show his favor, he should arrange a ground dragon for Concubine Wu who is afraid of cold. With the ground dragon, the room will be warm. But how can I bypass the East Palace and go to Feiyu Palace? Looking at the remote East Palace, the emperor was annoyed. Which idiot did this? The East Palace was set up so far away. He wanted to favor her and make it inconspicuous. But he couldn't do it. Suddenly I thought of the Queen Mother. If we go from the Queen Mother's side, things seem to be more obscure. If we arrange for the Queen, this matter will be even less obvious. After the matter is done, pinch the earth dragons in several locations. And there should be more rumors in the palace. The father and son. One is calculating in the rivers and lakes. And the other is calculating in the palace. They are really father and son. Lu Qiqi woke up from a nap and had nothing to do. Thinking of the roast duck made by her mother, she asked Yu Dai to buy the ingredients, and she waited in the yard. After a while, all the necessary things were bought back. And Lu Qiqi began to make roast duck for the prince. She would never forget the way the prince was stingy because of a roast duck leg. While cooking, I was still thinking about how the prince looked when he ate roast duck. Lu Qiqi knew how to do it. And it was easy to do. The maids and Lu Qiqi cooperated very well. While marinating, Lu Qiqi drank tea comfortably beside her and asked Yu Dai, "Where is Chunbai now?" "Crown Princess. Chunbai and the others have only been gone for 2 days. It's been 2 days. They must have been to many places. It should be. That girl Chunbai didn't know how to send back the news. Making me worry about her here." Yu Dai thought. "I didn't see it. You eat well, drink well, and sleep well. How are those girls?" They were all sent back safely. Lu Qiqi was relieved to hear this, and thought of the result of County Magistrate Ma. He deserved it. Why didn't the sect that the prince said fooled people to refine the elixir of immortality have any results until now? Time passed quickly when thinking about things. And it was time for Lu Qiqi to roast duck. She asked Qingdai to light the fire. And then she controlled the temperature herself. When the duck was hung in the oven, there was nothing to do. She waited quietly by the side. To put it bluntly, the duck, the marinating, and the temperature are all critical to whether the roast duck is delicious. If one of these factors is missing, the roast duck will lack characteristics. While roasting, Lu Qiqi thought of the ingredients for the roast duck. She made duck cakes herself, shredded the green onions, and prepared sauces. Because of Lu Qiqi's preference, she specially mixed pickles. That is, she shredded the developed pickles, washed them, and mixed them with green onions and peppers. This pickle also has a nice name, called tiger dish. Those who don't know may think it is really tiger dish, but it is actually the most common way to cook it in Lu Qiqi's hometown. After preparing these, the roast duck is also ready. Lu Qiqi took the roast duck out of the oven, cut off the roast duck slices with a knife, put them on the plate next to it, and then stewed the remaining duck bones in the soup. The roast duck tastes better this way. Just after these were done, the prince came back from outside, smelled the smell from a distance, and came to the kitchen. "What is this?" "Roast duck," Lu Qiqi said, picked up a piece of duck meat, wrapped the scallions with duck pancakes, and stuffed it directly into the prince's mouth. "Don't talk. Try it." The prince did as he was told, and after swallowing it, he felt the fragrance in his mouth and wanted to eat enough at once. "Is it delicious?" "Yeah." The prince nodded quickly. He thought, after making so much, no one should snatch it from him. "Go wash your hands first. The old duck soup will be ready in a while, and it will taste better when it is served." The prince followed Lu Qiqi's instructions, washed his hands, changed his clothes, and when he came to the table, the roast duck was already on the table. Lu Qiqi served the prince a bowl of old duck soup. Before eating roast duck, drink a bowl of soup first. The prince took it and did as he was told. The old duck soup is very fresh. Try it. The prince saw green coriander and chopped green onion floating in the small bowl, and the emerald green color made the old duck soup more rich. Just smelling the fragrance, the prince's stomach has been conquered. The meal was satisfying. And after the meal, the two drank tea together. Lu Chichi saw the fallen leaves in the yard and sighed that winter was coming. I wonder if the winter here is cold. She is a person who is afraid of cold and misses her modern home. There is air conditioning and heating. Unless necessary. She is in the house almost every day. What's wrong? The prince saw the woman frowning suddenly, not knowing why she was in a bad mood. Winter is coming. The prince laughed. It's autumn now. It's autumn. Winter is not far away. Hee hee. The prince laughed out loud. Lu Chichi didn't want to pay attention to someone. What kind of person is this? Seeing that she is in a bad mood, he can still laugh so wildly. If she had known this, she would not have worked so hard to make roast duck for this person. The prince said casually, I once raised a squirrel, and you look very similar to it now. Same greed, same cuteness. Lu Chichi. What did you say? Dare you say you are a squirrel? You are as cute as a squirrel. You are a squirrel. The prince was relaxed and talked about the past. That was when I was 5 years old. At that time, I went out to climb the mountain with the king of Chu and others. Later, I got lost and saw a squirrel. Later, the squirrel took me out of the mountain. At that time, his mother had just passed away. He was young and could not adapt to the days without his mother. Those people deliberately left him in the mountains. Lu Chichi also saw the prince's lost mood and generously did not care about what happened just now. The prince continued. The little squirrel took me down the mountain and saw the queen mother, the emperor and others with a large number of palace people looking for me. Because of this incident, the king of Chu, the king of Chen, the king of Yin, and others were all beaten. Lu Chichi could understand the prince's mood at that time. He was abandoned maliciously. Later, the king of Chu and others were punished and would hate the prince. At that time, a child without a mother to avoid should have had a hard time in the palace. Thinking of this, I think it is normal for the prince to be narrow-minded. What kind of childhood determines the future temperament? It is already very good for the prince to be like this without the protection of his mother. The little squirrel accompanied me for 3 years. Later, I don't know why, it suddenly disappeared. The queen mother said that the squirrel was not used to the life in the palace. So she sent someone to send it to the mountains. The squirrel should be in the woods. If the fish leaves the water, can it survive? It seems to be this truth. What they both understood was that no one pointed it out. Chapter 359. Can't let it go easily. Lu Chichi asked. What did you feed the squirrels? Melon seeds, peanuts and the like. The prince said. No pine nuts? The prince shook his head. Squirrels like pine nuts, hazelnuts and other hardcore nuts the most. They always store enough nuts for the whole winter before winter comes. Then what? Then they hide in tree holes all winter, eat nuts and sleep. Why does it sound familiar? Lu Chichi smiled maliciously. What do you mean? I think this picture is familiar. Yu Dai and Qing Dai felt a little embarrassed when they heard it. How could the prince say that the princess looked like a little squirrel? What surprised them even more was the princess's behavior. The princess grabbed the prince's hand and started to chew without saying a word. The prince reacted and ran away. Lu Chichi put her hands on her hips. Squirrels are like this. Sure enough. You can't be too nice to a man. One moment, she was worried that the prince was in a bad mood. And the next moment, the prince made fun of her. It seems to be true. The prince was not afraid and provoked him not far away. Lu Chichi heard this and ran to catch up. Soon, bursts of laughter came. Yu Dai and Qing Dai also laughed. Sun Shu and others couldn't adapt. What's going on? Can the prince and the princess still laugh at the things they are facing now? He was talking in his heart. And when he saw the look the prince gave him, he left in a hurry. Yu Dai and Qing Dai left tactfully. The prince took the opportunity to hug Lu Chichi. If you were by my side back then, how great it would be. You haven't been idle either. The queen mother has found you a childhood sweetheart. Thinking of Li Jiaxuan, Lu Chichi felt sour in her heart. Why are you talking about her again? Why? Can't you talk about your childhood sweetheart? I promise. I won't see her when I go back. Really? Yes. I believe you once. The atmosphere was good. And they were under the night light, without being disturbed by outsiders. The two hugged each other for a long time. The prince sighed that if he had met a woman earlier, his life would have been more enjoyable. Lu Chichi could understand the prince's mood at the moment and accompanied him quietly. She spent her childhood in various studies. But her childhood was happy, without so many dangers around her. On the contrary, It was the prince, whose childhood was too difficult. Lu Qiqi's thoughtfulness made the prince even more excited that night. He spent a night of excitement. The next day, the prince left refreshed, and Lu Qiqi slept until noon. Lu Qiqi woke up and saw the sun outside. Knowing that it was getting late, her whole body was sore, and she didn't want to move. She thought it was okay, so she just stayed in bed until noon. When Yu Dai came in to ask for instructions, Lu Qiqi reluctantly got up, washed up, and started to eat lunch. Lu Qiqi saw that 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks were prepared, but she completely ignored them and ate her fill first. The prince didn't come back at noon that day. In the evening, the prince hadn't come back yet. Lu Qiqi rarely asked Yu Dai to prepare dinner. She waited for the prince to come back. Seeing this, Yu Dai thought that the princess finally felt sorry for the prince. Lu Qiqi waited for a while, and seeing that the prince hadn't come back yet, she picked up a book and started reading. After a few glances, I found that it was not a storybook, but a military strategy. Lu Qiqi did not have such a book. This book had traces of friction. It should be a book that the prince often reads. The prince has been in the army for many years, so it is normal for him to read these books. He took it in his hand and read it for a while. He felt it was useful and read it carefully. Time passed quickly without him noticing. Lu Qiqi heard the noise and looked up to see the prince coming from outside. As soon as he saw his expression, he knew it was a good thing. The prince was about to speak when he entered the door, but Lu Qiqi spoke first. "Let's eat first." "Yes." Yu Dai and Qin Dai hurried to prepare, and Sun Shuo and others who came back with them were very grateful. They had not eaten for a day, and they felt warm when they heard the words of eating at this time. Yu Dai and Qin Dai quickly brought the prepared meals, and Lu Qiqi and the prince ate quietly. After dinner, Qin Dai and Yu Dai cleaned the table, and the room soon returned to silence. The prince paused for a while and said, "The Blood Evil Alliance has sent people again." Lu Qiqi remembered that the system said that the Blood Evil Alliance was used by concubine Wu. The prince said angrily, "The Blood Evil Alliance is too rampant. This time, they must not be let off easily. It must be." Lu Qiqi didn't react much. The existence of the Blood Evil Alliance has already affected the prince. Now it is united with concubine Wu. The death of the Blood Evil Alliance is the inevitable result. It has only been a short time. It has happened twice in a row. It is still so far away from the capital. If the Blood Evil Alliance is allowed to be rampant, they can't return to the capital, and their lives will be lost. The anger in her heart cannot be expressed in words. Soon, Lu Qiqi realized something was wrong. We split into 2 groups, but they were also discovered by them? They attacked Zhao Kai and others. Lu Qiqi came in. "Is Chunbai okay?" "Nothing." The prince didn't dare to say that Chunbai was seriously injured, so he concealed the matter in order not to worry the woman. Lu Qiqi thought it was really okay, and she secretly decided that when she returned to the capital, she should have a good chat with concubine Wu. The prince said some things, and felt relieved when he saw the book of military tactics next to him. "How do you see this?" "I read it for a while, and found it very interesting." Rare. He thought women only read storybooks, but they were also interested in this kind of book, which was rare. After a while, Sun Shuo, who had eaten and drunk enough, arrived. The prince did not leave, and signaled Sun Shuo to talk here. "Prince, there is news that a large number of people from the Blood Evil League have poured into the rivers and lakes," Sun Shuo said. The prince did not react much. "Do you have a general direction?" "To the capital," Sun Shuo said angrily. "The people of the Blood Evil League have been making trouble again and again, and this time, they must not be forgiven easily." The prince said calmly, "Give the order to confirm the identity and solve them one by one." "Yes." Sun Shuo was excited when he heard this and turned around to prepare. The prince did this because he had other plans. There is still one thing in Qin County that has not been dealt with. It will not be too late for him to take action after he has dealt with it. When Lu Qiqi learned that Sun Shuo was coming, she picked up the military book and read it. She also heard what they said and waited for Sun Shuo to leave. Lu Qiqi turned another page of the book. The prince cleared his throat and said, "Did you hear what I said just now?" "Yes." Lu Qiqi looked up from the book. "What do you think?" Lu Qiqi thought for a while. To deal with the Blood Demon Alliance, it is not the best way to go head-on. "Oh, you said that the people of the Blood Evil League are all desperate criminals. They don't care about life and death. But the people who follow you can't die easily. The prince fell silent after hearing this. His people followed him to fight bloody battles. And they can't be like those desperate criminals who don't care about their lives. Thinking about it, he picked up the teacup and drank a sip of the tea that had already cooled down. Lu Chichi took the opportunity to change a cup for the prince. The prince picked up the tea, and this time when he drank it, even his heart was warm. He drank tea sip by sip, and the cup was soon finished. Lu Chichi refilled it for him again. After a while, the prince soon drank a bellyful of water. Chichi, do you think this palace is pitiful? This palace? Here he comes again. Speaking with status. She also has to say words that match this status. The prince is a rare talent. And all these things are training. The prince looked at her, his face full of disbelief. Is this woman encouraging him? You have enjoyed treatment that the world dare not even dream of. And you should pay some. If you feel sorry for yourself, then are children, who have been naked since childhood, more pitiful? Prince, there is some truth in this. Chapter 360 Eats Steamed Bread. Lu Chichi saw that someone's eyes were normal, and poured tea for herself. The best few cups of tea were drunk by the prince. So she simply asked Yu Dai to come in and change a pot of tea. When Lu Chichi drank the freshly brewed tea, the taste was right, and it was comfortable to drink. She met the prince's eyes, and generously poured him a cup. Tea looks the same. But in fact there are only a few pots of the best. Are you advising me to be generous? You already have an idea in your mind. Why ask me again? The prince was silent. The prince understood everything in his heart. He just wanted to find someone to talk to. But Lu Chichi was the most suitable person. When she should be confused, her mind would never be clear. But when it really came to the critical moment, her heart was like a mirror. When he was with Lu Chichi, the prince felt unprecedentedly relaxed. This kind of relaxation was never experienced in front of the emperor and the queen mother. Knowing this, the prince cares about the men who are close to Lu Chichi. He thinks that any man who is close to him is trying to steal her. Lu Chichi felt a little tired, got up and prepared to go to bed, and said another sentence. You are the future emperor, and you have experienced many times more people and things than ordinary people. If you think about it the other way around, you have experienced more things now. When you sit in that position, you will not feel that dealing with those things is cumbersome, and you will not be hesitant. Think about it. Under your management in the future, the country will be peaceful, and the people will all praise you as a good emperor. That will also cost a price. The prince said. There is nothing in this world that does not require an equal exchange. The prince thought for a moment. Do you think what I've been through is worth it? It's not worth it. It's worth it. Okay? Will you always accompany me? Lu Chichi thought. Someone spared such a big ball. And the feelings are waiting for her here. And she also generously agreed. As long as you don't push me away, I think I can always accompany you to see the sun every day. At this time, Sun Chao came to report. Your Highness, General Zhu is here. Let him in. Soon. Lu Chichi saw a man in military uniform coming. Zhu Chong saluted when he saw that it was not only the prince. I will see your Highness the prince and the princess. The prince asked someone to introduce him. Chichi, this is General Zhu Chong. Lu Chichi looked at Zhu Chong. General Zhu. It turned out that this was Zhu Chong, whose wife was robbed by Minister Su. Zhu Chong saluted again towards the princess. Speak. It was the prince's people. And someone set his sights on women. And his narrow-mindedness broke out again. Zhu Chong quickly said, Your Highness, the matter has been settled. Just waiting for your order. Everything is suspended. Zhu Chong was shocked when he heard this. Looked at the prince, and quickly lowered his head. Tell them that without my order, they are not allowed to be exposed. Yes. Zhu Chong leapt in response. Lu Chichi thought, this night is very busy. The prince has been busy until now. It should be fine. Right? Just when it was time to go to bed. Sun Shu came again. Lu Chichi could only sit there with her status. At first, she could use reading as a cover. But she didn't expect that the prince had too many things to deal with. She felt a little dizzy after listening, and tried hard to hold on, so as not to lose her composure. The prince heard the reports one by one, and felt that some people were seeking death. Away from the capital, he did everything as he pleased without so many concerns. Find a secluded place to hide the two killers, and send more people to guard them strictly. Yes. Only one day. If you can't find anything, just kill them. The man left quickly after hearing this. As soon as the man left, another one came in. Sir, what should we do with Hu County Magistrate after we caught him? The prince thought. Eating the court salary and colluding with those people. Although not as hateful as Magistrate Ma, this man is not much better. Is there any conclusive evidence? The man hurriedly brought the so-called evidence to the prince. The prince took it and looked at it for a few times. Report to the court that Hu County Magistrate committed suicide out of fear of crime. Yes. The man turned and left, while the prince was dealing with some things. No one came for the time being. And then he found that the woman had fallen asleep on the table. If it weren't for the angle, the prince wouldn't have known the woman was asleep. Seeing the woman holding the book upright while sleeping, he suddenly found it funny. With one sentence, all the people outside dispersed, and he carried the woman into the bedroom. The next day, after the prince waited for Lu Chichi to wake up, the two had breakfast and left Qing County. Lu Chichi felt that some things were not done. So why did she leave? The charlatan who used the girl to make the elixir of immortality has not been caught yet. So why did he leave? Did something happen after she fell asleep last night? It seems that this is the only possibility. The current team, because there are no Zhao Kai and others. They have become rich businessmen. And there are fewer people in the carriage. Everything in the carriage is no less than the previous carriage. Lu Chichi ate longan all the way and looked at the scenery outside. This feeling was great. The carriage ran for a whole morning and passed a small town. The carriage driven by Sun Shua stopped at a restaurant. Yu Dai went ahead to arrange food. Soon, Yu Dai came out with a long face. Master, Madam, there is not much food inside. Let's find the next one. The prince looked over, and Yu Dai hurriedly explained. There are only steamed buns here. I am worried that the master will not be used to it. The voice of the system sounded in Lu Chichi's ears. Don't pick it. The whole town is like this. Lu Chichi. Why? System. Too much tax has been paid. And the people in this town can't eat enough. The steamed buns are also the inventory of the restaurant. Lu Chichi. So miserable? System. There are worse ones. A screen appeared in front of Lu Chichi's eyes, and she saw a group of hungry, skinny children working in the fields. When the food came out, they were not even qualified to eat a bite, and were taken away by the soldiers. Seeing this scene, Lu Chichi's eyes were red. Chong Yudai said, don't look for it anymore. Just this one. Young madam, you can't get used to it. The people in the town are very poor. No matter how many families you find. It's the same. The prince didn't believe it. When he saw the woman say this, he helped the woman get off the carriage. And with a look, someone left to do business soon. When they walked into the restaurant, there was no customer in the restaurant. And several people found a table and sat down. When the food came, the staple food was only steamed bread. But fortunately, there was an old hen. An old hen was full of a large pot, with a layer of butter floating on it. Obviously, the chicken was very old. This kind of chicken tastes better. Lu Chichi ate a piece, and it was just as she imagined. It's delicious. Try it, Lu Chichi said, adding a piece of chicken to the bowl in front of the prince. The prince looked at the chicken and found it difficult to swallow. It was because the chicken piece was too big, and he didn't know how to eat it. It tastes better if you eat it in big mouthfuls. Lu Chichi said this, and saw a child in the corner drooling at the chicken. Lu Chichi waved at the child, and the child came to her carefully. Lu Chichi put a piece of chicken in a small bowl and handed it to the child. The shopkeeper just came out of the kitchen and saw this scene. He quickly pulled the child away. Sir, the child is ignorant. Please don't be offended. It's okay. Just a piece of chicken, Lu Chichi said, and handed the small bowl to Yu Dai. And Yu Dai took the small bowl and stuffed it into the child's hand. The child's eyes lit up when he saw the chicken. The shopkeeper thanked Lu Chichi excitedly, and quickly left with the child. Chapter 361. The Prince Prays for Rain. Lu Chichi turned her head to meet the prince's eyes. The people in this town are very poor, and it's good to have enough food. The prince didn't say anything and started eating. Eating chicken nuggets bigger than a child's fist, with steamed bread that made his throat hurt. The prince really couldn't swallow it, so he just ate 2 bites and stopped eating. Lu Chichi was different, she explained while eating. Occasionally eating some coarse grains is good for your health. Is there such a perverse logic? Look at those who eat fish and meat all day long. They either have problems here or there. And look at those who eat coarse grains. They are all in good health. The prince thought it was a perverse logic. And it was indeed so. Under Lu Qiqi's coaxing, he ate a steamed bread. After Lu Qiqi finished eating, he burped with satisfaction. While touching his stomach, he said, "It's so delicious. Coarse grains are very precious nowadays, and only people of this era think they are not good things. In the eyes of the prince, it is not a good thing. For the poor people, being able to eat enough is a luxury." When the prince and Lu Qiqi got on the carriage and prepared to leave, the subordinates had brought the result that the prince wanted. Hearing that, the prince deliberately let the carriage pass through the crowd. Seeing the pale and thin people, his heart was deeply touched. Lu Qiqi leaned on the window of the carriage, looking at the people outside, sighing in his heart. Magistrate Ma was a confused official, but the people of Qing County were well fed and clothed. Looking at this place, the malnourished people looked pitiful. After walking for a while, I learned from the people that this place was dry all year round. The annual grain output was not high, and the taxes paid were the same as other places, which led to the current situation. Just as she was thinking, an old man passed by and fainted on the road due to hunger. Soon many people gathered around. The carriage was forced to stop. They heard more dirty words. Some cursed God for being blind, and some cursed the emperor for being incompetent and not even giving them enough food. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she subconsciously looked at the prince. The prince looked unhappy. He pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. Lu Qiqi was worried that the prince would not be able to control himself and attack the people, and her chance to deliberately win a good reputation for the prince was gone. Fortunately, the prince was able to hold his temper and wait until someone took the old man away from hunger, and someone enthusiastically gave him a bite of food, and the old man came back to life. After the carriage passed, Lu Qiqi spoke. "I thought you would do it." The prince glanced at her and said nothing. Lu Qiqi explained, "Don't blame them. These people are really pitiful. They don't have enough food and clothes. But they are wrong. All this is not decided by the emperor, nor is it God's partiality. It deliberately doesn't rain, making the land dry and almost no harvest." The prince laughed. "Do you really think I will do it?" Lu Qiqi shook his head. "I have nothing to do with them. I just feel pity when I see them like this. You are different. I will be scared when you get angry." The prince laughed. "Why don't I think you are afraid?" Lu Qiqi deliberately didn't respond, and leaned over and said, "Prince, I will give you a chance to make meritorious service. Do you want it?" The prince raised his eyebrows. "You go and pray for rain. As long as it rains here, their drought can be solved. At that time, the people here will remember your kindness for the rest of their lives. If someone has vision, give the prince a book of the people, which will be recorded in the history books." The prince was persuaded by Lu Qiqi. "Praying for rain in a dry place. Are you sure you are not courting death?" "Don't worry. I calculated it accurately. There will be a downpour here at noon tomorrow. At that time, you just need to pretend, and such a good thing will fall on your head." "You calculated it?" "Yes." Lu Qiqi felt guilty. Could she say that it was the system that said it? The original words of the system were that the prince was the son of the emperor. The son asked the father for help, so he still had some face. Lu Qiqi couldn't say this, so she could only say it this way. "I'll try it. Believe me, I won't lie to you." Sun Shua thought the princess was bragging. Yu Dai and Qin Dai thought the princess was lying again, and believed that the prince would not believe it. But what they didn't expect was that the prince agreed and decided to stay here tonight. Hearing this, Sun Shua couldn't stay calm and tried his best to tell the prince not to do stupid things. Unfortunately, he didn't have the courage to speak out what the prince decided. What Sun Shua didn't expect was that Zhao Kai and others, who had already left, would cooperate. The prince didn't worry about them. After they found an inn to stay, they left someone to protect Lu Qiqi, and he left with Sun Shua and others. He was the prince, a member of the royal family, and he never lacked food and clothing. Thinking of the child's expression because of a piece of chicken, he was shocked, and because of the old man who fainted from hunger, he decided to see what was going on in this place. Lu Qiqi saw the prince going out. She was not worried. She drank tea and read the storybook comfortably. Yu Dai wanted to speak several times, but she didn't have the courage of Chunbai, so she could only bear it. Qin Dai asked while pouring tea, "Crown Princess, will it really rain tomorrow at noon?" She saw that the land here was dry and cracked. "It should be." "It should be?" Qin Dai's face turned pale. The prince believed it. The prince is the son of the emperor. If my son asks me for something, I should give him this face. Does the princess mean that as long as the prince shows up, it will be fine? I think so. Qingdai did not get a definite answer. Thinking of the princess's past style, she would definitely not joke about this matter. Yudai suppressed her worries in her heart. In the evening, seeing the prince come back with a bad face, Yudai's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Sun Shu's bad face again, she knew that there must be something wrong. As a maid, she dared not go beyond the rules, and could only do her duty as a maid. The food was delivered and she quietly stood by. The prince looked at the food and had no appetite. He also saw Lucici eating steamed bread, which looked very delicious. Thinking about the people's sentiments he investigated today, he still couldn't accept that under the emperor's rule, there were still places that were so poor. It has not rained here for a long time, and the harvest in the fields is not good. Many people are desperate. Some people leave their homes to seek refuge with relatives, and some can only sell their daughters just for a full meal. Thinking of their luxurious life in the capital, they suddenly feel that it is not right. Lucici finished eating and looked at the prince. Don't be like this. With you here, everything will be fine. The prince hoped so. The prince picked up the steamed bun and ate it, but it was still difficult to swallow. Thinking of those people who didn't even have this food, he felt that it was not so bad. Sun Shu and others ate the steamed bun quietly. Because this is an inn, there is not much food. And because the people here live a really hard life, they cherish what they eat. The next day, Lucici was still sleeping in the inn and heard the noisy movement outside. Listening carefully, it was the prince who wanted to pray for rain for the people. Hearing this, the people were all excited. The prince is coming, which means that the emperor has not forgotten him. Pray for rain. This is a big deal for them. They haven't seen rain for a long time because of the drought. The last time it rained was a long time ago, and it was only a few raindrops. If the prince comes, praying for rain will be successful. Chapter 362 Documents. Lucici was happy to hear these noises. The prince believed what she said. It feels so good to be trusted unconditionally. After Lucici had her breakfast steamed bread, she came to the street and saw a completely different situation from yesterday. Lucici walked around outside and found that there were more and more people, and she was getting more and more excited. Later, she followed the crowd back to the inn. She saw that the entire inn was surrounded by people. Through word of mouth around, she knew that the prince had arrived. These people came to pay homage to the prince. Lucici saw the excited people, and in their hearts, they thought that seeing the prince was seeing hope. It was the same reason. With the arrival of the prince, regardless of whether the rain prayer was successful or not, these people would no longer be hungry. This is a good thing. Just after watching for a while, someone came on a tall horse. The man on the horse was dressed in official uniform. Judging from the official uniform, he should be the county magistrate. With the arrival of the county magistrate, many people automatically made way. Soon, the county magistrate on horseback came to the inn and dismounted. The people in the yamen automatically stood in 2 rows, waiting for the county magistrate to enter the inn, and waited outside one by one. The people around began to discuss in a low voice. Did you see that? The county magistrate is not 10. And the one staying in the inn must be the prince. Why would the prince live in such an inn? Some people raised doubts. The prince cares about us people and does things for us people. Unlike those people, they will only plunder when they come, and don't care about the lives of us people. That's right. That's right. How can those people compare with the prince? Lucici heard that the people had not seen the prince yet, and didn't know what kind of person he was. But just based on his identity, they began to blindly worship him. This is the power of identity. This power will be stronger after noon today. Thinking of this, Lucici was happy for the prince. Just when Lucici decided to step back and wait for things to develop, she was intercepted by Zhao Kai halfway. Crown Princess. Crown Princess. This sentence immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. It seemed that immediately, Lucici saw Zhao Kai standing not far behind her. Zhao Kai and the prince left. How could he appear here? Lucici couldn't react. Zhao Kai had already come to her. Crown Princess, you went out to understand the people's sentiments. It's hard work. What's going on? Lucici looked at Yudai. Yudai shook her head. Looked at Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin shook her head. Lucici understood that all this was the prince's idea. Just at this time, the prince made a brilliant appearance. Crown Princess, you worked hard. The prince appeared in a bright yellow princess costume. What else did Lucici not understand? Lucici was forced to become the focus of everyone. When the prince came to her, the two people's clothes became a clear contrast. Lucici was forced to improvise. I carefully followed your highness's teachings and walked around the street. I found that it was just as your highness said. And I also felt the suffering of the people. As she said that, Lucici took out a handkerchief to wipe away the tears that she squeezed out from the corners of her eyes. The prince was stunned for a while when he saw the princess crying. I know the importance of your highness's prayer for rain, and I specially prepared the offerings needed for the prayer. Okay. The princess has worked hard. When the people around heard this, they thought of the prince and the princess's concern for the people, and they knelt on the ground and cowed out excitedly. The county magistrate saw this scene and led everyone to kneel down. When everyone knelt on the ground, Lucici bared her teeth at the prince, and the prince smiled innocently. The two of them competed for a while, and Lucici went to the inn to pray for rain, while the prince comforted the local people outside. Lucici put on the palace dress that symbolized the identity of the princess under Udai's prompting, and looked at herself in the mirror and felt awkward. She tried hard to pull a smile, and then she felt comfortable. Udai and Zhou Yin were serving on the side. They were puzzled by the prince's behavior and could only lower their heads to do their work. Lucici saw through it almost, and asked, Are the offerings ready? Yes, Udai said. Lucici heard it and went to see the so-called offerings. It was indeed complete. Chickens, ducks, fish and meat were all there, and fruits and snacks were all complete. Lucici mocked. The prince is really well prepared. One more document for praying for rain is missing, the prince said, and walked out from outside. Lucici saw this and her expression changed slightly. Did you do it on purpose? I guess so. The prince came up to comfort the upset woman. Praying for rain requires sincerity. You must be sincere when the time comes. Prince, do you mean that if I can't pray for rain, it means that I am not sincere in my heart and mind? I guess so. The prince wanted everyone to know that praying for rain was not his own achievement. This move paved the way for the crown princess to become the queen in the future. It was the same as the long journey to pray for the emperor. Lucici frowned and said nothing more. She asked Udai to prepare paper and pen and started writing the document for praying for rain. The prince watched from the side. You said it would rain at noon. I just need to pretend. If the show is not complete, how can the people appreciate the prince's sincerity? The two of them were arguing, and time passed quickly. When the preparations were complete, the county magistrate had already set up the rain-praying site. Before leaving, the prince asked, Are you sure it will rain at noon today? It will rain heavily, Lucici corrected. Okay, I believe you. The prince's words were an affirmation of Lucici, and he also deliberately explained that he took the risk for Lucici's sake. Lucici understood the prince's concerns, thinking that if the system deceived her, they would both be embarrassed. Everything was ready, with the county magistrate leading the way, Zhao Kai and Sun Shu protecting them, and the group headed towards the dry river. Wherever they passed, many people knelt on the ground excitedly. When they arrived at the dry river, there were already crowds of people. Everyone was looking forward to it, wanting to see if the prince and princess could pray for rain successfully, and whether they could really save these poor people. The prince and Lucici were dressed up and went out, and they were the focus of everyone's attention wherever they went. The county magistrate was protecting outside. He didn't care whether the prayer for rain was successful or not. As long as the prince didn't get into trouble in this area, he would be considered a complete success, and he would get a chance to be promoted because of his meritorious service in protecting the emperor. If something went wrong, his head would be in jeopardy. Thinking of this, he was alert and looked around vigilantly. Zhao Kai, Sun Shu and others stood quietly on both sides to protect. The team of people they brought with them wore uniform clothes to protect the surroundings. Among the many people around, there were also people they arranged to prevent any accidents. They knew in their hearts that if the prayer for rain was successful, it would be icing on the cake for the prince. Looking at the dry and cracked ground, he wondered if the prayer for rain would really be successful. The people around couldn't get close, and they stretched their necks to look around. The moment everyone saw the crown prince and crown princess, they automatically quieted down, fearing that the noise they made would disturb the crown prince's prayer for rain. The crown prince was wearing a bright yellow python robe, which flashed with golden light under the light, giving people the illusion that the crown prince was an immortal who came on the sun. The crown princess standing next to him was the same. The clothes that looked invisible, under the masculine, had a hint of golden light, which was slightly less than that of the crowned princes. Chapter 363 Reigning. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. He stood upright in front of the altar. His dark eyes were bottomless, just like his status, noble enough to make people daunted, but also to make people want to surrender. This is the prince. This is the future emperor. His aura spread out and crushed everything in an instant. The prince stepped forward, lit the incense, and after 3 bows, inserted it into the incense burner. The fragrance of the burning incense did not bend around, but went straight up to the sky. When everyone saw this scene, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed spontaneously. The prince began to recite the sacrificial text, and the clear voice reached the ears of the people and gradually spread farther. The sun began to shine, and gradually dark clouds gathered in the sky. The clouds became thicker and thicker, and the air began to become sultry. When the prince finished reading the last sacrificial text, a drop of rain fell. Soon, the rain became more and more, and soon it turned into heavy rain. The rain was on the faces and bodies of the people, and everyone jumped up happily. One by one, they shouted, "It's raining! It's really raining! Your Highness the Crown Prince has succeeded in praying for rain." Everyone cheered. Everyone was wet by the rain, and they were even more excited. The magistrate saw the rain, and his eyes were red with excitement. He knelt down to the Crown Prince and shouted, "Long live the Crown Prince!" With these words, everyone around followed suit. Long live the Crown Prince! 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 The Crown Prince held Lu Qiqi's hand and looked at the thousands of people in front of him shouting at the scene in front of him. He was more excited than when he led thousands of troops. This is his subject. This is his kingdom. This is his woman, with a woman to witness with him. His heart is full of pride and pride. The rain-praying ceremony ended successfully. The prince and the princess came to the inn again under the escort of Zhao Kai and Sun Shu, the county magistrate. It was still the same inn, but the treatment was different this time. The shopkeeper and the common people knelt down to greet them. Yu Dai and others shouted, "Welcome to His Royal Highness the Prince. Welcome to His Royal Highness the Princess." The people followed and shouted, "Welcome to His Royal Highness the Prince. Welcome to His Royal Highness the Princess." Lu Qiqi wanted to help him up, but was pulled by the prince. The two stood on the steps at the door and looked at everyone present. Everyone knelt on the ground in the heavy rain, not feeling uncomfortable, but very happy for this timely rain. The prince only took a look and felt nothing special. Lu Qiqi advised, "It's raining. Everyone should hide first. Don't get wet." The shopkeeper stepped forward. "Thank you, His Royal Highness. Thank you, the Crown Princess." The people began to shout, "Thank you, His Royal Highness. Thank you, the Crown Princess." The shouts were deafening, expressing the gratitude in the hearts of the people in this way. Lu Qiqi wanted to say something, but the prince pulled the woman and said, "Let's all go." When the county magistrate heard this, he immediately asked everyone to disperse on the grounds that the prince and the crown princess were tired. The prince and the crown princess rested. The county magistrate didn't want to leave. The people didn't want to leave either. At this time, because of this long-lost nectar carnival, everyone pretended not to hear the county magistrate's words, and jumped happily in the rain, just like children who can have fun in the rain. At this time, Lu Qiqi and the prince returned to the inn, changed their wet clothes, and when they came out again, the table was already full of a sumptuous lunch. Lunch was a little late, but the key point was that there were chickens, ducks, fish and meat on the table, and the steamed bread that had been eaten for several meals had also become white and plump big steamed buns. Lu Qiqi saw the different treatments before and after, and knew that today's table was taking advantage of the county magistrate. However, Lu Qiqi did not appreciate it, because the county magistrate's things were not his own, but the fat of the people. Their table of food could fill many people's stomachs. Knowing in their hearts, they ate with peace of mind. The success of praying for rain was a hope for the people. If they insisted on eating steamed bread, it would seem artificial. After the prince and princess had eaten their fill, Zhu Chong personally led a convoy to deliver carts of food to the yamen. When the county magistrate heard about this, he was so happy. He was excited to receive so much in return for sending out a table of food. When the prince and the princess finished eating and rested, he immediately rushed back to the yamen. He was still thinking along the way that he could make a lot of money by selling these grains. When he returned to the yamen and saw the convoy, the county magistrate almost knelt on the ground in excitement. The county magistrate, who was ordered to guard the yamen, was not very happy when he saw these grains. Others did not know what kind of person the county magistrate was, but he knew that it would be good if 1,000th of so much grain could be given to the people. When the people saw these grains being delivered to the yamen in carts, they thought that with the prince here, their stomachs, which had been dry for a long time, would finally no longer have to go hungry. Everyone was fantasizing about the grains in their hearts, and a carriage slowly drove from a distance. The county magistrate recognized that it was the prince's carriage, and he quickly led everyone to kneel on the ground and kowtow. When the prince and Lucici got off the carriage, they saw heads kneeling on the ground. Lucici only took a look and followed the prince into the yamen. Zhu Chang stepped forward. Your Highness, I have transferred 50 carts of grain from the granary. The prince glanced at the long convoy, and he was relieved that Zhu Chang was doing things all unloaded at the yamen. The prince said, Yes. Zhu Chang responded and got busy. Soon everyone worked together to unload the grain at the gate of the yamen. Many people heard that the court had sent grain, and they ran to the yamen excitedly, looking at the mountains of grain. Everyone was very happy. The prince prayed for rain for them, and sent grain again. And everyone knelt down again, and shouted long live. Lucici stood by and saw all the excitement of the people. He also saw all the greed of some people. At this time, the prince began to speak, saying that the court would not forget the local people, and they saw the sufferings of the people. This time the prince came to lead everyone to overcome difficulties. After the speech, Lucici knew that the prince had successfully harvested a wave of fans. It laid a good foundation for his future level. The prince's next move shocked Lucici. The prince personally delivered food to the people, according to the official book. According to the different population of each household, different amounts of food were distributed, and the amount of food released must be recorded in detail. Lucici heard this and applauded the prince. At the same time, she saw the county magistrate with a gloomy look in his eyes, and the excited county magistrate. From their expressions, we can know how they are officials. Many people were excited when they heard this. The people in the yamen controlled the periphery, and Zhu Chang's people began to distribute grain. Zhao Kai, Sun Shuo and others protected the prince and princess on both sides. The most idle ones were the prince and princess. They stood still and just watched everyone busy. Lucici gave a thumbs up to the prince's approach. How did you come up with this method? I am the prince. Awesome. Lucici admired. There were too many people watching the grain, and only a few were actually delivered to the people. The prince personally supervised it, and there was a big move as soon as it was delivered, leaving no chance for people to react. Seeing that the mountains of grain at the gate of the yamen were still decreasing, the surrounding people came from all directions. Zhu Chang and others set up more than 10 places to distribute grain, and each team was very long. Chapter 364 Li Jiaxuan is pregnant. Lucici asked the prince, Is this enough food? There should be more than a dozen bags left. The prince said. Lucici understood. Everything was calculated accurately. Looking at the county magistrate whose expression was about to burst. When he saw the last dozen bags of food, he would probably want to cry without tears. The distribution of food continued until the evening. After the food was sent to the last citizen, there were only 12 bags of food left in the government office. Zhu Chang stepped forward to ask for orders. Your Highness, there are still 12 bags of food left. Now no people come to collect food. What do you think? Put it in the government office and give it to the county magistrate. Let him distribute food to the people who did not arrive in time. Your Highness, I will follow your orders. The county magistrate tried hard to squeeze out a look of serving the people wholeheartedly. The prince looked at the magistrate. You have worked hard for the people over the years. Do you have anything to say to me? I would like to thank the emperor and the prince for their grace. The prince said. The magistrate is dedicated to the people. I will report this good official to the court and let local officials follow suit. The magistrate was originally unwilling in his heart, but his mood changed again because of the prince's words. Lucici watched it clearly from the side. When the prince left, the local people worshipped the prince like a god, and Lucici also enjoyed high-standard treatment. The next day, the prince left, and many people spontaneously saw him off. Lucici admired the prince very much. Such a person is not an emperor, and his talent is wasted. The people's uneasy hearts were comforted, knowing that the magistrate had problems. The prince's words made the magistrate not do too much for his future. It is said that if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. The prince has controlled the turbidity of the water very well, which can give local officials the opportunity to perform and push them to the positive energy side. High. Really high. Keep calm and maximize the benefits. Indeed, only the prince can have such a thorough plan. After the convoy had been gone for a day, Zhao Kai and others parted ways again. This time, there were even fewer people left. Lu Qiqi looked at the carriage with air leaks everywhere, and looked at Sun Shu and Yu Dai who were driving the carriage in front. Lu Qiqi couldn't accept it when it became 4 people. I always feel that the days of enjoyment are gone, and all that is left is suffering. Lu Qiqi had an idea that no matter what the prince wanted to do, let him do it alone, and she would leave with the main force. Unfortunately, this idea was not dared to be said to the prince, and could only be held back. In the carriage with air leaks on all sides, Lu Qiqi drank enough air conditioning, and when she came to the end to rest, she felt that she was about to freeze. She could only slow down her movements when eating because her hands and feet were out of control. After dinner, she came to the guest room and asked for a large bucket of hot water. She soaked herself in the hot water and felt that she had regained the temperature her body should have. Yu Dai saw that the crown princess was so abnormal and asked, "Crown princess, is it cold?" Lu Qiqi complained. "I didn't expect that following the crown prince there would be a day of freezing. How about I talk to the crown prince?" Forget it. She didn't know what the crown prince was going to do when he fell to the ground, and she was too lazy to say it. Yu Dai felt very distressed when she saw the crown princess like this, thinking that if Chunbai was here, she would definitely make the crown princess happy. She told the news she had just received. "Crown princess, there is news from the palace that Li Jiaxuan is pregnant." Lu Qiqi opened her eyes wide instantly and looked at Yu Dai in disbelief. Whose child? Could it be the prince's? If they had sex before leaving the palace, they should have been able to find out based on the time. I also remembered that the prince said that he would not see Li Jiaxuan again after returning. Could it be because of this? Yu Dai was frightened by the prince's words, and it took her a while to react. "I'm not sure. It seems to be a guard's, but I'm not sure yet." "Guard?" Lu Qiqi was relieved. "I thought of what the prince said," Yu Dai said. "I saw Li Jiaxuan talking to a guard once, but the distance was too far, so I didn't see clearly who that person was. Now there are rumors that the child in Li Jiaxuan's belly is the guard's, and it might be the person I saw." "When did it happen?" "Not long after the crown princess disappeared. Chunbai said that when Sitichi appeared in the palace instead of me, she was very close to Li Jiaxuan. Li Jiaxuan would go there every now and then." Lu Qiqi thought about it. At that time, Li Jiaxuan should have discovered that the crown princess was fake. Why did she deliberately make such a fuss? It is understandable that she wanted to take advantage of the situation after discovering that the crown princess was fake. What Lu Qiqi couldn't understand was that since she was thinking about the crown prince, why was she still close to others? These things bothered Lu Qiqi. She didn't know when Yu Dai left. When she reacted, she was lying in the warm quilt and was awakened by the crown prince's sudden approach. "What are you doing?" Seeing the big face in front of her, Lu Qiqi didn't think it was pretty, but felt a little annoyed. It seemed like a snob, who turned hostile in an instant after seeing that someone was of no use. "Do you still remember the girls who were lost in Qing County?" "Yeah." Lu Qiqi was indifferent. "The person was found." "Where is he?" Lu Qiqi was indifferent. "I'll take you to catch him tomorrow," the prince said. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she had no idea in an instant. She turned over and went to sleep. The prince smiled. "Are you angry?" Lu Qiqi. "I'll bear it. Chunbai and Zhou Yin have returned to the East Palace." Lu Qiqi. "I'll continue to bear it. Do you know why they returned to the capital so quickly?" Lu Qiqi. "I'll bear it." The prince saw that the woman couldn't speak even in this way, and was about to use a big move. There was a noise at the door. Hearing that it was Sun Chao, he told him to come back soon. Lu Qiqi didn't care. She was angry at first, and she was even angrier when she heard the prince's noise. He tried to threaten her with Chunbai, but she didn't follow it. She was angry, and she fell asleep in anger. When the prince came back after finishing his work, he saw the woman sleeping soundly. In the past, she slept very quietly. Today, she might be in a bad mood. When she slept, she hugged the quilt into a ball, revealing her smooth calves. looking at the white little feet. The prince flicked them gently. The little feet instantly retracted into the quilt, and she was still mumbling something. I couldn't hear clearly, but I knew she was venting her dissatisfaction. The prince smiled and took off his coat, gently pulled the quilt out of the woman's arms, and let himself lie in it. The next day, Lucici woke up and saw the prince in front of her. She turned over in anger and pulled away most of the quilt covering the prince. The prince looked at the woman's childish behavior and laughed. Okay, I'll change you a big carriage today. Okay? Lucici didn't look back, muttering, "This is better." The prince saw that the woman forgave him and smiled and got up. Lucici heard the movement and knew that there was still something to do today. So she got up and washed, going downstairs to the table. Breakfast was ready. While eating, I heard from the guests at the next table that several girls had disappeared nearby, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. Lucici looked at the prince, and the prince nodded. Lucici understood that the prince had something to do here. He deliberately took such a shabby carriage because he didn't want to attract too much attention. Chapter 365 Shooting. After dinner, Lucici and the prince learned about the missing girl. After leaving the inn, Lucici saw the leaky carriage parked at the door. The corner of her mouth twitched. It turned out that men should not be trusted too much. She got on the carriage reluctantly, knowing that she would have to blow the cold wind today. She was unhappy. After the prince got on the carriage, he saw the woman's long face and said, "Bear it for a while." "How long will you bear it?" "Soon." Lucici rolled her eyes when she heard this. The carriage had been going for more than an hour and stopped in front of a dilapidated temple. Lucici looked at the prince, who smiled with his lips curled. Lucici took a closer look at the dilapidated temple. Could it be that the charlatan was hiding in this place? The prince said, "There is an old Taoist priest in here, and his Taoist name is Chong Hung." The prince told the story of Chong Hung and Magistrate Ma. Lucici looked at the prince in disbelief. "Since you knew this person was here, why did you come now?" The prince said, "I have too many things to do recently, and I am too busy." Lucici thought that they were heading to the capital, which was on the way, so Lucici didn't say anything else. Wait for Lucici and the prince to walk to the ruined temple together. Chong Hung heard the noise outside and came out to see. Seeing someone coming, his face was not very good. Lucici saw that the person was in his 50s, thin, with a goatee on his chin, wearing a gray Taoist robe, and holding a dust in his hand. This look should give people the feeling of immortality. But his eyes are cloudy, and he is not a good person at first glance. Sun Shua stepped forward, put his hands together, pretending to salute. Chong Hung came over and wanted to chase him away. But Sun Shua suddenly changed his gesture and attacked Chong Hung directly. Chong Hung was caught off guard and fought back instinctively, accidentally exposing his martial arts skills. At this moment, there was a bang from the backyard. Chong Hung wanted to deal with Sun Shua, so he went to the backyard to check the situation. As soon as he used his martial arts skills, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Lucici saw this and realized that someone was poisoned. At this time, Sun Shua stepped forward and pushed Chong Hung to the ground. The pain made Chong Hung react. "Who are you? I thought they were just passing by and it would be fine if they were driven away. But I didn't expect them to attack me." The prince and others watched and said nothing. Not long after, Zhu Chong and others came from the backyard, followed by a dozen terrified girls who had just been rescued. Chong Hung saw that the matter was exposed, and he wanted to know the identity of the people who came. "Who are you?" The prince finally spoke. "If you want to live, you better tell the truth." "I don't understand what you mean." "Sir?" The prince glanced at the rescued girls. Chong Hung argued, "They are all homeless children. I took them in because I felt sorry for them." As Sun Chow threw all the bottles and jars on the ground, Chong Hang's face instantly became ferocious. "You will not die well. Do you also want to live forever?" the prince asked. Chong Hang's face changed when he heard this. Chong Hung, whose real name is Li Dugong, was originally a farmer in Qing County. He suddenly left 2 years ago, saying that he was going out to work. But in fact, he was refining the magic medicine of immortality under the cover of Magistrate Ma. Chong Hung knew that the visitor knew everything he had done, so he did not struggle, but just looked at the prince and smiled sinisterly. The prince felt that it was inappropriate and wanted Sun Shua to stop it. Sun Shua was quick enough to stop someone from committing suicide. But at this time, An arrow flew over. Everyone was busy protecting the prince and forgot about Chong Hung. Chong Hung was shot by the arrow and died on the spot. The prince was angry, and he subconsciously trapped the woman in his arms to prevent her from seeing the scene in front of her. Sun Chao stayed to protect the prince, while Zhu Chong led people to chase. Sun Shu confirmed that the person was dead, and at the prince's signal, he took the body away. As for the girls, they were frightened and cried loudly. After being comforted by Yu Dai, they were sent out of the ruined temple and sent to the government office by the carriage prepared in advance. Lu Qiqi had been hiding quietly in the prince's arms, and the voice from the system was in her ears. System. Chong Hung was silenced. Lu Qiqi. Who did it? System. I don't know for the time being. Lu Qiqi. Is there anything else you don't know? The system was enraged and said. The blade of action has a mark like an eagle on the wrist. Lu Qiqi. Eagle? System. It should be the symbol of a certain organization. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she thought of the time when she was in the capital, when the emperor arranged a group of people to attack her, and later a group of people pretended to be ordinary people to watch, and they had marks similar to eagles on their bodies. Asked, have you seen a magpie kite? The system paused for a while. Yes, it is a magpie kite, not an eagle. Lu Qiqi asked, do you remember the time when the emperor arranged for someone to attack me? System. Are you talking about the onlookers? Lu Qiqi him a sound. System. It is the same mark. Lu Qiqi paused for a while. The attack on her in the capital was launched, and this time she came for the elixir of immortality. What is the connection between the two? The only person who can prove it is that the two attackers are in the same organization. Who is it? Who is it? Lu Qiqi is now very sure that when the emperor arranged for someone to attack her in the capital, someone also thought so, and was disrupted by the emperor's arrangement. At this moment, seeing the people from the same organization again, Lu Qiqi was thinking that maybe their whereabouts had been exposed, or there was an invisible big hand around them controlling everything. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Lu Qiqi's silence seemed to be frightened by the prince. After he explained some things, he hugged the woman and left the ruined temple. He came to the outside of the ruined temple and got on a gorgeous carriage. Lu Qiqi noticed that the moment she opened her eyes, she looked at the prince. I'm fine. The prince looked at her carefully, confirmed that the impact was not big, and explained, wait for me in the carriage for a while. I will be fine soon. Yeah. Lu Qiqi nodded. The prince stood up and kissed the woman on the forehead. After getting off the carriage, he told Yu Dai to protect the crown princess, and he walked into the ruined temple again. Lu Qiqi happened to have something to say to Yu Dai, so he simply asked her to get on the carriage to ask. Yu Dai, do you remember that when we were attacked in the capital, some people were mixed in the crowd? Yu Dai reacted quickly. The crown princess is talking about those people with eagle-like marks? Lu Qiqi nodded. Have you found out who they are? Yu Dai thought for a while. I haven't found out yet. After saying that, seeing the crown princess's look, she asked, Crown princess, why are you suddenly talking about this? I was wondering who attacked the Taoist priest. Yu Dai felt that the crown princess was overthinking. How could something that happened in the capital happen here? That time it was aimed at the crown princess. Now they are hiding their whereabouts, so they can't be in the same group. Lu Qiqi also thought of the problem that Yu Dai thought of, but she thought it might be the same organization. If she used the assassination incident that she had, there might be clues. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi told the system what she was thinking. What do you think this organization did? On the one hand, they killed the Taoist priest to silence him, and on the other hand, they attacked him. Is there another organization similar to the Blood Demon Alliance in the world? Chapter 366 Mysterious Organization. After a while, the system said, not clear yet. Lu Qiqi complained. How come you are not well informed after you upgraded? System. It may be an organization that does not operate in the arena. You should be more careful in the future. Lu Qiqi. Okay. System. You must carry the amulet I gave you with you. Never leave it. Lu Qiqi had forgotten about this matter. Thinking of the key point, she asked, you had a premonition that I was in danger at that time. Why did you delay it until now? The system was silent again. Lu Qiqi thought of something wrong. I was in the East Palace at that time, and was abducted to Feiting Castle. Logically, shouldn't it be during this period? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Is it related to Faking Castle that I can be safe until now? System. Do you suspect that person is from Faking Castle? Lu Chichi. I think the person who attacked me was afraid of Faking Castle, and didn't do it. System. It is possible. Lu Chichi. If I use myself as bait, will anything be discovered? System. No. It's too dangerous. Lu Chichi didn't care. With your amulet, I won't be in danger. The system wanted to stop her. But Lu Chichi saw the prince coming out of the ruined temple, and jumped off the carriage. Are you okay? The prince asked with concern. Lu Chichi shook her head. Do you know who did it? The prince's eyes darkened. Lu Chichi said. Did we leak our whereabouts? Impossible. Then there is only one possibility. Someone discovered that Chong Hung was exposed and killed him to silence him. The prince thought so too. Why didn't the other party do it when they took action? And deliberately killed the person on the spot? He couldn't figure this out. What happened? The prince didn't say anything, and pulled Lu Chichi into the carriage. Sun Shua hurriedly drove the carriage away. Lu Chichi felt more and more wrong. What happened in the ruined temple after she left? He was curious and didn't say it. After the carriage had gone a distance, the prince spoke. I have been investigating the people behind Magistrate Ma and Chong Hung. I thought I could catch them this time, but I didn't expect them to take the lead. Lu Chichi boldly guessed. Do you think there is a possibility that this person has been around us? The prince shook his head. He was very confident in hiding his whereabouts. There is only one possibility. The other party accidentally discovered you and recognized you. In the capital, someone wanted to kill him. But Lu Chichi was humble and didn't offend anyone. Even the concubines of the Prince of Jin's mansion didn't have much hatred. They were all dead. The family members would not let the whole family offend the prince for a dead person. This is irrational. This can only mean that they are targeting the prince. Since they are targeting the prince, it is normal to recognize the prince. What do you mean? At first, they didn't want to kill Chong Hung. The person who did it saw that it was you, and was worried that the matter would be exposed. So he killed people. The prince thought this statement made sense. Lu Chichi was thinking about how to connect two unrelated things together, and let the prince start. If it is too obvious, will it be suspected? After thinking about it, he was bold. Has anything strange happened since you became the prince? The prince was reminded by this and thought a lot. Lu Chichi took out the amulet from her bosom. I prayed for one for myself, but it has not been used yet. The prince stared at the amulet. He wanted to get this thing several times, but it was dangerous. Why did it fail this time? Not long after I took the amulet, Situchi's incident happened. Lu Chichi's words were obscure, and the prince thought it was wrong. You want to say it was someone from Fiishinbeo? The prince narrowed his eyes, and wondered if he was too kind to Fiishinbeo. Lu Chichi realized that something was wrong, but she didn't dare to say it directly, worried that the man's narrow-mindedness would flare up and harm Fiishinbeo instead. The owner of Fiishinbeo knows Chuseong. If he knows Chuseong, he may know what's going on. Lu Chichi tried her best to open up Fiishinbeo and involve Chuseong, which touched the prince's narrow-mindedness again. The prince controlled his emotions very well. How did you determine that praying for rain would succeed? Lu Chichi was smart and went around in circles, and got herself involved. She tried to keep her composure, stretched out her fingers, and pretended to be a fortune teller. I figured it out. Then can you calculate who the attacker is this time? The prince did not believe the woman's nonsense, and felt much better when he saw that she no longer mentioned Prime Minister Chu. When Lu Chichi heard this, her face was solemn, and she kept calculating with her fingers. She squinted her eyes, frowned, and sighed in between. The prince saw the woman's embarrassment and didn't want to tease her anymore. Unexpectedly, Lu Chichi spoke. Starting from Fagian Fort and the capital, there may be clues. After saying this, Lu Chichi's expression was solemn. The prince looked at the woman carefully, wanting to know the truth of her words. Lu Chichi said again, since you are recognized, you can start from your surroundings. The prince stared at the woman. What should she know? He was smart not to say it, and started thinking from the direction provided by the woman. For Prime Minister Chu, the prince had never doubted this person, except for his petty jealousy. On the contrary, Hao Ziyu of Fakian Fort had never stopped his actions. He is also very busy in the capital now, opening a shop, looking for a house. And I heard that he is also busy taking the imperial examination. If the prince already has an idea in his mind, many things, when viewed separately, have nothing to do with each other. If some things are tied together, there may be different results. He stretched out his big hand to the woman in front of him and embraced her. You are really my lucky star. Lu Qiqi smiled. That's right. Sun Shu, who was driving the carriage, almost didn't hold the horse rope, and turned into the ditch with the carriage. I thought, Crown Princess, you are so shameless. You can also continue with this. Yu Dai was much calmer. She had long seen that the Crown Princess was not an ordinary person, and must not be treated with ordinary thinking. The carriage continued to move forward slowly, and they had a lot of fun along the way. There were few people and few things to do, and all the work was done by Sun Shu and Yu Dai. At first, the two of them lacked cooperation, but after a few days, the situation changed. The two of them cooperated tacitly, and they could arrange everything according to the preferences of the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. Lu Qiqi spent every day enjoying herself, and then she felt that life should be spent like this. The Crown Prince seemed to be with the woman every day, but he often received news. After Chong Hung died, he got the news that there was a mysterious organization in the world. The person who shot Chong Hung that day was a member of this organization. This organization is very mysterious. It is only known that each member of the organization has a pattern similar to an eagle on the right wrist. Regarding this, the Crown Prince checked various books on the road and later determined that it was not an eagle, but a magpie kite. Because of this clue, the things that happened in the capital were linked together. I wanted to investigate further, but at this moment, the people who were arrested were rescued. No trace was left. Chapter 367 Flood. With things developing to this point, the prince should be angry, but he has made a new discovery. The prince was in a very good mood along the way, thinking that the imperial examination in the capital was about to begin, and many people were busy in it. What he had to do now was to wait. Wait for the imperial examination to end. Wait for some people to be happy and some to be sad. Wait for someone to find out that the examination questions were leaked. Wait for things to get out of control. Wait for him to go back to clean up the mess, and get rid of some people who didn't like him. So during this period of time, when he was idle and had nothing to do, he would learn about some things in the world while playing on the road. As for the mysterious organization, he was not in a hurry. He appeared by his side twice, waiting for someone to take the bait. During this period of time, the prince was not idle, and he had been secretly collecting information about this organization. The information he got was minimal, but the movements in the capital and the border made him full of fighting spirit. The prince felt that the speed was too fast. If he continued at this speed, he would arrive in the capital. But no major event had happened, which did not show the importance of his existence. Coincidentally, at this time, a major event happened. The precipitation in the south has been high for several years, and it has been well controlled in the past. For some reason, a flash flood suddenly broke out. Upon hearing the news, the prince immediately volunteered to deal with it. Lu Qiqi's heart skipped a beat when she heard the news. The scene of her home being swallowed by a fierce flood appeared in her mind. They had been traveling slowly along the way, but now they have sped up quickly. They traveled day and night, and ate in the carriage. 7 days later, they arrived at the flooded area. Seeing the embarrassment of several people, Lu Qiqi thought that she would be driven out of the government office when she arrived. When she arrived at the government office, it was empty. Later, she learned that County Magistrate Huang personally led people to the dam. The prince rushed over again immediately. Originally, he wanted to arrange for Lu Qiqi to rest, but Lu Qiqi insisted on following him. He didn't want to separate, so he rushed to the dam together. Lu Qiqi thought a lot while sitting in the carriage. When she heard the wailing of children, she looked out of the carriage. Just one look, her eyes instantly turned red. The flood was like a beast, swallowing everything it passed by. Seeing the pigs washed away by the flood, the chickens jumping on the treetops, and the helpless cries of the children, Lu Qiqi's tears flowed uncontrollably. The prince was also touched by this scene. At this time, a child was swept away by the flood. At the critical moment, the prince flew away from the carriage regardless of his own safety. Just as the prince was about to catch the child, a big tree suddenly collapsed and was about to fall on the prince. Fortunately, the prince was very fast. At the moment the tree fell, he grabbed the child's clothes and stepped on the fallen tree when he jumped up. Now they were trapped in the turbulent river. Seeing this scene, Sun Shu rushed over regardless of the consequences. but was blocked by the people rushing over. Seeing this thrilling scene, Lu Qiqi's heart was about to jump out. Just as she was about to do something, the system voice sounded. The prince will be fine. Lu Qiqi. At this time, Lu Qiqi saw the prince holding the child and stepping on the fallen branch that had just fallen. He was washed away by the flood for a while. With the help of the roof that was flooded by the flood, he jumped a few times and came back safely. Seeing this scene, everyone seemed to see hope. A woman staggered over. "Mother!" the child cried. The call made everyone feel complicated. The prince gave the child to the woman, who knelt in front of the prince, holding the child and crying, "Thank you for saving my life." Magistrate Huang led the people in the yamen and the people to fight the flood. Seeing this scene, he walked over quickly. "Thank you for your help," Magistrate Huang said. The prince looked at Huang Jixian. "The rainfall this year is not large. Why did the flash flood suddenly break out?" Magistrate Huang was shocked. He didn't know where this person came from. He could say this. Obviously he knew something. Just as he was about to say something, his subordinates came to report that the dam next to him was about to be washed away. Magistrate Huang didn't care to say anything and left quickly. The prince watched Magistrate Huang leave. Through this move, as the news he got, this person was considered a good official. However, the rainfall in Huang County this year was not much. Why is it so tragic today? Thinking about it, looking at the tragic scene in front of him, his brows knitted tightly. Lu Qiqi came up to him. "Prince, you are taking too much risk." The prince sighed, looked around, and walked to the side. Lu Qiqi quickly followed the prince's footsteps. Yu Dai and Sun Shua followed closely behind him, worried that they would take risks again. Just now, Sun Shua saw that the flood was terrible even for thousands of troops. After the prince left, he went directly to the government office. He wanted to know the situation here in the fastest way. It was not until the evening that County Magistrate Huang blocked the dam that was about to burst, and returned to the government office in a mess. As soon as he returned to the government office, he saw the carriage parked at the door. Slightly frowned. I don't know which blind person came at this time. Now all his thoughts are on the people, and he has no time to serve these hypocritical villains in the officialdom. It is better to do one more thing for the people than to waste time on these people. He also thought that what Hua County had experienced this time was too serious. If the court could support it, the people of Hua County would be able to get out of it faster. Thinking of this, County Magistrate Huang walked in, with his head held high. He was originally unwilling to accept it, but he had to bow his head in the face of reality. All kinds of emotions surged in his heart. When he came to the lobby and saw the man's back from a distance, he was stunned. It's him. Not from the court? Thinking of this man saving the child regardless of danger, so that a family that was already injured could still have a complete home. The original dissatisfaction in his heart dissipated a lot at this moment. He was dedicated to the people, and did not allow himself to do anything cruel. Just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Sun Shua. "You are so bold. You don't salute when you see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Sun Shua's words made County Magistrate Huang feel deaf and heard wrongly. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" County Magistrate Huang repeated. The Crown Prince turned and looked at County Magistrate Huang. Just a look made County Magistrate Huang confirm that the person coming was the Crown Prince. He knelt on the ground willingly and said in his heart, "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. May the Crown Prince live 1,000 years and 1,000 years." The Crown Prince looked at County Magistrate Huang. The rainfall in Huang County is not large. Why is there such a mess today? When County Magistrate Huang heard this, he knelt on the ground with a thud. He knew something about this matter, but he was not sure what the Crown Prince meant. If it was dealt with severely, it would be a big move and might implicate many people. Will the Crown Prince stand up for the people of Huang County? He was not sure about this. The Crown Prince was very disappointed to see County Magistrate Huang like this. How many people are there in Hua County? As the County Magistrate, do you know this? As a parent official, you are an official who works for the people. Look, what have you done? In your 5 years in Hua County, what have you brought to the people of Hua County? The court appointed you as the County Magistrate because it wants you to do practical things for the people of Hua County. Not like today's floods that destroyed their homes. Not the separation of wives and children. Not. Tell me, as the parent official of Hua County, what can you leave for Hua County after this incident? And what have you done for the people of Hua County? After the prince said this, there was lightning and thunder outside, and County Magistrate Huang knelt on the ground, unable to say a word for a long time. Chapter 368 Magistrate Huang takes the blame. Sun Shu, the prince said. I am here. Sun Shu knelt on the ground. Pass my order to all river offices, and let them come to see me with their heads raised. Yes. Sun Shu took the order and left. The prince looked at Magistrate Huang, who was kneeling on the ground in a mess. He was a good official, but he did not protect the people of Hua County well. And it was true that he suffered this disaster. Magistrate Huang, I am here. Magistrate Huang knew from the prince's words that the people of Hua County were saved. As long as the people of Hua County could survive this disaster, he would do anything. Be sure to guard the river. If people are on the dike, they will be there. If the dike is destroyed, people will die. Yes, I take the order. Magistrate Huang stood up and was about to leave, but were stopped by the prince again. Tell me about the situation in Huang County. Magistrate Huang heard this and told everything he knew. The prince was very annoyed. It turns out that this man knows everything, and he made China suffer today's tragic defeat. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He was also very clear in his heart that everything Huaxian had experienced was not caused by him alone. County Magistrate Huang, you know everything, but you are trying to smooth things over? I deserve to die. I think you are very brave. When County Magistrate Huang saw the prince getting angry, he knelt on the ground. I deserve to die. After this incident, I am willing to resign. Okay. It turns out that you want to retreat. So you are fearless, the prince shouted. County Magistrate Huang was afraid, but he had to explain. I dare not. The prince glared at County Magistrate Huang for a long time. Snorted coldly. I don't think you dare. County Magistrate Huang was a little confused when he heard this. What did the prince mean? Come here. I have something to say. County Magistrate Huang thought the prince was talking all the time. Why did he come closer? Is he going to take his head off? He still wants to live. And he wants to live to see his son born. As for the prince now, he can only hope that the prince can do whatever he wants to him and beg him to let his wife and children go. The most important thing now is the river dam and the people of Hua County. The punishment can be postponed. When the people from the river Yamen arrive, you can tell everything you know. This prince will punish you and even 2 levels. Later, this prince will find you back. However, during this period, you have to find out everything you did in the Yamen. Yes. County Magistrate Huang understood what the prince meant. And seeing that the prince trusted him so much, he saw that his life was saved and his wife and children would be fine. He was immediately happy. The river has always been a mess. You have to listen to me clearly. I want to manage the river. It doesn't matter who I kill. You must investigate this matter thoroughly and find out the worms. Do you understand? I understand. Go. After hearing this, County Magistrate Huang bowed and left quickly. With the prince's words, he saw hope. The prince went to Hua County. This matter alarmed many people. The people in the river government got the news and rushed over non-stop. On the way, they were still thinking about it in their hearts. Just when Hua County was almost flooded, they all knew about this matter. But did they take it seriously? At this moment, the prince arrived and suddenly summoned them. Everyone was unsure. And after communicating with each other on the road, they rushed to Hua County non-stop. Before arriving at the Hua County government office, they had already discussed that this time, they would let County Magistrate Huang take the blame, so that they could escape the disaster. They had all made up their minds. And when they arrived at the government office, they saw a man in a mess. The man had his back to them, so they could not see his expression, but only his aura. And some people's legs suddenly weakened. Kneeling on the ground, County Magistrate Huang suddenly spoke. Your Highness, it is not that I am not doing anything, but I have written to the river government office many times, but each time it fell on deaf ears. This flood is really caused by the inaction of these adults. Please punish them severely, and give an explanation to the people of Hua County. When everyone heard this, they knelt on the ground one by one. Your Highness, don't listen to his one-sided words. We are not aware of this matter. Please check it out and give me justice. Governor Chao, the governor of the river, spoke. Zhang Tongji agreed. Mr. Chao is right. I haven't heard of this. Tian Tongpan said. I haven't heard of this either. County Magistrate Huang must have seen the severity of the disaster and deliberately shirked responsibility. The prince heard them all exculpate themselves in unison and sneered in his heart. Sure enough, this is the way of being an official. It is precisely the inaction of these despicable villains that made the people of Hua County pay a painful price for their greed. County Magistrate Huang was angry and glared at Governor Chow and others. I, Huang, have written many letters to no avail. And I ran to Mr. Zhang to write a letter in person. Mr. Zhang will not forget this. Right? Zhang Tongji was angry. If he bit him out in front of the prince, wouldn't he suffer? He did this because he was reminded by Governor Chow. He wanted to confess Governor Chow, but was afraid of offending people, so he could only bite his tongue and deny it. County Magistrate Huang, you slander me. When Huang wrote the letter, Lord Tian was there. County Magistrate Huang was so angry that his face turned blue. Tian Tongpan was smart and kowtowed to the prince. You dare to shirk responsibility in front of His Royal Highness. Please be careful. The prince turned around angrily and looked at the hypocritical faces kneeling on the ground. If he hadn't known the general situation on the way here, he would have been deceived. The homes of the people in Hua County were destroyed, and they had nowhere to go. You are actually biting each other. This is your way of being an official. The prince was angry, and put his hand on the door frame, and forcibly broke a piece of wood off the door frame. The people kneeling on the ground were trembling with their hearts. The people in Hua County are experiencing a great disaster. They are looking forward to the court to help them through the difficulties. Their eyes are red. You officials know how to shirk responsibility. What's the use of you? After the prince finished speaking, the wood he broke off and his hand shot directly into the ground in front of Governor Chow. When Governor Chow saw the uneven wood, he thought that if it was inserted into his head, he would be finished on the spot. I am guilty. I have not fulfilled my responsibilities. Governor Chow spoke, and Zhang Tongji quickly expressed his position. I am guilty. I am guilty, Tian Tongpan said. Jixian Huang still held his neck high, as if he wanted to make a big deal out of it. You just need to say you are guilty. The people of Hua County are experiencing life and death. Can you die for the people of Hua County? Good. Very good. The prince laughed in anger. Come here, Your Highness. Sun Shu came to him. Drag all these corrupt officials down and behead them. The prince spoke, and Sun Shu did as he was told. Governor Chow and others did not expect this result. After the initial panic, they reacted and, Your Highness, spare my life. Your Highness, spare my life. Hua County is in a great disaster now. It will not be too late to chop off my head after Hua County has overcome this disaster. Zhang Tongji said, Your Highness, the people of Hua County are in dire straits. Let me do something for the people in the end. Tian Tongpan said, Your Highness, I know my crime. I failed to understand the people's sentiments in time. Please give me another chance to atone for my sins. Wang Jixian knew it was his turn. He said loudly, Your Highness, I know my crime. I am willing to use my life to guard the levee. If the levee is intact, people will live. If the levee is destroyed, people will die. Just at this time, someone came to report that the flood was too fierce and could not be stopped. Wang Jixian got up and left without saying a word when he heard this. He completely ignored the prince. Chapter 369 Difficult Labor. Governor Chow felt that County Magistrate Huang was looking for death. If he left at this time, he would have to wait for the prince to speak. Now, they are left as cannon fodder for the prince. He wanted to leave with dignity like County Magistrate Huang, but he didn't have the courage. Just when they were feeling upset, the prince suddenly laughed. The laugh was loud and cold. Governor Chow and his men broke out in cold sweat. Good. Very good. The prince laughed enough. County Magistrate Huang still has a little conscience. Do you have this conscience? Governor Chow and his men nodded quickly. Who would be willing to let go of the chance to live? The prince was waiting for this sentence. Chow Lizhong, Zhang Wanquan, Tian Yufei. Are you three willing to make meritorious contributions while serving your sentence? I am willing, Governor Chow said. I am willing, Zhang Tongji said. I am willing, Tian Tongpan said. The prince smiled. It would be easier if someone admitted the crime. He ordered, You three should open the warehouse and distribute grain and porridge immediately, so that the people of Hua County can fill their stomachs tonight. Yes. Governor Chow responded immediately. The prince saw this scene and asked them to spit out all the things they had embezzled over the years. He was very satisfied and strode out of the government office and headed for the dam. Governor Chow saw that the prince had left, and he sat on the ground to take a breath. Tian Tompeng came up to him. Lord Chow, there are tens of thousands of people in Hua County distributing porridge, May. You want to die. Don't drag me down. Governor Chow got up angrily and hurried to do it. Zhang Tongji saw this and could only leave in disgrace. It was already dark now, and it was not a small matter to feed the people of Hua County tonight. Now that the prince is here, they can only use the fastest method to save their lives. Develop their own granary to get through this hurdle first. As for the food they have eaten, he will definitely make up for it. After Lu Qiqi and Yu Dai returned to the government office, they saw that the prince had something to do and took a rest in the backyard. Fortunately, this is the government office, and there are several guest rooms in the backyard for them to rest. As for eating, they can only eat the dry food they brought on the way and have not finished eating. While eating, Lu Qiqi watched the outside gradually getting dark, and her heart was tied when she thought of the horror of the flood. This is a natural disaster, and it is also a man-made disaster. The system voice popped up. The money allocated by the court in these years has been embezzled by those people in the river, and because the river has been in disrepair for a long time, it has led to this disaster today. Lu Qiqi. Damn it! Some people are so bold that they dare to swallow any money. They should be dragged out and beheaded one by one. Lu Qiqi also knew that this was already the norm. You can kill one, but you can't kill all. Killing people now is not a solution to the current dilemma. System. The prince and magistrate Huang acted a double act, and entangled the governor of the river and others. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she felt better, ate a mouthful of dry food, and asked, what did the prince do? System. On the one hand, the prince asked the corrupt people to spit out everything, and then ordered Magistrate Huang to find evidence of these people's corruption while saving people. Lu Qiqi. Ha ha. Sure enough, the results of things involving the prince will not be very good. Lu Qiqi felt better, and ate dry food in big mouthfuls. She ate too hastily and choked. Seeing this, Yu Dai wanted to give the princess tea, but after looking around, there was no tea, not even boiled water. The princess was anxious and could only bring the water she had just drawn from the well to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi took a sip of food and realized something was wrong. She didn't say anything and drank it. After drinking the water, the situation was much better. Lu Qiqi thought about the prince's current situation and should give him some food. Even if there was no food, at least he could drink some boiled water to avoid diarrhea. The two searched for these things in the government office for a long time, but couldn't find them. When they were anxious, they heard someone crying in front of them. Lu Qiqi was upset, and was even more angry when she heard the noise. Thinking of the flood here and the destruction of her home, she patiently came to the front and saw a little girl at a glance. But she was dressed, so she should be a maid. Who are you? The little maid saw Lu Qiqi and Yu Dai coming out from inside and immediately changed her face. Who are you? Yu Dai looked unfriendly and scolded. The little girl was scolded and sat on the ground crying. Lu Qiqi didn't look like a bad person. She signaled Yu Dai not to speak too loudly and walked towards the crying girl. Who are you? Why are you crying here? But you can't find your family? Who are you? I was passing by and came here to take shelter from the rain. The little girl stopped crying. Have you seen Mr. Huang? Zhixian Huang went to the embankment. The little girl got up and ran when she heard it. Lu Qiqi quickly followed and grabbed the little girl. The embankment is dangerous. You are too young. Don't make trouble. The little girl was angry. What do you know? My wife is Mr. Huang's wife. Now my wife is about to give birth. The midwife was washed away by the flood. Your wife is about to give birth? When Lu Qiqi heard this, he understood why the girl was so emotional. The little girl seemed to see hope. Do you know a midwife? Lu Qiqi was also stumped. She was a woman, but she couldn't deliver babies. She was with Yu Dai, not a midwife. The system sounded. A midwife fainted from hunger. Give her a bite of food. Maybe she will wake up. Lu Qiqi saw hope when she heard this. And she also knew that it was a big deal for a woman to give birth. Now that County Magistrate Huang was not around, the little girl was also at a loss. She pulled the little girl and found the midwife, who fainted from hunger in a thatched hut under the prompt of the system, and asked Yu Dai to take out some food. Sure enough, the midwife smelled the food, opened her eyes, and wolfed down a cake, Lu Chichi said roughly. And the other party heard that County Magistrate Huang's wife was about to give birth, dragged her weak body, and came to a house under the guidance of the little girl. When she entered the door, Lu Chichi was shocked by the scene in front of her, with the screams of women coming from the backyard. They immediately rushed to the backyard. The scene in front of her shocked Lu Chichi again. There was a pool of blood under Madame Huang's body lying on the bed. She was pale and her breathing began to become weak. The midwife saw and heard it and felt bad. She went forward to check the situation. Quick! Madame is in labor. Go find the county magistrate. No need. Madame Huang spoke weakly. The midwife came forward and said, Madam, you are in danger. You need to find Mr. Huang. What's wrong with me? Madame Huang didn't listen to the midwife's nagging. Madame's fetal position is not right. I'm afraid. The midwife couldn't say anything more. Madame Huang held her weak body and said, No need. Everything is fate. As she was speaking, Madame Huang fainted. The little maid saw this scene and cried loudly in fear. Yu Dai looked at the situation and knew that Madame Huang's life could not be saved. Thinking that County Magistrate Huang was a good official who was dedicated to the people, and his wife and children had become like this. By the time Lord Huang recovered, he would probably be in agony worse than death. Chapter 370 Born. Lu Chichi's head was buzzing, and she was shocked by the scene in front of her. County Magistrate Huang was dedicated to the people, and his wife was in labor. This situation was dangerous. Now Huangshan County was experiencing a natural disaster, and her eyes were red. The system voice sounded. She can still be saved. Lu Chichi immediately. Why? System. I will teach you to correct her fetal position. Lu Chichi had never given birth to a child, but she had heard about this. For people with abnormal fetal positions, some old people in the folk would correct the fetal position and give birth smoothly. While thinking, she asked the midwife, Are you sure that Mrs. Huang's fetal position is abnormal? I am sure, the midwife said. If I correct the fetal position, can you help her give birth smoothly? The midwife was stunned, looking at the noble lady in front of her. Although she thought it was impossible, she was still convinced by her own aura. Yes. Lu Chichi got a definite answer, and under the prompt of the system, she walked towards Mrs. Huang with difficulty. Seeing Madame Huang like this, Lu Chichi's hands were shaking. Thinking of Madame Huang as a prospective mother, who had been looking forward to her child for 10 months, but was facing this situation, she suddenly felt the greatness of a mother. Thinking of this, Lu Chichi tried to control the discomfort in her heart and tried to follow the instructions of the system. While doing this, she comforted Madame Huang softly. Madame Huang, the child has been in your belly for 10 months. Don't you want to see what the child looks like? Hua County is flooded, and County Magistrate Huang is making his last efforts for the people of Hua County. Don't you want to see what expression you will have when Mr. Huang comes back and sees that you and your son are welcoming him? The midwife, the maid, and Yu Dai trembled in their hearts when they heard this. They also hoped that Madame Huang and her son would be safe. And when County Magistrate Huang came back, it would be mother and son who would welcome him. Not a dead body with 2 lives and a cold body. Lu Chichi did everything the system said. She stared at Madame Huang and saw that she didn't respond. Lu Chichi was anxious and called the midwife. Midwife, come and take a look. The midwife saw Lu Chichi put her hand on Madame Huang's belly. She knew that an abnormal fetal position would result in 2 deaths. If it weren't for Magistrate Huang's favor to her, she wouldn't want to take the risk. Being urged, she could only walk over. At first, she didn't hold much hope, but after walking in, she found that there was really a miracle. How did you do it? Lu Chichi knew from the midwife's expression that she really did it, and saw Madame Huang who fainted. If she didn't wake up, it would still be dangerous. Thinking about what Madame Huang said, she exclaimed, Sir Huang, you're back. The maid and Yu Dai turned their heads and looked over, and saw that the door was empty, with no one. Then they thought that this was a delivery room, where women give birth. So how could a man come? Feeling that she was deceived by Lu Chichi. When she looked at Lu Chichi, she found that Madame Huang was also deceived. When Lu Chichi saw Madame Huang open her eyes, she immediately said, Madame Huang, you can't give up at this moment after 10 months of pregnancy. Madame Huang looked at the strange woman in front of her, and she felt a sense of favor in her heart. Thinking of her abnormal fetal position, she begged, Miss, please tell Magistrate Huang a message. Just say. If you have anything to say, say it in front of Magistrate Huang. I don't have time to tell you a message. The rejection was thorough and ruthless. Everyone present knew that Lu Qiqi wanted Madame Huang to live. Madame Huang wanted to say something, but suddenly she had a stomachache. And then the midwife shouted, Madame Huang, push hard. I can see the head. Madame Huang seemed unable to react. The pain in her body made her know what she was going through. Lu Qiqi grabbed Madame Huang's hand. Don't worry. I am the Crown Princess here, and I will protect you and your child. Crown Princess? Everyone was stunned. But the child did not give them time. As Madame Huang's pain intensified, the midwife shouted again. And with Lu Qiqi's encouragement, the child's cry was soon heard. The midwife excitedly came to Madame Huang with the newborn child in her arms. Congratulations, Madame Huang. You gave birth to a little boy. Lu Qiqi looked at the newborn child. So small that she couldn't help but feel envious. Madame Huang is so lucky. Madame Huang looked at the child, her eyes full of joy. At this moment, a rough voice came from outside. Madam, Madam. The maid reacted and blocked the door to prevent County Magistrate Huang from coming in. County Magistrate Huang didn't care about this. Strode in, and saw the child in front of Madam at a glance. Magistrate Huang arrived, holding the child carefully, and looked at his wife. Madam, you've worked hard. Madam Huang was very tired, and she smiled when she saw her son was born safely, and her husband returned safely. The three of them only had each other in their eyes. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi knew that she had to leave. Just as she walked to the door, Madame Huang's voice came. Are you the Crown Princess? Madame Huang has not forgotten this woman who gave her hope. Lu Qiqi turned around. It's just an identity. Madame Huang looked at the visitor, thinking of the Crown Prince. It was not strange to see the Crown Princess, holding the child and kneeling on the ground. I pay my respects to the Crown Princess. Madame Huang saw Magistrate Huang's move, wondering how the Crown Princess, who was far away in the capital, came here, thinking that it was the Crown Princess who saved the mother and son. She stood up and was about to salute, but Lu Qiqi walked over quickly and stopped her. Madame Huang, you are weak. You must take good care of yourself. Thank you, Princess. You and your child are safe is the biggest motivation for County Magistrate Huang. You must take good care of yourself and your child. Thank you, Princess, for saving my life. Lu Qiqi smiled. Madame Huang is seriously ill. At this time, the prince came back and didn't see Lu Qiqi. Hearing that Madame Huang was giving birth, Lu Qiqi came here, thinking of that scene. The prince hurried over. Qiqi. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she thought that this was the delivery room and the ancient feudal thoughts. She didn't think much and walked out quickly. Prince. The prince just relaxed, and when he saw the blood on Lu Qiqi's body, he was scared and his scalp numbed. Qiqi, where are you injured? Lu Qiqi realized that she was busy with others giving birth and ignored herself. Looking down and seeing the blood on her body, she felt a little dizzy. At this moment, the child cried and Lu Qiqi recovered. I'm fine. Then you. The prince's head was still buzzing when he saw the blood. I'm fine. I was helping Madame Huang deliver the baby. The prince didn't believe it, and the current situation was not the time to talk about this. At this time, the people in the room, Huang Jixian, heard the noise outside, handed the child to his wife, and hurried out to entertain. An hour later, the prince and Lu Qiqi washed up and changed into clean clothes. When they came out, 3 dishes and a soup were already on the table. It had been a long time since she had eaten hot dishes. Seeing the hot food, Lu Qiqi didn't care too much and ate it in big mouthfuls. The prince looked at the woman eating in front of him. He already knew what happened after he left. At this moment, it was hard for him to believe that it was this woman who had just saved Madame Huang and her son. Chapter 371 The Duty of a Minister. Lu Qiqi was eating happily, and someone staring at her would affect her appetite. You don't want to eat? Can you deliver a baby? The prince finally asked what was in his heart. Lu Qiqi was stunned. How should she explain? Say that she was guided by the system to save Madame Huang and her son? Not really. The midwife said the fetus was in an abnormal position. Lu Qiqi smiled. So that's it. The prince looked at the woman and wanted to hear what she had to say. Things have already happened. Even if you don't do it well, the result will be the same. If you do it well, it will be a merit. You are not that kind of person. The prince pointed it out. Lu Qiqi lowered her head and was silent for a while. When she spoke again, her voice was a little hoarse. I saw County Magistrate Huang disregarding his own danger for the people. I think he is a good man. If such a good man returns home and sees 2 dead bodies, I think he will definitely not be able to hold on. So I want to try. What did you think at the time? I didn't have time to think too much. I felt sour when I thought of County Magistrate Huang's dedication to the people, and saw Mrs. Huang's last words when she knew she was in danger. The prince gently embraced the woman in his arms. I will never let you be in such danger. Lu Qiqi understood what the man meant by this, and she didn't have much thought in her heart. She had long passed the point where she could be fooled by a few words, and didn't even know who she was. If the man is willing to say it, just listen. Just remember it in your heart. That's all. The 2 of them had a long meal, and most of the time, they were all in love. The atmosphere was just right. The 2 of them had also experienced the rush of this period of time, and the danger of today, and they both needed some time to buffer. The relationship between the 2 was heating up rapidly, and some places were busy. At the gate of Hua County Government Office, a porridge distribution point was set up. County Magistrate Huang was busy with his wife and children at home. And poor Governor Chow, Zhang Tongji, Tian Tongpan and others were tired like a dog. Especially Zhang Tongji and Tian Tongpan. They were forced to take out their own food, and they had to contribute people to make porridge and send it to the people of Hua County. The people of Hua County saw that there was food. Even if it was thin porridge, it was better than starving. Zhang Tongji and Tian Tongpan looked at the people who kept coming, and they could only keep making porridge to satisfy the prince's request to eat. Looking at the excited people, their hearts were bleeding. These grains were all saved by them bit by bit. Now, with a word from Governor Chow, they contributed all these grains. But Governor Chow was left empty-handed. They used to be close together, but now there is a rift in their hearts. What's more hateful is that this is Hua County. Magistrate Huang, the father and mother official of Hua County, is nowhere to be seen. The entire government office is also empty. They have no place to show off. It's because all the people in the government office were sent to the dike by Magistrate Huang. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He was about to explode. Magistrate Huang arrived. Governor Chow saw Magistrate Huang and was about to step forward to mock him. But then, he saw the prince coming from a distance. He changed his words when he was about to speak. Magistrate Huang, this is your fault. The people of Hua County are in dire straits. Why didn't you say something? If you had said something in advance, the people of Hua County wouldn't have fallen to this point. He quietly put all the blame on Magistrate Huang. Magistrate Huang was not stupid. Seeing the strange looks from the people around him when he heard this, he had changed his previous upright style and was rarely smooth. What Lord Chow said is true. If I had gone to see Lord Chow instead of Zhang Tongji, Hua County would not have fallen to this point. This was almost a direct statement. Everything Hua County experienced was caused by Zhang Tongji. Zhang Tongji was unhappy to hear this. Lord Chow asked him to do it, and he followed orders. He thought that now that the prince was not around, Lord Chow should say a fair word for him. But he didn't expect Lord Chow to come up and stab him. Lord Huang is right. It's all my fault that I found out a little late. If I had known it earlier, there wouldn't be the current tragic situation. It was Zhang Tongji who didn't do anything. Please handle it impartially. County Magistrate Huang said. Lord Chow knew it in his heart. He wanted to make Zhang Tongji a scapegoat. He was right in front of him. He knew what they had done, so he could only speak in a tactful way. Don't worry, Mr. Huang. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give an explanation to the people of Hua County. Zhang Tongji's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Mr. Chow meant for him to take the blame. He would not do this. Not only would his future be ruined, but the entire family would also be disgraced. Maybe he would be beheaded and exiled. Thinking of this, he had an idea in his mind. Tian Tongpan saw everything. He understood what Governor Chow did. He felt sorry for Zhang Tongji. But what could he do? This matter had alarmed the court. And the prince had also spoken. County Magistrate Huang looked honest, and did not intend to take the blame this time. Governor Chow's approach was also clear. At this time, he also wanted to push all the things onto Zhang Tongji alone. Governor Chow did not think that what he did today was inappropriate. Seeing the prince coming, he turned around and left. He felt relieved. The prince must have believed what he had just said. thinking that in front of the prince. County Magistrate Huang also insisted on Zhang Tongji. As long as this matter stopped here, he would not be affected much. Thinking that after appeasing County Magistrate Huang, he asked others to transfer food to the people of Huang County in public, and also said some official words righteously. Later, Governor Chao left with the gratitude of many people. Before leaving, he also left Zhang Tongji and Tian Tongpan to appease the people here. Zhang Tongji had something to say to Governor Chao, but was stopped by Tian Tongpan. County Magistrate Huang saw the expressions of each of them. He disdained to deal with these people. What was more important was to appease the people of Hua County. Let the people accept the status quo. Don't make trouble. And wait for the people of the court to settle them. He had to keep an eye on the embankment and find evidence of their corruption during this period, which was a bit difficult for him. Thinking that the lives of his wife and children were saved by the crown princess, he should do his duty as a minister. Chapter 372, Distributing Porridge. Some people are busy. Some are busy calculating. And some are busy trying to get away with it. Some people are sleeping soundly. The prince made a tour and confirmed that the people in Hua County were safe and sound, and there was no intention to make trouble. He also saw that some people started to fight each other. He felt that it was not too difficult to deal with the matter in Hua County today. After waiting for a while, there would be results. He watched the progress of things in Hua County, and some people in the capital began to move more frequently. Thinking of this, the prince went back happily. He wanted to share the joy of success with the woman, but saw that the woman was sleeping soundly without image. Such a woman, who looks unfeminine, always brings surprises at critical moments, like amulets, praying for rain, and delivering babies. Every one of them is unexpected. The prince's eyes were too persistent, and Lu Qiqi, who was sleeping, felt it. She opened her eyes dazedly, saw that it was the prince, and continued to sleep. Hey, don't you want to say anything? The prince wanted to talk to the woman and didn't want her to sleep. What? Lu Qiqi's confused voice came. Whatever you want to say, the prince said. Just say whatever you want to say. I'm listening. The prince really opened up when he heard the perfunctory words. Governor Chao couldn't help it and wanted to let Zhang Tongji take the blame. Zhang Tongji knew that things were not going well and wanted to do something. But Governor Chao found out in advance and cut off his thoughts. Just now, Sun Shua sent a message that after Governor Chao left, he ordered people to go to Zhang's house and kidnap Zhang Tongji's only son. Tian Tongpan's situation is not good either. His favorite concubine just got poisoned and fell into a coma. This is also the work of Governor Chao. Lu Qiqi suddenly opened her eyes. Governor Chao is desperate. The prince saw the woman wake up and quickly peel the melon seed and put it to her mouth. Sure enough, the woman was no longer sleepy after eating, and sat up to chat with him. What else do you know? It has been a long time since she gossiped with the system. And Lu Qiqi was extremely excited to hear this. Not much is known. Like Governor Chao started to destroy the evidence of corruption after he returned, and tried to give the small book of evidence to his daughter for safekeeping. Governor Chao is too cunning. It's just that little cleverness. Lu Qiqi nodded in agreement. His little tricks are all within the prince's expectations. Not really clever. The prince was satisfied with this statement, and got a few more melon seeds, and put them to Lu Qiqi's mouth. After eating, Lu Qiqi felt unsatisfied. Seeing the melon seeds on the table next to her, she went out of bed barefoot and grabbed a handful. What are you going to do next? Keep waiting. Wait until someone reveals all the bad things they have done. Then catch them. Governor Chao has not opened his granary yet, so it must be after this. Lu Qiqi stared at the prince and asked, You asked County Magistrate Huang to get evidence of Governor Chao's corruption. Why did you follow up in person? The prince looked at the woman. Did he say this? Why doesn't he remember? Lu Qiqi didn't find the secret exposed, and continued, You are worried that County Magistrate Huang doesn't have the ability, right? After saying that, she suddenly made a new discovery, looked at the prince, and smiled. I know. You like County Magistrate Huang. The prince saw that all his thoughts were said by the woman, and he was not angry, but smiled and asked, How do you know? You are too good to County Magistrate Huang. Is it so obvious? You pay the most attention to the results of your work, not the process. This time, you are particularly concerned about County Magistrate Huang's affairs. I guess you see that County Magistrate Huang is a good official who cares about the people and wants to promote him. You can see all this, the prince said. Lu Qiqi's face was full of pride. We have been together for a long time. And I know a little bit. But I think County Magistrate Huang is too straightforward. And his future promotion will be difficult. The prince smiled faintly. You are wrong. Lu Qiqi frowned. Am I wrong? That was the illusion given by County Magistrate Huang. Didn't you see what he said in front of the people when he was distributing porridge? What did he say? The prince said everything he saw. Lu Qiqi said. Does County Magistrate Huang know you are here? No. The prince was sure of this. Lu Qiqi smiled. County Magistrate Huang is taking advantage of the prince's influence. I agree with this statement very much. You did it on purpose. Didn't you? The prince nodded again. Lu Qiqi smiled happily. Prince, you are really smart. The prince was very proud of what he had just achieved. He was even happier to see a woman flattering him bluntly. The two talked a lot later. The prince mainly talked about the situation in Hua County. After listening, Lu Qiqi found that the flood in Huang County was caused by someone on purpose. It is not clear why the other party did this. The prince was also thinking, who is the biggest beneficiary of the disaster suffered by Governor Chao and others? After thinking about it, there was no result. Later, the system prompted Lu Qiqi to know. Someone wants to stop the prince from returning to Beijing. Lu Qiqi reacted quickly. Is it because of the imperial examination? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi smiled in her heart. Doesn't that person know that the prince also thinks the same way? System. An unexpected success. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince in front of her, wondering whether to tell him the good news. After thinking about it, she decided not to. She was worried that her secret would be exposed, and she would be regarded as a witch. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up and heard the movement in the yard. After getting dressed, she went to the yard and found that the prince was practicing sword. This is rare. Seeing how seriously the prince was practicing, and thinking about what happened yesterday, Lu Qiqi felt that the prince really didn't need to be too busy. The overall situation had been opened, and she just had to wait for the results. When the prince finished practicing sword, she wondered if she needed to pretend to be virtuous once, and went forward to wipe the prince's sweat. When the prince put away his sword and walked over, there was not a drop of sweat on his forehead. Sure enough, capable people will not give people the opportunity to show off. When the prince came to him, he smiled and said, I thought you were out. Waiting for you. Lu Qiqi was confused, and was pulled by the prince to wash and have breakfast, and then walked to the government office with the prince. Walking on the road, I saw that the people on the street were no longer as panicked and helpless as yesterday, but more hopeful for the future. There was such a big change in just one day. Sure enough, the power of people's hearts cannot be underestimated. When I came to the government office, I saw the people distributing porridge from afar, and saw the people holding bowls and drinking porridge one by one. And Lu Qiqi was touched in her heart. A bowl of thin porridge. But they felt happy. Lu Qiqi just watched from afar, surrounded by their happiness, thinking that she was busy losing weight every day in modern times. Everyone now feels so happy to have a full meal. If, under the governance of the prince, the entire Qin state can also experience the days of losing weight, what will it be like? Knowing that there is little hope, Lu Qiqi is full of longing and desire for the future. Chapter 373. Set a trap. The prince looked at the scene in front of him, and was satisfied with the current results. Thinking of what Governor Chao swallowed, it was just a drop in the bucket. Thinking of what Governor Chao did last night, and looking at Zhang Tongji and Tian Tongpan who were tired like dogs, he took the woman's hand and strode over. Zhang Tongji and Tian Tongpan had too many dissatisfactions with Governor Chao, and now Zhang Tongji's resentment was even heavier. At this time, they didn't know what Governor Chao had done to them, and only complained about donating grain. When the two were talking in their hearts, they saw the prince coming, and each of them seemed to see hope. They didn't dare to expose what Governor Chao had done, but just thought about how to open Governor Chao's granary. There were too many people in Hua County. It had only been a day, and a lot of grain had been taken. While the prince was there, Governor Chao would be speechless. When the prince walked in, they followed the salute. Meet the prince. Meet the princess. Meet the prince. Meet the princess. Some people around heard that the prince had come to Hua County. They saw two high officials kneeling down, and saw two people standing in the crowd, dressed simply. They were suspicious. When someone knelt down, they knelt on the ground one by one. Lu Chichi looked at this scene, and knew that the prince was hope for them. The voice in her ears was very pleasant. The prince faced the many people around him and said, "Dear fellow villagers of Hua County, Hua County has suffered a flood. The emperor is very concerned. He specially sent me to help the fellow villagers of Hua County to overcome the difficulties together." When the people around heard this, it was like a reassurance pill, and they all felt relieved. Some people think that they have food, but they still want a home. Amid the kneeling of many people, someone spoke up. "Your Highness, the flood washed away the homes of the common people. Can homes be rebuilt?" This seemed to speak out the voice of the people. "There is food, but where is the place to live? What's the use of being full if you don't have a home?" Zhang Tongji and Tian Tongpan heard this, and felt that some people were shameless, and dared to say anything. "Your home is gone. Do you still want the prince to build a house for you?" The prince's expression was a little solemn when he heard this. It happened that at this time, County Magistrate Huang led the people in the yamen, and came back covered in mud. The prince said to County Magistrate Huang, "County Magistrate Huang, did you hear what the people said just now?" County Magistrate Huang knelt on the ground. "Reply to your Highness. This flood destroyed a total of 531 households. What does County Magistrate Huang mean?" the prince asked. County Magistrate Huang hesitated, wanted to speak, but felt ashamed. The commoner who just spoke stood up. "I beg your Highness to give me a place to shelter from the wind and rain, even if it is a leaky temple." Many commoners began to agree when they heard this. Every word was touching. In order to appease the common people, the crown prince had to agree. There will always be a home, and this requires the efforts of many elders and villagers. Zhang Tongji hurriedly agreed. "Your Highness is right." Tian Tongpan couldn't help but say, "Your Highness is right." Huang Jixian suddenly said, "The court is far from Huang County. When the court allocates money to rebuild the people's homes, won't the people have to live in the open for many days?" The crown prince's eyes fell on Tian Tongpan, and Tian Tongpan felt a tremor in his heart, and said with a stiff upper lip, "I am willing to contribute." Zhang Tongji expressed his opinion. "I am willing to contribute my part." Governor Chao arrived at the right time. When he heard this, he did not understand the situation, and was questioned by the prince. "Governor Chao, Zhang Tongji and Tian Tongpan have expressed their opinions. As the governor, you should express your opinions." Governor Chao thought they were talking about grain, and he was very generous. "I am willing to pay 100. The prince was unhappy and interrupted. "Governor Chao, isn't it a little too much to spend 100 taels? 100 taels? Governor Chao was confused. Didn't they talk about grain? What did this 100 taels mean? 100 taels of grain? If Lord Chao really cares about the people of Hua County, he should at least pay 1,000 taels. Governor Chao saw the prince's face change, and immediately said tremblingly, "Your Highness is right. Governor Chao is willing to pay 1,000 taels to help the people of Hua County rebuild their homes." As he said that, he turned his head and looked at County Magistrate Huang. "County Magistrate Huang, you must record this amount of money in the book, and remember clearly where it was spent, and then make all the expenses public." "Yes." County Magistrate Huang responded to the prince. It was a done deal that Governor Chao would donate 1,000 taels. And Su, Tongji Zhang and Tongpan Tian also expressed their willingness to donate 200 taels. In a blink of an eye, 1,400 taels were raised for the people, and this money made it possible for many people to find a place to live. Magistrate Huang was grateful. Governor Chao, Tongji Zhang, and Tongpan Tian provided food to solve their hunger, and also provided money to build houses. If it weren't for the prince, he wouldn't dare to dream of such a good thing. Governor Chao and others felt aggrieved. Seeing that Magistrate Huang didn't show any reaction, they signaled Tongpan Tian to speak. "Sir Huang, Hua County suffered a great disaster this time. As the parent official of Hua County, didn't you express your opinion?" Tian Tongpan said. County Magistrate Huang laughed when he heard this. "My humble salary is just enough every month, and there is no extra money." "How is it possible?" Tian Tongpan said. "My annual salary is only 40 taels of silver. If I don't eat or drink, it will take me 5 years to get 200 taels. The people of Hua County have lived a hard life in recent years, and I have to take out a certain amount of money every year to help the people. I wonder how long it will take for me to save 200 taels." After this, Governor Chao and his men realized that they were careless. County Magistrate Huang's annual salary is 40 taels. They are one level higher and have more money. But how much more can they get? Opening their mouths, they said 1,000 taels and 200 taels. Isn't this telling the prince that they are corrupt? One by one, they knelt on the ground with pale faces, secretly complaining in their hearts. The prince must have known something. So he said 1,000 taels. Lu Chichi watched from the side and found it interesting. Sure enough, few people who were on the prince's mind were intact. It was very satisfying to see the people happy for having a family, and the officials' gloomy faces. She said nothing, acted as a backdrop, and saw everything. When she followed the prince away, she gave him a thumbs up. Your Highness, I admire you. The prince was so arrogant. The best is yet to come. Lu Chichi was looking forward to the surprise the prince brought, and was curious about what kind of surprise it was. What surprise? Lu Chichi asked eagerly. The prince was arrogant, and said nothing, and went all the way back to County Magistrate Huang's home. Mrs. Huang had a difficult delivery, and finally gave birth to a son. Only the next day, she actually went to the ground and cooked a table of delicious food for them. Lu Chichi stared at Mrs. Huang as if she was looking at a monster. Mrs. Huang was looked at inexplicably. Your wife. Pay my respects to the crown princess. You cooked the meal? Lu Chichi found her voice after a long time. Mrs. Huang nodded timidly. Don't you know that a woman who has just given birth needs to rest for a month? And can't work hard or touch cold things during this month? Mrs. Huang shook her head. We women are all like this. Chapter 374. Received 20 military sticks. Lu Chichi heard this, and hurriedly pushed Madame Huang into the house. That won't work either. Others are others. You are weak. If you don't take good care of yourself this month, you will be weak in the future, and you will suffer. Lu Chichi said all the way. And Madame Huang felt that not taking confinement was a big deal. She successfully brainwashed Madame Huang, and scolded the maids and old women. They knew Lu Chichi's identity as the crown princess, and were scolded. So they didn't dare to speak. When Lu Chichi was dry-mouthed from preaching, and went back to replenish her energy, they still hadn't reacted. Lu Chichi came to the dining table, and saw the sumptuous food. She selected a few dishes that were not too heavy, and asked Yu Dai to send them to Madame Huang to replenish her body. The crown prince stared at Lu Chichi fiercely. What are you looking at? Is it not delicious? You know a lot. Lu Chichi smiled indifferently. Shall we exchange? The prince understood what the woman meant, and was not led into the ditch. He picked up his chopsticks, and ate without saying a word. Lu Chichi glared at him fiercely, and continued to eat. Don't say it. Mrs. Huang's cooking is really delicious. And you can't stop eating. After a satisfying meal, Lu Chichi saw the dried fruits and fruits in front of her and looked at Yu Dai, who looked at the prince. Lu Chichi smiled. And the prince also knew to feel sorry for people. She is a foodie, and she doesn't protect her children. Thinking of Mrs. Huang's condition, she selected a few things suitable for postpartum women and asked Yu Dai to send them to Mrs. Huang. Yu Dai felt that the crown princess was kind-hearted. The things that the prince selected for the crown princess were naturally the best, and she generously gave them to others, which was rare. After Yu Dai left, Lu Chichi ate slowly. After eating for a while, she reached out and took a storybook to read. After reading for a while, she felt a compelling gaze and turned her head to meet the prince's gaze. Is there something? She was eating and speaking unclearly. It's rare to see you generous. Lu Chichi understood what the man meant and said, There's still a lot. What have you finished eating? The prince smiled in his heart, knowing that it would be like this. You can still send it. The prince was completely speechless. It turned out that the key to the problem was here, so he didn't say anything. During this period, the woman experienced many risks, and she thought of a lazy woman who ate dry food every day to hurry on the road without a word of complaint. Lu Chichi took the opportunity to come to the prince. What will you send next time? What do you want to eat? Lu Chichi thought about it. I want to eat a lot, but I'm a little embarrassed to speak. Say it. The prince had a smile on his lips. I see a lot of mountains here. I wonder if there are any chestnuts. Chestnuts? Chestnuts. The prince sighed. He was indeed a foodie, always putting food first. After thinking for a while, he shouted outside. Someone come! Sun Shou walked in quickly. Your Highness, go and see if there are any chestnuts. Sun Shou thought it was a big deal, and after hearing this, he glanced at the crown princess and left quickly. The crown princess clearly felt that someone was dissatisfied with her. She said nothing and continued to eat. While eating, she was still thinking about various ways to eat chestnuts. The next day, Sun Sha deliberately carried a bag of chestnuts back. Looking at such a big bag, Lu Qiqi's mouth twitched. How dissatisfied someone must be with her, to explode the little universe in her heart like this. She was generous and didn't bother with anyone. She opened the bag and took a look, making sure that each one was full and must taste good. Thinking about it, she called Yu Dai and asked her to take it to the kitchen. Lu Qiqi wanted to carry it away with her, but Yu Dai left as easily as if she was carrying a chick. Sun Sha also wanted to leave, but he found that the prince's eyes were not right, and his scalp suddenly felt numb. Oops. I just did too much. He lowered his head and waited for the prince's punishment. Are you dissatisfied with the princess? I dare not. Sun Sha knelt on the ground. 20 military sticks. Sun Shu's buttocks tightened and he walked away with his buttocks clamped. The prince was curious about the woman's expression when she saw so many chestnuts. According to his understanding of women, it was enough for her to eat for a year. But the woman's expression did not seem to be the case. Wanting to see what tricks the woman was playing, he tried to tighten the book in his hand and forced himself to sit down. This way, Yu Dai came to the kitchen with chestnuts. The maids and servants in the mansion were preparing to cook. When they saw the crown princess coming, they became reserved. They would never forget the lesson they had learned. When they saw the crown princess, they knelt on the ground tremblingly. Lu Qiqi saw it, but didn't take it seriously. Yu Dai poured the chestnuts out of the bag under Lu Qiqi's arrangement, and took a knife. According to Lu Qiqi's request, she cut a cross on each chestnut. The servants saw that they were not taken seriously at all, and thought that it was time to cook. So they quietly got up and started working. When the servants delivered the food to Madame Huang, the servants came to the crown princess. She whispered, "Crown princess, what are you doing?" Lu Qiqi glanced at her. "Do you have a lot of this in Hua County?" "A lot. A lot." The old woman nodded quickly. "If I collect this, will anyone sell it? No one wants this here. I wonder what you want these things for." "Princess?" Lu Qiqi knew that was it. Many people don't know the benefits of chestnuts. They all want to make money and look down on this little thing. Lu Qiqi said, "Spread the news that I am buying a lot. When the time comes, I will give different prices according to the different appearances." "Really?" The old woman was excited. Yu Dai was unhappy. "Can the princess lie?" Hearing this, the old woman left quickly. Not long after, Madame Huang arrived. Madame Huang saw that the crown princess was really making chestnuts as the maid said, and asked, "Crown princess, what are you doing?" Lu Qiqi was busy working and didn't hear anyone coming. Suddenly, she saw Madame Huang and was immediately unhappy. "Who asked you to come out? I heard that you were busy with this, so I came to see you." Madame Huang was grateful to the crown princess for saving her and her son, and was particularly respectful to her. Lu Qiqi was not in a hurry to drive her away, and said, "Hua County will definitely suffer a heavy blow after this incident. We should think of a way to make life easier for the people. What can these chestnuts do? Make fried chestnuts. Sell these things, and the people will have money in their hands." Madame Huang didn't know if what the crown princess said was true, but she was already very excited to have this intention. She was so grateful that she wanted to kneel down, but was supported by the crown princess. "Okay, you already know what you want to know. Go back and rest assured. I will teach you after you are out of confinement." "Crown princess, you..." Mrs. Huang's eyes were red. Women who have just given birth should not cry. Mrs. Huang quickly wiped away her tears and left under the crown princess's eyes. Finally, there were only Lu Qiqi and Yu Dai in the kitchen. Yu Dai spoke up. "Crown princess, why do you have to be so nice to them?" Lu Qiqi sighed. After this incident, the people of Hua County were not well fed or well clothed, and some even lost their homes. The crown prince came to solve the problem of the dam on the one hand, and more importantly, to appease the people. "I am looking for something for the people to do, using local materials, so that they can earn some money with their own hands and make their lives better and better." Chapter 375 Return to Beijing. "Crown princess, you think too far ahead," Yu Dai said. Lu Qiqi said, "Many times, people only make trouble when they are forced to have no way to live. If they have money and live a comfortable life, who would want to make trouble?" "Crown princess, You also saw the look of guard, son. Why didn't you say anything? People say that great things should be done quietly. If I spread the news, it will give people too high expectations. Not only will it not bring surprises, but it will also be complained. Then, this crown princess will also be embarrassed. Yudai smiled. She said nothing and continued to do great things quietly. After a while, the maids and the servants came to help. A bag of chestnuts was quickly prepared. Lucici asked them to find some stones. Everyone was puzzled and did what she said. When everything was ready, Lucici left Yudai alone and sent the maids and the servants away. She started to fry chestnuts in the kitchen. Lucici knew all the tricks of frying chestnuts, but it was her first time to do it. So she did everything step by step according to her memory. Half an hour later, Lucici and Yudai were frying the second pot of chestnuts in the kitchen, squatting beside them to eat. While eating, Yudai was still sighing that the crown princess was really capable and could even get this thing to eat. At this time, Sun Shua was beaten and driven away by the crown prince. He had too many grievances in his heart, but he couldn't say it. When Zhao Kai arrived and explained the things here, Sun Shua was about to leave and smelled a fragrance in the air. I can't tell what it smells like, but it smells very fragrant. Zhao Kai looked at Sun Shua and asked, "What is this smell?" "I don't know." Sun Shua was punished by the crown prince, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. He was driven away and felt incompetent, thinking that everything was because of the crown princess. He was angry and unwilling to speak. When Sun Shua came to the gate of Huang's house reluctantly, he saw many people gathered here. He thought they were here to see the crown prince, so he tried to walk normally. When he saw that they all came with baskets of chestnuts, Sun Shua's face turned bad. He would never forget that he was disliked and driven away by the crown prince because of this. Zhao Kai just arrived and didn't understand the situation. He saw many people coming with baskets of chestnuts and asked curiously, "What are they doing?" "Who knows? The flood destroyed their homes. These people should be grateful to the crown prince for gratitude. Why do they have to please the crown princess? What a group of ignorant people." Many people gathered at the gate of Huang's house. The situation was a bit chaotic. Not long after, Lucici came with Yudai. Looking at the scene at the gate, she could know how much money the people in Hua County lacked. She came to the door and stood still. "Fellow villagers, please line up. I will buy chestnuts from everyone who comes today. However, I want to make it clear that the chestnuts with good appearance and large size will be more expensive, and the ones that are slightly smaller will be cheaper." After speaking, Yudai took out 2 bags of chestnuts and put them on the ground. "Everyone, look carefully. The bag on the left is slightly larger and more expensive. The ones on the right are smaller, and the price will be slightly lower. Fellow villagers, please look for yourselves and line up in 2 pairs according to the size. I will buy them at different prices." Lucici's words avoided some troubles and let the people supervise themselves. At that time, she didn't have to be a bad person and could improve work efficiency. Zhao Kai was a little confused when he saw the crown princess's actions. So these people were selling chestnuts. How could the crown princess eat all of them? He also thought of the flood in Hua County. The crown princess's actions could stabilize the people's hearts and bring good reputation to the crown prince. Why didn't he think of such a good thing? Lucici also saw Zhao Kai and waved him over. Zhao Kai ran over happily. Sun Shua felt that Zhao Kai and the crown prince were both confused by this woman. Just as he was about to make a few sarcastic remarks, he choked when he heard Lucici's next words. "Everyone line up and come one by one. Don't worry. I will buy every citizen who comes today. It's just a matter of time. Dagong can take this opportunity to chat with the people around him. It will be your turn soon," Lucici said. And Zhao Kai, Yudai and others began to get busy. The crown prince heard the movement at the door and came to watch the excitement. He saw the woman standing in the crowd at a glance. No matter where she is always the most dazzling one. He strode up to her and pulled Lucici to the side to talk. "What are you doing?" At this moment, the prince could not see through what the woman was going to do. Lucici glanced at the well-organized team and made sure that there would be no commotion. So she explained to the prince, the flood in Hua County was the result of the inaction of the superiors. If these people knew about this, they would definitely make a fuss. It would not be a good thing for the state of Shen if someone made a profit at this time. Even if they knew the truth of the matter, they would not care too much. "Why do you collect so many chestnuts? There are only so many chestnuts every year. I'm tired of it now. When I sell them in the future, it will be a monopoly, and I can still make a lot of profit. The prince laughed. You think too much. Foodies always know more about food, Lu Chichi said. Took out a few chestnuts, peeled one, and put it to the prince's mouth. The prince smelled very fragrant, took a bite, and tasted very good. After eating, the prince finally knew what the woman wanted to do. She started selling chestnuts. Some people would be jealous when they saw the profit. Most of the chestnuts were bought by women. Even if they were jealous, they could only watch. After thinking about it, he asked, Do you have enough money? Lu Chichi glanced at the team. It's enough for today, but it's hard to say for tomorrow. It just so happens that I have some money here. I can lend it to you. Lend? Lu Chichi felt that the prince was too cunning. He was thinking about dividends before making any profit. She was not stupid, so she just made a profit out of nothing. It's too polite to say that you can lend it to me. After making a profit, we will split it 50-50. What do you think? The prince laughed. Cunning. He wanted half of the profit without spending a penny. He didn't realize that women could make money this way. Don't feel that you are at a disadvantage, Prince. I am a smart businessman, and I also pay attention to strategy. You don't have to do anything. Just pay money, and you can double your money. I believe such a good thing is rare. Right? The prince was persuaded, and the two reached an agreement. Sun Shu, who was originally going to be driven away, also stayed for this reason to wait for hard labor. Hua County experienced this flood, which destroyed many homes, and they must have complained. A month later, their homes were rebuilt, and each of them also made a lot of money because of chestnuts. Everyone smiled, without a trace of resentment. No, some people are different. Governor Chao, Zhang Tongji, and Tian Tongpan. They lost food and money, and let the prince know that they were corrupt. These things added up are enough to make them lose their heads. The people of Hua County knew that the prince and the princess were leaving, and they came to the gate of Huang's house excitedly to say goodbye. Also leaving at this time were Governor Chao, Tongji Zhang, and Tongpan Tian. They returned to Beijing together to stand trial by the court. Chapter 376. The prince surrendered. Lu Chichi didn't care about these. She was thinking that she would be a rich woman soon. She would have endless money to spend and endless delicious food to eat. She would walk with a straight back and speak loudly. If anyone dared to bully her, she would slap them to death. She felt comfortable thinking that she could live a domineering life in the future. Lu Chichi was leaving, but Mrs. Huang was reluctant to let her go. For every woman, the most difficult confinement period was the month of the new moon. The appearance of the crown princess made her gain 10 pounds during this month, and her son was also fat and white. Seeing that the crown princess was leaving, Mrs. Huang was reluctant to let her go. County Magistrate Huang was also reluctant to let her go. The people of Hua County were almost starving to death. A flood, which was originally a natural disaster, brought them a turnaround. Everyone expressed gratitude for the arrival of the crown prince and the crown princess. Knowing that they were leaving, the people of Hua County came to the gate of Huang's house to see them off. When the prince and Lu Chichi got on the carriage, they followed the carriage and reluctantly sent the prince and the princess out of the city gate. Magistrate Huang and Mrs. Huang stood in front with their children in their arms. Seeing the carriage gradually going away, they sighed in their hearts. If the prince and the princess had not come, I wonder what Hua County would have become. Thinking that it was the princess who saved his wife and children, he was even more grateful. Thinking of the evidence handed over to His Royal Highness the Prince last night, and the few people who were taken away by the prisoner car first, he also fulfilled his promise to His Royal Highness the Prince. I hope the prince and the princess have a smooth journey. Master. Mrs. Huang was very reluctant to let the princess go. In front of the princess, she said nothing. The prince and the princess are both good people. Without them, what would Hua County be like? County Magistrate Huang sighed, and was also intentionally reminding the people around him. When the people heard this, they knelt on the ground spontaneously, and someone suggested writing a book for all people. This matter was immediately approved by County Magistrate Huang. People who were originally reluctant to see the prince and princess leave soon began to be busy with the book for all people. At this time, Lu Chichi, who was sitting in the carriage, found a position that she thought was very comfortable and lay down, and quickly entered the foodie mode. When leaving, Mrs. Huang gave a bag of chestnuts that she had fried by hand. It was still hot now, It tasted better when eaten while hot. The prince quietly looked at the evidence presented by County Magistrate Huang. It was delivered too late last night, and he only read part of it, which made him very angry. Now he had time, so he only read half of it. He almost threw the account book in his hand away. When he thought of the evidence of those people's crimes, he tried to hold back. Lu Qiqi glanced at the prince. Why are you angry? You don't know what evil this person has done. It's already said that it's an evil thing. Why bother so much? It's not worth it to make yourself angry. The prince understood this truth, but he was just angry. Lu Qiqi sent the peeled chestnuts to the man's mouth, saw him eat it, and continued. He can do so many bad things because you don't know. Now you know, don't you? Take care of them. Thinking of the pictures provided by the system, Lu Qiqi felt that the prince was cruel. Other people's prison cars are fixed to let the prisoner stand. The prince is considerate and allows people to sit comfortably in the prison car. The key point is that other people's prison cars can stand up, while the prince's prison car is very small and can only let people sit. The journey to the capital is long, at least a month, and there is no chance to stand for a month. It is conceivable that when you arrive in the capital, some people's legs will be injured, and they will be left with a shadow for the rest of their lives. At that time, they will confess all the bad things they have done and just want to die quickly. Soon, Lu Qiqi found something different. At first, they walked slowly all the way, watching the scenery along the way. It was very quiet and enjoyable. It's different now. The story that the prince prayed for rain for the people, built dams, and overcame difficulties with the people was spread by the people. There were many people thanking him along the way. These people didn't understand any great principles. They only knew that the prince and the people overcame difficulties together. This is the emperor's grace. The people's blind belief in the royal family and their worship of the prince reached the peak. In just a few days, the prince's voice was overshadowed by the emperor far away in the capital, walking and stopping along the way. I heard various versions of the mythical prince legend, through word of mouth. In the eyes of many people, the prince became a godlike existence. Some people said that the prince was a god from heaven who came down to earth to overcome the tribulation. Wherever the prince went, he was cared for by the gods, and the people's lives became more and more prosperous. Originally, the people did not dare to say too much about the royal family, but the prince became a good story passed down by word of mouth. If anyone did not say a few good words about the prince, he would really be sorry for his mouth. When the prince and Lu Qiqi arrived in the capital after a month of travel, they received enthusiastic cheers from many people. Seeing this scene, Lu Qiqi sighed in her heart that when the prince was still the king of Jin, he returned triumphantly. But there was no such grand scene. Sure enough, people can only truly understand after experiencing it. The people in the capital have not experienced the hardships of the border. They think that praying for rain and repairing dams are big things that will bring the sky down. The carriage returned to the palace amid the welcome of many enthusiastic people. After returning to the palace, the prince went to meet the emperor, and Lu Qiqi returned to the East Palace. The moment she returned to the East Palace, Lu Qiqi was surrounded by Chunbai and others. Lu Qiqi saw that Chunbai had lost weight, and laughed and joked. You girl, have you lost so much weight just because I think you do? The originally slightly fat person has become a skinny beauty. Qi Nai and Zhou Yan were stunned, not knowing how to respond. Chunbai laughed heartlessly. Who asked the crown princess to play outside without taking the slaves with her? Yudai knew that Chunbai was injured, and she had been hiding this from the crown princess. Seeing Chunbai say this, the four of them tacitly kept it a secret. Chunbai was fine except that she had lost some weight, and because the crown princess had just returned, she brought gifts to each of them. They gathered together and said happy words. Imperial study. When the emperor saw the prince coming back from training, he was full of pride as a father. But when he thought of the things he had done, he couldn't be happy. When he saw the prince kneeling on the ground, he still had a long face. Uniqlo watched, not daring to say a word, and kept silent with his head down. He knew in his heart that since the prince was stopped by the emperor's order, he had held a grudge against him. Today, the emperor deliberately made things difficult for the prince, and the prince didn't know how to say soft words. Looking at this situation, he was still unlucky. He knew the result, but he couldn't resist, and he felt so bitter. What was rare was that the prince took the initiative to give in. Father, this is the evidence that I have collected about the corruption of Chao Lizhong and others. He said that he would hold the evidence in both hands. Eunuch Lu saw it, and quickly presented the evidence. The emperor didn't even look at it, and said directly, "Yesterday." They all confessed. The emperor thought of the news presented by the Dali temple. Even he was shocked when he saw it. Chao Lizhong and others who had been tortured all the way confessed as soon as they arrived in the capital. In this regard, I admire this son. He is more decisive than me. Chapter 377. Who hasn't been young before? The prince liked his son more. Prince, you've worked hard all the way. Stand up and talk. Yes. The prince stood up. The emperor got down from the dragon throne, walked towards the prince, and asked, "Why did you think of praying for rain?" He suspected that the prince deliberately took a detour just for a good reputation. But the land had been dry for so many years, and the prince's prayer for rain was successful. When the prince heard this, he thought of Lu Qiqi's original words, and couldn't help but smile. The emperor was an experienced person, and he understood it at a glance. The prince thought of what Lu Qiqi said, and the voice seemed to still be in his ears. She said, "The prince is the son of the emperor, and there is no reason to refuse the son's request. Many people think that he is the prince and is omnipotent. If he is not satisfied, they feel that they are not worthy of being the prince. Some people hope that he will get into trouble, proving that the prince chosen by the emperor is not worthy at all. Only this woman, seemingly casual, gave support at the critical moment. This support is his motivation and strength to move forward." Just as he was thinking about meeting the emperor's eyes, the prince said the woman's original words. "The prince is the son of the emperor. How can I refuse my son's request?" The emperor laughed out loud when he heard this. Who wouldn't be happy to hear this? Seeing the prince like this, he asked, "Where did you hear this fallacy from? If more people say it, it will naturally be believed." "Crown princess?" the emperor asked and affirmed. "Besides her, who else?" The emperor understood. "So you deliberately brought her with you when you prayed for rain?" The prince's thoughts were seen through by the emperor. He just smiled, which was considered as tacit agreement, and the emperor fell into deep thought. All the scenes of getting along with Rong Fei flashed into his mind. What he dared not do, the prince did. Does this prove that he is really old and really not as good as his son? After a while, the emperor pretended to be relaxed and said, "Prince, you have worked hard all the way, praying for rain, repairing dams, and punishing corrupt officials. Tell me, what reward do you want?" The prince has been waiting for this moment. Hearing this, he spoke directly. "I don't think much. I just want Qiqi to be the most noble woman." This is obviously to ask for the position of queen for Lu Qiqi. The emperor made up his mind. "You have the final say on this matter." The prince was satisfied and spoke more casually. When the emperor asked him to talk about interesting things on the road, the prince talked about Lu Qiqi's purchase of chestnuts. The emperor knew about these things, and knew that the money spent was the silver embezzled by Chao Lizhong. He didn't care much about this matter at first. He thought it was the prince's way to appease the people. After the prince said this, he also wanted to taste what chestnuts tasted like. The prince heard this, and took the opportunity to slip away. The emperor saw it, and laughed it off. Eunuch Lu thought that he was waiting for a storm, but he didn't expect such a surprise to be waiting for him. The prince left the imperial study, and wanted to go back to the East Palace directly. On the way, he met Nani Luo, and thought that he had not paid his respects to the Empress Dowager yet. He was anxious to see the woman, so he went to the Empress Dowager Sinang Palace first to be polite. When the prince arrived at the Sinang Palace, he saw that the queen and the concubine were there. When he came in, the atmosphere was just right. I don't know what happened in the palace during his absence. I always feel that their relationship has changed. The prince entered the door and saluted. Greetings to the Empress Dowager. The queen mother had been watching the prince since he came in. After several months away, he looked very good except for being a little darker. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. Good. Good. It's good to be back. Concubine, she bowed. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Prince. The prince said him and bowed to the queen. Your son greets you. Mother. The queen had been looking at the prince since he came in. During this time, she heard about what the prince did outside. I heard that the prince prayed for rain. Yes, the prince said. The success of praying for rain in a drought-stricken area must be because the prince's sincerity moved the heaven. The prince said seriously. The prince is the son of the emperor. The son prays to his father, so he still has some face. The queen mother. The queen. and concubine Shu were all shocked by the prince's words, and couldn't react for a long time. The prince said again, "Isn't the emperor the emperor? Who dares to deny this? The next question is another great climb." The queen mother was the first to react. "Great. This is a great saying." The queen and concubine Shu followed suit. The prince was a little absent-minded, thinking about Luchichi, who was making something delicious at this time, and thinking about the things she had eaten along the way. He was a little greedy. The queen mother saw that the prince was absent-minded and waved him away. The prince did not feel embarrassed to be driven out, but felt that he had finally left, finally saw women, and finally could eat delicious food. He was happy and left happily. After the prince left, concubine Shu said, "Why do I feel that the prince is different from before?" The anger was shown on her face, which was too inappropriate. The queen mother didn't care. Who hasn't been young before? This was to tell everyone that everyone had experienced something. So why bother to be serious? They all came this way. Several masters in Xinang Palace were happy that the prince and the princess returned safely. But Wu Guifei in Feiyu Palace was not the same. Upon hearing that the prince returned safely, she became angry and smashed everything in the palace. When she heard the sound of singing and dancing outside, Wu Guifei's face turned ferocious. While others were proud, she secretly met with people and directly issued an order to kill the princess. The prince had just returned to the East Palace and smelled a familiar fragrance. Following the smell to the kitchen, he saw a woman busy in front of the stove. "What are we eating today?" The prince's sudden appearance made all the maids and old women present kneel on the ground. "Welcome the prince back to the palace. Welcome the prince back to the palace. Welcome the prince back to the palace." They were all in the palace and knew all the prince's feats outside. They were happy for the prince and happy to serve the master in the East Palace. The prince didn't have so many thoughts. He came to the stove and saw the soup in the pot was milky white. Which should be spare ribs? Pork ribs? It's old hen soup. Luchichi was still adding ingredients to the pot and said casually, "Old hen soup?" The prince was a little disappointed. "Prince, you have worked hard all the way. You should replenish yourself." Luchichi said, "Old hens are despised. You have forgotten the suffering of the common people." Seeing the woman say this, the prince could only agree. Now he doesn't like too light food. He likes heavy taste. Seeing the woman working so hard for a pot of chicken soup, what can he say? Chunbai and others haven't seen the prince for a long time. Seeing that the prince likes to eat so much, they are speechless. Is the prince considered to be led astray by the princess? Luchichi felt the eyes of several maids that shouldn't be there, turned her head and took a look. "You guys cooked the prepared dishes." Chunbai knew that the princess was unhappy, and hurriedly started to work. "I have not been motivated to work for a long time. But today is different. The crown princess is back, and she has hope. You Dai and others know that Chunbai is in good health and cannot be overworked. So several people are vying to work." Chapter 378 Welcoming Banquet. After Luchichi finished stewing the chicken, she looked at the four maids who were quick and skillful, and joked with a smile. "Look at the four of them. They haven't seen each other for a long time, and their relationship is much better than before." The prince only took a look and left with the chicken soup. Luchichi hurriedly followed. When the two came to the main hall, Chunbai and others brought all the dishes. The prince and Luchichi started eating quickly. During this period, the prince and Luchichi had been eating outside. The prince had put down his attitude. He had just returned to the palace and was still a little uncomfortable. He ate like he was outside. When the two were full, the prince suddenly remembered that he had just returned today, so there should be a welcoming banquet. Just when he thought of this, Lu Gonggong, who was beside the emperor, came to report that a welcoming banquet was specially held for the prince tonight, and they must attend. The prince drove people away impatiently. "I knew the emperor would do these fake things. After so many years in the palace, I still know these rules." He disliked eunuch Lu because of the interception outside the imperial study. Luchichi was not happy to hear this. "If you want to eat, why didn't you say it earlier? She ate too much at noon. How much can she eat at night? How good would it be if someone could say this before the meal?" Neither of them cared much about this welcoming banquet. In the evening, the prince and Luchichi still attended on time. As soon as they walked into the hall, they saw that the hall was full of people. None of them were present, but they were all praising the prince's deeds. Luchichi's mouth twitched when she heard this. Could she say that the prince's contribution was hers? No way. No one would believe it even if she said it. Besides, they were not talking about the prince's deeds, but the prince. As the prince and Lu Qiqi arrived, everyone present saluted. The prince pulled Lu Qiqi all the way to their position and stood still. After saying stand up, there was no more news. Everyone stood up and looked at the prince one by one, each with their own little thoughts. Lu Qiqi saw it, but didn't take it seriously. During the time when the prince was away from the capital, I don't know how many people racked their brains, and how many people wanted to get close to the prince, but had no chance. Now that the prince went out for a trip and did two major things, who wouldn't want to get close to him? The young lady who stayed in the boudoir. The little eyes couldn't hide the love. She was a little moved when she saw it, thinking about it, looking at the prince with a stunned face. Did you see it? What did you see? The prince was a little dissatisfied with the hypocrisy of everyone. Those little eyes of the deer. Don't you have any thoughts? Are you talking about yourself? The prince was immune to the shocking words that Lu Qiqi popped out from time to time. And now he can fight back calmly. Lu Qiqi glanced at him and looked around. The daughter sitting at the second table below you is pretty good. The prince really looked over. Just a glance. And immediately felt that she was like a piece of wood. Boring. What about the daughter in pink clothes at the sixth table? The prince took a look. Exactly the same. Lu Qiqi smiled. Are you very picky? They are all excellent ladies from well-educated families, each smiling without showing teeth, with spring in their eyes, which is the characteristic of noble ladies in Beijing. Thinking about it, I thought of the differently Jiaxuan. Why didn't I see her in this occasion today? I was in a good mood and didn't want to be disturbed by others, so I just looked around the women present. Lu Qiqi talked to the prince from time to time, and looked around from time to time. People around thought that Lu Qiqi was choosing women for the prince and asking for his opinion. Everyone who saw this scene was moved. This scene continued until the emperor and others arrived. Lu Qiqi hadn't kneeled down for a long time. Seeing the emperor bringing the empress dowager and the queen, and seeing concubine Wu and concubine Shu following behind, Lu Qiqi couldn't hold back, thinking of what concubine Wu had done, and seeing that she was still high and mighty at this moment, and then looking at the emperor, who was bathed in spring breeze. Could it be that the emperor loved concubine Wu the most? So after concubine Wu did so many bad things, she could still wait for the emperor's favor? Thinking of it, there was an uncontrollable emotion in her heart. Suddenly, when she met concubine Wu's eyes, Lu Qiqi could quickly turn herself into a harmless little lamb and stand beside the prince. This time, whether it was praying for rain, repairing the dam, or even purchasing chestnuts, it was in the name of the prince, and it had nothing to do with her. In this regard, she continued to pretend to be a lazy little lamb, and no one would notice. Wait until Lu Qiqi got up with everyone and sat down again. The prince asked softly, "What's wrong?" "I have a toothache." "Summon the imperial physician first." The prince was anxious. "I want to eat the old woman in yellow clothes sitting next to the emperor. What should I do?" The old woman in yellow clothes. The prince took a look and saw that it was concubine Wu. He understood why the woman had a toothache and said, "Don't worry. Do you have a solution?" "Yes." The two were whispering. And to others, they were whispering in each other's ears. The emperor sitting on the dragon throne was also thinking the same thing. After waiting for a long time, there was no sign of the chestnut. Looking at the prince's current appearance, he coughed twice, indicating that someone should stop. These two coughs were incredible. The queen mother and the queen understood the emperor's intention clearly, but others were different. Some people felt that they had done something wrong and angered the emperor. When the courtiers who had done something wrong heard the noise, they thought of Chao Lizhong and others who were escorted back to Beijing by the prince. They confessed as soon as they arrived in Beijing. They thought of the different prison cars, and then looked at the prince whispering to the princess. He was really a ruthless man. The queen mother noticed the rough appearance of the ministers and said to the emperor, "Your Majesty." The emperor looked at the queen mother and motioned to the eunuch Lu next to him. With the singing of eunuch Lu, the dancers took their positions and began today's performance. The palace maids and eunuchs shuttled among them and served the dishes one by one. Lu Qiqi looked at the dishes with good color, fragrance and taste, and sighed in her heart. In terms of exquisiteness, only the dishes in the palace would make people hungry at a glance. Lu Qiqi, who had eaten a lot for lunch, started again. As soon as he started eating, his appetite was opened, and he didn't care about the inquiring eyes around him. For a foodie, if he focuses on other things while eating. It is the greatest blasphemy to the dishes. The prince looked at the woman's foodie look, and then looked at the covetous eyes around him, and deliberately stopped at Concubine Wu. Concubine Wu happened to look over here, and just a glance. The meaning between them was obvious. Concubine Wu was direct, revealing all her ambitions in her eyes. The prince held a wine glass and toasted from a distance, and Concubine Wu accepted it all. The princess was possessed by a foodie, and she kept eating. When she ate too much, she drank a sip of wine, and looked up at the dancing dancer from time to time. She was very satisfied with the performance of the dancer. She completely ignored the thoughts of the ministers, husbands, and daughters around her. Soon, Lu Qiqi's stomach was overloaded, and she gradually lost interest in the dancers on the stage. Later, only drinking was left. The queen mother was old and couldn't hold on for long, and the emperor meant the same thing. When everyone was drunk, they left. Without the emperor's pressure, everyone let go. Lu Qiqi said something in the prince's ear and left quickly. Everyone present was completely crazy. They were busy toasting the prince and promoting their daughters. The prince thought women were cunning, and as a prince, he had to do many things. He seemed very happy today, and he did not refuse anyone who came to toast him. Chapter 379, Digging Up the Past. After Lu Qiqi left the palace, she went directly back to the East Palace. Only this place can make her most relaxed. She leaned casually on the couch, with 4 maids serving in front of her, and all kinds of fruits and vegetables were placed on the table. Lu Qiqi supported her forehead with one hand, thinking that today was the prince's welcoming banquet, and she could still hear other people's congratulations and the sound of singing and dancing. Seeing the bustling palace, she thought of the thin people on the road. She clearly knew the gap. Lu Qiqi felt uncomfortable and went back to the East Palace to rest on the pretext of being too tired. She lay on the couch, thinking a lot in her mind. And just thinking, her body shivered. It seemed that someone was thinking about her. Another sneeze came out. Could it be that someone was thinking about her? Just thinking about this, another sneeze came out. Who is scolding me? After thinking about it carefully, I didn't see Li Jiaxuan, so I called Chunbai over. Where is Li Jiaxuan? Just thinking about it, Zhao Kai helped the drunken prince back. Seeing the prince's appearance, he suddenly had a headache. How much wine did he have to drink to get himself drunk? There were too many dissatisfactions in his heart, but he still knew to give the prince face. He got up quickly and ordered the prince to be sent to the inner hall. Just after helping the prince lie on the bed, Lu Qiqi was worried about how to deal with the prince. Suddenly, his hand was pulled and his body fell uncontrollably on the prince. Zhao Kai and others saw this scene and left one by one. Lu Qiqi wanted to stop them, but just when she was about to speak, she heard the prince's voice. Let them go. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. He didn't look drunk at all. He was clearly pretending to be drunk. If you don't pretend to be drunk, how can you come back early? The prince said. Lu Qiqi was speechless when she saw the prince's cunning look. This man is really thick-skinned. Thinking about it, this is also a normal situation. Being in a high position, there are too many people staring at you, and the people who toast you have complicated thoughts. Getting drunk and leaving is the best result. Just thinking about it, the prince was dissatisfied with the woman's days while he was here. He pressed the woman down at the moment of turning over and scratched her nose. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about when you became so cunning. The prince smiled and said. Always. He used to deliberately give people a serious look. And after being with women for a long time, he also learned to be lazy. Looking at the entire capital, no one competed with him for that position. But Concubine Wu. He wanted to take action. But because he didn't know what the emperor meant, he could only endure it temporarily. The eye contact at the banquet today was a showdown. It was a good thing that he didn't need to cover up his actions in the future. Thinking about it, he thought of the fake King Chen again. He hadn't received any news from him for a long time. Why isn't he here in this situation today? Both of them were distracted. And because of their influence on each other, it was unlikely that they would think of anything. Soon, the two rolled together. In the yard, Chunbai was worried about the crown princess, and waited anxiously in the yard. As long as the crown princess said a word, she would immediately go in to serve. When she heard the noise, she blushed and walked away. Yudai, Qingdai, and Zhou Yin were busy in the room. When they saw Chunbai coming in with a red face, they didn't say anything, but understood what was going on. They knew Chunbai. She was dedicated to the crown princess, and could do anything. Qinghai took a look. Chunbai. You are tired too. Rest early? They all knew about Chunbai's injury. Seeing Chunbai busy around the crown princess today, it was inevitable that she couldn't bear it after just recovering. Chunbai nodded to her and quickly came to the bed, without even taking off her clothes, and lay down directly. Qinghai was a little worried when she saw Chunbai like this. Yudai gave her a look, indicating that she should not meddle in other people's business. The next day, the crown prince had an early court. Lu Qiqi was sleeping soundly. Chunbai waited outside early to serve. She waited until the crown princess woke up, and she walked in quickly. Yudai, Qinghai, and Zhou Yin saw that they had no intention of arguing with Chunbai. Lu Qiqi washed up, sat in front of the dressing table, and saw Chunbai's tired state. Chunbai, why do I feel that you are very tired? Really? Lu Qiqi nodded. Chunbai looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was a little pale. She laughed and said, I was too excited to see the crown princess yesterday and couldn't sleep. You girl, I haven't seen you for a while. I found that you like me more? Chunbai's face turned red by this. Lu Qiqi was satisfied when she saw this. You die. Qinghai. Zhou Yin saw it from the side. Their hearts were in their throats. Fortunately, the crown princess didn't notice Chunbai's difference. If she really asked, they would be too embarrassed to face her. After washing up, breakfast was ready. Lu Qiqi was very satisfied when she ate the food made by Chen Ma, especially the dried sweet potato porridge and fried dried radish, which tasted amazing. The four maids were happy to see the crown princess eating with satisfaction. After dinner, Lu Qiqi took a good look at the East Palace, which she hadn't seen for several months. Everything in the East Palace seemed to be the same as before. Lu Qiqi looked at the kitchen and the plants in the yard. As the weather gradually turned colder, some leaves fell off, but there was not much change. She came to the vegetable garden and saw that the vegetables in the vegetable garden were growing well, and some places had already planted new vegetables. Lu Qiqi was very satisfied. After a round, it was time for lunch. Lu Qiqi asked the four maids to be busy, and she walked into the greenhouse. She would never forget that she was stolen from this place through the secret passage. She would never forget the shock in her heart when she saw the same face at the moment when her consciousness was blurred. She deliberately avoided this question when she came back yesterday. But it did not mean that this incident had never happened. Looking at the vibrant flowers and plants, she did not have the enthusiasm she had before. Thinking about finding the problematic succulent tiger chrysanthemum here. Thinking about the scene of being taken away. She looked for a long time, and her eyes were red without noticing. She was hugged in someone's arms. Lu Qiqi instinctively wanted to push the other person away. When she heard the familiar "It's me," her tense heart was relieved. The prince gently hugged the woman from behind and whispered, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. The secret passage was originally for convenience, but I didn't expect it to harm the woman. Thinking of this, the prince blamed himself countless times. When he came back yesterday, he deliberately didn't think about it. When he just walked into the East Palace, he saw a woman standing alone in the flower room. He couldn't control the panic in his heart. He was afraid in his heart. He opened his eyes and saw another strange woman, thinking of the identical Situchi. If it weren't for the ambition in her eyes, he didn't know how long he would be deceived. This is a tacit joke between the two. It's hard to get over it. Facing it again is as painful as tearing open a wound. Lu Qiqi looked for a long time, then found her voice again. How did you find out? The look in her eyes was wrong, and it didn't feel right to me either. Lu Qiqi smiled softly, and then asked, if it was a deliberate imitation, you wouldn't be able to tell it apart so quickly. Lu Qiqi found it hard to accept. If she couldn't tell it apart right away, would the prince also do something intimate with that woman? Thinking of this, she actually felt sick all over, and she felt like vomiting. Chapter 380 Let Them All Die. Qiqi. The prince lowered his voice and said, I said it was the truth. Lu Qiqi was also angry. The prince saw that this didn't make sense, and thought of the pain in the heart of a woman. So he asked, what about you? What's wrong with me? As the wife of the young master of Fakin Fort. You have. The prince stiffly held back all the words that followed. You mean how's you? Lu Qiqi was annoyed that the prince didn't answer her question, and asked back. In her opinion, the prince was trying to cover up the ridiculous past he had with Situchi. The problems that had been ignored were turned up because they returned to the palace. And the memories that they had tried to suppress in their hearts were turned up. And no one felt good. When the mood was unstable, knowing that some words would hurt people, they liked to pick out words that would hurt people. Lucici and the prince were like this. The prince gritted his teeth and said him. Lucici said, as the lord of Fagin Fort, he is neither arrogant nor impatient, and he is very measured in his actions. We can be close friends. Are you serious? The prince gritted his teeth, and gradually retracted his hand that was originally holding the woman, and clenched it tightly into a fist in his sleeve. Everyone who has seen Houseyu says so. Good. Very good. The prince couldn't help it anymore, and wanted to do it. But he didn't want to hurt the woman, so he left angrily. After the prince left, Lucici collapsed on the ground, knowing that the prince was narrow-minded and knew what he was thinking. She still expressed it in a way of mutual injury. The system voice came out. Why are you doing this? Lucici. I want to be alone. System. If you want to be quiet, can you tell me? Lucici lowered her head and remained silent. After a long time, she said, I don't want to be disturbed. After saying this, no matter what the system said, she didn't say anything. She thought some things were over. But now she felt that she was deceiving herself. She thought of the women who were eyeing the prince at the banquet last night, and she knew what those people were thinking. Her escape made her feel that many things could not be changed. Thinking of her mother's reminder, she understood many things and was willing to do them. After a person's heart changes, expectations will increase. When expectations reach a certain height, it is difficult to accept disappointment, and it is difficult to remain calm. At this moment, Lucici wished that the prince was an ordinary person, and she could kill all the women around him, with the identity of the prince. Even if she did nothing, there would be many women rushing up to her. At that time, could she really endure that scene? No. Just thinking about it, Lucici couldn't accept it. Chunbai and the others prepared lunch, but they couldn't find the crown princess when they came out. They saw the lost crown princess in the flower room. They couldn't figure out what happened during this period, and it was obviously a big blow to the crown princess. Chunbai helped Lucici up without any hurry, and sat on the ground, leaning against the crown princess. Crown princess, are you tired? Lucici heard the movement, looked up, and saw the concern in Chunbai's eyes. She laughed at herself. What should I do? I always thought that the crown prince was narrow-minded, and now I realize that I am the most narrow-minded one? Chunbai didn't understand the relationship between men and women. Hearing this, it was obviously related to the crown prince, and asked, so what? I can't accept that the prince has other women around him. Let them all die. Chunbai said it naturally. And you die. Qing die. And Zhou Yin were all shocked. What if he can't die? It's easy. I'll poison him. Lucici smiled and reached out to touch Chunbai's forehead. Are you stupid? If you get caught poisoning, you'll go to jail. It's okay. Just jail. And eat somewhere else. Okay. I'll bring you food when the time comes. Lucici finally smiled from the bottom of her heart. Crown Princess, please send more delicious food. Okay. I'll make it myself. That's okay. Right? That's about right. Chunbai said this, and seeing that the Crown Princess was in a good mood, she asked, Crown Princess, what happened to you just now? Lucici met the worried eyes of several maids and expressed her concerns. How did you notice the difference after I left like that? That person is too picky. He doesn't like anything you give her, and gets angry all the time. Chunbai thought of what Sitichi did. Now she still feels disgusted when she thinks about it. Where's the prince? Lucici pretended to be indifferent, but her hands were nervously clasped together in her sleeves. Chunbai thought of the prince's behavior and laughed first. You know, the prince doesn't look at her straight in the eye. I don't know when the prince found out. The prince came back very happily that day, and the woman went to greet him. I don't know why the prince turned around and left. He didn't come back for several days. Chunbai thought for a long time before organizing her words. Maybe he saw through it at a glance. Yudai, Qingdai, and Zhou Yin understood why the crown princess was angry. Seeing that the crown princess' mood turned from gloomy to sunny, they thought that they saw the prince coming and must have been angry with the crown princess and left. Look at the crown princess again. Smart maids will never directly tell their purpose. Crown princess, the dishes are ready. When do you think we should eat? Yudai said. Lucici stood up and patted her skirt. Now, she suddenly had an appetite. When Lu Qiqi came to the table, she saw that it was her favorite food and ate it with big mouthfuls. Yu Dai took the opportunity to tell what happened after the crown princess left. When she knew that the secret passage was blocked, she was happy in her heart. It seems that the crown prince cares about her very much. Thinking of the fact that she had angered the crown prince not long ago, she thought in her heart, how dare she explain it? Lu Qiqi was entangled for a long time. After the meal, she seemed to eat too much. She fell asleep in a daze while leaning on the soft couch. I don't know how long I slept. I felt something furry on my face, and I patted it. Soon this feeling came back. Lu Qiqi had too many dissatisfactions and couldn't sleep. When she opened her eyes, it was the crown prince holding a chicken feather and messing with her face. Hate it. After saying this, the prince felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Okay, I'm not angry anymore, the prince said. Lu Qiqi knew where she was wrong. I feel uncomfortable when I think of that woman who used my things. No. Lu Qiqi looked over. Why not? That woman used her identity to eat her food, wear her clothes, and stared at the prince. She felt that her things were violated, and she felt uncomfortable all over her body. I changed everything. Ah? All the old clothes were burned, and even the tables, chairs and benches were all changed. Lu Qiqi opened her eyes wide, a little bit unbelieving. Are you telling the truth? I have the ability to do this. Lu Qiqi smiled. The prince grabbed the woman's hand and asked, Is faking castle really that good? Lu Qiqi shook her head. I felt strange at first, and then I always rejected it in my heart, until later I found that it was not my memory at all. Do you have feelings for him? No. I have a partner, Lu Qiqi said, and kissed the man on the face. The two quarreled, but they reconciled in just 2 hours. The emperor seemed to know what happened here, and when the two were just getting along, he sent eunuch Lu to ask about the chestnut. Chapter 381. It was Huagu. The prince had forgotten about this matter, but he didn't expect the emperor to think about it. Lu Qiqi was about to eat, so she took the maid to prepare it. The prince followed him to the kitchen, walked to the door, and asked Eunuch Lu, Eunuch Lu, if you have nothing to do, why don't you have a fight? Eunuch Lu saw that things were not going well and wanted to run away. As soon as he walked out of the door, he was stopped by Zhao Kai and Sun Shuo. The two of them didn't say a word and started fighting directly. When Eunuch Lu came, he knew that this matter would be difficult to handle, but he didn't expect the prince to be so direct. What made him even more uneasy was that the prince was watching Eunuch Lu being beaten in the yard. Soon Eunuch Lu's face was covered with bruises. The prince was enjoying watching it, and heard the noise of women coming from the kitchen. So he asked Zhao Kai and Sun Shuo to continue to teach him. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Lu Qiqi glanced at the yard. It's not good for you to do this. Is it? Who told me to stop me? The prince didn't care. He thought that the emperor deliberately sent Eunuch Pu to pass on the message, just to let him take revenge. As a son, he naturally had to accept the emperor's kindness. Lu Qiqi was speechless when he heard this, thinking that Eunuch Lu was the emperor's man. And that time Eunuch Lu was ordered to stop the prince, which almost put her in danger. It seemed that according to the prince's petty nature, it was good that he could drag it on until now. Poor Eunuch Lu. He was ordered to do things, but he ended up taking the blame for the emperor, thinking in his heart, he didn't stop frying chestnuts. When the chestnuts were finally fried, the noise outside disappeared. Lu Qiqi thought that it was over outside, and wanted to ask the prince to arrange someone to send it to the emperor. But he was worried that the prince had just taught Eunuch Lu a lesson, and sending it would add fuel to the fire, thinking that among the maids, Yu Dai is the most suitable. She put a plate of chestnuts in front of Yu Dai. Yu Dai, you take it to the emperor. Before Yu Dai took over, the prince got there first. No. Just in time. Eunuch Lu is here. Let him take it back himself. Lu Qiqi couldn't believe her ears. Eunuch Lu was still there? Thinking that the prince should give the emperor some face. She thought that the competition outside had ended a long time ago. And when she followed the prince and saw the appearance of Eunuch Lu, she was shocked. Oh my god! Eunuch Lu's face turned into a pig's head, and there were many scars on his body. Seeing this scene, and then looking at the prince who was fine, he was really cruel. Later, Lu Qiqi saw Eunuch Lu limping away with chestnuts. She looked at the back of the man leaving for a long time, and met the eyes of the prince, and sighed in her heart. Isn't it a bit bad for you to do this? The prince smiled. He did it voluntarily. Can someone be beaten voluntarily? After this beating, the matter is over. If not, Eunuch Lu will have a hard time in the future. The prince's twisted logic successfully convinced Lu Qiqi, making Lu Qiqi feel that this seemed to be the case. Soon, the two began to eat chestnuts together. While eating, they talked about the things that happened on the way out. Lu Qiqi learned the result of the matter from the prince. The kidnapped girl quickly returned to normal after returning home. The organization that killed Chang Hung has already known that it was Huagu's people. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi couldn't stay calm. She still remembered the rumors about Huagu. Who would have thought that Huagu, which was mysterious and curious to the world, would do these things? The prince later said that Mrs. Huang of Hua County handed over the method of roasting chestnuts to the people. And Lu Qiqi didn't feel anything when she heard it. It was because the previous news was too shocking to her. So she didn't care about anything else. Lu Qiqi couldn't believe it. If the news about Huagu got out, what would the people think? What would they think? In Lu Qiqi's opinion, the collapse of faith would change many people. Lu Qiqi felt that this matter was very important. And she held the prince, who was still talking. Are you sure it's someone from Huagu? Have you heard of it? I've heard that the people in Huagu are all gods. And they violated the heavenly rules, and were demoted to the mortal world. I've heard of it too, the prince said. If others knew about this, would they? Then let them know. Let the people know that Huagu is just a rumor. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince, who touched her hair lovingly. Think about it. Someone does things frequently. And sooner or later it will be exposed. Who do you think will be the next to know? When the prince coaxed the woman, he didn't forget to show off. In a disguised way, he told the woman that he was the first to know. You mean that those who know about it in the future are capable people, and they will not be easily deceived. When the people know about it, it will not be surprising. The prince nodded. Did you do something? Lu Qiqi asked again. The prince smiled and said, it is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi felt that no matter how big the matter was, it was nothing to the prince. The relaxed mood gave Lu Qiqi the motivation to eat again. While eating chestnuts, she listened to the prince talking about what happened along the way. Si-Tu-Chi died, and her brother Si-Tu-Yi gradually appeared in everyone's sight, and even participated in the imperial examinations in the capital. The prince once suspected that Situ Zongxin was not dead, but now it has been confirmed that he is indeed dead, and the murderer is still Situ-Yi. The conflict between them is that Situ-Yi is ambitious, but Situ Zongxin is not ambitious and tries to stop him. Situ-Yi kills his father Situ Zongxin directly. When he kills someone, his mother accidentally sees him, so he kills them all and throws dirty water on Situ-Chi. He takes the opportunity to send Situ-Chi to Fagan Castle, takes away many treasures from Fagan Castle, and reaches a cooperation agreement with Hao Zimin. Later, Hao Zimin was arrested, and he saw no hope. He placed his bet on Hao Ziyu again. When he heard that Hao Ziyu came to the capital, he followed him and entered the capital under the name of being reliable. Coincidentally, Hao Ziyu also participated in this imperial examination. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she thought of the prince's plan for the imperial examination, and she could listen calmly. This imperial examination is in charge of Li Shangshu, and the results of the imperial examination will be announced soon, and it will be another bloody storm. It can only be said that the prince has calculated many things very well. For this reason, he can still show some of his brains on the road. When he returns to the capital, he doesn't need it at all, because Lu Qiqi thinks that the prince has been planning for many years and has been waiting for this moment, thinking of praying for rain, building dams, and arresting corrupt officials. Each of these things is a big deal, and they have accumulated a good reputation for the prince. If the imperial examination is exposed again, the prince's position will be as solid as a rock, and no one can shake it. It is very likely that even the emperor will be better than this kind of spiritual power. I wonder what the emperor would think if he knew that these things were related to the prince. Thinking of the miserable appearance of Eunuch Lu leaving, I think the reputation of the prince will be reversed again. The prince is still talking non-stop. Originally, it was all secrets, but he began to wait for her reaction in front of Lu Qiqi. Later, when he saw that Lu Qiqi didn't react when she heard that Hao Ziyu came to Beijing, he directly took it as an opportunity for him to confide. Say everything all at once, without considering the words or thinking about how to say it. He just wanted to have a good time. When the prince finished speaking, he saw a pile of chestnut skins in front of the woman. So he kindly peeled the chestnuts for her and put them into her mouth. After Lucici ate them, she said vaguely, "I plan to rebuild the greenhouse." Chapter 382 Feeding Mode. How do you want to change it? Lucici took a look at the greenhouse. The greenhouse was an independent wooden house. I want to put the greenhouse in the middle of the yard. Place? The prince thought the woman was thinking too much. Just rebuild one. Rebuilding is troublesome and laborious. It's better to move it. The prince was a little embarrassed. Moving is unlikely. Some wooden piles have been deep into the ground and cannot be moved. Lucici knows the greenhouse very well. During the construction, in order not to affect some people's performance, she almost did not show up. She knows the construction of the greenhouse very well and has confidence in it. Let Mr. Jean come. I will tell him. The prince looked at the woman. This seemed to be true. He also wanted to see it. Okay. I'll ask him to come tomorrow. The big thing was finalized. Lucici was in a good mood and ate chestnuts more vigorously. After peeling a chestnut, Lucici was about to put it into her mouth. But she found that the prince was looking at her eagerly, thinking that this person had just helped her. Lucici reluctantly put it into the prince's mouth. Seeing that the prince was eating deliciously, Lucici wanted to eat again. She quickly peeled one and was about to put it to her mouth when the prince spoke. Moving the greenhouse is not a trivial matter. Are you sure that Lord Jean can handle it? The prince's words were a threat. And Lucici saw that she didn't buy it. So she put the peeled chestnut directly into her mouth. The prince smiled, put his hands on the back of his head, and stared at the next chestnut in Lucici's hand. Lucici felt that she had eaten a lot, and she would definitely feel uncomfortable if she ate more. She also thought that when she returned to the capital, she should cash in all the chestnuts she brought back. And these needed the help of the prince again. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to please the prince temporarily. She sent the peeled chestnut to the prince's mouth. After the prince ate it, he said, "I want more. It's hard to digest if you eat too many chestnuts. I ate 5 in total." She glanced at the chestnut skins on the ground. Lucici felt that she had indeed eaten a lot. After thinking for a while, she sent the next chestnut to the prince's mouth. "Prince, when did you become so fond of eating? Seeing you eat so deliciously, I want to eat too." Lucici was speechless and could only start feeding. After a while, the prince ate a lot. Lucici peeled one and sent it to the prince and said, "This is the last one." "Why?" "It's not good to eat too much." The prince's eyes darkened and he said, "Oh," thinking that if it was such a good opportunity, if it was another woman, she would definitely take the opportunity to please herself. The woman in front of her was indeed different from ordinary people. She even opened her mouth to ask for food. Thinking about the many women at the banquet yesterday, he only liked this one in front of him. Maybe because she was different. Thinking about it, he saw the woman peel the chestnut and put it in front of him, and then put it in her own mouth. He was a little dissatisfied with the woman's double-standard behavior. "Mine." Lucici found out what she had done, smiled, and quickly peeled another chestnut and put it to the prince's mouth. Lucici saw that the prince was just watching. "If you don't want to eat it, then I..." Before he finished speaking, the prince opened his mouth and ate the chestnut, deliberately eating the woman's finger. Lucici immediately withdrew her hand and wiped the prince's clothes twice. "What are you doing?" The prince's face turned ugly. "Dirty!" The prince couldn't help it after hearing this. He held the woman's shoulders with both hands, lowered his head, and kissed her fiercely. He also deliberately bit the corner of the woman's mouth hard. Lucici's mouth was very painful, and she pushed the man away suddenly, and successfully saw the blood beads coming out of the man's mouth in the same place. "You are a dog." The prince finished eating the chestnuts in a few bites, stood up suddenly, and changed his face in an instant, accusing Lucici. "Chichi, you are too hard." After saying that, he touched the corner of his mouth with his fingers. "Look, it's bleeding." Lucici was dumbfounded. The prince did it on purpose. I wanted to argue with the prince, but I saw a few maids laughing not far away, and I immediately understood. That's right. Their wounds are the same, and it doesn't matter who did it. Lucici disdained to argue with the prince. If others saw that there were blood beads at the corners of her mouth, those who didn't know would think that they were performing intense scenes that were not suitable for children in broad daylight. She stood up and stared at the prince. "You are so cruel." After saying that, she walked into the house angrily. The prince followed behind her. "Are you angry now?" Just as he reached the door, Lu Qiqi slammed the door shut with great force. The prince realized that something was wrong and stepped back. After making sure that his face was not damaged, he was relieved. At this time, inside the house, Lu Qiqi sat in front of the dressing table, looking at the blood on her lips in the mirror, thinking of the prince's ruffian style. She always felt that the prince had changed after going out, no longer serious and reserved, like a rebellious teenager who had been bound for many years. When he finally could resist, the small universe in his body exploded. After looking at it for a long time, Lu Qiqi felt that she should use Prime Minister Chu's medicine to heal the wound. If others saw it, she didn't know what they would say. Just as she was about to bend down to get the medicine bottle, Lu Qiqi looked at herself in the mirror again. She was fainting at blood. Is it better now? Thinking of it, she reached out and touched her bitten lip, gently tapped it, and then put it in front of her eyes to look carefully. It was still a little uncomfortable, but she could accept it. Lu Qiqi had a cognition that she was fainting at her own blood, which was a good thing. Lu Qiqi looked at herself in the mirror carefully for a while before taking out the small medicine bottle and applying medicine for herself. After applying the medicine, she thought of Prime Minister Chu again, thinking of the prince saying that how you came to the capital for the imperial examination. Thinking of the prince's layout for this imperial examination, she always felt that something big would happen recently. The next day, Lord Zhang came to the East Palace to report. He was the only one. Lord Zhang came by himself and was still a little restrained. He didn't understand why the crown princess was very satisfied with the greenhouse built at the beginning. When the crown princess went out for a trip, he suddenly summoned her when she came back. He always felt that it was not a good thing. After Lu Qiqi had breakfast, she heard Chunbai say that Zhang Jingzhong had come. Thinking of the mobile greenhouse she talked about yesterday, she walked over quickly and saw Zhang staring at the greenhouse in the yard. Zhang saw it and bowed. Your humble servant greets the crown princess. Master Zhang. No need to be polite. This time, please come and see if there is anything wrong with this greenhouse. Zhang's heart skipped a beat. When it was built, he thought it was perfect. Now that the crown princess said so, he was unsure. After a careful look, he didn't find anything wrong. Since the crown princess brought it up, there must be something wrong. After thinking for a while, he came to the crown princess. My lady crown princess, I am a slow-witted official. Please let me know. Lu Qiqi took a look and said, the greenhouse is very well built, but the location is not appropriate. After this reminder, Lord Zhang also found the key to the problem. It is late autumn now, and winter is coming soon. According to this situation, many flowers in the greenhouse may be frozen to death. Tentatively suggested, my lady crown princess, are you worried that the flowers will not be able to withstand the cold in winter? Chapter 383. Something went wrong in the scientific expedition. Lu Qiqi simply thought that the greenhouse was great, but it always felt unsafe to put it in this place. After hearing what Lord Zhang said, she nodded. Your Highness, you may not know that during the time you left the palace, you installed floor heating for the East Palace. Floor heating? What is a floor heating? Is that what she thought? It's too cold in winter. After installing floor heating, the house will be very warm. Lu Qiqi was happy after hearing this. She had always been worried that she would not be able to adapt to the winter. Hearing about floor heating was like a pie in the sky for a person who was afraid of the cold like her. She must be happy to think that she could live in a heated house in winter just like in modern times. She was happy in her heart and did not forget the purpose of today. With floor heating, the survival rate of flowers and plants will be higher. The greenhouse is in this position and receives less sunlight, which will also affect the temperature inside. What does your Highness mean? Lord Zhang asked humbly. Move the greenhouse to the center of the yard. Mr. Zhang looked at the crown princess in disbelief, wondering if she was stupid. Moving a greenhouse is not the same as moving a pot of flowers. Lu Qiqi looked at Mr. Zhang's expression and smiled. Mr. Zhang doesn't believe it. I have never heard of such a thing. Mr. Zhang said it implicitly. Mr. Zhang doesn't dare. Right? Mr. Zhang smiled awkwardly. He didn't want to ruin his reputation at this age. Lu Qiqi was not embarrassed. Mr. Zhang doesn't want to try? This? Mr. Zhang was a little moved when he saw Lu Qiqi's confidence. If it succeeds, I don't need to say how good it will be for Mr. Zhang. If it fails, there will be no loss for Mr. Zhang. Others have not done anything. Many people will think it is a fantasy like Mr. Zhang. So, even if it fails, what can you do? The provocation successfully threw away the concerns in Lord Zhang's heart. He knelt on the ground and said, I obey your orders. Lu Qiqi smiled. Cunning enough. Obeying orders means obeying orders. Lord Zhang, go back today and study the original drawings carefully. Make sure the position and depth of each wooden pile buried in the ground are accurate. After confirming these, start construction. Yes. Lord Zhang bowed and left. Chunbai walked towards the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, do you really want to move the greenhouse? You die. Qing Dai. And Zhou Yan also looked over eagerly. They all heard the conversation just now. At this moment, they felt the same as Lord Zhang. Because they knew the Crown Princess, they had a little more trust. Lu Qiqi faced them and directly expressed her thoughts. The greenhouse was built not long ago and cannot be destroyed. In that place, I always think of some bad things. Chunbai and the others understood the Crown Princess's thoughts and said nothing more. The prince came back and was very curious about the moving greenhouse. After hearing a general idea from Lu Qiqi, he suddenly felt that this method was feasible. But the risk was extremely high. Qiqi, according to what you said, the house can also be moved? Yes. But this project is huge and requires more accurate data. If there is a slight flaw, it will not succeed. What if I ask you to do it? Lu Qiqi spread her hands and said, I don't want to do it. The things that can make the prince worry are naturally big things. She is not stupid and will not take such a big risk. Really not? Lu Qiqi explained for him. I just moved the greenhouse. You can see that the moving distance is not far. And it is only the frame of the greenhouse that needs to be moved. The ground does not need to be moved. If it is a house, the floor will be moved together. The risk is too great. According to the current ability, the chance of success is not high. When the prince heard what Lu Qiqi said, he understood that it was only a relatively small one that could be moved. And it was unlikely that a large one could be moved. Even so, he was looking forward to the surprise that Lu Qiqi would bring. What the prince did not expect was that before he saw the mobile greenhouse, the news of the imperial examination was revealed. Ahead of the prince's plan, the prince quickly got involved. As for the prince's sudden busyness, Lu Qiqi learned from the system that it was about the imperial examination, and she did not care. Bored, leaning on the soft couch to read the storybook, Lu Qiqi's feet were shaking gently because she enjoyed it too much. Chunbai saw that the crown princess was in a good mood, and she was in a good mood too. The crown princess came back a few days ago. She was busy every day, and her body, which had not been getting better, suddenly recovered rapidly. You die. Qing Dai. And Zhou Yan all saw it, and they were speechless about Chunbai's condition. When the crown princess did not come back, all the good things were sent to Chunbai's mouth. Chunbai had not been getting better, but now she is better, working, and there is no good food to eat. But she is getting better. Lu Qiqi read the storybook for a while and felt a little tired. She put it down and moved around a little. She saw that Chunbai was a little fatter than when she just came back. It was not obvious, but women are naturally sensitive to fatness and can see the difference in Chunbai at a glance. Chunbai, have you gained weight? Have you? Chunbai didn't notice. Yudai nodded. Yes, I gained a little weight. Chunbai looked down carefully and asked the crown princess, does it look bad when you are fat? You look good. I am worried that you are too beautiful and will surpass me. What should I do? Don't worry, crown princess. I will always be your foil. Lu Qiqi laughed. As expected, Chunbai was the most considerate, and took all the nice words to heart. After laughing, she quickly put aside the question. Tell me, where is Li Jiaxuan now? And how is she doing now? Chunbai was excited when she heard this, and took the initiative to come over to talk about Li Jiaxuan's current life. After Li Jiaxuan's pregnancy was discovered, she didn't admit it at first. Someone saw the guards going in and out of UDHs several times in the middle of the night. And then the news of Li Jiaxuan's pregnancy spread. Lu Qiqi understood after hearing what Chunbai said. Maybe Li Jiaxuan saw that she couldn't get close to the prince, and she was disappointed. And there happened to be such a considerate man. In the case of frustration in love, she did irrational things, and the result became like this. Then she thought about the prince's several mentions of Li Jiaxuan. Did he know anything in advance? How much did the prince participate? Lu Qiqi didn't know these. She only knew from Chunbai that Li Jiaxuan had left the palace. And she felt happy. After listening to other people's bad luck for a while, she felt much better. When Chunbai was talking about something dry, a cup of tea was sent to her, and Chunbai took it and drank it. Several maids thought it was nothing, but it was different for the prince. The prince had just returned and saw this scene. He immediately felt that some maids did not know the limits. Just as he was about to get angry, Lu Qiqi also received this signal from the system and hurriedly asked Chunbai, "Is everything you said true?" "I heard it too. That makes me feel relieved. As long as Li Jiaxuan leaves, no one will harass the prince, and my life in the palace will be comfortable." The prince wanted to attack Chunbai, but he thought of Chunbai's serious injury not long ago, and thought of the woman's happiness. He had heard a lot about the things between the woman and Chunbai, and felt that Chunbai was not suitable to be with the woman. But the woman liked it, so he could only turn a blind eye. Lu Qiqi received the signal from the system. Alarm lifted. Lu Qiqi was happy to hear that, and turned to look at the prince standing at the door, giving him a big smile. When did the prince come? The four maids were all depressed. When did the prince come? And how much did he hear? Feeling uneasy, they politely saluted the prince. Lu Qiqi was impatient. "Okay. You guys go down and get ready." Chapter 384. Li Jiaxuan had a miscarriage. The prince saw that the woman's intentions were obvious, so he didn't say anything. When the maid left, he picked up the woman and sat her on the chair. "Are you in a good mood? I'm just curious about how the prince did it." "What did I do?" "Li Jiaxuan?" Lu Qiqi deliberately asked. "Who is the prince? How could he fall for it so easily?" "Want to know?" Lu Qiqi nodded. "I'll send someone to ask." Lu Qiqi saw that the prince was anxious to clear himself, and thought that it was his masterpiece. She didn't point it out. Forget it. Everyone has left. Why bother about her? The system popped up. Li Jiaxuan had a miscarriage just now. Lu Qiqi. Ah? System. Li Jiaxuan knew that the arrival of the child in her belly had ruined her hopes. It would be strange if she could give birth to this evil. Lu Qiqi. Is the child really the guard's? System. Yes. One day Li Jiaxuan was in a bad mood and got drunk. She mistakenly took the guard for the prince. And the result was, she raped him. Lu Qiqi was surprised to hear this, and then thought about Li Jiaxuan's ability to pretend. It was not surprising that she could do such a thing. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Prince, do you have any regrets for doing this?" System. Li Jiaxuan always thinks about things that should not belong to her, and she deserves this fate. Lu Qiqi was silent for a while, and stopped talking about this. At this time, the prince was dissatisfied. It was a great insult to him that the woman was still in a daze in his arms. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about the bad things you did." "What did I do?" The prince did a lot of things, and I don't know which one he was talking about. It could be Li Jiaxuan, but he wouldn't be stupid enough to confess. You deliberately let others misunderstand. Do you know what others say about me? The prince smiled triumphantly when he heard this. Humph. I won't pay attention to you, Lu Qiqi said as she jumped off the man's lap, turned back and looked at the prince fiercely. If you dare to cheat me again in the future, I will make you look good. After that, Lu Qiqi walked into the yard. At this time, dinner should be prepared. As soon as Lu Qiqi left, the prince's face changed immediately, staring at a certain place for a while. There was a storm brewing in his eyes. After a while, when the woman waited for the maid to bring in the dishes, the prince returned to his original harmless appearance. The two ate quietly, and Lu Qiqi was about to say something when Zhao Kai suddenly arrived. The prince looked at the woman. You don't have to wait for me tonight. Yeah. Lu Qiqi finished speaking and watched the prince leave. It was so late, and the prince went out, obviously for the imperial examination, thinking in his heart, it would not affect Lu Qiqi's mentality. She got up, asked the maid to clean the table, and went to the soft couch next to her to read the storybook. The next day, after Lu Qiqi woke up, she heard that the prince had come back once and left again soon. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything after hearing it. After breakfast, Lord Zhang came. Lord Zhang's actions were faster than expected. When Lu Qiqi saw Lord Zhang, she saw him holding a stack of drawings. Lu Qiqi liked this serious work more. The two of them quickly came to the greenhouse and explained on the spot. Lord Zhang laid out the drawings and explained the details of each place very clearly. Lu Qiqi listened carefully and didn't say a word. When Lord Zhang finished speaking, Lu Qiqi said, Lord Zhang knows the structure of the greenhouse best. What I want to say is to move the greenhouse. The most important thing is stability. So when moving, I hope Lord Zhang can find some good hands, and must not be careless at all. Yes, I know. Master Zhang, go back and prepare. And see if you can gather good hands to start the work tomorrow. What does the Crown Princess mean? Choose a suitable location in the middle of the yard and start the work. When everything is ready, you can move the greenhouse. Master Zhang was a little unsteady. Is it that simple? Moving a greenhouse is not about moving flower pots. The Crown Princess said it was too simple. Master Zhang, do these first. I will communicate with you in detail about the follow-up matters. Hearing this, Master Zhang had a plan in his mind. He came to the yard with the blueprint and carefully surveyed it. It took more than an hour to look at it. When Master Zhang left, he went to Lu Qiqi to say goodbye. Lu Qiqi understood Master Zhang's thoughts clearly and said nothing. Yu Dai sent Master Zhang away and asked, Crown Princess, are you really determined to hand this over to Master Zhang? Seeing Master Zhang's lack of confidence, she felt it was very risky. We can't just rely on him. We need to borrow people from the prince. Master Zhang is good at this. And his subordinates also have experience in this area. When moving the greenhouse, we also need people with martial arts skills. They can control the balance well, and at least reduce the occurrence of accidents. Yu Dai saw that the Crown Princess had thought so much, so she didn't say anything. After a pause, Lu Qiqi thought about the chestnuts. Yu Dai, go and see if there are any suitable shops outside. If you are willing to cooperate with us, we can cooperate to fry chestnuts. Why don't we do it ourselves? It's too obvious to be in the capital. Besides, it's just a cooperation for a while. And when the chestnuts are gone, it's done. Yu Dai understood what the Crown Princess meant and boldly expressed her own opinion. The Crown Prince has several shops under his name. We can do it ourselves. Lu Qiqi was reminded by this and immediately had an idea. How many shops are there in total? More than 20. Go and see which shops have the largest flow of people. Yes. Yu Dai took the order and left. Chun Bai came with oranges. Lu Qiqi peeled an orange and ate it. It was sour and sweet. Her favorite. Crown Princess, do you really want to sell chestnuts? The money has been spent, so it is natural to earn it back. Besides, chestnuts may be infested with borers if they are stored for a long time. Chun Bai also understood this truth. Lu Qiqi handed over the chestnut matter and did not need to worry too much about moving the greenhouse. I was bored and saw that the sun was very good today, so I read the storybook on the hammock in the yard. Chun Bai had been quietly serving beside her, and when the Crown Princess was tired of reading, she told her the news she had just heard. Crown Princess, I heard that the exam questions were leaked, and the Crown Prince is investigating this matter. A disguised explanation for why the Crown Prince did not accompany the Crown Princess. Leaked questions? Lu Qiqi knew it long ago, and cooperated to pretend to be surprised. Now many candidates are making trouble, and I heard that it is very fierce, and the government has arrested many people. Lu Qiqi said, basically all candidates are scholars, and they don't have much strength, but their mouths are sharper than knives. If they talk too much, the people will be used, and the matter will be even bigger. No, with the Crown Prince here, nothing will happen. The Crown Prince is indeed a master in this area. Can it be said that everything is within the Crown Prince's expectations, and he has been eagerly waiting for these candidates to make trouble? I think the Crown Prince should be very busy at this time. Busy calculating people. Busy how to establish his authority. Praying for rain and repairing dams are all done in the local area. This time it is in the capital. The Crown Prince is busy paving the way for his succession to the throne. No one will become a stumbling block on his road to becoming an emperor. If he starts laying the groundwork now, everything will become a natural process when he really succeeds to the throne. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi seemed to see the day when the prince would ascend to the throne. I hope that day will come soon. And I hope that the moment when they are destined to live and die together will be lifted. Chapter 385 Died a Plague. Lu Qiqi started reading the storybook again. During the time she was away from the capital, many new storybooks were published. Chun Bai prepared the storybooks in advance, so Lu Qiqi could read them for a long time. She picked up a storybook at random. After reading only one paragraph, she found that it was written by Pan Yu. There was a hint of decadence between the lines. thinking that this person's writing style was about the intrigues in the backyard, and the negative mentality between the lines until now. It should be what Pan Yu had experienced. Chunbai saw the Crown Princess reading the storybook and came over to explain. Crown Princess. This is written by a scholar named Pan Yu. It was rumored that he won the top spot a few days ago. The top scholar? Lu Qiqi was a little surprised. This person has excellent literary writing skills, and is a little petty. If he were in an ordinary family, he would definitely be someone else's child. In the capital, among many noble sons, he seems a little petty. Maybe many years later, Pan Yu will be able to achieve great things, but that requires years of training to broaden his horizons. To put it bluntly, the bigger your heart is, the bigger the space you have for future success. Well, but it's hanging this time. Chunbai sighed. If he really has that ability, it's not hanging. Originally, the candidates didn't have much support for Pan Yu this year. This time, this incident broke out. Even if he really has the ability, others won't believe it. Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai. Do you have any other ideas? The candidates in Beijing who have the highest support are Ma Xingyuan and Yin Mingxiu. Many people bet that these two people will pass the exam. But Pan Yu came out. Now that the cheating in the exam has been exposed, many people are scolding Pan Yu for being a piece of shit. Lu Qiqi didn't think much of Pan Yu at first, but she liked his writing style a little bit. After reading for a long time, she felt that it was not right. Now Pan Yu has won the exam, which should have affected the interests of many people. Pan Yu's end should not be too good. In this regard, Lu Qiqi just sighed in her heart. She didn't express her opinion on some things. Imperial study. The emperor was furious about the leak of the exam questions, and the first one to bear the brunt was Li Shangshu. Li Shangshu knelt on the ground tremblingly. He was responsible for this matter, and it happened under his nose. How could he not be afraid in his heart? The person who won the first place this year was Pan Yu, who had a very good relationship with Guosu. He didn't even need to check now, and he knew that the matter must be related to Guosu. When the incident broke out, the emperor asked for punishment, and he was the first one to bear it. Like a veteran in the officialdom, he didn't beg for mercy or admit his guilt in the face of this situation. He just knelt on the ground tremblingly, showing his fear and anger. At a tense moment, the prince came from outside. The prince went out of the palace to pray for rain for the people and build dams for the people. He gained a good reputation and was supported by the people. The deterrence of imperial power and the catalysis of the people have brought the reputation of His Royal Highness to its peak. Minister Li saw the prince as if he saw hope. The prince stood beside Minister Li and looked at him. He was over 60 years old. His hair and beard were all white, and he looked very thin. Now that the cheating in the imperial examination was exposed, he looked distressed kneeling on the ground, which was actually a way to gain sympathy. The prince disdained such people. Reporting to the emperor, the cheating in the imperial examination has been investigated by me. After saying that, he raised the evidence with both hands. Eunuch Lu was physically inconvenient. Seeing the arrival of the prince, he held up his inconvenient body and sent the evidence to the emperor. After the emperor read it, he was furious and threw the evidence directly in front of Li Shangshu. Li Shangshu took a look and was shocked. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. I dare not do such a treasonous thing. Oh! The emperor's single sound scared Li Shangshu half to death. If he was not worried about fainting at this time, he would have wanted to lie down directly. Your Majesty, Guosu is just a servant in the mansion. It is impossible for him to participate in such a top-secret matter. Li Shangshu did not want to offend Guosu, but did not want Guosu to implicate himself. He was glad in his heart that he did not recognize this son. Otherwise Guosu would bring disaster to the Li mansion. He thought of the scenes of seeing Guosu several times in his mind. He was sure that everything was intentional by Guosu. When he thought of this bastard who was flattering him in front of him and hurting him behind his back, he wanted to kill him. The resentment in his heart also added some disgust to Guo. The prince looked at Li Shangshu. Sir Shangshu, are you going to say that I am slandering you? Your Highness, there must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Is it true that Guosu admitted that he is your son? Li Shangshu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The damned Guosu actually spread this matter to the outside world. Not to mention that he has a mother in the brothel. Even if it is not true, he will never let such a person with bad intentions enter the Li family. No. In order to protect himself, Li Shangshu began to lie with his eyes open. Not what? the prince asked. Li Shanshu pretended to be sad. My son died of plague many years ago, leaving only a grandson. The prince glanced at him deliberately. His sharp eyes seemed to penetrate his soul, and see through all his thoughts in an instant. It seemed to be telling him silently, I have found out all the things you did. Li Shanshu felt cold all over. His hands and feet were shaking uncontrollably, and he almost fainted. The prince retracted his gaze and looked at the emperor. Everything I found is true, and the relevant personnel have been taken to the Ministry of Justice. Investigate. The emperor stood up angrily and glared at Li Shanshu. Li Shanshu, if what you said is true, I will give you a clear name. If there is a lie, you can wait for your house to be confiscated. After the emperor finished speaking, he was too dissatisfied with Li Shanshu and left angrily. The prince looked at Li Shanshu with disdain. He was a bastard who dared to do something but not admit it. He wanted to run away this time, but there was no way. Turning around and about to leave, Li Shanshu, who was slumped on the ground, suddenly spoke. Your Highness, please stay. The prince stopped and looked back at Li Shanshu. Li Shanshu got up from the ground with difficulty. Your Highness, is this really related to Guasu? Whether it is true or not, Li Shanshu knows it best. The prince left a half-truth and strode away. Chapter 386 EP321 House is good. The prince left the imperial study and headed for the East Palace. He would not be affected by what Li Shanshu did. It can be said that the prince pushed Li Shanshu to be where he is today. If not, Li Shanshu would not face everything now so soon. Li Shanshu deserves it. Who made him always hesitate? He also wanted to let Gua come in, use Gua's power, and control more literati to work for the Li mansion. As long as he, the prince, is here, Li Shanshu's fantasy will only be a dream. Not long after walking out, a voice appeared. Congratulations, Prince. The prince stopped and turned his head to look over. It turned out to be the fake King Chen, who had not been seen for a long time. A few days ago, I thought that this person had returned to the capital for a long time. But there was no news until now. Suddenly he appeared at this time. It was a coincidence that he appeared when the fake King Chen came to him. The prince said, When did King Chen return to Beijing? Some days. The fake King Chen said, What are you doing? The prince glanced at the direction where the fake Chen Wang was coming from. I just came from my mother's place and happened to meet the prince. When the prince heard what the fake Chen Wang said, he guessed something in his heart. Coincidentally, this is the way to the imperial study. The fake Chen Wang smiled. I want to see my father and report something. The prince sighed. King Chen, I underestimated your ability. It's not strange for someone to rebel, even if he tells concubine Wu about some things in the past. He is not afraid. It's something that will happen sooner or later. And if the fake Chen Wang catalyzes it, things may go even more smoothly. Prince, I don't know what you were talking about. The fake Chen Wang. Prince Chen came from Yuzhou. He must have discovered something and is anxious to report to the emperor. That's right. The fake Prince Chen said. The prince said, Prince Chen has been away for a long time. He must have made great contributions. The emperor knows that there will be rewards. Your Highness, please go in quickly. The emperor was angry just now. He should be happy to see Prince Chen. The fake Prince Chen looked at the prince. The prince curled his lips and sneered, and left quickly. If someone else is watching him, he won't waste time talking to a fake. After the prince went out, he began to care about many things and didn't take them seriously, as long as the general direction did not change. Some small episodes in the middle could be regarded as a kind of fun. The fake Prince Chen watched the prince walk away. He was another person who knew his background. If he was killed, it would be the best. He had been in the capital for a while, and knew that his ability was not enough to compete. Only concubine Wu could help him. Reluctantly, he was forced to accept reality. As long as concubine Wu admitted that he was her son, what could the prince do if he knew? If this matter was really exposed, he could also say that the prince was too narrow-minded, creating a good image outside, but could not tolerate his own brothers when he returned to the capital. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that it was nothing. At this moment, a little eunuch walked by, walking very slowly when approaching, and whispered to remind that the emperor had just been angry about the imperial examination and had left the imperial study in anger. Hearing this, Prince Chen did not stop his plan to go to the imperial study. When he arrived at the imperial study, there was no trace of the emperor. he unexpectedly met Li Xiangshu, who was trembling and leaving the imperial study. The fake Prince Chen stood still and saw Li Xiangshu approaching him. He asked, "Li Xiangshu, are you okay?" It seemed that he was talking about his health. And it seemed that he was talking about the imperial examination. Minister Li paused slightly. And when he saw that it was Prince Chen, he bowed. "I pay my respects to Prince Chen. I have heard about the imperial examination." Minister Li glanced at him, but did not speak, and pretended to be impatient and left. Not long after he walked away, a voice came from behind him. "Prince Chen, please stay." Prince Chen turned around and looked at Minister Li. Minister Li did not lose any benefits in front of the emperor and the prince. The imperial examination was a serious matter, and Prince Chen was willing to help him, even if he felt that Prince Chen had other purposes. Minister Li had to bow his head at the moment. "Prince Chen, can we meet?" Minister Li has always been a man with good eyesight, and he surrendered to Prince Chen. "This is not a place to talk. It is more appropriate to meet outside. Evening tea house is good?" "Yes." Minister Li knew that Prince Chen agreed, and thought that there was still some time before afternoon tea, so he could just go back to Li's house. After paying respect to Prince Chen, he left. The fake Prince Chen was satisfied to see that Li Xiangshu was so tactful, and turned to walk toward Xi'an Palace. When he arrived at Xi'an Palace and saw concubine Wu, the fake Prince Chen did not dare to put on airs as he did outside. He knelt on the ground and paid respect to concubine Wu. Concubine Wu saw that he looked a bit like her son, and thought how great it would be if Prince Chen was there. Thinking of this, concubine Wu, who was in a bad mood, crushed the teacup in her hand. The tea fell from her fingers instantly. The fake Prince Chen, who was kneeling on the ground, was shocked to see the cup broken into powder. Knowing that concubine Wu was extremely skilled in martial arts, he saw it with his own eyes, and his heart shrank again. If he had not surrendered at the beginning, would he have been gone like the cup by now? "Did you see the prince?" Concubine Wu gritted her teeth and said, thinking that her son's death must be related to the prince, and thinking that her current embarrassment was caused by the prince. She had no place to vent her anger in her heart. She knew that she had been exposed, but for her dead son, she had already prepared to die. Without Prince Chen, she would not have a good end after the emperor's death. So why not be reckless while she was alive? The fake Prince Chen told concubine Wu about his encounter with the prince. What he concealed from concubine Wu was that the prince already knew that he was the fake Prince Chen, and he did not hide the matter of Li Xiangshu. Concubine Wu was very satisfied after hearing this. Looking at the man who looked like her son, she fell into memories. The fake Prince Chen knelt quietly on the ground, waiting until concubine Wu pulled her mind back from her thoughts. And then the fake Prince Chen knelt in front of concubine Wu and wagged his tail for mercy. "My lady." The elongated tail sound was like a woman acting coquettishly. This trick would make people sick in person, but it was very useful to concubine Wu. Concubine Wu smiled and touched the fake Prince Chen's face as if she was touching her own pet. "Well done." The fake Prince Chen flirted with concubine Wu with his peach blossom eyes, and concubine Wu, who had been neglected for many years, was very pleased. Concubine Wu played with a strand of the fake Prince Chen's hair. "What kind of luck do you think the prince has? He can pray for rain and build dams. Did he secretly seek advice from a master?" The fake Prince Chen flattered. "Where are the masters in the world? They are just charlatans." "Oh, I think praying for rain is just a coincidence. Burn some paper, light a stick of incense, and say a few words, and it will really rain? Tell me about it." A blind cat meets a dead mouse. Concubine Wu smiled. It is appropriate to compare the prince to a dead mouse. There is also a bold idea in her heart. This man is so obedient and plays the role of Prince Chen. If the prince is removed, even if he is fake, he can still sit on the throne. "I'm asking you. If I ask you to sit on the dragon throne, do you dare?" The fake Prince Chen immediately kowtowed to concubine Wu. "If your majesty needs anything, I'm willing to die for it." Concubine Wu was satisfied with this man's ambition, and she rolled her eyes and said jokingly, "You have made great contributions in Yuzhou this time. Do you know what to say when you see His Majesty?" Chapter 387 Gu Ling is dead. "Tell the truth about Yuzhou," Fake Chen Wang said. Concubine Wu said, "Your Majesty asked you what reward you want?" Fake Chen Wang thought for a while. No. You have to show your desire for power. And because the prince is here, you must hide your ambition. Please let your Majesty know." When the House Chen Wang heard this, He was even happier and determined to stay with concubine Wu. When your majesty asks you, you can ask for the Ministry of Personnel. The Ministry of History? The Ministry of Justice has now fallen into the hands of the prince. You are in charge of the Ministry of History. In the eyes of outsiders, you are lower than the prince. But the Ministry of History is good for you. Fake Chen Wang thought about it, and immediately expressed his position. Everything is up to your majesty. Fake Chen Wang tried to please concubine Wu. When concubine Wu fell asleep, he left quietly, preparing to return to Chen Wang Mansion. As he was about to leave Xian Palace, someone called out from behind. Your Highness. The fake Prince Chen turned around and saw Dai Xian, one of the maids beside concubine Wu, and frowned slightly. Concubine Wu kept the fact that he was the fake Prince Chen a secret even from the maids around her. So he had to put on the airs of Prince Chen. Dai Xian quickly came to Prince Chen and handed him a sachet. Your Highness, this is the sachet I embroidered for you. The medicine inside helps you sleep. The fake Prince Chen had no intention of taking it over. He just took a look and left quickly. He knew in his heart that he was trying to please concubine Wu. If he got too close to others and concubine Wu knew about it, it would not be a good thing. Dai Xian watched the fake Prince Chen leave, and she squeezed the sachet hard. Concubine Chen and concubine Chen were both dead. Now there was no woman in the Prince Chen's mansion. She had been loyally serving concubine Wu for many years. If concubine Wu came forward, she could also serve Prince Chen closely. I don't ask for the position of Princess Chen. Even if I am a concubine, I am still a master. If I fail today, there will be next time. Thinking of this, Dai Xian went back to prepare for the next time he saw Prince Chen. Wang Qian, the Grand Palace lady, had been standing in the dark. She saw everything that had just happened. Dai Xian's thoughts were obvious. But concubine Wu was not easy to talk to. If she didn't do it well, she would lose her life without knowing it. Lu Qiqi couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. She glanced at the side and found that the prince had not returned. She was a little puzzled. The prince had been planning the imperial examination. Why was he still so busy now? She couldn't figure it out. So she simply didn't think about it. She couldn't sleep. So she summoned the system, hoping that someone could talk to her. Hey, are you there? System. Can't sleep? Lu Qiqi. Yeah. System. Let me tell you about a big thing that just happened. Lu Qiqi was refreshed when she heard it. She simply sat up and took the paper walnuts on the bedside in her hand, ready to eat while listening. System. Just now, Gu Ling died. Lu Qiqi. Gu Ling. She became a maid beside Li Jiaxuan. And this time she left with him. System. Li Jiaxuan is so unlucky. And Gu Ling has contributed to it. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. Li Jiaxuan's affairs were known so quickly. First because Li Jiaxuan was drunk, and later because of the repeated appearance of the guards. And the most important thing was Gu Ling. One night, Gu Ling saw a man coming out of Li Jiaxuan's room. She screamed, and the matter was exposed. Lu Qiqi. What has been done? It will be discovered sooner or later. System. Things will have a time. After Li Jiaxuan found out that she was pregnant, she wanted to deal with the child secretly, and then bribe some people to forge an innocent girl. Lu Qiqi. Haha. It's really interesting. During the time away from the capital, some people lived a comfortable life. Now that the prince is back, some people are anxious and want to clean up their mess. But they are exposed at this time. Thinking about Li Jiaxuan's ability, I always feel that Gu Ling did it on purpose. Gu Ling did it on purpose. Right? System. What else? Lu Qiqi laughed. Gu Ling deserved it, and was abandoned. If Li Jiaxuan hadn't taken her in, she wouldn't have lived until now. But it's a pity that Gu Ling is also ambitious. And her ambition was exposed too early. System. Who said it wasn't? Lu Qiqi. During the time away from the capital, only these few things happened? System. In addition to this, it's the imperial examination. However, there is one thing that is very strange. Lu Qiqi is curious. What's strange? System. During the time when Sitichi played you, I don't know why, I always felt that the Queen Mother and the Queen knew about it long ago. Lu Qiqi. Oh! System. You should know how the Queen Mother and the Empress treat you. For some reason, there has been no further contact since Sitichi met them once. Lu Qiqi's body tensed up, and the walnuts beside her tasted tasteless. Just one meeting? System. Could it be that he saw through them at a glance? Just like the crown prince? Lu Qiqi didn't think so. After thinking for a while, she always felt that the empress and the queen mother knew about it in advance. And the meeting seemed to be just a cover. Situchi had seen the real Situchi herself. And they looked almost the same. And people who were not familiar with them could not tell them apart. Besides, she had no intersection with the queen mother and empress. But she was not so familiar with them. Maybe there is some unknown secret. System. Do you suspect they are behind this? Lu Qiqi hesitated for a while. And then asked, what was concubine Wu busy with at that time? System sneered. She was busy preparing for her son. And risked leaving the capital to assassinate the prince. As a result, she heard that Prince Chen was dead. And she vented all her hatred on the prince. Lu Qiqi. Where is the fake Prince Chen? System mocked. The fake Prince Chen has some skills. He used the appearance of Prince Chen to make concubine Wu accept him. Not only that, he also took the initiative to show his goodwill to concubine Wu. Now concubine Wu is crazy and wants to support the fake Prince Chen to succeed to the throne. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. Does the emperor know that Prince Chen is dead? System. I don't know. Lu Qiqi. Where is Prince Qing? System. He seems to accept the reality and lives a shameless life with concubine Qing all day long. Lu Qiqi. Prince Qing still doesn't know that concubine Qing is the prince's person? System. Concubine Qing can hide. She doesn't take the initiative to contact the prince. Her identity is not exposed. But now Prince Qing is a little suspicious of concubine Qing. Lu Qiqi. What did Prince Qing find out? System. Prince Qing found concubine Qing secretly taking birth control pills. After finding out, Prince Qing questioned concubine Qing. And concubine Qing explained that she only wanted to live in a world of two people. Lu Qiqi. Hee. System. The most honest one is Prince Yin. Lu Qiqi was in the mood to eat again. And cracked a walnut. System. Prince Yin was like a wooden man. Lu Qiqi. Where is Du Yu? System. Dead. Lu Qiqi. How did she die? System. The prince sent someone to do it. Lu Qiqi. At that time, Du Yu was still hiding with concubine Qing. And she didn't escape. System. The prince has now started to target the Wu clan. Lu Qiqi thought of a person. Guasu's biological mother. Who now lives in Li Shangshu's mansion. Are you talking about Gua? System. Li Shangshu wants to control more literati in the capital, and is ready to cooperate with Gua. But at this critical moment, the leak of the imperial examination questions is exposed. And Gua's identity is also exposed. Lu Qiqi. It's really going to be lively in the future. System sighed. Not only lively, but also a lot of deaths. Lu Qiqi was silent. Chapter 388 Buy one get one free. Lu Qiqi likes gossip, and likes to hear about what happened to other people. But she is not very curious about this kind of thing. But rather a little disgusted. In this incident of leaking questions in the capital, many people will die. Many people will experience twists and turns. Many people's hopes will be dashed. And many people will use this incident to create greater benefits for themselves. Because the prince was involved in this matter. Lu Qiqi was struggling in his heart. He had thought about stopping it. But he knew that his power was so insignificant. The hands of every successful person will be stained with blood. And the prince is no exception. If this happened to someone else, the same thing would happen. Like the dead king of Chu, king of Chen, the imprisoned king of Qing, and the wooden king of Yin. Which of them did not have blood on their hands? This time, the invigilator Li Shangshu agreed that he should not have. So he experienced so many things. The heavy mood made Lu Qiqi lose the desire to speak. He leaned his head to one side and fell asleep in a daze. In his sleep, he dreamed of the battlefield. Two armies fought on the battlefield. Too many innocent soldiers fell in a pool of blood. Lu Qiqi woke up suddenly with fear and shock, only to find that she was dreaming. She walked to the table barefoot and poured herself a glass of cold boiled water. After gulping it down, she felt her tense nerves relieved. She tried to tell herself that it was just a dream. Dreams are the opposite. Chunbai heard the movement in the house outside the door. She thought the crown princess woke up early today. When she pushed the door open and came in, Lu Qiqi was startled. Chunbai looked at the crown princess's frightened look, and her eyes were full of worry. Crown princess, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. I just had a dream. When Chunbai heard this, She thought of the dream the Crown Princess had said at that time. At that time, she dreamed of someone who looked like her. And then Situchi's incident happened. Looking at the Crown Princess's appearance, it was obviously not a good dream. Could it be that the Crown Princess's dream would come true again? Chunbai was afraid in her heart. But she didn't say it on her face. You die. Qing Dai. And Zhou Yin heard the movement here, walked in, and saw the Crown Princess's appearance. Each of them was thoughtful. Lu Qiqi pretended to be relaxed. What do you want for breakfast today? There are steamed dumplings, and your favorite pickled vegetables, Chunbai said. When Lu Qiqi heard it, she quickly washed up, and tried to pretend to be calm. After a busy period, when she sat at the table, she was really healed by the exquisite breakfast in front of her. While eating the buns, he asked Chunbai, "What have you heard recently?" Chunbai thought for a while. Nothing big. A maid and a eunuch are in love. Lu Qiqi wanted Li Jiaxuan to move out of the palace. Not many people knew about her. Besides, Gu Ling's purpose of coming to Li Jiaxuan was obvious. So it was normal that this matter was not known. Which maid and eunuch are in love? Chunbai said. Does the Crown Princess want to know? Lu Qiqi nodded. And Chunbai left quickly to inquire about the news. Yu Dai and a few others were nearby. After the Crown Princess finished eating, they began to clean up the table. Soon, Yu Dai brought fruit to the Crown Princess. Lu Qiqi had just eaten and didn't have a big stomach. She just took a look and didn't mean to do anything. Yu Dai saw the Crown Princess's abnormality and stepped forward and said, "The Crown Princess has found a shop. Do you see?" Lu Qiqi knew that it was about chestnuts. Since it was the Crown Princess's shop and Yu Dai was in charge, she could rest assured. You work harder and deliver the chestnuts. Then teach them how to fry the chestnuts. After tasting them, if they think they are qualified, you can start selling them. However, remember, the price will be doubled. Buy one get one free. Yu Dai felt that the Crown Princess was doing too much. Doubled. Buy one get one free. Or the original price. Yu Dai was puzzled, but still did it. Zhou Yin was beside her and heard what the Crown Princess said. Chestnuts. She knew that the Crown Princess and the Crown Prince brought back a lot of chestnuts this time. She was more interested in buy one get one free. Adding the previous sentence, doubling the price and buy one get one free. This way of selling things is really different. I didn't see the results, but I knew the sales would be good. The Crown Princess's brain is not good at business, which is really a loss. Thinking that the Crown Prince has so many shops under his name, if he is handed over to the Crown Princess, will the business be prosperous? And there will be no loss. Lu Qiqi was bored and wanted to leave the palace. Lord Zhang brought people to come. Lu Qiqi simply explained and quickly left with 3 maids. When leaving the palace, Chunbai followed the rules of the palace, walked out of the palace, got on the carriage, and hurriedly told the news she had heard. Crown Princess, do you still remember Mi Jiao? The maid in the imperial kitchen? What happened to her? Mi Jiao is almost old enough to leave the palace. I just met her, and she said that she will leave the palace in another month. Can the maid leave the palace? Chunbai nodded. When the maid is over 25, she can leave the palace with a sum of money. What if you don't want to leave? Chunbai didn't know about this, and looked at Qing Dai for help. Qing Dai said, if a palace maid doesn't want to leave the palace after the age of 25, she can stay and become a female official. Lu Qiqi nodded to show that she knew, and looked at the 3 maids. What are your plans? Chunbai was confused. Qing Dai and Zhou Yin reacted quickly. I will serve the Crown Princess for the rest of my life. Chunbai reacted. I will also serve the Crown Princess. You will all become old maids if you stay. Chunbai asked with a smile. When the Crown Princess is old, I will accompany you to grow old. Isn't it good? Lu Qiqi pretended to be angry and poked Chunbai's forehead. You girl. You are so disrespectful when you talk. It's all because of the Crown Princess. Several people came to the Crown Prince's shop with laughter, and saw Yu Dai teaching people to fry chestnuts. Lu Qiqi walked in. Yu Dai didn't know it was her, and was a little impatient. She was about to scold her, but she saw that it was the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, why are you here? When the people in the shop heard that it was the Crown Princess, they knelt on the ground one by one. Lu Qiqi took a look. I just came to see you. Everyone should be busy with their own things. After saying this, everyone who was kneeling on the ground stood up and went to do things around them. Lu Qiqi only took a look, and she admired the Crown Prince even more in her heart. When the Crown Prince seized power, he showed his strategy. And he also had a unique eye for employing people. He saw that everyone was serious about their work and didn't need others to tell them. If the Crown Prince was a businessman, he would definitely have a bigger industry than Fating Castle. Looking, I saw a familiar figure walking outside the door. Lu Qiqi subconsciously wanted to go over and take a look, but was stopped by Yudai beside her. Crown Princess, how about this fried chestnut? Chapter 389. Where is Miss Li going? Lu Qiqi took a chestnut, which was a little hot. She blew on it twice, peeled it carefully, and took a bite. The taste was still the same. While eating, she saw people walking by the door again. Thinking that this was the capital, Lu Qiqi asked Yudai to make some sweet chestnuts. Yudai understood and quickly started to do it. Lu Qiqi knew that sweet chestnuts would taste better. In Hua County, sugar was not added because sugar was a good thing for the people, and many people could not afford it. If it was put in chestnuts, no one could afford chestnuts. It was different in the capital. There were many rich people. The ladies and young ladies in each mansion would not be short of this little money. As long as the food was delicious, they would buy it. Very good. Pack the chestnuts in portions, and then hang a buy one get one free sign. Remember, after putting it out, don't stand next to it. Don't shout, and wait for someone to ask before leaving the house. Yudai was puzzled, but she still did it. Zhou Yan felt that the Crown Princess was a good businessman after hearing this. Soon, the items were ready. When they were just put out, no one came forward. Some people smelled a strange fragrance when they found out that it was from chestnuts. Some people gradually asked and many people gathered around. They heard that buy one get one free. Everyone was very curious. They also heard that they could taste it. After everyone tried it, they bought it one by one. Originally, they fried a lot, but they were all sold out in less than an instant's stick of time. Yudai wanted to fry some more. She didn't expect that people in the capital liked fried chestnuts so much. Lu Qiqi saw her actions and understood in her heart, and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'll fry some more." Lu Qiqi sighed. "I knew it would be like this. Buying things requires strategy. If you let people buy enough at one time, who will buy again? Use the method of hunger sales, so that you can whet other people's appetites. Let them have a thought, and entice them to buy next time." Yudai frowned in confusion. Zhou Yan understood. "Crown Princess, this is a great move. You are the smartest among the four of you." She got it right away. Zhou Yan was happy to get the Crown Princess's affirmation, and a smile appeared on her lips. "You are particularly sensitive to numbers, and you are a good material for doing business." Zhou Yan's smile disappeared instantly, and she knelt on the ground in fear. "What are you doing?" "I have served the Crown Princess all my life." Lu Qiqi felt puzzled. Chunbai came to her senses and explained. Zhou Yan thought the Crown Princess didn't want her anymore. "Why?" Lu Qiqi asked. "The Crown Princess just said that Zhou Yan is a good material for doing business." "Then what?" Lu Qiqi's face turned into a big question mark. "Don't you want Zhou Yan anymore?" Chunbai asked. "Uh-huh." Lu Qiqi sneered and looked at Yudai and Qingdai. Seeing their same expressions, Lu Qiqi was really speechless. "What is this?" It was originally a compliment. How did it become like this? Looking at their frightened little faces, Lu Qiqi sighed helplessly. "Didn't you notice? Each of you four has different characteristics. Like Chunbai, who is usually careless. When something really happens, Chunbai will always be the first to rush in. Yudai's characteristic is that she can take the overall situation into consideration and consider every aspect of doing things very carefully. Qingdai has medical skills, and she can save lives at critical moments. You all heard what Zhou Yan just said. According to your opinion, I plan to let Yudai be the housekeeper. Qingdai open a clinic, and Zhou Yan can do business. According to your logic, will Chunbai starve to death?" Crown Princess. Chunbai acted coquettishly in dissatisfaction. A few people finally understood the meaning of the Crown Princess's original words, and bowed their heads in shame. "Crown Princess, how can you say that to me?" Chunbai saw that the atmosphere was not good and spoke. Lu Qiqi pinched her little face. "Let's go. I'll buy you delicious food and not give it to them." After that, she pulled Chunbai away. Yudai saw that things were not going well, and hurried to follow. Qingdai and Zhou Yan followed one by one. A group of 5 people appeared on the street at the same time, and immediately became the focus of everyone. Some people looked over curiously, and some people felt familiar, because Lu Qiqi deliberately wore the same clothes as Chunbai and others. And people who saw it thought it was a lady from a mansion. For some people, it was different. Aunt Huang was just going to deliver chickens to a family. Halfway through, she recognized the crown princess at a glance, and the chicken in her hand began to quack. Lu Qiqi heard the noise, and saw that it was Aunt Huang. So she rushed over to her. When Aunt Huang saw the crown princess approaching, she was so excited that she wanted to kneel on the ground. But Chunbai quickly supported her. Approaching Aunt Huang, she lowered her voice and asked, "Do you want everyone in the capital to know that the crown princess has left the palace?" Aunt Huang shook her head immediately. Chunbai looked at the crown princess. "Madam, this chicken is good. Do you want to buy one to stew soup?" Aunt Huang heard this and quickly replied, "No, you don't have to buy it. The money that Madam lent to me at that time has not been used up yet." Lu Qiqi was very satisfied to hear this. "Okay, you can send 2 chickens later." Aunt Huang was a little embarrassed. Where to send? If she went to the palace, she didn't have the courage. As a person from the capital, she, a commoner, didn't dare to get close to the palace. Yu Dai said, "Just send it to the Songji shop in front." "Yes, yes, yes." Aunt Huang spoke quickly. Lu Qiqi saw Aunt Huang holding a chicken in her hand. And as the chicken screamed, she didn't want to attract too much attention. So she left first. Aunt Huang kept watching the crown princess leave. Her palms were full of sweat. She laughed at herself. Why was she nervous? The crown princess was a good person. Thinking of this, Aunt Huang ran. She had to send the chicken over first, and then send the chicken to the crown princess. This matter could not be delayed. This scene happened to be seen by Li Jiaxuan, who was rejected from entering the palace. Li Jiaxuan watched Lu Qiqi walk away, and gritted her teeth in hatred. Damn Lu Qiqi. If she hadn't appeared, the person standing next to the prince now would be herself. If she hadn't disappeared suddenly, the prince wouldn't have left, and those things wouldn't have happened to her. Thinking of this, she hated Lu Qiqi to the extreme. Before she could vent her hatred, a carriage stopped by. Li Jiaxuan tried to hide cautiously. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the carriage. "Miss Li?" Li Jiaxuan could see clearly that the carriage parked by the side belonged to Prince Chen's mansion. She thought that the person inside should be Prince Chen, who had just returned to Beijing. Li Jiaxuan grew up beside the Queen Mother. She had a good grasp of the rules, and was very good at changing her face. She didn't see anyone, but she saluted the carriage. "Your Highness, where are you going?" "Miss Li?" the fake Prince Chen said. Lifting the curtain, Li Jiaxuan raised her head slightly, and looked at Prince Chen's chin. "You blocked the prince's way. I deserve to die." He. The fake Prince Chen laughed. Li Jiaxuan seemed to be startled by the laughter. She looked up at Prince Chen, and quickly lowered her head. Chapter 390 Li Jiaxuan's thoughts. "Where is Miss Li going?" Fake King Chen said again. Li Jiaxuan finally understood what King Chen meant. Just take a walk. Knowing it in your heart is one thing, but telling the truth to this person is really stupid. She has been in the palace for many years, and has seen these things thoroughly. Having just experienced a failure, she will not be foolish enough to be used by others. Fake King Chen sighed again. Miss Li is really estranged. Li Jiaxuan smiled and said nothing. Forget it. Since Miss Li has something to do, I will not disturb her. If Miss Li has figured it out, she can go to King Chen's mansion. Fake King Chen said this, and the carriage left quickly. After the carriage left, Li Jiaxuan walked quickly in the opposite direction. At this time, the fake King Chen looked back and saw Li Jiaxuan's actions. Thinking, Li Jiaxuan is weird today. Could it be that she has done something wrong? Fake King Chen smiled meaningfully. How could he forget that Li Jiaxuan had an affair with a guard and was pregnant, and was driven out of the palace? At this time, Li Jiaxuan pretended to be nothing and walked away. After making sure that the sight behind her had left, she turned around and followed. In order to follow the prince, she has been working hard all these years. The recent frustration will not let her be depressed for too long. She has realized the truth over the years. No matter what, she is the most reliable. She followed the carriage of King Chen all the way, and saw King Chen enter the Yiping tea house. Come to drink tea at this time? It's unlikely to think about it. Among the several princes in the capital, with the death of King Chu and the imprisonment of King Qing, King Yan is no longer the same as before. King Chen has a good mother. She plans for King Chen. But her own position is embarrassing. With the prince praying for rain, she successfully built a dam and established an excellent reputation among the people. Perhaps Prince Chen also saw this. Did he give up on his own initiative? Or did he give it a try? Li Jiaxuan was thinking about it when she suddenly saw a familiar carriage parked not far away. Seeing the carriage reminded her of Li Shangshu. Li Shangshu was upset because of the leak of the imperial examination questions, and the emperor was angry when he found out. At this time, Li Shangshu was not busy dealing with the matter, but went to the tea house to drink tea, which was obviously unreasonable. Could it be Li Shangshu's grandson Li Junxian? I heard that Li Junxian also took the imperial examination this year, but Li Junxian did not pass. Li Junxian was not interested in drinking tea. Li Junxian, who was willing to visit the Chunlu, no longer lingered in the Chunlu since he married Su Lingqin. Excluding the possibility of Li Junxian, there is another person who is making a fortune in Li Shangshu's mansion. That is the mother and son of the Guo family, who served Guo closely after Li Shangshu was injured. She had received news that Guo's son, Guo, the owner of Jiwei Book House, was Li Shangshu's son. Guo was born in Chunlu, and the Li mansion was a prominent family, so they would never let a woman born in Chunlu enter the Li mansion. Perhaps Minister Li saw that his grandson was not reliable, so he wanted to let Guo in. But at this time, the incident of the imperial examination leaked questions happened, and the Li mansion was pushed into the cusp. Could it be that Guo hooked up with Prince Chen at this time to enter the Li mansion? Li Jiaxuan thought a lot. But at this time, she saw a vague figure in front of the second-floor window. Even though it was blurry, she recognized it as Minister Li at a glance. Li Jiaxuan didn't look any further after seeing this. She already knew that the meeting between Prince Chen and Minister Li was mutually beneficial. If this matter was used well, there would be another opportunity to get close to the prince. Thinking of this, Li Jiaxuan went to a restaurant opposite the tea house, chose an inconspicuous position, and quietly watched the situation here. Half an hour later, Li Shangshu came out of the tea house and got into his carriage, asking the driver to return to the mansion quickly. Li Shangshu was reminded by the fake King Chen that even if he didn't want to, he had to make a choice. The most serious thing now was to drive Guo out of the Li mansion, and Guo was still useful. Thinking that Guo was driven away, Guo had no excuse to stay in the Li mansion. This matter would not go smoothly, as they made a fuss. The plan of Li Shangshu and King Chen could be implemented smoothly. After walking for a long time, Lu Qiqi was a little tired, thinking about the prince who didn't know what he was busy with. She felt that she should show her appreciation. She took the maid to sit in the carriage and continued to move towards the direction of the palace. Walking and walking, they passed the alley where the two accidents happened again. Lu Qiqi deliberately took a look, and it was still the driver. Lu Qiqi couldn't figure it out. Why did the prince use this driver? Thinking of the driver's power, maybe it was the reason why the prince used him. The carriage arrived at the palace gates smoothly. After Lu Qiqi got off the carriage, she walked through the high walls to the East Palace. Walking on this palace road that everyone yearns for, she felt numb. She looked up in the direction of the East Palace, and seemed to hear the careful discussions of the palace maids and eunuchs. Returned to the East Palace, found that the East Palace was strangely quiet, without any sound. Did something happen after she left? Thinking in her mind, she exchanged glances with several maids, and seeing them shaking their heads one by one, Lu Qiqi knew that there was only one possibility that could cause such silence in the East Palace. That is, the prince. What happened after she left? Lu Qiqi saw Zhao Kai hurriedly leaving the study. Soon, Sun Shu also left. Lu Qiqi summoned the system and asked, "What big thing happened after I left?" System. The prince investigated the imperial examination. Everything went smoothly, but for some reason, he came back with a long face, and many people were sent out. Lu Qiqi. Something big must have happened. You just don't know? System. Go to the study and ask the prince what's going on? Lu Qiqi. Forget it. I still want to live 2 more years. System. Don't worry. The prince will not touch you even if he attacks everyone. Lu Qiqi. I'm not stupid. She said this and walked quickly into the house, worried that if she walked too slowly, she would happen to meet the prince coming out of the study, and then she would be in danger. The 4 maids and Lu Qiqi had a tacit understanding, and followed the princess into the house quickly, and each of them was cunning and said nothing, and quietly served by the side. Lu Qiqi picked up a storybook and started reading. As she was reading, the storybook covered her face. Several maids saw this and wanted to remind her, but didn't dare. After a while, they heard the sound of even breathing. Yu Dai knew that the crown princess had fallen asleep. Chun Bai had no martial arts skills and had never seen the crown princess like this. She wanted to remind her, but her hand was faster and took the storybook covering the crown princess' face off. She was stunned for a moment. The crown princess fell asleep. Seeing the crown princess like this, Chun Bai felt very distressed. She turned and went into the inner hall, took out a blanket and covered the crown princess, and then walked out quietly. Yu Dai and the others followed her and left. In the past, they would wait at the door and wait for the crown princess's instructions. Today was different from the past. The four maids hid in their own rooms one by one and didn't dare to come out. Lu Qiqi slept for half an hour. When she woke up, she looked around and picked up the drawing board to read. After reading only a few words, Lu Qiqi summoned the system. How is the crown prince? Chapter 391 The Cruel Concubine Wu. System teased. It's rare. You also care about the prince. Lu Qiqi. Stop talking nonsense. Speak quickly. System. Not too good. The prince just asked General Zhu to lead the army. Lu Qiqi. Xu Chong? System. Yeah. Lu Qiqi. Did Zhu Chong know that Minister Su was dead? System. I know. Lu Qiqi. Did Zhu Chong say anything? System. Ah? Lu Qiqi. Let's continue our relationship. System. They didn't meet. Lu Qiqi. Can't we communicate privately if we didn't meet? System. Don't think about it. This kind of thing is impossible. Lu Qiqi. If both of them have feelings for each other and haven't let go of each other, how can it be impossible? System. Mrs. Su is a traditional person. Even if she doesn't think about herself, she has to think about the son of the family. Lu Qiqi was silent for a while and asked, how was Su Lei's performance in the imperial examination? System. Su Lei is not that kind of material. He doesn't even have a chance to be on the list. If it weren't for the connections that Minister Su had in the capital, he wouldn't even have a chance to take the imperial examination. Lu Qiqi sighed and asked again, is Yanlinger living a comfortable life? System. It's okay. She has gradually established herself in the Su family. Madame Su doesn't care about things. The entire Su mansion is left to her to manage. It's just that she is not very good at doing things. Lu Qiqi. I feel relieved. System. The fake King Chen has rebelled. Lu Qiqi was shocked. The prince is in a bad mood because of this. System. The prince knew about this a long time ago. Lu Qiqi was even more curious. The prince is special to the emperor. During this period, the prince has done several good things, and the matter of the imperial examination leak has been handed over to the prince, which shows that the emperor trusts the prince. Looking at the entire capital, no one is a threat to the prince anymore. She thought of what the prince had said. Concubine Wu was able to escape unscathed, thanks to the emperor and the Blood Evil Alliance. Could it be that the prince is afraid of these? She in palace. Concubine Wu was eating a bland meal when the head maid Dai Xian came in a panic. My queen. It's not good. Concubine Wu threw the chopsticks in her hand directly, and Dai Xian knelt on the ground in fear. My queen. There has been no news for a day for the two maids sent out. Dai Xian felt a little uneasy. There is no news until now. So they should be dead. Many people have died in Xi'an Palace now, and no more deaths are allowed. Just this matter? Concubine Wu was unhappy. She was so flustered about this little thing, as if the sky had fallen. Then she looked at Wang Qian, who stood calmly by her side. She was more cautious and calm. Is it gone? Without Naughty Man around, there was no one to help her. Thinking that Naughty Man's death was related to Lu Qiqi, Concubine Wu looked in the direction of the East Palace and asked Wang Qian, did the crown princess accompany the crown prince during his absence? Wang Qian said, yes. How is the work I asked you to do going? According to the time, they should have just arrived there. Concubine Wu nodded. Send someone to keep an eye on them. Yes. Wang Qian left in response. Dai Xian saw that Wang Qian was favored by Concubine Wu, and she was anxious. If she was outdone by Wang Qian, Concubine Wu would not assign her to Prince Chen, and her life as a servant would not change. She was playing for herself, but she didn't dare to move because she had just made Concubine Wu angry. Just as she was thinking, Concubine Wu looked at her, and Dai Xian was frightened and quickly bowed and left. As the door closed, a masked man in black walked in. Concubine Wu took a look. You heard what I said just now. What do you want to say? The people have been sent out, and there is no news so far. There are only two possibilities. Either they are dead, or they have been arrested. Concubine Wu gritted her teeth. I would rather they were all dead. Concubine Wu is so cruel. Concubine Wu looked over. Your men are also trash. There are so many opportunities along the way, and you can still let them return to the capital. The man's eyes fused, looking at Concubine Wu with murderous intent in his eyes. Concubine Wu was not afraid. It's useless to keep incompetent people. It's better not to keep those guests you have collected useless trash. The man in black glanced at Concubine Wu. Concubine Wu was not afraid and looked at the other party. I think he should know everything. As soon as this sentence came out, the black-clothed man's eyes changed again. The two stopped talking. For a moment, they fell into a dead silence. What about the imperial examination? The prince has been following it, but the progress has not been smooth recently. Concubine Wu laughed when she heard this. That's right. People who are too smooth died early. The black-clothed man glanced at Concubine Wu and turned his head to look to the side. How is that kid? The black-clothed man looked at Concubine Wu again. This woman is really cruel. One face in front of you, another behind your back. Always two faces. He has approached Minister Li, and after meeting Minister Li, he started to make trouble. Push it again and expose the relationship between Li Shangshu and Guisu. Yes. The man in black said this and left quickly. Concubine Wu didn't care about people coming and going, nor did she care about what others thought. She wanted to make the whole capital even more chaotic. Why? Her son died without a complete body, while others can continue to enjoy wealth and glory, praying for rain and building dams. So what? Some people want to use the book of the people to add icing on the cake. So she will turn this flower into a fire, burn someone's dream completely. As for the leak of the imperial examination questions, it is even more wonderful. As long as the prince spreads this matter, Li Shangshu will definitely be finished. The imperial examination is a big deal, and leaking questions is a capital crime. Even if he doesn't die, he will die on the way to the frontier. By then, all the scholars will be disheartened, who will participate in the imperial examination, and the whole Qin state will be in chaos. By then, not only will the prince's dream of becoming an emperor be shattered, but the whole Qin state will also be finished. When Concubine Wu was thinking about something, a familiar and disgusting voice came from outside. She closed her eyes to hide her emotions. Mother! As the voice appeared, the fake Prince Qin kicked the door open and walked in. He bowed respectfully when he entered the door. Concubine Wu had been closing her eyes, so he kept bowing. After about an instant's stick of time, Concubine Wu pretended to have just woken up. When did you come? Just arrived. Concubine Wu reached out and patted the place beside her. The fake Prince Qin understood, walked over a few steps, put his hands on Concubine Wu's shoulders, and gently massaged. Concubine Wu closed her eyes comfortably, seeing Concubine Wu enjoying herself. The fake Prince Qin slowly expanded his range of hands, but he was cautious and did not give people a feeling of being bullied. After nearly half an hour of massage, Concubine Wu finally opened her eyes comfortably. This time, Concubine Wu's eyes were bright, and she turned her head to look at the fake Prince Qin, giving people a feeling of motherly love and filial piety in a trance. Mother! Today I listened to your instructions and deliberately delayed seeing Minister Li for a day. He must be anxious. Right? The fake Prince Qin wanted to see the look of Minister Li. The dignified minister was so servile to him that he felt that his life was not in vain. Everything is as expected by mother. That's good. Seeing that Concubine Wu is in a good mood, the fake Prince Qin said, When I went to see Minister Li, I saw Li Jiaxuan. She was blocked from entering the palace. Excellent. Create more opportunities like this in the future. The fake Prince Qin pretended to be puzzled. Mother, why are you so concerned about Li Jiaxuan? Do you know why Li Jiaxuan was driven out of the palace? Concubine Wu asked. Seeing Concubine Wu's expression, the fake Prince Qin's heart pounded twice. Is it related to the prince? Li Jiaxuan and the prince are childhood sweethearts. Because of Lu Qiqi's intervention, Li Jiaxuan's years of hard work have gone to waste. The queen mother also intended to marry Li Jiaxuan to the prince, but unfortunately, He was still the Prince of Jin at the time, and would rather go to war than let Li Jiaxuan enter the house. There is such a thing? The fake Prince Chen was shocked. After a long time, concubine Wu spoke. Are you questioning my ability? The fake Prince Chen immediately knelt on the ground and admitted his mistake. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Concubine Wu was satisfied that someone was tactful, and called himself a son and now a slave, which was great. Now the initiative in the capital has fallen into the hands of the prince. Do you have any plans? Knowing that concubine Wu was testing his ability, the fake Prince Chen quickly replied. The crown prince is a suspicious person. If we pretend to be friendly at this time, it is really inappropriate. It is better to show a non-competitive attitude and use Li Shangshu to promote this matter, so as to anger the crown prince and let the emperor see clearly that the crown prince is not capable of such a big responsibility. In addition, time is tight, and we should make 2 preparations. I heard that the crown princess wants to move the greenhouse, so why not make some efforts for this matter? Oh! Concubine Wu made a single sound. If the move fails, this matter can be told to the people outside how extravagant the crown princess is. If it succeeds, when the imperial examination causes a death, it can also be said that the crown princess moved the mobile greenhouse, which is against the law of nature. So, excellent. Do as you say. Yes. The fake King Chen knew that he had gained concubine Wu's trust, and he stood up and saluted and prepared to leave to do things. Concubine Wu looked at him. Just tell me what you need. Yes. The fake King Chen said this, retreated to the door, opened the door and walked out, then turned around. Chapter 392 Money for Raising Soldiers. East Palace. The prince kept writing in the study. One by one, the floor of the study was filled with freshly written words. Zhao Kai came back from work outside and has been busy with this. The more the prince was like this, the more scared he was. The last time he saw the prince like this was when the 2 armies were fighting at the border. At that time, our side lacked food and grass, and the team delivering food was delayed. The enemy's army was clamoring again, which seriously affected the momentum of our army. The prince was also like this at that time, without saying a word, just writing non-stop. At this moment, no one could understand the anger in the prince's heart. He thought that fighting for power was the sorrow of the prince from the moment he was born. They were all members of the royal family, and had a bottom line in doing things. Even if they were not members of the royal family, they were also citizens of the state of Qin. They could do too many bad things, and people's bottom lines were the same. At this moment, he wanted to kill people, and wanted to kill all the people he didn't like. As he finished writing on a piece of paper again, when he stopped writing, he saw the word kill written all over the paper. After taking a look, he put away his anger and looked at Guokai. Do it. Guokai understood what was going on and left immediately. When the prince was the only one in the study, he saw the words written on the ground. He sighed deeply. It's not worth wasting so much paper and pen for those people. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The prince looked over and found that it was Lu Qiqi, and his depressed heart was relieved. Your Highness, I made chicken soup for you. Would you like to drink it? Lu Qiqi said, raising the small bowl in her hand. The prince walked over quickly, took the small bowl from the woman, and drank a few sips. Lu Qiqi stretched out her hand. You have to pay for my chicken soup. Hee hee. Don't deny it. Lu Qiqi rubbed her hands. I remember that I paid for your chestnuts. Right? Let's put it in order. Besides, it was a cooperation. The chestnuts were all in your shop. They haven't been sold out yet. And the money has gone into your pocket, Lu Qiqi said, feeling that she had lost a lot. This money went into the prince's pocket. How could she become a little rich woman? And how could she get the money back? The prince held the small bowl and leaned against the door frame casually. I heard it. Then what? Since you have nothing to do, I plan to give all these shops to you. Lu Qiqi blinked, confirming that what she heard was true. She was still a little unconvinced. After a while, she said, Are you telling the truth? Yeah. I don't want it. After Lu Qiqi said this, she successfully saw the prince's face change. What did you say? I don't have to worry about food and clothing. Why do I have to work so hard? Lu Qiqi stared at the prince with an idiotic look. Oh! It took the prince a long time to find his voice. This woman is really different. Could it be that the prince couldn't find a suitable person to take care of it? So he thought of me? Lu Qiqi hit the nail on the head. Recently, there are a lot of things on hand. Seeing that you are good at this, I wanted to ask you for help. The prince began to play the victim. Lu Qiqi thought that the prince was a little strange in his busyness. Looking at him like this, it seemed to be true. Lu Qiqi really didn't want to get involved in the prince's shop. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Are those people in the shop your people?" The prince saw that there was something going on and nodded in a noble manner. "Since they are your people, how can you lack money?" The prince confessed to Lu Qiqi. "These shops are used to support the army." Lu Qiqi was a little surprised. "How much?" 500,000 troops. Lu Qiqi asked. "Shouldn't the treasury pay for it? It's a drop in the bucket. Besides, how can I treat my brothers, who have been with me through life and death badly?" Lu Qiqi understood and said, "Okay." The prince seemed to be afraid that Lu Qiqi would default on the debt. After hearing this, he quickly called Sun Chao in the dark and asked him to immediately give orders to all the shops in the capital. In the future, these shops will be handed over to the crown princess. Lu Qiqi stood by and watched the prince just talk a little and let her be busy in the future. Although there was an excuse to leave the palace, she really didn't want to move. Looking at the prince's success, Lu Qiqi also had an idea in her heart. The prince plotted against her, but she also had a way to deal with it. Seeing that the prince was in a bad mood, she temporarily made him happy for 2 days. The next day, Lord Zhang led people to the East Palace to move the greenhouse. Lu Qiqi explained and took 4 maids out of the palace. On the way to the shop, Lu Qiqi thought about the prince's later busyness. He was really too busy now. The more she thought about it, the more strange it felt. Sitting in the carriage, she secretly summoned the system. What is the prince busy with? System. Calculating human life. Lu Qiqi was stunned. Whose? System. Concubine Wu's. Lu Qiqi asked. Will there be any results? System. What do you think? Lu Qiqi understood that the result would not be very good. She thought that the prince would ascend the throne in more than 4 years. By then, the emperor would die. If concubine Wu did not die now, she could die with him at the moment the emperor died. Lu Qiqi did not think that there was anything to worry about for someone who would die sooner or later. Thinking about the things concubine Wu did, it was really annoying. It was good for concubine Wu to die early. Is there any way to get immediate results? System. Simple. Destroying the Blood Evil League is equivalent to cutting off one of concubine Wu's arms. Lu Qiqi thought of another mysterious organization. How much do you know about Flower Valley? System. It's very mysterious, and there is not much information yet. Lu Qiqi was silent for a while and asked, is there a possibility that the people in Flower Valley are everywhere? Since it is mysterious, naturally many people go to look for it. It has not been exposed for so many years, which means that Flower Valley may be everywhere, so it cannot be found. System. There is such a possibility, but this possibility is also the most dangerous. Lu Qiqi was silent. When the carriage arrived at Songji's shop, where they had arrived yesterday, everyone was busy. Lu Qiqi saw these people when she entered the door, and thought of what the prince said. Their labor covered the expenses of the 500,000-man army, and she felt admiration in her heart. Of course, what she saw was only a part of it. Everyone busy in the many shops was working hard for the 500,000-man army. Thinking in her heart, Lu Qiqi came to the backyard, and Yu Dai explained beside her. Princess, the shops of Huji, Songji, Zhangji, Wangji, and Qinji in the capital are all shops of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Zhou Yin sent the account books of each shop in due time. Lu Qiqi was speechless when she saw such a high account book. Knowing that the prince was capable, there was no need to tire herself to death. Lu Qiqi promised the prince that she was serious about her work. So she finally took over. She slowly looked at the account book while eating fruit. And the day passed quickly. Before leaving, Lu Qiqi asked Yu Dai and others to take all the account books away. Chunbai and others could understand the action of the crown princess. The group returned to the East Palace and saw the big pit in the courtyard of the East Palace. Lu Qiqi looked at it for a while, always feeling that there was something wrong with that place. After looking for a while, she didn't find that the dishes were ready in the kitchen. Lu Qiqi went to wash her hands and eat first. She hadn't been so busy for a long time, and her body was a little overwhelmed. She didn't even have a lunch break today. After eating, she felt too tired and simply went to bed to rest. Several maids felt very distressed when they saw the crown princess like this. It was inappropriate to leave so many shops to the Crown Princess alone. Chapter 393 The Apprentice is a Gambler. After Chunbai made sure that the Crown Princess was asleep and deliberately walked away, she pulled Zhou Yin and asked, "The Crown Princess said that you are good at settling accounts. Why don't you help the Crown Princess?" Zhou Yin sighed. "I don't know where to start." If she didn't know that the Crown Prince really liked the Crown Princess, she would have thought that the Crown Prince was deliberately making things difficult for the Crown Princess. "We can't just watch like this, can we?" Chunbai sighed. "The Crown Princess looks so pitiful like this." Yu Dai came over and reminded, "Don't say anything careless. You know what will happen to the Crown Princess if you spread your words." Chunbai pouted reluctantly. "I just can't stand the Crown Prince bullying the Crown Princess like this." Yu Dai smiled. "Is this bullying? Isn't it?" Chunbai retorted. Several people were silent. Qinai saw that the Crown Princess was so tired, so she specially prepared a medicine for her. When she was about to boil the medicine, she heard the movement here and came over. "The Crown Princess hasn't said anything yet. But you guys are worried first?" Qinai said. Chunbai said, "Isn't it? Have you forgotten who the Crown Princess is?" Lu Qiqi. Chunbai just finished talking, and when she realized that she couldn't call the Crown Princess by name, she immediately covered her mouth. Qinai smiled mysteriously. "Just wait and see the show." In Chunbai's eyes, Qinai's words meant that the Crown Princess would make trouble in front of the Crown Prince sooner or later. But in the eyes of Qinai and Yudai, it changed. The Crown Princess can turn chestnuts into treasures, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to manage several shops. Besides, the Crown Princess is not alone. There are them. Just when all kinds of thoughts flashed through the hearts of several people, they saw the Crown Princess walking out of the house with clothes on. Chunbai saw it and hurried over. "Crown Princess, why did you come out?" Lu Qiqi seemed not to hear Chunbai's words, and came to the pit dug in the yard. The four maids looked at each other, approached one by one, and said nothing, waiting quietly. Lu Qiqi stood quietly for a while, walked around the pit, and then stood in the flower room, watching for about an instant's stick of time. The four maids thought the Crown Princess was going to say something. She went back to the room without saying a word, fell on the bed, and started to sleep. The four maids thought the Crown Princess's behavior was a bit inexplicable. Seeing that the Crown Princess really fell asleep, they left quietly one by one. As soon as they came to the yard, Chunbai said, "Is the Crown Princess too tired and sleepwalking?" The three maids also thought this was possible. Until the second half of the night, Lu Qiqi slept quietly, and the four maids waited until the Crown Prince came back before returning to their room with peace of mind. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up as usual, washed up, had breakfast, and stared at the dug pit and the greenhouse for a long time as if she was sleepwalking last night. She didn't say a word, just looked at it. The four maids thought that the Crown Princess must have discovered something, which was why she behaved so abnormally. They tried to look from the Crown Princess's perspective, but found nothing. After looking for a while, Lu Qiqi started to look at the account book again. Just like yesterday, she casually looked at the account book and ate fruit. When she was tired of looking, the Crown Princess would go to the door to see Zhang Darren and others who were busy in the yard. Just look at it casually, wait for a while, and then look at the account book again. A day passed like this. After Zhang and the others left, Lu Qiqi stood in the yard and looked at the pit that was a little different from yesterday. The four maids stood quietly beside them. At this time, they were sure that there was something wrong with the pit. If the Crown Princess didn't say it, they couldn't see it. After watching for a long time, when the last ray of light on the horizon disappeared, Lu Qiqi turned around to go into the house, and saw the Crown Prince coming back from outside. At a glance, Lu Qiqi's eyes were brewing too many storms. She stared at the Crown Prince angrily, and said to the four maids beside her, "Go to the kitchen to cook." The four maids understood in seconds, saluted the approaching Crown Prince, and quickly fled the scene. The Crown Prince came to the woman, stretched out his hand to touch the woman's face, but was dodged. "What's wrong?" the Crown Prince asked with a guilty conscience. Lu Qiqi sneered twice. "What do you think?" The Crown Prince shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Lu Qiqi curled the corner of her mouth, glanced at the Crown Prince, and walked into the house. The prince saw this and understood what it meant. He wanted to turn around and leave, but he was too guilty to dare to do so, and could only follow into the house. He knew it was not a good thing. But he also knew that he would not be able to escape sooner or later. He knew that women were lazy and capable. At present, business was not good, and the money and food for the army were constantly decreasing. So he put his mind on women. After Lu Qiqi entered the house, she looked back at the guilty prince, knowing that someone was thinking. She was not in a hurry to expose it, and said, "The pit dug outside is a bit inappropriate." "You say?" The prince keenly understood what the woman wanted to express. If it was really what he thought, some people would die. The pit dug can barely be regarded as a foundation. This foundation is smaller than the actual greenhouse by a palm width. The prince looked at the woman. Palm width? So accurate? The foundation was dug very large. Obviously slightly larger than the greenhouse. Why did the woman say that? You don't believe it? It's not that I don't believe it. I'm just wondering. How did you determine these distances? You don't have to worry about what method I use. But I'm sure that if it follows the current situation, there will be no problem when moving the greenhouse. And the greenhouse will be gone within a month. Lu Qiqi is not exaggerating. She has seen it herself. There is nothing wrong with the periphery. The key to the problem is that the wood supporting the house is slightly tilted. Ordinary people can't see it. But she, who has been in contact with many industries, sees the key to the matter. It would be difficult for ordinary people to find it. She just felt something was wrong when she came back yesterday. And she didn't figure it out. Today she was sure that it was not her illusion. The prince was shocked when he heard this, and was silent for a while. Then said, "Is it so serious? After the foundation is reduced, the weight of the entire greenhouse will inevitably tilt. If someone tampered with it, it would speed up the process, and the greenhouse would spread out like a flower." The prince knew the importance of the matter. "Don't let anyone know about this. I'll handle it." Lu Qiqi nodded. "I'm going out for a while. Don't wait for me for dinner." "Yes." Lu Qiqi watched the prince walk away, and she thought a lot in her mind. If it is discovered early, a timely response plan will be made, and nothing will happen. How can the key microprompt not change? Just thinking about it, the system voice popped up. "Not bad. You found this, Lu Qiqi. If I guess correctly, it should be used to attack the prince." System. Smart. Lu Qiqi. The real person behind the scenes is Concubine Wu, the promoter of all this, and it is related to Prince Chen. System. Right. Lu Qiqi. Where is Lord Zhang? During the communication, I felt that Lord Zhang was an upright person, but the matter was carried out under Lord Zhang's construction. Even if he was not the implementer, he should be an insider. System. Lord Zhang didn't know about this. Lu Qiqi. How is it possible? System. Lord Zhang has been feeling unwell these days, and many things were done by his apprentice. Lu Qiqi. Is there something wrong with his apprentice? System. The apprentice is a gambler, and owed a lot of money some time ago. Someone found him, and asked him to do something. Lu Qiqi understood. The matter had no direct relationship with Lord Zhang. The mobile greenhouse was the responsibility of Lord Zhang. If something really happened, it would fall on Lord Zhang. In the face of someone's vicious heart, Lu Qiqi suddenly flashed a plan of extermination. Chapter 394. Who let her in? The four maids hiding in the kitchen were all upset. What happened? The prince left with a bad face? Did the princess say something too harsh and angered the prince? Thinking that this was the only possibility, the three maids pushed Chunbai out and asked her to persuade the princess. It was not a good thing for the princess to be angry with the prince. If someone else caused trouble at this time, it would be very disadvantageous to the princess. Now the queen mother and the queen have a very subtle attitude towards the princess. After such a long time back, the queen mother and the queen seem to have forgotten the existence of the princess, and they didn't look for her one by one. They were upset. If they knew what was going on here, I don't know how they would embarrass the princess. To put it bluntly, they were worried that the princess had no foundation and was easily bullied. Chunbai was worried about the princess, not afraid that she would get angry with her. Before leaving, she brought fried radish and sweet potato porridge into the house. Crown Princess, it's time to eat. Lu Qiqi heard the noise and looked over. She found that only Chunbai was there. She smiled and said, "You are so stupid." Chunbai smiled indifferently. That's because they don't understand the Crown Princess. Lu Qiqi saw that she didn't say anything. It is said that stupid people have good luck. I hope Chunbai is the same. Without saying it clearly, she asked, "Is this the only dish? There are more. Go and get it," Lu Qiqi urged. And Chunbai left quickly. The three people who had been staring at Chunbai in the kitchen asked hurriedly, when they saw Chunbai coming back so quickly, "How is the crown princess?" When I went in, the crown princess was in a daze. She was happy when she heard that there was food. "Why did the crown prince leave?" Yudai asked. Chunbai asked back, "I forgot to ask. How about I ask later?" After saying that, she seemed to remember what she was doing, and hurriedly carried the dishes. "How could I forget?" the crown princess just asked. "There is only one dish. I have to hurry." Yudai and the other two saw Chunbai carrying the dishes away, and they followed her, with their heads held high. As soon as they entered the door, they heard Chunbai's shocking words. Chunbai put the dishes on the table and asked the crown princess, "Crown princess?" Yudai just asked why the prince left. Lu Qiqi heard this and looked at Yudai, who was at the door. Qing Dai and Zhou Yin looked bad. But fortunately, these words were not said by them, and they felt a little relieved. Yudai couldn't bear this kind of pressure and hit the door frame directly. With her martial arts, she didn't let the dishes fall to the ground. But her heart was about to fall to the ground. "If Yudai wants to know, she can ask the prince," Lu Qiqi said. Chunbai smiled secretly with her head down. How could they not know that she was willing to be used because the matter was related to the crown princess? Now that she was sure that the crown princess was fine, she didn't care why the crown prince left. "Crown princess? Yudai stuttered. "Just what?" Lu Qiqi asked. "I deserve to die." Yudai saw that the crown princess was not angry. She felt guilty, and knelt on the ground trembling, because she was holding two dishes in her hands. Her posture looked like surrender. Lu Qiqi wanted to tease her, but she heard the familiar footsteps outside, and thought it was unlikely. She still spoke for Yudai. "Bring the dishes in your hand over and try them." Yudai also heard the footsteps outside, and thought that the crown princess had no martial arts and should not know. So she walked towards the crown princess with gratitude. Just as Yudai put the dishes on the table, the prince came to the door. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come back for dinner?" Lu Qiqi stood up and rushed towards the prince. "I've told you everything, so I'm back to eat with you." The prince walked towards the woman and pulled her to sit at the table. The four maids all understood that the prince's departure had nothing to do with the princess, and they were just overthinking. "Hurry up," Lu Qiqi said. The prince smiled and looked at the food in front of him. It was not as rich as before, but 5 dishes and 1 soup were enough for the two of them. The prince picked up the chopsticks and ate. "Well, it tastes great. I like to eat more." Lu Qiqi thought the prince would not come back, so she cooked what she liked. Hearing the prince say that, she felt a little embarrassed. The prince ate a few bites and asked, "Do you usually eat these? In fact, we should eat some coarse grains occasionally." The prince thought of the scene of eating steamed bread, and the woman said the same thing. At that time, I thought it was a way to comfort people, but now it seems that it is not the case. They don't cook well. I'll cook. It's just right to see where the problem lies. The prince said that he would deal with this matter, but Lu Qiqi still felt that he couldn't do nothing. Some people are throwing dirty water on themselves, always making trouble for the prince. If they don't think about the prince, they should think about themselves. "Okay. Wait and taste your cooking skills." The prince didn't expect much from coarse grains. Lu Qiqi felt that she hadn't eaten it for a long time, so it was not bad to do it herself. The two of them ate more deliciously together, and after dinner, they went for a walk in the yard together. It's just that the pit in the yard is too obvious, and it's hard to ignore it. After they turned around twice, the prince still doubted Lu Qiqi's accurate data, but Lu Qiqi didn't hide it. "You will know when the sun rises tomorrow morning?" The prince's eyes lit up. He knew how women did it, but based on these, he could be sure that women were really not simple. Lu Qiqi looked at him. She learned a lot and succeeded in many aspects. It was okay to show off for this. When the two were studying the pit in front of them, a familiar voice came from the door that made Lu Qiqi nauseous. "I want to see His Highness." Lu Qiqi made a vomiting gesture and looked at the prince again. The prince was also surprised to hear this voice. He had already ordered that Li Jiaxuan was not allowed to enter the palace. So how could she be outside the East Palace? Who let her in? What the prince didn't tell Lu Qiqi was that the reason why he treated Li Jiaxuan like this was that she coveted things that didn't belong to her. And the most important factor was that this person did something he shouldn't have done. Allowing her to leave like that was also a consideration of their past relationship. If she were to pester him now, she would force him to kill someone. Zhao Kai also heard Li Jiaxuan's movements. Without the prince's explanation, he had already walked out quickly. Li Jiaxuan saw that it was a stranger who stopped her, and was about to take action. When she saw Zhao Kai coming, she was immediately full of expectations. Guard Zhao. You came at the right time. I have something important to say to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I can tell you what Miss Li wants to say, Zhao Kai said. This matter is serious. I must see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Li Jiaxuan saw that Zhao Kai dared to stop her, and she hated him in her heart. The Crown Prince is resting, so it's inconvenient to disturb him, Zhao Kai said. After hearing Zhao Kai's explanation, Lu Qiqi looked at the Crown Prince and signaled. Is this your man? Zhao Kai gave him face. This kind of face should not be given, and it will make women misunderstand. Li Jiaxuan was unhappy. Zhao Kai's words also clearly indicated that the prince was in the East Palace. She came here after asking about this. Thinking about it, she tried to suppress the anger in her heart. Okay. When the prince wakes up, please let Guard Zhao know that I have something important to say. Zhao Kai heard it, turned around and left without expressing his opinion. Chapter 395. Do you still want a reputation? Li Jiaxuan watched Zhao Kai leave and thought of the prince inside. If she rushed in, she might see the prince, but the result would not be very good. What she dared not think about was that this was instructed by the prince. It should be Lu Qiqi. She was afraid that if she saw the prince, she would steal the prince's attention. So she bribed Zhao Kai to speak for her. On the way back, she came with hope. But now all her hopes were dashed, and her inner uneasiness rushed out. She was afraid that she would never have the chance to see the prince again. When Li Jiaxuan walked away, Qingyi persuaded her. Miss, don't think too much. Maybe His Royal Highness the Prince is really resting. Li Jiaxuan pursed her red lips. If it was the Crown Princess, the prince would not be like this. Qingyi was speechless. If it was in the past, if the lady wanted to see the prince, she would see him directly. Why would she do this? It's no wonder that the young lady is sad. Since the Crown Princess came into being, the young lady has been rejected several times when she wanted to get close to him. Now, the Crown Prince only favors the Crown Princess. Apart from the Crown Princess, no other woman can get close to him. In the past, the noble ladies in the capital wanted to enter the palace to serve the Crown Prince. With the two major events that happened, they had to weigh their lives when they thought about being by the Crown Prince's side. At this time, Li Jiaxuan felt bad. She didn't want to continue like this. She and the Crown Prince had never had a showdown. It could be said that she came to see him purely as a subordinate. But she was also rejected. If she confessed her thoughts, would she not even have the chance to get close to him? Thinking of this, Li Jiaxuan gritted her teeth again. She had always known that since the Crown Princess appeared, the Crown Prince had always been partial to her. She had been humiliated by the Crown Princess before. But the Crown Prince didn't say anything. Li Jiaxuan, who was thinking about something, was not paying attention to her feet and was tripped by a stone. She almost fell to the ground. It was Qingyi who helped her in time, so that Li Jiaxuan did not embarrass herself. It was also because of the sudden stumble that Li Jiaxuan suddenly remembered something. Did the prince know what she did? No. It's impossible. Everyone who knew about it was killed by her. No one would know the secret she had buried in her heart for many years. The prince should be no exception. Miss, are you okay? Li Jiaxuan gritted her teeth and said, Let's go to the Xinang Palace to pay homage to the Queen Mother. Now she no longer lives in the palace. She must have been raised by the Queen Mother. It is the etiquette to go to the palace to see the Queen Mother. In her heart, she hopes that through the relationship with the Queen Mother, the prince will remember the old friendship and let her return to the palace again, so that she will have the opportunity to get close to the prince. Xinang Palace. The Queen Mother was drinking tea when Nani Luo walked in from outside. Queen Mother. Miss Li wants to see you. Li Jiaxuan? Yes. The Queen Mother said lightly. Let her in. Nani Luo thought that the Queen Mother would not see her. And when she heard this, she walked out quickly. Li Jiaxuan was waiting outside the door. And when she saw Nani Luo coming, she hurried forward. Nani Luo. What did the Queen Mother say? She was ready to be rejected. Miss Li, come in quickly. Li Jiaxuan was obviously stunned, and soon walked in with a smile. Nanny Luo also watched Li Jiaxuan grow up. And seeing her like she was back then, she sighed in her heart. Poor child. Li Jiaxuan walked through the long yard and came to the door, trying to adjust her breathing, and then looked down at her clothes to make sure there was nothing wrong, and walked in with small steps and knelt on the ground. I, the humble girl, pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. She knew that the Empress Dowager looked serious and was the best person to her in the palace. When she was despised by everyone, the Empress Dowager would never ignore her. The Empress Dowager looked at the child who had grown up under her lap, and it was not what she wanted to see today. Facing the situation in front of her, she asked directly, "What are you doing here? Don't you think you have lost enough people? I, the humble girl, deserve to die." Li Jiaxuan could only kowtow and admit her fault. You grew up by my side. Logically, you should be the most clear-headed person. Why do you ruin yourself like this? The Empress Dowager had high hopes for Li Jiaxuan, but fate played a trick on her, and she watched her play a good chess game badly. I, the humble girl, have disappointed the Empress Dowager. You are more than disappointed. Do you do this to your parents? Can they rest in peace in the underworld? Li Jiaxuan cried when she heard this. Crying silently, she regretted countless times, but regret still brought her to this point today. She tried her best to save it, but found that everything was in vain. After leaving the palace and the Queen Mother, she was nothing. Now even the prince was going to abandon her. She felt that there was no hope for the future, and placed her last glimmer of hope on the Queen Mother. Forget it. Everything is fate. The Queen Mother sighed. Lu Qiqi knelt on the ground and wiped her tears. No matter what she said, she could not change what had happened. She could only put all the hatred in her heart on Lu Qiqi. If she hadn't appeared, she wouldn't be so embarrassed. If she hadn't stopped her, she would have stood beside the prince and regarded herself as the prince's woman. The Queen Mother saw that she knew she was wrong and asked, "What are you going to do in the future?" Li Jiaxuan kowtowed again. Everything is up to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother sighed. Forget it. Things have come to this point. You can only accept your fate. Li Jiaxuan looked up. I don't accept my fate. She said this too anxiously, and her tone was a little high, which scared the Queen Mother and Luo Mama. Li Jiaxuan knew that she had lost her composure and wanted to save some of it. I don't want to accept my fate. Nor do I want to die. The Queen Mother looked at her for a while, and signaled Luo Mama to go down. Luo silently stepped back and left, closing the door. The Queen Mother said, "Who is that person?" "A guard. You don't even know his name?" The Queen Mother was angry. Li Jiaxuan shook her head honestly. In fact, the man had said that she didn't want to listen, so she didn't know who that person was. That night, I got drunk, and I don't know why. Li Jiaxuan tried to portray herself as a victim, and the Queen Mother was really angry when she heard it. "Come here. Kill the thief for me immediately." Madame Luo opened the door and came in. "Queen Mother, the man is already in the Ministry of Justice. Bring that man to me. I want to kill him." Madame Luo felt that the Queen Mother was too excited, and it was not worth it for a Li Jiaxuan who had lost her reputation. If she didn't do it voluntarily, who could get into her body? Li Jiaxuan was happy that the Queen Mother would come forward to deal with this matter. Madame Luo's inaction caused her dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the Queen Mother, she would have taken action long ago. "Queen Mother, this is not allowed," Madame Luo advised. "Why not?" the Queen Mother said. Nanny Luo glanced at Li Jiaxuan and whispered, "It has already happened. Now everyone in the palace knows about it. People are also watching over there. If we kill her now, won't it give her a handle?" The Queen Mother thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Then she looked at the poor Li Jiaxuan kneeling on the ground. She also put her hopes on this child. Now that it has become like this, she can't escape the blame. Thinking that Li Jiaxuan's mind is on the prince. Thinking of the reminder to Li Jiaxuan. It seems that all the words she said were in vain. Thinking that this is also a good thing. Pretending to be embarrassed. What you said makes sense. If you die like this, some things can't be explained clearly. Thinking for a while. Looking at Li Jiaxuan. Do you still want your reputation? Li Jiaxuan nodded quickly. Of course she wanted a reputation. If not, how could she occupy the side of the prince? Now there is only one way. The Queen Mother said. Empress Dowager, I am willing. You are willing without even knowing what it is. As long as I can save my reputation, I am willing to do anything the Empress Dowager asks me to do. Li Jiaxuan is still playing the emotional card. The only way to save everything now is that you two are in love with each other. But you are just beginning to fall in love and have tasted the forbidden fruit. Li Jiaxuan couldn't believe that this was the method the Empress Dowager said. If she hadn't thought that the guard was dead and she couldn't explain it clearly, she would have taken action against the guard. In a few days, I will arrange for you to marry the guard, so that your reputation will be stabilized. After this period of time, I will. The Empress Dowager planned for Li Jiaxuan's future, but Li Jiaxuan was unwilling. When Li Jiaxuan left the Xineng Palace, she was thinking about what the Empress Dowager said. Is she not helping me? She wants to get rid of me casually. Dream. Chapter 396. Just collecting gambling debts. East Palace. The prince went out for something. Lu Qiqi thought of Li Jiaxuan coming to see the prince. Although they didn't meet, she still felt uncomfortable. It seemed that someone was thinking about her things, and she felt indescribable. Now that the prince has left, she began to think wildly again, thinking of what happened in the Prince of Jin's mansion. It cannot be denied that Li Jiaxuan is special to the prince, and they have a childhood sweetheart relationship. The more I think about it, the more upset I feel. Usually when I have nothing to do, I like to eat and read storybooks. But now she is in no mood. Let Chunbai find a chessboard and start playing chess alone with black and white pieces. Chunbai saw the princess like this and thought, how bitter the princess must be in her heart to torture herself like this. Watching it, I can't help but feel distressed again. Deliberately sent a plate of fruit and whispered, Crown Princess, this is the tribute that has just been sent. You try it. Lu Qiqi took a look, but didn't feel anything, and continued to play chess with herself. Chunbai looked at Yudai for help, and Yudai rarely saw the Crown Princess like this, so she was unsure. She looked at the Crown Princess and turned away. Chunbai was so angry that her eyes were straight. What kind of person is this? Seeing that the Crown Princess is in a bad mood, she ran faster than a rabbit, while thinking that Yudai is a worthless person in her heart. Not long after, Yudai brought a plate of cut fruits to her. Chunbai took a look and saw that there were cut watermelons, oranges with slices, and pears cut into pieces, which looked much better than a few dry oranges. Crown Princess, I heard that the ladies in the palace like to eat like this. You try it? Yudai said. Lu Qiqi then realized that the maids looked like the sky was falling, and she pretended not to eat, and opened her mouth. Yudai quickly forked up a piece and put it to the Crown Princess' mouth. The Crown Princess opened her mouth and ate it directly. Chunbai saw that the Crown Princess was willing to eat, and knew that it was nothing serious. While relaxing, she felt that today's fruit seemed to be particularly delicious. After eating the fruit, Lu Qiqi felt that her dry stomach felt much better. She picked up the fork next to her and ate a few pieces directly. Delicious. Really delicious? Chunbai asked eagerly. Lu Qiqi directly forked up a piece and put it to Chunbai's mouth. Chunbai opened her mouth and ate it. After swallowing it, she did not forget to send a big smile. It's delicious. Yudai's eyes began to twitch. Qing Dai and Zhou Yan, who had just walked in from outside, also saw this scene and were speechless about Chunbai's boldness. Even the prince didn't have the treatment. But you, a maid, snatched it away. If the prince knew about it, your life would be in danger. Lu Qiqi was born sensitive. She didn't need to see what was going on just by the atmosphere. She did it more thoroughly. She forked a piece for each of them to eat. After making sure that they shared the happiness and suffering, she ate with peace of mind. When the whole plate of fruit was almost all in Lu Qiqi's stomach, she touched her round belly and said, It's delicious, but it's a bit uncomfortable to eat too much. Chunbai suggested, Crown Princess, shall we take a walk in the yard? Lu Qiqi believed that she had eaten everything and couldn't vomit. Vomiting would be a waste. If she still sat like this, it would be even more uncomfortable. She accepted Chunbai's suggestion and took a walk in the yard. When she came to the yard, she saw the pit needed to move the greenhouse, and her mind began to be blocked again. What? She wanted to move the greenhouse, so that she wouldn't leave a psychological shadow. This kind of thing could also be used by others. Then I thought of Lord Zhang and his apprentice. Sure enough, there are traps everywhere in the palace. After standing there and watching for a while, I took a few deep breaths and felt better. I asked Chunbai to take out the cushion and do some yoga moves in the night. I haven't done it for a long time. I couldn't adapt to it at the beginning. When my body's memory recovered, I did some movements more accurately. Soon, Lu Qiqi was sweating and felt more comfortable. After a bath, my whole body was refreshed. When she sat at the table again and played chess alone, she realized another artistic conception. The prince came back from outside and saw the scene. "Are you playing chess?" the prince said, and came to the table. The four maids immediately saluted. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. "Together? Okay." The prince reached out to take the white piece and started playing chess. Lu Qiqi glanced at Chunbai. And Chunbai and others hurriedly brought them fruit and left soon. There were only two of them in the room. Lu Qiqi asked, "You came back so soon. Have you figured out what to do?" "Yes," the prince said as he easily dropped a piece. He successfully intercepted the piece that Lu Qiqi was about to drop. Lu Qiqi saw that she was careless. "Did you do it on purpose? You can't be distracted when playing chess." Lu Qiqi nodded. She stopped talking and showed her real skills. Soon, the two began to fight on the chessboard. After a long time, there was no winner. The prince looked at the woman. What other skills did she have that he didn't know? Last time they played chess, her chess skills were not so high. It has only been a short time, and her chess skills have improved by more than one level. He tried to speak and deliberately distract the woman. "Master Zhang's apprentice will not come tomorrow." "What did you do?" Lu Qiqi said. The chess style in her hand remained the same. "Nothing. Didn't he owe a gambling debt? So I just asked someone to collect the debt." Lu Qiqi glanced at the prince. "You are so attentive to a small person? I always feel that the prince is more willing to kill people. Some things are played slowly, just in case someone can't afford it. If someone knows about it, will they ask someone else to do it? Then play one by one and see who finishes first." Lu Qiqi thought for a while and put down a piece. "You are right. Don't rush. It's more interesting to force the other party to offer the body of a fairy. Fairies should all be female. Right? The emperor is in power in the palace. And there are still the most women in the harem." The prince chuckled. "You make sense." The two played chess for a long time. But there was no winner. They were just enjoying the process of playing chess, not the result. Just like the trivial matters they are facing now. The result is determined. And it's also good to enjoy the process. Chapter 397, Save Face. Xineng Palace. The Queen Mother called Li Jiaxuan and asked directly, without beating around the bush. "What do you think of what I said yesterday?" Li Jiaxuan thought that the Queen Mother had changed her mind. But she felt cold in her heart when she heard this. The man was right. Children without parents can only be bullied. Faced with this situation, Li Jiaxuan knew that there was no chance to refuse. So she could only nod. Everything is up to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother was a little surprised to hear that Li Jiaxuan was so obedient, thinking that after a night, it was normal for someone to figure it out. She handed over some marriage matters to Lil Mama next to her. Li Jiaxuan heard that the specifications for marriage were the same as those of ordinary families. And she sneered in her heart. Since she was ruthless, why bother to save face? Just thinking about it, she heard the sound of the palace maids outside saluting the prince. Originally full of anger and unwillingness, her heart was suddenly beating wildly. The prince remembered her kindness and was willing to speak for herself. From not meeting in the East Palace that day to meeting by chance now. For Li Jiaxuan, it was a God-given opportunity. Soon, the prince came in. Grandson pays respects to grandmother. The prince bowed in accordance with the rules. Your concubine pays respects to grandmother. The princess bowed. When Li Jiaxuan saw Lu Qiqi, her face changed immediately. The Queen Mother, who was sitting on the upper throne, happened to see the scene, and the little pity she had for Li Jiaxuan in her heart disappeared. If this person wanted to get close to the prince, it meant that the prince was too outstanding. She, a rag who was fooling around with the guards, still wanted to do this. She was ignorant of life and death. Just now, she clearly saw the look in Li Jiaxuan's eyes when she looked at Lu Qiqi. And as a person who had experienced it, she saw through it at a glance. Lu Qiqi and the prince have such a fate. Even if it is not, the person that the prince has placed in his heart must not be touched. With an idea in her heart, she felt that Li Jiaxuan was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. At this time, Li Jiaxuan had not noticed the change in the Queen Mother's mind. And she was obsessed with the prince. She looked at the prince with full expectations, and shuddered in her heart when she met the prince's cold eyes. The prince hates her? What's going on? Is it Lu Qiqi who is saying bad things about her? Thinking of the fake princess again, Li Jiaxuan regained a trace of reason. The Queen Mother ignored the changes in the eyes of several people, and said to the prince and Lu Qiqi, "Sit down and talk." The prince and Lu Qiqi stood up, and sat on both sides of the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother said to Lu Qiqi, "Last time I saw Qiqi, she was much thinner. How come she hasn't recovered these days?" "Thank you, Grandmother, for your concern. I will definitely work hard to recover," Lu Qiqi said playfully. The prince was happy to see Lu Qiqi close to the Queen Mother and smile beside him. The Queen Mother saw this and pretended to be angry. "It must be that you don't know how to take care of people." "Yes, Grandmother is right," the prince said. The atmosphere eased a little, and the Queen Mother said to the prince, "Did you gain anything from this trip?" The prince told him all his experiences of this trip. The Queen Mother listened quietly, and after she finished, she said again, "Look, let me tell you. You men are only busy with the big things outside and ignore Qiqi." "Grandmother is right," the prince said with a good temper. The Queen Mother's face was wrinkled deeper with a smile. "Qiqi, are you dissatisfied with the prince? The prince is a dragon among men, so he is naturally the best. Everyone wants others to say that their grandson is good." Lu Qiqi is deeply liked by the Queen Mother. When she heard this, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Once she was happy, the reward came. The Queen Mother signaled Luo Ma to send it over. Lu Qiqi saw that Luo Ma was ready in the blink of an eye, and it was obvious that she had prepared it in advance. When she saw this, she had a better impression of the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother said, "Qiqi, which one do you like?" Lu Qiqi looked at the mini jewelry and thought that each one was top-notch. She picked a hairpin that looked the most ordinary. The prince saw that women liked it. Grandmother is too stingy. She is so stingy when giving things to her grandson's wife. "Okay, give them all." "Okay." The Queen Mother was amused by the prince's shamelessness again. The prince was more direct, shouting to the door, "Someone come." Yu Dai came in from outside and knelt on the ground. "I greet the Queen Mother, the prince, and the princess. Send the reward from the Queen Mother to the princess first." Yu Dai was a little stunned. After receiving the Queen Mother's signal, Nanny Luo sent all the trays in her hands to Yu Dai. Yu Dai left passively with the jewelry. The Queen Mother was even happier to see that the prince was more humane. This child had lived a hard life since childhood, and finally had someone close to him. She was happy to see it. Just at this time, the Queen arrived. The Queen also knew how to give gifts. She brought cakes. Seeing that the prince and Lu Qiqi were there, she offered the cakes for the Queen Mother and let Lu Qiqi taste them. The Queen Mother saw the Queen's hypocritical behavior and gave her a fierce look. She didn't believe that the Queen didn't know that the prince and Lu Qiqi were here. She was happy to see the disguised flattery. After so many years of fighting in the palace, it was time for peace. Li Jiaxuan had been kneeling on the ground, seeing the happy scene in front of her, seeing that everyone was circling around Lu Qiqi. The anger in her heart began to overflow. If the Queen Mother and Queen were not there, she would really lose her temper. She didn't know how long she knelt. Her legs had already been numb. Li Jiaxuan wanted to attract the Queen Mother's attention. Luo Ma came and approached the Queen Mother and said, "Queen Mother, the hot pot is ready. Come up quickly." The Queen smiled knowingly. Lu Qiqi and the prince thought it was still early for lunch. Could it be that the Queen Mother was old and had eaten early? When they saw the super large pot brought in and 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks prepared, they realized that the Queen Mother did it on purpose. Thinking that the Queen Mother was old, the elderly liked to be surrounded by more lively people. They had not formally paid homage to the Queen Mother since they returned to the palace, so it was right for them to accompany her for dinner. The 4 of them sat at the table and prepared to eat. At this time, the Queen Mother seemed to remember Li Jiaxuan. She didn't ask her to eat together, but asked her to go down first. Li Jiaxuan tried hard to hold on, and showed discomfort when she walked. The Queen Mother, the Queen, and the Prince didn't see it, but Lu Qiqi saw it. But she didn't sympathize with her. From the moment she came in, she felt that the atmosphere was wrong. She also thought that Li Jiaxuan did such a shameful thing, which was also a slap in the face of the Queen Mother. And it was right for the Queen Mother to be angry. The Prince sent the shabu-shabu mutton to Lu Qiqi's bowl. "The mutton you like." Lu Qiqi retracted her gaze and ate it with the dipping sauce. Sure enough, it tasted great. The Prince leaned in and asked, "Is it delicious?" Lu Qiqi couldn't speak while eating, so she could only nod. The Prince also picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. It tasted very good. The Queen Mother and the Queen smiled at each other. The Queen seemed to be infected and picked up a piece of mutton and put it in the Queen Mother's bowl. The Queen Mother ate it, and her mouth was full of smiles. Lu Chichi didn't say anything and ate quietly. For a foodie, eating is a big deal. Seeing that the Queen Mother and the Queen have such a good relationship, she thought that they are aunts and nieces, and it is natural for them to have a good relationship. She was very satisfied with the meal. The prince kept showing his affection, and Lu Chichi was thick-skinned and couldn't stand the prince's excessive attentiveness. Later, her face turned red, and the Queen Mother couldn't stand it anymore and drove them away. When the prince and Lu Chichi walked into the yard, he deliberately asked in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "Chichi, are you full?" Lu Chichi lowered her voice and warned, "Did you do it on purpose? It was the Queen Mother who said I wouldn't take care of you, and I did this for her to see." Lu Chichi was speechless, scratched the prince hard, and fled quickly. The Queen Mother and the Queen both had martial arts skills, and they heard what they said, and made sure that everyone was far away. The Queen sighed. "Lu Chichi is so lucky." The Queen Mother sighed. "Yes. If the people they met could be half as good as the prince, maybe they wouldn't have suffered for so many years, and wouldn't have done so many extreme things." The Queen Mother sighed for a while, and thought of a serious matter. "How did you do on that matter?" The Queen's eyes changed slightly. "Aunt, please help your niece again." The Queen Mother calmed down and calculated the time. "Wait until after the imperial examination." The Queen felt that the time was a bit long, but she also knew that this matter could not be rushed. So she agreed. Chapter 398, favoring only one person. After leaving the Sinang Palace, the prince and Lu Chichi were not in a hurry to return to the East Palace. The two of them came to the Imperial Garden, and soon after they arrived, they met Concubine Shu passing by. Concubine Shu was the Emperor's concubine, and her status was still a step lower than that of the prince. Concubine Shu had originally intended to please the prince and Lu Chichi, but had never found an opportunity. She did not want to miss the chance to meet today. Concubine Shu came with the maid Wu Xian. "Meet the prince. Your servant greets his royal highness." The maid Wu Xian bowed deeply. The prince looked at Concubine Shu, but did not mean to speak. Lu Chichi did not have much contact with Concubine Shu, but because of Sun Rumei's matter, she had a little relationship with Concubine Shu. "Meet Madame Concubine Shu." Lu Chichi bowed. When Concubine Shu saw the steps and hurried down, she was worried that she had missed this opportunity and said, "The crown princess has lost a lot of weight after leaving the palace." "Really?" Everyone said that they had lost weight. So why didn't she feel that way? The crown prince's face towards Concubine Shu was slightly better because of this. He didn't think Lu Chichi had lost weight. The Queen Mother and Concubine Shu said that the crown prince began to doubt his eyes. He also thought that during the time he was away, Lu Chichi had experienced a lot of things and had a lot of worries. Her food and clothing were not as good as in the palace. During this period of time, women had suffered. Concubine Shu nodded. "You have lost a lot of weight." She found that the crown prince was attracted by this, and Concubine Shu was sure that as long as she spoke to Lu Chichi, the crown prince would not be so cold. "You are more beautiful when you lose weight." Lu Chichi smiled slightly. Concubine Shu was stunned, and soon laughed. No wonder the crown prince only favors the crown princess. It turns out that the crown princess is the crown prince's happy fruit. As she said this, she covered her mouth and laughed. Lu Chichi was embarrassed by what she said, and the redness on her face that had just disappeared climbed back up. The prince's eyes were reddened by the shy look of the woman. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, if there wasn't someone who shouldn't be around, he really wanted to do something. Seeing this, Concubine Shu smiled and left. When Concubine Shu walked away, Lu Chichi pushed the prince. "You are annoying. Why are you annoying again? Who told you to look at me like that?" No matter how thick-skinned Lu Chichi was, she couldn't stand being teased again and again. Yes, whatever you say is right." Lu Chichi's face became even redder by what she said, and she walked quickly to the East Palace. She didn't want to stay outside with such a shameless person like the prince for too long. She still hasn't forgotten how the prince let others deliberately misunderstand her that time. The prince walked slowly behind, and when he saw the woman shyly fleeing, he thought about how the woman had boldly teased him at the beginning. Now that the four things were reversed, she would actually be shy. Lu Chichi walked very fast, and when she heard the footsteps behind her, she was not far away. She thought the prince was doing it on purpose. So she jogged. After running for a while, it was still the same. Lucici saw that she was almost at the East Palace, and she couldn't bear it anymore. She turned back and looked at the prince fiercely. What do you want to do? The prince acted innocently. Go back to the East Palace. Lucici knew that she was going to suffer a loss, and she turned around angrily to run into the East Palace. Just as she was about to do this, a person suddenly rushed out from the side. Lucici hadn't seen who the person was yet, and she felt bad. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Fortunately, someone pulled her, and she was saved from the danger of collision. Soon, the prince's voice came from above. Are you okay? Lucici opened her eyes, and made sure she was fine. Just as she was about to say something, the disgusting voice came again. I, a common woman, pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. Li Jiaxuan knelt on the ground and saluted. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes, and looked at Li Jiaxuan. He was sure that this person just did it on purpose. Thinking that Li Jiaxuan was going to harm Lucici, he wanted to smash her head with a palm. When Lucici saw Li Jiaxuan, the good impression she had just had on the Crown Prince for saving her disappeared. She looked at the Crown Prince angrily. It's all because of you. Chichi. Lucici raised her hand to stop him. No need to say anything. Just clean up your S first. After that, without giving the Crown Prince a chance to explain, she strode into the East Palace. Chunbai and others heard the noise at the door and came out to greet them. Seeing the angry Crown Princess, seeing Li Jiaxuan kneeling on the ground, and seeing the Crown Prince with a gloomy face, Chunbai came to Lucici and understood the general situation. I pay my respects to the Crown Princess. After saying that, she knelt on the ground with a thud. Lucici stopped and looked at Chunbai. Chunbai gave her a look and continued. I deserve to die. I failed to protect the Crown Princess. I failed in my duty. Lucici understood what Chunbai meant and shouted at Yudai and Qingdai. Drag her away and give her 10 strokes of the cane. Yes, Yudai said. Lucici glanced at the maids and walked into the house. Yudai and Qingdai walked towards Chunbai and dragged her away. Seeing that she was not worried about herself, Li Jiaxuan felt that the Crown Princess was making a fuss over nothing. What did it have to do with Chunbai? It was Lucici who was timid and Chunbai who didn't know etiquette. She deserved to anger the Crown Princess. And because the Crown Prince was there, she thought she could take advantage of the situation. Just as she was thinking, she saw the prince was about to enter the East Palace. So she spoke up quickly. Your Highness, please stay. I have something to say. The prince turned around and looked at Li Jiaxuan, who was looking for death, with a colder look than in the Sinang Palace not long ago. Li Jiaxuan also noticed that his eyes were wrong, and she mustered up her courage and said what she was about to say. I saw Prince Chen and Minister Li meet. The prince was in a bad mood and asked, Who asked you to enter the palace? Li Jiaxuan's body froze. What this meant was that she was stopped from entering the palace because of the prince. She couldn't believe it, and couldn't accept it, because this person was the prince. She felt wronged and couldn't do anything for herself. So she forced herself to redden her eyes. Your Highness, don't you believe what I said? The prince's voice became colder, and he shouted. Come here. Zhao Kai and Sun Shuo came up quickly. Drag him away. 10 military sticks. And the people who let Li Jiaxuan in will each receive 20 military sticks. Zhao Kai and Sun Shuo heard the order and stopped being gentle with Li Jiaxuan. Just like Yudai and Qingdai dragged Chunbai away not long ago. Dragging Li Jiaxuan away, Li Jiaxuan did not cry or make a fuss, but just bit her lips hard, looking at the prince's figure with tears in her eyes until she was blurred. And she did not wait for the prince to say a fair word for her. 10 military sticks. Lucici just punished Chunbai in the same way. And the prince did this because of Lucici. If it were not for Lucici, she would not be in such a mess now. Chapter 399, Beaten. After the prince dealt with Li Jiaxuan, he returned to the house carefully. Originally, he thought he would face Lucici's anger, but he saw a woman lying on the couch, eating dried fruits and reading a storybook. Her feet were still trembling in the air, and she looked like she was in a good mood. It was not long before and after. Why did the woman have this expression? She was not angry? Impossible. He knew how much Lucici hated Li Jiaxuan. Chunbai, who should have been beaten with 10 boards not long ago, Was also very flattering to serve her. Put the peeled dried fruits into the woman's mouth. Yudai, Qingdai, and Zhou Yin thought about what had just happened, and then looked at the prince. He was a little guilty for being so blatant. One by one, they wanted to salute, but they were swept by the prince's eyes, and kept saluting quietly. Chunbai had her back to the prince, and she didn't know that the prince had arrived. Now she was thinking about the princess. Crown princess. I think Li Jiaxuan is too hateful, Lu Qiqi said coldly. She is also pitiful enough. Pitiful? Don't I think so? Lu Qiqi said. Li Jiaxuan just bumped into me on purpose to embarrass me. But I was saved by the crown prince again. Thinking of Li Jiaxuan's cracked face, she suddenly found it funny. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. When you see this person in the future, take a detour. Understand? Why take a detour? Your brain can't even beat one of Li Jiaxuan's toes. Chunbai's face suddenly stretched. Crown princess, you think too highly of Li Jiaxuan. Wrong. I know your IQ better. Chunbai stopped peeling the dried fruit. Crown princess, you underestimate me too much. Okay. Your biggest advantage is your loyalty, and your concern for the crown princess's affairs. Let's not talk about other things. Crown princess. Chunbai acted like a spoiled child. In terms of controlling the overall situation, Yu Dai does better than you, in terms of medical skills. Qing Dai does better than you, in terms of accounting. You are not as good as Zhou Yin. Tell me, what are your advantages? Chunbai thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. I have been with you the longest. Lu Qiqi said he twice as a reply. When Chunbai heard this, she felt that she really had no skills to show off. So she simply peeled the dried fruits more seriously, and tried to prove the value of her existence. Except for the crown princess. Everyone present knew that after they separated halfway, Chunbai pretended to be the crown princess, and almost lost her life. The sentence she said before Chunbai was injured and unconscious was fortunately, I am not the crown princess. And the first sentence she said after waking up was don't let the crown princess know. It is because of this that everyone thought Chunbai was just an ordinary maid. And she left a deep impression in everyone's heart. The prince originally didn't think highly of Chunbai. But after that incident, his impression of Chunbai improved a lot. Seeing that Lu Qiqi treated Chunbai differently, he no longer had the idea of touching Chunbai. But he had been here for a long time. But the woman didn't notice him. And he was attracted by a maid, which made him feel unhappy. He coughed twice at the door. Chunbai heard someone turn around, only took a glance, and found the actions of Yudai and others, and wondered in her heart when the prince came. Why didn't she know? What's wrong with Yudai and the others? She didn't even remind herself. With all kinds of thoughts in her mind, she immediately bowed properly. Lu Qiqi turned her head and took a look, and continued to read the storybook. All of you go down. Chunbai and others left quickly after hearing this. The prince walked towards the woman. Are you still angry? I remember someone said that after I return to the palace, I will not see some people again, Lu Qiqi said, turning her head and staring at the prince, wanting to see what he would say. I have ordered Li Jiaxuan not to enter the palace. I don't know which blind person let her in. Lu Qiqi chuckled twice. Do you think I will believe this? You will know soon. The prince said this and stopped explaining. He was waiting for a result. Soon, there was a banging sound outside the door. Lu Qiqi thought the sound was a bit strange. It was a sound she had never heard before. She was curious. And suddenly a scream came. Lu Qiqi sat up suddenly. The prince held the woman down. Is this the end of disobedience? Lu Qiqi stared at the prince, looking again and again. If someone dares not to listen to what my prince said, this is the end. The prince said. What happened outside? I had people beat up the people who let Li Jiaxuan in. Lu Qiqi's neck shrank. Sure enough, the prince's way of dealing with things was always the most direct. Beat? She felt like she was beating him to death. The sound outside continued. Lu Qiqi heard this devilish sound and covered her ears. The prince saw that he put his hands on the woman's ears and used his internal force to pass it to Xiao Kai, asking some people to silence the sound. Sure enough, there were banging sounds outside. But this time, there were no screams. Okay. It's okay, the prince said and let go of the woman's ears. Lu Qiqi also let go of her hands. Sure enough, the screams stopped. But the banging sounds continued. Lu Qiqi suddenly became a quail. The prince explained. If the queen mother had not been advocating to marry Li Jiaxuan to that guard, she would not have shown mercy to her. Lu Qiqi completely understood the purpose of men doing these things. So she didn't care at this time and simply found a light topic to talk about. Li Jiaxuan wants to marry the guard? It's the Queen Mother's idea. Is Li Jiaxuan willing? Lu Qiqi asked. The incident has already happened. If she marries the guard, she can still save a little reputation. If she doesn't marry, she will have to bear the infamy for the rest of her life. Lu Qiqi understood that the Queen Mother was doing good for Li Jiaxuan. But someone as arrogant as Li Jiaxuan might not be willing. Thinking that this is a society of imperial power, the Queen Mother spoke up. What can Li Jiaxuan, who has no one to rely on, do? What did you do to Li Jiaxuan? 10 military sticks. Can she still marry? She's not dead. Why can't she marry? Lu Qiqi thought. The prince is really cruel. Thinking of Li Jiaxuan's thoughts again, I felt happy. She deserved it. I felt better and started eating dried fruits again. The prince was thick-skinned. He saw the woman putting things into her mouth several times. He grabbed the woman's hand and put the dried fruits in his mouth. Lu Qiqi just watched without saying anything. She picked up several and put them into the prince's mouth. After eating for a while, the prince felt relieved and asked, Do you want to go out for a walk? At this time, the outside should be cleaned up, and the woman would not be scared by the bloody scene when she went out. Lu Qiqi was left with a psychological shadow by the man's words. She tried hard to say that she would not go, but was still pulled by the prince to leave the palace and run towards the hillside. Seeing that it was Rong-Fei's tomb again, Lu Qiqi was speechless. This person is the prince's biological mother. What can she say? Resigned to her fate, she knelt on the ground and burned paper. The prince stood in front of the grave without saying a word. Lu Qiqi was used to this. After burning the paper, she sat down next to her and waited quietly, thinking to herself, the prince should have a lot to say to Rong-Fei. Why did he always drag her here? Walking on the ground in boredom, she pulled a piece of hay and held it in her mouth, thinking about the last time she came here. It was still green, but now it's golden. If these are all gold, it would be great. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi thought of the prince's shops. Thinking to herself, she pulled the hay next to her one by one. And when the prince came over, she saw a small pile of hay next to the woman. What are you doing? Bored? Lu Qiqi looked up and said, You let me manage so many shops, and I have the final say? The prince nodded. Then you can't object to what I do. The prince didn't care much. As long as you are happy. Chapter 400 Shareholding System. As long as you are happy. The prince got a better interpretation of this the next day. The prince just came out of the imperial study. Zhao Kai came up to him and told him about the actions of the princess. The prince stopped. What did you say? Zhao Kai didn't understand, so he could only tell the truth. The princess divided all the shops of your highness. To whom? Looking at the whole capital, no one can swallow so many shops. Suddenly, one person came to his mind. Hao Ziyu of Fieshenbao. The prince, as a man, was sure that Hao Ziyu liked Lu Qiqi. Thinking of Hao Ziyu, he tried to suppress the anger in his heart and strode out of the palace. The matter of the imperial examination leaked the questions at a critical moment. If he added more fuel to the fire, he could make people die miserably. Thinking that his backyard was on fire, he had no intention of dealing with others. When the prince came to the shop, he saw Lu Qiqi busy in the backyard, and then looked at the excited guys next to him. What happened? Without seeing Hao Ziyu, the prince's face looked much better. Ahem. The prince coughed twice, trying to attract some people's attention. No one heard it. Whether it was because the voice was too soft or the people in front of him were too excited. Hao Kai saw the prince's face changing again and raised his voice. Crown Princess. This voice was very loud, drowning out everyone's voices and successfully attracting everyone's attention. Lu Qiqi looked up from a pile of account books and saw the prince standing at the door. The four maids saluted hurriedly. Your servant greets His Royal Highness the Prince. The guys followed suit and saluted. I greet His Royal Highness the Prince. The prince walked towards Lu Qiqi. Chunbai saw that the prince was in trouble and left after saluting. You die. Qing Dai and Zhou Yan followed and left. The kneeling clerks left one by one. Zhao Kai walked last, and after leaving, he closed the door considerately. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. What's up? I heard that you divided my shop. It seemed that this division was not what he thought. Lu Qiqi said frankly. There are so many shops that I can't manage. If someone has second thoughts, not only will he be tired, but he may also make a loss. I thought of a way to relax myself and make money together. The prince didn't understand. Lu Chichi used the shareholding system to mobilize the enthusiasm of each clerk and let them get corresponding rewards according to their own efforts. This kind of thing is common in modern times. In ancient times, bosses held these things tightly in their hands one by one, for fear that they would be robbed. If the prince only had one store, he could still handle it. If he really handled more than 20 stores, he would have been exhausted long ago. Explain to the prince. They are all people the prince trusts, and they all know where the prince's money goes. But you forget that they also have families to support, and they can't just live for the greater good. I just want to make their pockets fatter. What do you say? According to the turnover. Let them get commissions to drive their enthusiasm. If you want to make more money, you have to be more diligent. The prince frowned. He didn't quite understand. I divide each store into different shares. We own half of the profit shares, and the remaining half, all to them. Of course, we have to pay different amounts of money according to their performance. The prince finally understood, thought about it carefully for a while, and felt that it was a good idea. Reaching out and touching the woman's head. How did you think of it? I thought of it when I was weeding yesterday. The prince's mouth twitched. Only this woman could think of this from Hey. You have devoted yourself to the army for these years, which has won the respect of everyone. But don't forget that the guys in this store are also your soldiers, Lu Chichi said. After thinking about it, the prince agreed with this. If the store business is good, the things needed by the army can be continuously moved. And when you really need it, your soldiers can better go into battle and kill the enemy. The prince admired it. A woman sees things so thoroughly. If it weren't for her, I might face greater difficulties. Lu Chichi stood up and slapped one hand on the account book. Okay. Everything has been handed over, and I can have fun now. The prince's mouth twitched. Why do I feel that women do so much for this? Lu Chichi pulled the prince to rest. I'll treat you today. What do you want to eat? Just tell me. She has been busy looking at the account books these days, and half of the profits from chestnuts are in her own pocket. Now she is a wealthy woman. You treat us? The prince asked. If the prince feels that it is embarrassing to let a woman treat him, the prince can also treat us. After a while, when the two came to Jinjiang Tower, Chun, the shopkeeper of Jinjiang Tower, looked at Lu Chichi with shining eyes. Lu Chichi thought about the heavy banknotes in her pocket and didn't notice this. The prince noticed Chen's strangeness and glanced at Zhao Kai when he went upstairs. Zhao Kai understood that he was waiting for the prince and princess to go to the private room on the second floor, turned around and took the dishes that Chen had asked for, and settled them. Before he asked, Chen couldn't hold his temper. Guard Zhao. I heard that the crown princess divided up all the crown prince's shops. Who told you that? Zhao Kai asked. Guard Zhao. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell me if this is true? Zhao Kai finally understood why shopkeeper Chen was so excited to see the crown princess. It turned out to be because of this. He carefully calculated on the way here. The monthly salary of the shopkeepers and clerks is about the same as before. Seeing how excited they are, it should be a good thing. What shopkeeper Chen means is, Zhao Kai was tactful and didn't say it clearly. Guard Zhao. Look, can you tell the crown princess that our Jinjiangla should also be a joint stock company? Do you think this is a good thing? Zhao Kai asked back. Shopkeeper Chen looked at Zhao Kai and thought that he was a guard trusted by the crown prince and would not see this little money. But they only had that little money every month, thinking that they had a family to support. More money could solve many problems. I want to try it too. I wonder what the crown princess means. Shopkeeper Chen felt a little upset, seeing that so many shops were divided. Only Jinjiangla was left. He began to wonder. Was it because he did not do well, and the crown princess wanted to kick him out and choose another shopkeeper? The business in the shop was indeed not as good as it was in the past, but it was also the most profitable among these shops every month. If Jinjiangla was also a joint stock company, he would have a lot of money. Thinking of this, how could shopkeeper Chen not be excited? You should ask the crown princess yourself. Guard Zhao. I still need your help in this matter. You know, I am not very capable, and I don't have the opportunity to speak in front of the crown princess. Zhao Kai looked at him and said nothing, seeing that there was a chance. Shopkeeper Chen hurriedly brought food to Zhao Kai in person, as a way of currying favor. Zhao Kai understood. And he said nothing. He quickly finished eating and waited by the carriage. He was completely the image of a good guard.